and then they've got some cover over the bar. And I think that's about as far as they're going to take it because it's got a lot of character this way, the Burnout Bar.
Well, this is it reminds me a lot of the festivals that we do. It's just an open area in the woods and forest. They cleared and you go camp and peace out. Mm-hmm. And a lot of it is, they have some RV hookups and everything, but it's really made for, lone prairie camping, and, but this is a snow area. I mean, is this, get winter or no?
It varies. We're kind of in the middle between a northern winter and a southern winter, so you never really know what winter's going to be like. This year, winter wasn't too bad, except for that week from hell when everything was freezing up all the way down into Texas. And so that was, a little
reminder.
Uncomfortable. Yeah. But we got through that fine. Everything on the homestead was fine.
Well, this has been nice, as far as the temperature thing. As soon as Donna staff coming over, it's been cold. In the morning, you wake up, it's 34-degree kind of crap. And we were like, man, it's 90-something, there's, oh, my God, here comes the freaking summer. It went, boom, summer. And I'm like, get me out of here. We left, and Donna was like, well, we don't need all these heavy jackets, and we don't need this, we don't need. I go, yeah, you come out here and work on the bus and the freaking 30. Where's my jacket, man? So it's been, so hopefully it'll warm up a little, or not. I like it like this. It's easier for us to, I see why they call them snowbirds. As people travel, and they're really chasing 78-degree sleeping weather is what's happening. Mm-hmm. So they use a lot less energy in either electricity or propane or whatever. So if you're just existing, you got electricity for your computers and entertainment or whatever, and you got a bus that, its engine works, which seems to be working good. We got that fixed now, yay. And so we just got a little stuff, like the studio, we got to upgrade and fix and reassemble, and we're working on that. Today is part of that. And then we have, just a bunch of other little stuff to do. I have, a shim coming from Delta of my $400 faucet that didn't have the 25-cent piece of plastic if you use stainless steel. So you had to order it $15, and another $15 for shipping to be able to get. And then it's not in time the kids to ship to your house to get so I can have a sink. It's crap like that. And I just want to strangle people, the stupid companies is being stupid. So it's little stuff like that. Don and I will be back. So we're taking kind of May to ourselves and getting everything all caught up and improving on the studio and making sure, because I think we're getting into where I always anticipated was when we could do our own internet, our own processing, our own storage of data and dissemination of it, then I could do what I wanted and I don't have to worry about anybody turning it off. And there are vulnerabilities, Mike met with different, IT geeks of, what we still have to do in order to be off the man's grid totally. And I'm with that. We got to go that direction because that's what's going to happen. This whole thing is all about communication. And when you have communities, that's a lot of the stuff. And you've experienced, you got your own community kind of group of guys and so on that are here and, and where you live. And that's what we're going to be talking about when we come back. I want Mike to, share with us his vision for MidFest, communication. Thomas is in. I got my pirate box, sitting right here on my lap in front of me. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to open this. Then what happens? Does it spring to life? Crap happens.
A Jack in the Box.
It's a Jack in the Box. And get jacked up. Jack Fest, Jackalope, and Jack. I want to communicate.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agristhosting.com.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
There are those that just want to be left alone, and those that just won't leave them alone. Which one are you? The Ernest Hancock Show.
And we're back. We got Thomas Friedman and Mike Swatek in explaining it to us, and we're looking at our... Mike was, everything has been decentralization down to the individual and currency and communication and food production, energy. Everything. We were really pushing on that. One of the things that Mike came across, we got some pirate money. R is its designation. R, we got some R. How many R's you got? AR. And we have, it's called the Pirate Chain. And so I went, and it's a thing. You had to go through and be in private of the one, and especially if Mike's doing it, you got to jump through all these 5 billion just buttons. And I went through to, all right, fine. You got to buy some intermediary stuff. You got to get, Tether or some stable coin of whatever to get it and kind of that. But I'm glad 'Cause we got that nothing, and it's going to everything. So, tell me about and this is the philosophy behind this, and a lot of stuff that we're doing is why we kind of selected this. And did you choose wisely there, Mike? Huh? Did you?
Oh yeah, I was excited about this from the very first time I read their paper, because it includes pirate communications and it uses ZK snarks for really, strong, privacy and anonymity, much stronger than Monero. And yeah, it was just exciting, and it was early days. These guys were still forming their team, and now they've got their team together, and it's really impressive.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
I got a chunk. If I get anything, I get $1,000 worth. And maybe I'll do 200, just get some Dogecoin, just piss off the man. But it's gone up a lot. So I'm like, damn, okay. What kind of car you want, Don? No, that's not that much, but it's it gets you a good used one though. I'll tell you that. It seems to me, and this has been my investing. I wouldn't even say it's investing. It wasn't. That's not how I looked at it. What I was doing is I wanted to, be the change I wanted to see in the world kind of thing and support those doing it and whatever tech it was. I'm going, so this is like, okay, let's do that. Oh, and you guys are solving this problem? I support that. I'll buy a little bit of that. And I do, and I can go down the list of the different cryptos that I've done. Some have taken off. Some I still way ahead on MadeSafe. I mean, I bought early. So I'm just waiting for them because they have Donna talked to Thomas and those guys at MadeSafe, and they're saying they're ready to announce something next month or something, aren't they, Donna?
Yeah, he asked for another couple of weeks.
Okay, so another couple of weeks you come in, they're doing some release. All right, so they're making progress, and they'll get the Ernie bump. They'll come on, I'm like, okay, and then, if they really convince me, I'll keep it. If not, I'll bump it and sell it. Is that wrong? Am I doing it wrong? I don't know. But so I'm full disclosure with everybody. But the Filecoin, I never really, I didn't get into that because even though IPFS is a thing, well, of course, Filecoin now has gone stupid, so they're doing well. I probably should have dealt with that. And then, a bunch of other stuff like Horizon I liked because they had a use case. Well, there's, so all the cryptos are doing well. And some way weller than others, and some got problems. But if you diversify based on use case, then you're usually a lot better off. And that's what we've done. We said, so our use case is what? What makes it so great?
Privacy and anonymity. When you conduct a transaction with R, it's like the coin disappeared from your pocket and appeared in the receiver's pocket, and they don't even know who sent it to them, unless you include something in the little private memo that nobody will ever see. And then anybody else in between, they don't even know anything happened. So there's your private, pirate communication with the memo.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. There's a memo field that you can use in the transaction. I always wondered about that. I'm going, well, Satoshi did it with the first one. How come we're not using this for memo? God, what are you guys even talking? So that's where Horizon, then Zencash, Rob was, what was his name? Vigilanti or something.
Yeah, Robert Viglione.
Yeah, Viglione. He, so Rob is, he's been cool. We've had him on a few times. We walked the process through. And what happened is when we really started to emphasize that you had the power of private communication, you lead with that. I don't know why you're not. This is going to be the thing. As soon as they start doing that, it shot and they go, okay, I got religion now. I get it. They decide that's like a side benefit. I go, no. That is the goal. If you can give me pirate communication and transactions and value, we're freaking rock and roll and whatnot. So you were drawn to Pirate Chain and our currency for these features, but how'd you even know about it?
I just like to pay attention to these things when they come along, and I'll look at it and give it a little overview, but if it really interests me, then I'll go ahead and dig in. And Pirate Chain, when I just happened across it, I don't even remember where, it just well, this might be interesting. So I started digging in, and the further I dug, the more interested I got, until next thing I knew, I was writing a paper on how do you get your first wallet and buy your first pirate coin. And then the R guys really liked that because they had...
Because it wasn't easy.
Right. Well, yeah. And
to do it, privately to where you didn't get tracked on the beginning of, I followed Mike's advice, but it was not easy. It wasn't a just button. I had to go through. You made a few just buttons so I could do it.
Right.
But I'm like, God, man, this isn't. Well, I got in early because nobody else was doing that crap. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So now are they easier to trade or what?
It's getting easier. In fact, in their last monthly meeting, the guy that heads up the Edge Wallet, I forgot his name, but
Paul Play.
Yeah. He sat in on the last Pirate Chain monthly meeting that they have with all the developers and stuff, and people can just set in and listen. It's on Discord, and they got to talking, and Paul announced that we're just about to release Zcash, but only private transactions on the Edge wallet, and the Pirate Chain guys were like stunned. It's like, well, if you can do that, you can already do Pirate Chain. So Pirate Chain's going to be on the Edge wallet soon now.
Boom.
Yeah. And they just got on a big exchange. Which one was it? I can't remember. There's like 2 million people on it.
Changely.
Changely, yeah. But I don't like Changely. You can sign up without KYC, but they can spring it on you at any time if they think a transaction looks suspicious. So, yeah.
Ours suspicious. Well, Edge uses Changely and a couple of others.
Right.
They have in their exchange thing. And we've, we know Paul pretty well. He's been on, quite a bit, and we hang. And early on, a lot of times, we were in just private conversations on the development of what I would think if he did this or offered that, and it's kind of edgy on it. I go, look, as long as it's voluntary and open out in the front, and they want to KYC and put their ankles up to their ears and tell Uncle Sam to do them, and you give them the option, that's fine. Just don't integrate it in. Don't be, sucking me in. All of a sudden, I'm KYC'd on. You give me a separate or the private, whatever. Mm-hmm. So, there's a lot of these conversations go on, but he's been pretty true to the cause, that Paul's a good guy. I consider him one of the good guys, and of course I use the wallet. And the only reason I have Koinami is because I had some obscure currencies that they're the only ones that that had I could get. But like Monero, when Edge added Monero, well then that solved a bunch of problems. So as these go over, it's going to be a battle of the currencies, for the wallets. It's which ones are they, and they don't really know which ones are going to take off. But some of these guys, like Paul, they do, because, especially with us hammering on them, his audience and his users and all of us, what made them popular was, one, it was easy. That Grandma Just button. That's how we got to know each other, is from that with Airbits. And also the privacy aspects. There's a lot of this coming. I'm wondering, we're going to find out from them first how the man's explained it to them, or there's somebody explaining it to them. I can guarantee somebody wanting to explain it to them. We're going to see what's happening. We're going to ride that pony. But when we come back, we'll start talking about communication.
The overall picture in the real estate market today is one of frustration when you take many factors into consideration. The housing market pundits would have you believe that everything is okay, but the long-term trending on the real estate numbers say otherwise. You are starting to see another wave of commercial and retail center vacancies, which follows a downturn in the residential market. So when you are ready to sell your house, I can help. This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what you can expect before, during, and after the transaction. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. And that includes professionals that can help after the sale to help protect your assets. So let's get moving today. Please feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage at donnahancock.com.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party.
You know that at some point in your life, an emergency is going to happen. You just don't know when. You could call the government, and maybe they'll help. Or they might shoot your dog. Why call potentially psychopathic strangers when you could ask your friends, family, or neighbors for help? Cell 411 makes decentralized emergency response possible, and it's free. Visit getcell411.com or download Cell 411 from your favorite app store. Getcell411.com.
The LRN.FM's social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
A total loser's corpse contained no traces of drugs or alcohol, and a superstitious Delta Airlines adds busty mermaids to its plane noses. My friend, you look like you are in need of the world's finest internet news summaries. Please come in and warm yourself by the fire of knowledge. This is the Onion Week in Review. A new law passed in Colorado this week will allow residents with a doctor's prescription to purchase medicinal fireworks, saying that those in need of stargazers, firecrackers, and Galleria highlights now need only obtain a doctor's prescription. State officials expressed hope that the law would ease the suffering of those in need of huge, dazzling explosions. And in this week's op-ed pages, a man notes that, like it or not, we all die, then get dug up and molested. In other news, white male privilege is squandered on a job at Best Buy, and a local TCBY has missed the past 2 logo changes. Well, that's it for now. Goodbyes are bittersweet, my love, so I'll only tell you, for more, keep checking theonion.com.
This is the Onion News Network.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
I found out my son had a gazillion from airdrops and mine and stuff. And we're back. You know, this has just been, you know, crypto showing us what is what in the industry and what the value is for different things has been a validation of our reasoning for doing things and the impact it has. I'll give you an example. If you're looking for pirate communications, hailing frequencies invisible to the crown, they didn't know that you even, you know, sent one. Well, that also can include financial transactions. That includes memo fields. That includes. In R, you have the ability to do, what were you saying, Thomas, 800 characters or something?
I think that's what it was, yeah.
You know, that's more than, man, you can't say 800 characters in text. You're just babbling. You know, I don't need, you know, and then about sending actual files. Is there a solution for that, Mike?
I don't think so. Not there. Now, you could give somebody the hash to something on IPFS that nobody else knows, so that's almost as good.
Yeah, no, I'm just, see, this is one thing that we've been talking about that we were going on yesterday. Oh, and I did get a response from Colin Pape. I meant to tell you guys that. Okay, this is what's going on. We need to have the files from, you know, content providers so that we would have, you know, from the show or the site, and we're using James Corbett as a good example. And the reason is because he understood this was coming. We're good friends. We do a show every week. And he's been working with us for years on preserving his stuff. He understands the importance of it, but he's also, kind of using a lot of other things. But he's a test bed for us doing as a perfect example of what we want to accomplish. And what he had done is he's willing to do his entire site and build it up again, and we're talking with guys to do that will make it to where it integrates into IPFS much more easily. The platform, it's platformed from his site, what he's doing, and it can also integrate a lot of other communication stuff and currency stuff, and we're just making it to where it's better. There's nobody canceling you, and we can have a lot of the same features on IPFS that traditional internet has. Well, then they got, you're on their trunk lines, and their ones and zeros go over their lines, and you have yada, yada, yada. Well, there's solutions for that. Satellite, mesh networking, doing whatever. We're bypassing and none of the man's business. So by doing this as an example and setting it up now, we're setting it up for the future of they don't get to have a say. You can't stop the signal thing. So as we're working on that, one of the things that's important is search, because the data that they pull from our IPFS nodes as content providers can go and populate your Facebook page, your float, your library, your BitChute, your whatever. And I'm going, but they have to be willing to pull. Well, of course, Facebook's not going to do that. Screw them. So now we have float. They're pulling the data that we create. Instead of us having to post it on all these different platforms, they pull the data from us. Well, when they do that, they're going to take a field. And you have the title and the summary and the associated hash that goes where the actual media is stored. So the platform doesn't have to increase a lot of server space. They don't have to do a lot of expense, but it's automated to where they're pulling from the people onto their platform with links to it that don't go away. Where I do this all the time, I'm, Ernie's favorites, watch this video, do that, and it's down. And one of the things, it was Urban Farmer that did a show with James Corbett here recently. We had it up, and the file's gone. Now YouTube, they deleted that off of Urban Farmer. You're not allowed to talk to James Corbett. Anybody that talks to James Corbett gets deleted of, whatever the hell. And I'm going, really? I just love it when they do this crap. I go, you guys have no idea. So you just keep that stuff up. So now we need to have, the mechanism by which we have content providers load their material up. Well, here comes Think Penguin. Think Penguin is a Linux-based software, open hardware, yada, 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 for years that I have used. When finally the geeks came into, I go, why don't you just have a Linux, all this you just do and you just this, and we find out HP and Microsoft have colluded to where you can't dual boot on their machines. You have to do, Micro sucks, and you can't, I'm like, can't you guys just make a freaking machine that I open the box and it's got Linux on it and I turn it on? I mean, seriously. Well, then a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, Chris Wade up at Porcupine Freedom Festival had a table, and that's exactly what I go, you're my new best friend. Get your butt on the show. We'll talk about it, and I'll buy it, and let's do it. Well, that one finally took a crap, and I got this new one, and he is setting them up so that they go directly to IPFS on the desktop. They're bypassing all of the gateways and all that kind of stuff. Then you also have it to where content providers like myself and, Sam Tripoli is helping platform his stuff on it. We're doing, Ripple, but a lot of these guys, Ripple Effect, a lot of these guys, the Union of the Unwanted, but they're all right, when you get it all Grandma Just Button for us, we're in. Well, that's what we're developing with ourselves and with James. And he's redoing his site to make this easier, so we're working with him on that. The other thing is that the publishing of the stuff takes some processing power. So we're putting that in on these computers that I'm so happy that we're getting away from Windows and from iOS and so to be part of the new internet, it's easier and faster to use Linux-based stuff. So we're focusing on that. Then you have the operating systems on these Raspberry Pis is like a micro version of Linux.
It is Linux.
So you're just, doing that. So we're creating the infrastructure, and usually this takes some big giant funding thing of they raised $100 million to do this. Well, a lot of different people have, and Filecoin kind of started with the IPFS and different things. We're just, whatever, we're just going to do it. So we're doing it, but we're not letting $1,000 here or there be, the enemy of, perfection. So we're just like, look, you need a computer, boom, we get that. You need a Raspberry, boom. You need some more, boom. Whatever it takes for us to keep moving forward. Well, one of those things is Float takes the data and puts it up on their profile page. You got a page on a social media platform, but it's all the metadata, the title and the summary and all that kind of stuff. Well, what do you need? An embed, you need a link, the material, the MP3, the MP4, whatever. Well, boom, that's done. That's up there, rock and roll. Okay, are we done? What else do we need to do? So now we have the audience that can pen those files or have them preloaded onto memory sticks or an external memory drive that has the Liberty library of everybody that we want to make sure gets saved. Then they are able, with their pirate box, to be able to be a node for the network to share that information. That goes, I don't have to. It automatically kind of does it on its own, but it's nice to have it to where, boom, it's rapid really fast and it's dispersed out. So we're learning more as we go, and then the hardware for that, I'm looking at one here that Thomas kind of built for us, but we'll be going over this. But we have Start9 Labs that already have these, and they're ready to put in on their personal server that uses Tor, that you can use like your own Dropbox that's anywhere in the world, plugged in the internet, you can access and do whatever. But we can also include IPFS in there as an app in their store that makes it a pirate box of, boom, you got the people on and they are the internet. So this is where we're going now. But when we move the data over, those titles and everything is metadata that can be searched. Whoever breaks IPFS search, that's the page that you want to be on, and I get the first big ad because it's freaking I just said, And this is, so Colin Pape from Presearch and I have been talking about this for years. And I just kind of keep them up, yo, what's up, have them show, kind of, and there will come a time. Well, that time is now. So we've been talking, to him, and this is what's happened. He goes, sorry I missed you. Ideally for the bounty, I'm looking for someone to take the IPFS search repo I mentioned and set up an instance that can be called from Presearch as a community package. I have no idea what he's talking about. The list of keyword triggers for that to happen would likely be curated by the pirate group. I'll dive in more and let you know what I can find out about it being a crawler based. So this is, when we come back, we're going to talk about what the hell he just said. And Thomas is nodding his head. He's like, all right, we're one step closer. Mike's going to be telling us about the, where we are on the publisher side of this, doing large sites like Lou Rockwell, Dr. McCullough, and different things. And we've already done Highwire, and of course a lot of other stuff. So this is just setting it up, and there's going to come a time when I say, all right, now it's time to buy the hardware, install the software, or we'll have a package where it's all done for you. When that time comes, and it be a coming near directly, when I do that, it's time. I just want you guys, save your pennies, set it over. Might be as much as a few $100s, as low as, 50. I mean, it's how much you want to do on your own. But when we say, it'll be ready.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it. And once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at shiresociety.com. That's shiresociety.com. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Everyone's always talking about buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. That's boring as hell. How about earning some Bitcoin? Getting paid with it. That's the way. It is money after all. If you want to earn Bitcoin at your business, AnyPay is the way to do it. Your customers will love it. Everyone in town will talk about your store being the Bitcoin store, and it's just fun. Get our free app and start earning Bitcoin at your business. AnyPayX.com.
The latest episode of Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock continues after the news on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The nation's 42nd vice president has died. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Walter Mondale was 93.
The liberal icon served Minnesota as Attorney General and U.S. Senator, then as Vice President under Jimmy Carter from 1977 to 1981. Mondale's own try for the White House in 1984 was shadowed by Ronald Reagan's popularity, but he made a different kind of history by choosing the first female running mate on a major party ticket, Geraldine Ferraro.
Fox's Trace Gallagher. On Election Day 1984, he carried only his home state in Washington, D.C. after telling voters to expect a tax increase if he won. Carter issuing a statement calling Mondale an invaluable partner and able servant of the people of Minnesota, the United States, and the world. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says Mondale served his country with great distinction and was passionate about his causes, and he called him a true public servant who will be missed. The jury in the Derek Chauvin trial will resume deliberations tomorrow morning after final arguments today. Judge Peter Cahill, giving the final instructions to the jury, reminded them,
"You must consider all the evidence you have heard and seen in this trial, and you must disregard anything that you may have heard or seen elsewhere about this case."
Chauvin, a former Minneapolis police officer, faces charges of second and third degree murder and third degree manslaughter in the death of George Floyd. He's the first of 4 former officers to be tried in the case. In his first on-camera interview since leaving office, former President Trump tells Fox's Sean Hannity,
"We're going to take back the House in 22. We have a real chance. We were supposed to lose 25 seats. I got involved. I called 56 different districts, and we ended up picking up 16.
Since leaving office, Trump has formed a political action committee as a way of supporting certain candidates. America is listening to Fox News.
Join over 24,000 of some of the fastest growing companies in the world who rely on NetSuite. Just ask Sean Nelson, founder of Lovesac.
We started as a beanbag company in my parents' basement. And the next thing I knew, we were one of the fastest growing furniture companies in the world. Only problem? We still had multiple systems for everything.
NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, inventory, e-commerce, HR, and more.
Lovesac furniture is built to last and infinitely adaptable, just like NetSuite.
Find out how NetSuite can help your company with a free product tour at netsuite.com/relax.
The White House is calling for the release of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny as his health worsens.
Russia's prison service says Alexei Navalny is being transferred to a prison hospital nearly 3 weeks after the opposition leader began a hunger strike. Navalny's physician says the politician's health is deteriorating rapidly and warns he could be close to death. Prison officials describe Navalny's condition as satisfactory and say he's agreed to take vitamin supplements. Navalny began the strike after he was refused access to a doctor for back pain. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
Navalny was arrested when he returned to Russia after spending time in a German hospital, recovering from what doctors said was nerve agent poisoning that Navalny blamed on the Kremlin. A memorial service held today for the victims of the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland grew emotional as he recalled the damage to the Murrah Federal Building 26 years ago.
At the time, we did not know how many people had died, but we did know that the Children's Center, which had been at the front of the building, was gone.
Garland, who was one of the lead Justice Department attorneys to prosecute the bomber, Timothy McVeigh, said that the terror McVeigh perpetrated is still with us, that last month the FBI warned of a heightened threat posed by domestic violent extremists, and that the Justice Department is pouring its resources toward fighting that threat. Jessica Rosenthal.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Sources within the Vatican confirmed Tuesday that Pope Benedict XVI has dispatched an elite team of 6 bishops to sabotage leading contraceptive manufacturer Pfizer. Codenamed Conclave 6, the highly trained team of bishops will reportedly infiltrate the heavily guarded compound, detonate extremely powerful charges at key points within the factory, and then escape to a nearby safe house.
The Catholic Church can trust only the best with defending God's plan. Conclave 6 is the deadliest team of bishops I've ever laid eyes on.
The Pope denied rumors that a B team of needle-wielding priests had been deployed to a latex factory in New Jersey to poke tiny holes into thousands of Durex condoms. Locally, the best part of a gay 12-year-old's day is the half hour he spends eating lunch alone in a stairwell. Calling it his only respite from constant ridicule and mockery, 7th grader Ben McElroy says life doesn't get better than the moments he spends quietly laying out his lunch on a secluded staircase while the rest of his classmates are in the cafeteria.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah. Undefeated here and declare your independence of me, Ernest Hancock, at Midfest in blah, 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 Oklahoma, whatever it is. It's not too far from the Texas board. It's in the middle of the country, okay? It's called Midfest. Lots of oak. I miss oak. When I was a kid in Florida, man, oak trees. We had oak trees so big we played hide and seek in the tree. I mean, you think I'm kidding. This is big-ass trees. Of course, I broke my arm when I was 7 too. But I learned from that. Don't fall from trees. It's a bad thing. Okay, so the Colin Papen Research is making this, but this is what we need. The metadata, the data that has the headlines and so on, that comes over into what Mike is working on is creating hardware software interface that allows content providers to bring their stuff over from their current websites, and it feeds straight over. And you go, okay, well, that's one less thing I got to do. It just copied it and went over there. Well, some sites are more complicated than others. They're working on that. Then you have, okay, while we're doing that, we need to be able to search. Now we got this title that goes with this hash, this Bitcoin address. I mean, that's what they look like, so how the hell are you going to do that? Well, you need to have that metadata somewhere. Well, Thomas, man, he's roadblocked, man. He's got, I can't deal. You know, I need to have, how do you want this done? Well, this is what Colin's saying. For the bounty, now you guys out there, you IPFS code geek kind of stuff, $2,500. You want $2,500? You know, Colin's got $2,500 for you. This is what it is. You know, Thomas is waiting for you to get your $2,500. This is what we're going to do. He's looking for someone to take the IPFS search repo, which means what, Thomas?
Repository.
Which is what, a list?
It's the IPFS. It's when you have an IPFS node, the repository is the data that's in that IPFS node, that specific node.
Okay, so it has the metadata. It has these fields.
No.
Okay, so a repo of what? I'm repo of what? What am I doing?
I mean, the repo is the content. It's the videos. It's the articles. That's the repo. That contains that. Now, you can add to, I mean, it's just a file system. The repo is a file system. When he says the IPFS repo that he referred to before, I'm not sure specifically which repo he's referring to.
Okay, I mentioned and set up an instance that can be called from pre-search as a community package. What does that mean?
Okay, now that can be called from pre-search as a community package. Calling from means I need to know how he does that calling. I mean, there's an API application.
Well, he's not calling. He wants you to call from pre-search.
But from pre-search says the pre-search is the originator. That's how I interpret that.
Okay, so we don't know what he means.
That's right.
The list of keyword triggers for that to happen would likely be curated by the pirate group. So what he's saying is if you're going to have a search of metadata, that metadata needs to be accumulated somewhere. He's not doing it. It needs to be associated with a hash. He's not doing it. Right. Okay, so he's using his tools. He'll dive into it more, let you know what he can find out about it being a crawler based. Now, the crawler, because his response to this, I go, okay, I'm at Midfest with the guys. You know, I tried calling him. He didn't get the phone. He wasn't available. But I go, if we supply IPNS addresses, can you set bots to crawl, or do you want a keyword list that associates a hash? So these are the two things he's responding to. He's going, if you're going to do a keyword list, well, then you guys supply that, and it has associated hashes with that metadata, and then we'll process it, and you can do a search, and, peace. Bob's your uncle. If you do to where you want us to crawl it, well, then you're going to have to supply where to crawl, he's going to check on that. So it's crawler based. So my suggestion is that in the publishing of the content providers publishing the stuff, what Mike is working on, in there, it could just have, all right, well, here's a bunch of more keywords and the hashes it goes with, and it transmits that as like a sitemap kind of thing, and letting them know to look at it as the addresses, the static address for an IPNS, the naming system for IPFS. So I'm going, look, I did something new, ping, they come in, they crawl it, they got it, we're done. So that was my suggestion. And he goes, well, we can do either or both, and kind of he's working on it.
Good. Yeah, the fact that
problem solved.
Yeah, I think so.
All right,
Sounds
so
like
I'm like, let's not make this more complicated than it needs to be. So that's what we're working on. So we got a search engine doing. See, my thing is that I like Colin, and he's been a good guy in the space, I think, and I've known him for a long time. And if he's willing to help and work with them, provide the platform, and he benefits and becomes filthy stinking rich on being the first guy at PFS search, who's crap out of me, I don't care. Peace out. Because this is, who can take advantage of this stuff. Now, Matt Raymer, I think, with ContentSafe.co has, some of the same ideas, the abilities, but he's always looking at it for how it would benefit him and how it can monetize and do it. And a lot of times these guys, they go, oh man, I see what you're going, and they go over here and they're going to try and monetize and do something. Fine, they're on another path, but they get blazed by. All of a sudden they're in the rearview mirror, because, when you start really developing, you're doing it, you find quick paths to actually get done what you want to do, but not necessarily glean an income off of it. Because if you make that the priority, then the job getting done is not necessarily the priority, and a lot of stuff gets delayed to the point it's irrelevant. Yeah, you probably could have made something on it, but how about you build it first? So that's what we're doing. So now I need to understand what you're doing, Mike, and on the content providers part of it, you're trying to create what? A grandma just button of we can put stuff up easy, it transfers sites, it's continuing maintenance. What is it you're working on, spend your time with?
It looks like most websites, since there are such a large number of them are WordPress websites, after you import the site into HTML, hypertext meta language, it has to be adjusted. There are just things that don't come across right, so then you've got to figure out how to fix it. And then so that means every one of them is going to be a custom script, but once the script is in place, you can set the thing up to just run every day automatically, and they don't even have to touch it, So
after you get through the not so just buttony,
right,
of the site. So how it's like when you're installing the operating system on a computer for the first time. Okay, well, what do you want to do this? Where do you want this to go? How do you want this to be displayed? So there could be a bunch of grandma just buttons, and I went through this with Paul Rosenberg on his privacy router stuff that he did. It was page after page of whatever, but it was simple grandma just buttons each one. Do this, all right, I did it. Go next, all right, I did it. All right, and nothing was missed. That is what pisses me off. No end, putting in a faucet, doing a freaking software, loading up a wallet. You didn't. Oh, well, everybody knows that. And I'm going, oh, God, you guys, you piss me off. Do not, because I don't know how hard this is. I sit in front of a computer, and I go, okay, what do I got to do? Push this button, this happens. I push this button, this happens. Then you go push a bunch of buttons. You go, yeah, I did this thing, and it happened. You just figure it out. And I'm going, every time you guys do that, I'm going, are you freaking kidding me? What'd you think was going to happen? And when we do this pirate box right here, Thomas we're going to find out just how just buttony, and I don't care how big a line that just buttons it is, but it better have a just button, and it described to what it is. So we're going to test it today. And then whatever needs to be added, I'm going to be added. You skipped that button, didn't you?
From the 6th letter of Captain Mark. A pirate's life is characterized by voluntary interactions. Unfortunately, the Crown presses everyone into involuntary servitude. Landlubbers believe slavery was abolished years ago, but the Crown still claims to own us when it crimps us into service against our will. Given sufficient ambition, it would gladly draft thousands of hapless victims to kill or be killed. It's simply slavery by another name. Landlubbers are routinely commanded to serve the so-called justice system in jury duty. But before you swell with civic pride, consider that how you feel is irrelevant to the Crown. You will appear as ordered or face punitive measures. The Crown insists that you participate in your own oppression. A jury summons provides pirates with a unique opportunity to obstruct injustices. A juror can vote not guilty, even if it's proven the law was violated. A juror can acquit for any reason at all, and not even a judge can reverse that verdict. Receiving a jury summons is basically winning the sedition lottery. But if you reveal that you know this during jury selection, you'll probably be dismissed. If the Crown foolishly crimps a pirate into jury duty, it behooves the pirate to conceal their intention to nullify unjust laws. If a master takes 100% of your labor, it's called slavery. But if they only take 50%, they call it taxation. A difference of degree, not of kind. Whether the Crown claims a fortune or a cent is irrelevant. Most of all, a slave owner desires contented slaves, meaning thoughtless ones that accept their bondage. These house slaves see no contradiction in being drafted in a war to end slavery or summoned to a jury to prosecute tax evasion. An ideal slave knows no higher call than the master's will. The Crown's highest ambition is that its slaves revere the authority that subjugates them. But the Crown does not own me. I will not surrender my time and treasure to the Crown's ambitions. Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
How many lawyers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They'd rather keep their clients in the dark. There are too many lawyer jokes to count. However, there are some lawyers with more noble intentions. At the Institute for Justice, we bring the light to our clients. We are a non-profit public interest law firm with clear values and principles. At IJ, we fight for those whose most basic rights are denied by the government. Visit our website today at ij.org.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. Physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
Okay, we're back at Midfest here with Mike Swatek, the Silver Cosmetic guy, and Thomas Friedman, Pirate Box Extraordinaire. All right. Now, one of the things that needs to be done is making it easy for existing sites to transfer over. That's one thing that we've been doing. The other thing is that you can set up your site to really just have it transferred to your own IPFS node that then will have other platforms just pull from, or you could, push it out like we used to in the 90s. There was no search engine. What the hell's that? We would put out, web pages and promote and do on signs and everything, and people would go and get the content and communicate, and we're all good. Then here comes the search engines. It has to be the search engines. Well, you can notify them and say, hey, come look at our site, or hey, this is already mapped out for you. Here's a list, and put it in your search results to this hash or this address. So we're back in the 90s. We're redoing it. And I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever, because it only take a year or two, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just kicks the crap out of the World Wide Web. We're already demonstrating that on servicing up the files and the speed of it. It's to be able to find the stuff, to be able to convert it over to IPFS easily, which we have done. We've demonstrated, done. So now we need to make it where it's easier for other people to do it. For these guys, I go and I need something done. It'll be, I put out $1,000 bounty, a complicated site's done in a day. Over the weekend, we need 400 videos, IPFS, and I want to do the list for my granddaughter. If she gets to whatever the hell, and it's done. We have the IPFS pirate box here that the audience can get, and they can start saving their own stuff, get a hash, and it's there forever and always, and they ask when it's done. So this, they can communicate, on their Raspberries, they're doing different software, or they can be nodes. That's one thing Derek has done, is it can be also a Lightning node. They had the Start 9 Labs Raspberry that we're working with, and we're make some money, and you can be a Bitcoin Lightning node. You can do, there's all kinds of things that we can do, and this is happening, but if you don't make it easy for our audience to do this, and they just plug and play, it's not going to happen. I don't give a crap how easy it is for these developers. And they go, oh, well, you say that word, man. I need a Hellfire missile from a satellite launch to take care of that crap, because I am so sick of that. And so now we're looking at two things. One, the people that produce the content to have it go up to IPFS. Then we have the people that can support that content and want to be able to do it themselves for their own files and stuff. That's where the Pirate Box comes in for the audience. But then we have other things like search, so you can find this stuff. That's where Pre-Search Con comes in, and other people are working on it too, but, they're the inside crowd. And then, but now we also have people that have existing sites that are being deplatformed and screwed with. For the past few years, Thomas has been a big part of this, and Mike and Derek and the other guys have been just going on YouTube. We take all their videos, we take all, a lot of different people, take from their site, and we just put it on IP, and you're saved. It's done. Done. So now we need to go to the next stage and then be able to do it themselves. And it seems that's where Mike is, creating scripting and code and so on to where, and what software system are you using to do that? You're on Linux or?
Right, I'm on Linux. I'm just writing shell files, which are like a batch file. It's just a series of line commands that make it do what it needs to do. And you start it and it runs, that's the thing. You want to make this thing easy once the script is ready, but the script depends on the website. Some websites are easy. Like, I was amazed at how easy Lou Rockwell was. That site is huge, but I only had to correct one line of code in that whole website to get a menu to work right, and the rest of it, just the way it imported, works. So
now, Dr. Mercola had a bunch of subdomains that was giving you a hard time.
Oh, that was just the beginning of it. First there was almost 100 subdomains, and it's a subdomain is when you see a website address that's like subdomain.domain.com or whatever, and so those subdomains out front make the links within the converted site more difficult to manage. And so that was a challenge. But the bigger challenge, the one I still haven't been able to crack from Mercola, is all the script. He's got script that drives the menus. He's got script for pop-ups. He's got script for even the content on the page. And so just a whole lot of script. And if you...
Well, why? Is it just because whoever's doing it wants to do it that way? Is it for security? Is it for subscriptions? Is it what?
Fancy bells and whistles.
Yeah, it's just the web designer.
Yeah.
If they knew that this was going to cause a problem, there are lots of other ways they could have done it where, the script would actually be within the site, would actually go into IPFS and still be executable on a person's browser.
Right. Yep.
So they just,
They reference it externally. A lot of times Google provides a lot of scripting that makes life easier for a web developer. So they just reference it and they pull it in from the internet at runtime. So that's what's got to be eliminated.
So they're all Googled up.
Yeah.
Well, or WordPressed up.
Yep.
A lot of times if you're using a WordPress site, there's a lot of script that drives your WordPress site that's on the server but not actually within your site. Now you can overcome that because you can actually import a WordPress website to be local. It's still WordPress, but you're editing it locally. And then when you do that, you've brought all their script and stuff onto your machine, but I don't think that solves the problem because you still have to convert it to HTML, and then unless it's the right kind of script, it's still going to be able to be loaded and executed from IPFS. It won't work. So, that's the challenge. But I am encouraging people, if you've got a website, then you're editing it remotely. It's on some server somewhere. It's not right there in front of you.
Solve that problem, right? That's the first thing to do.
Yeah, because otherwise all they got to do is just sever your link to your server where it's at, and that's easy.
Well, see, that's one thing that, of course, a lot of people may use like GoDaddy to get, a bunch of domains, and then of course they want to provide hosting service for you and do all kinds of crap. And because we started back in 2005 with PHP of original code of whatever, anybody trying to hack our site, you could never mind, man. We'll go somewhere else. It's like you go to you got a neighborhood, you're going to go rob them. Well, the guy with the bars on the windows and the security screen door and the Rottweiler, or it's just so much trash in the front yard. You can't get to the front door. You know, they go, we'll go to this guy over here. They don't have anything we want anyway. So that's kind of how Freedom's Phoenix has been. We've just been, you know, so different and so all original, and it's like never freaking mind. But, you know, as we get cleaner and so on, it's been with the idea in mind of doing this. And when Derek did Pirates Without Borders, it was specifically with IPFS in mind to make sure we could run clean stuff to do this. So now that Corbett is looking to redo his site, we're looking for, you know, somebody. The big thing is trust. You know, you got to be in the crowd. And you got bad breath or not? Well, if I don't know, you know, you're not the guy. Because, you know, that's the first thing I need to see who you is.
I'm a little obsessed with My Magic Mud. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, the founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I didn't even know my teeth were coffee stained. A week's worth of use convinced me, and now I use it every 3 or 4 days. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, and I think it cleans better too. My Magic Mud's available at most local health food stores, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, CVS, Walmart's Natural Beauty Aisle, but I can get it for you for 20% off with coupon code FTL20 at mymagicmud.com. FTL20 mymagicmud.com.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
Do you know the difference between erudite and pedantic? If you do, you're probably pedantic. But seriously, a surprising number of erudite people mispronounce erudite, which has 3 syllables, not 4. Say erudite, not erudite. Because you are judged by how you speak, you want to avoid common misstatements, especially if you're a job seeker. For instance, do you know the difference between imply and infer? Only a speaker can imply, only a listener can infer. And when you say you'll be out of pocket, do you mean out of touch? Out of pocket means you're on your own dime, not yet reimbursed. And if anyone ever asks, why do you always answer a question with a question? You should reply, do I do that? Just kidding. From survivalspeech.com, I'm Holland Cook.
There are basically 2 types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm. Free Talk Live.
I was in the military for 31 years, and I hear all this talk about the draft and defending freedom and all that. From my perspective, as I'm ex-Navy, I never defended anybody's freedom, American or anybody else's. I was a hired thug for the U.S. government. It's just propaganda put out by the government, you know, and it's we're the best and the brightest, and all of that just makes me ill because of all the millions of people that have died because the American military is all over the world. There's nobody attacking us. I mean, our government is like every other government. It's run by degenerate psychopaths that are power mad, and I have no clue what goes on inside their mind, but it's nothing good.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Now you can follow LRN.FM on the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
All roads lead to freedom. It just gets there's a lot of wrecks on the side of the road as we get there, and then you get a bulldozer, and then you just do it. You did it. Well, here's what we're bulldozing through. Saeed, one of the guys, the developers on here, he goes, I think the IPFS search repo is the code that's found here. It's a GitHub thing, and it's address of whatever. And it's on the Declare Your Independence, the Ernest Hancock Telegram that he posted over there. So I think he meant Git repo. Search engine for interplanetary file system, contribute to IPFS search development by creating an account, yada, yada, yada. So there's some place for you guys to go, check and see what he's talking about. The pre-search community package will be the code pre-search will run on their back end when returning search results. It's just a widget. Okay. I'm starting to get just all right. An example is if you type BTC into pre-search and it brings up the price widget, so he's giving an example of, how this generates a result. Then let's see, GitHub, BotSpot, blah, blah, blah. Raspberry Pi App Store for open source projects. Contribute to BotSpot development by creating an account. So there's, they're yakking about all this on GitHub right now. Now, when I went to GitHub and I looked at this, gobbledygook. So I'm going, all right. So, Mike, we have a solution here. They put in, like Thomas and you create a keyword results that can be either sent to pre-search or pre-search is told to search or crawl a site with the IPNS, the static address that has all IPFS hashes in it, and they go through and associate whatever metadata with the hashes. So there's at least two that we can see here ways of doing this, and you may want to do both. But, GitHub, I'm leery of having put out there, and it's Microsoft's proprietary of the code of it'll make it work. And we go, I will do that. And then fundamentally, at the very beginning of the project, we're compromised because we were too lazy to, read the code and do it open source anyway. So this is what I'm asking you guys to check and make sure that we're not, putting our ankles up to our ears and asking Uncle Sam to do us, So I want to make sure that we don't run down this as how it happens. This is where they stick in the crap. Now, Derek has said that he will go through the code and look at it, but of course it has to be where he can see it, or don't even send it to me because I'm not, we're not incorporating stuff that we can't see. So this is, you have the links here. Is this somewhere you guys are going to go and look, you see?
Well, basically, GitHub is a meeting place where developers post their code for others to review and use. And that's what every one of my revisions that's on your Pirate Box of my software is on GitHub for anybody to review. So Derek could do that now. But is it the point in time to do that point? I don't really see.
Point in time to do what?
To review the code that I've done. I really don't think it is. I think we need to have more of a discussion. You need to see it, provide me feedback, and I need to fix those things that you think need fixing. That's when you do the review of the code.
I'm not reviewing that it does a particular thing. I want to review that I can even see that I can review it. I got all these. See, what happens is when you do this kind of thing, it's always the agent man is first in line. Yep. They always got the best solution, and it works, and go where and use this. Yes. It gets incorporated into it. It gets lost, and it's 3 years later, and you look back and you find it phones home ET, and you didn't even know because you didn't look at it, and it was a package.
The man can obviously, Microsoft does own GitHub, so they could shut it down in an instant. But it's like I still have the code. How many people in the interim have downloaded the code? So it's not.
No, I'm not talking about GitHub even. Whether they store it or not or something. That's just a repository of I got code. It's the code itself. And look, this patch made it work. Okay, what's in it? Don't worry about it. It made it work. I go, no, I'm worried about it from the beginning before I even put it in.
Yes.
So you may have found a bunch of stuff on GitHub that made it go whir, but have we looked at it that, I don't want to get further down the road and we're using something that's compromising before we even got started.
Right.
So, that's man, that's number. Yeah, but you'll have to wait another year. I'll wait 3. I don't care. I'm old, man. You mean I got to wait a couple more years to be free from the man? Okay.
Well, just
you know,
just to let you know, if you're not aware of it now, that we all have certain vulnerabilities that are extremely difficult to work through. But we just do the best we can with what we have available. Example is all the software that's out there, even the stuff Derek builds, it's built on the shoulders of giants that came before us that provided these libraries that we utilize to get things done in our code. So they're building blocks. We basically have a building block library there. So how many of those building blocks have been vetted, have been scrutinized to see whether or not there's any vulnerabilities?
Every single effing one of them that's going in the pirate box.
Well,
period.
That's
nice what?
goal.
That's what's going to happen. You know, it's going to wait. It's going to
be waiting.
Yeah, or what's the point?
Well, the point is you get something done in the meantime, and when the
Get something done. See, what I want done is to have pirate communication.
Right.
That's what I want done.
That will happen.
Okay.
That will happen.
Then
but it could come to a freaking stop because some module has surfaced a bug in it that wasn't stumbled across in testing or vetting that causes the vulnerability to cause the communications to cease. It's whatever.
We're going. Well, this is what for all you guys out there. This is the goal. We're not shortcutting it. We're not going. I'm not doing it. Anybody can do it. Everybody can have 15 gazillion different splinters of this project going on. I encourage that, and it's probably going to happen anyway. But my thing is that I'm not going just to say that we got a product to put it in there because it worked. Yeah, well, just because it worked, I got a whole bunch of stuff on the internet that works, not for my interest. I got a slew of that. I don't need more of that, And what we have now, the way it is, we're trying to get it simpler and simpler. But what we have right now, I can take this box right here, turn it on. Can I or can I not take a file that I want, a show, of this, or some pandemic, whatever the hell it is, I can put it up and load it onto IPFS, generate a hash that I can promote, and that file can't be taken down. Can I do that?
You can.
Boom. Okay, well, then we go to the next stage, and the next thing, and the next thing. Yep. So as you're creating a stack that would go onto a computer, that's why we're working with Chris Wade over at Think Penguin. We have a computer, a laptop that has the power to do what you want. He's willing to put in, kind of you buy it, and I'll supply it, and there it is, and rock and roll, and load in Michael's code. You put in the URL of whatever it is in the script, and boom, it's over there. Okay, that's what we're working on, right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay, so we're you've been doing it. You've done it for other sites. Right. It's happening. It's a little customization. How far away are we from somebody else getting it and being able to do it?
Well, we're building a toolkit, and every time we do a site, we learn new things. We add to our toolbox. All that's going to be available to anybody who wants to do this because it's all open. We're just putting it out there. And so, we're already doing it. I've already put a few websites out there. Now it's just a matter of, okay, let's take it to the next level of complexity, the next step. We still haven't started including the video compression in these scripts I'm writing because Ray's working on taking the video compression graphical user interface version that he prepared, so a website creator can say, okay, I want to reduce the file size of all my videos, and they can use this little program and it works and it does them all at once. But we also need to be able to compress anything that's new. So when we're importing, it looks for anything that's new, and then that new file gets compressed, but not all the other ones.
So let me go ahead and explain to the audience what he's talking about, what we're doing. When you bring over a website, a lot of times people save their stuff in 4K of, oh my God, and I don't need that, and you're just bogging down the system of seriously. Well, when you got broadband internet and YouTube doesn't care, and they got their own compression and whatever, it's not that big a deal. The problem is that a lot of people, this is one thing that Luke Radowski always suggested, and what Corbett has been using YouTube for, is YouTube loads fast, but it also compresses it and gives you a different codex of a file that kind of makes it smaller, and you can do a private, YouTube that's not for anyone. You can use it for loading it up and then taking that file and loading in something else. As you're bringing it over, you want the compressed files. Can we have something that doesn't have to go to YouTube to do it? Can it be inside the IPFS thing? Yes.
Look, are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Hey, you are going to love the movie Victimless Crime Spree. It's hilarious, heartwarming, and carries a ton of inspiring freedom messages. Feeling down about the lack of liberty in your life? You need to put on this film with some friends and have a good laugh. It's a true story about me and my friends in New Hampshire living free, singing, dancing, and getting arrested. Of course, it's all on video, and the bad guys, the cops, judges, bailiffs, and sheriffs, they all play their part like it's out of a movie or something. You would think we scripted the whole thing, but it's real life. Go ahead and have a watch, and if it's been a while, have another look. I guarantee you'll notice things now that you didn't notice before. And the best part is that you're going to walk away feeling a renewed sense of your own power. You are the master of your destiny, and you will be free in your lifetime. Victimless Crime Spree.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
All right. So you developers that we're talking to the guys, we met some new developers, we're adding some more, we're asking questions of them, moving the ball forward. Now, so that people understand, what is necessary, there's a guy, Ray, that's on Declare Your Independence that contacted me, and then, we got him hooked up with Mike and so on, and Mike had a special need, and he says, "Hey, Mike, I got skills, man. I got some skill." And he sent me a thing of his big tech resume of, cool, go help a brother out. Well, what it was is when you have certainly high resolution video, and you put it up, it's a big giant file that's not necessary for a lot of stuff anyway, and they're using way too much. Or you can have it, the codec for it, go in and change the resolution, and that's one thing that YouTube does well. It provides a mechanism for doing that. And I remember early on in early 2000s when you would do a video, you would use Microsoft Movie Maker, and you would set, because YouTube was limited to 100 megabytes. You got that was it, 100. So you would do the video, and you'd set the output on the Microsoft Movie Maker to 99.9, megabytes, and then it would just do the resolution to fit that size. It just did it automatically. They don't have that anymore. Why? I don't know, because it doesn't serve their purpose of scumbags. This is for these kinds of, you think it's, they could see the choke points or where they could limit it, and they just take away these options. It was freaking in your browser. It was on your operating system of your old, Win 90, whatever gives a crap, and then all of a sudden it's gone. Why? A lot of these other different programs, Pinnacle, Big Giant Red, a lot of these features aren't there. So what people have been doing to bypass that and got them, on the tit, is they post their videos to YouTube, and it automatically does the compression, and you can save it at different resolutions. That's what Corbett does. Corbett sends it up to there, and then he takes those, and those are the ones that he puts in, I think, on his accessible on his site as an MP4, or he does it up the archive, or he puts it on BitChute or whatever. It's first processed by YouTube, is my understanding. So what Michael has done, he says, I need to have a script that takes all of your site, it puts it in HTML, how it's going to be displayed, pulls out the video, compresses it, then puts it back where it needs to be as a compressed file. So that when we transfer all this stuff over, it's not this big giant, we don't need it, whatever, because Mike says. And the reason is not that we couldn't do it, is that it makes the sites and IPFS and all the stuff that we do run slower unnecessarily. So he's trying to fix it. So he's adding some complication to this to try and get smaller files, because when a Pirate Life for Me guy buys a pirate box and we have a Liberty library on there, we could platform a bunch of other sites if we just trim down all the video everybody puts in. So that's the reason. Why would we give a crap? They got broadband, what do we care? Well, the reason is that the Liberty library can fit on a 2 terabyte hard drive. Or you need 16 terabyte hard drive if everybody's doing video. So that is the reason why Mike wanted this, made a request for it. People came to his rescue, did it, rock and roll. How far off am I?
Nope, that's it. Ray's done a brilliant job, man, and it's got an easy user interface on the first one he did, and now we're just stripping out some of the lines of code that are underneath it, so we can put that into the batch program that is going to be updating the website.
So Mike is focusing on the content providers taking their existing sites and developing new ones, and as we get a redo on some of these that you need, because here comes the internet 3-point kiss my butt, and and James and I have been talking about this for years, and he's like, all right, now's the time, I'm ready, let's do it. Let's get somebody. So we're in the marketing now, and we have, a lot of things that we would change, like to work on Freedom's Phoenix too. But, it's a security thing. Derek's not just going to, give him access to servers and do it offline or something, And so we're working on that, but we got so many things to do. And May is a lot of me, kind of bringing people together to make sure this happens. Now, for what Thomas is doing, the script that you have that goes in, because when we first started doing this years ago, I remember you had a little micro SD card that you shipped me, and I put it into my, Raspberry Pi, and boom, it was working. Yeah, that there was, doing that. Now, the radio station, this is something that you may want to be talking to Mark that does the Studio 8425, whatever it is. He is broadcasting on Float live this show, and from LRN, and what we're hoping to accomplish is that when they pull files and media files from the content providers that go on the float, it creates a master depository of the shows that then can be curated and create different channels, stations. And if somebody can do that for broadcasting, people go there for the station of whatever program director to whatever he wants, that individuals can do the same thing, which is what RSS was growing to be until Google wanted to put a stake in its heart in like 13, because this is Aaron Schwartz stuff. He's the one that created that, and they get suicided because he I can see what they were trying to do. Individuals can be their own aggregator, just like Freedom's Phoenix is, which is what I was before I started doing radio. I had it's called, Update Ernest Hancock. And it was, to keep me out of the spamming thing of whatever, and you subscribe to an early mailed list of whatever. This is before Freedom's Phoenix. That list grew from 3 to 5 when I was doing my radio show, and then in 2005 that list had become like 3,500 people. That became the beginning of Freedom's Phoenix database. That's what that was, and it was emailing out these links and so on, so people knew what was up. So I'm going, okay, this is IPFS has gotten to the point to where you could be your own curator of your own aggregation of shows and so on, and then send that out. And Float would have that, repository of all these different shows, so that you could be your own aggregator, your own page, your own channel. So that's what we're trying to, at a fundamental level, make it to where it empowers any and every individual. But from that will come people that do it better than others, like the meme list that I get every day from Greg. I'm like, who else is going to spend hours and hours and hours of, somebody's going to do that. You can do it. Yeah, you can. You're going to do it? Probably not. So if we create the foundation for this, people like Mark are the ones that have the incentive, the ingenuity, and the desire to do this kind of stuff, can do it with the tools that we're creating. And by doing it with IPFS, it makes it easy for anybody to do it, and to equally be a content provider and archived information that keeps going away. That was special edition on Freedom's Phoenix, was Ernie's favorites, and all the great videos that I get, and it's gone, and it's gone, and it's gone. I'm sick of that. Well, now what we have done right now, we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's not gone. So where are we on, in just a minute we got left here, Thomas, on the Pirate Box, what are we capable of doing now with this here?
Well, like you said, you can basically add new things to IPFS and pull things back that the address of. So it's a full IPFS node. I've added my whole video scraper toolkit is on there, but it's not a grandma adjust button yet because I haven't focused on that area. Yeah. But all the same exact code that I use to pull videos off from YouTube, Vimeo, and 1,000 video sources is on the Pirate Box. It can be used for a geek, but it's not grandma adjust button. Then I've got the setup of the whole getting you on the internet thing. Is you pull the box, you turn on your Pirate Box and it says, welcome to Pirate Box. You've got to get on the internet. So it walks you through a little bit of the setup of the IPS node. Asks you 3 questions. When you answer those 3 questions and you're on the internet, you're done. The setup is done. And then I've got an ability to turn the IPFS node to enable or disable public access to that box. So if you were living in a house and you wanted to let everybody use that Pirate Box, you could do that with some limitations, but that's a thing I wrote so that you can turn it on to be public or not. Disable it to be private, enable it to be public.
All right, we're going to be testing it. So this is, we're, Don and I, in the bus on the road. We've been, in the background doing a lot of stuff, working on, and we're bringing it home. It's a finish line of rock and roll, and the man has been, timely. They're making, we all see the motivation for it. And as we talk to the new guys that come here, and Mike, you brought, and they get the full story and a reasoning and why and how far we've gone, they go, damn, okay. I think they share our vision and they are positively influenced. What do you think, Mike?
Well, I agree, and they see the same problem. We could lose all content, just about access to all the Liberty.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
The former vice president is dead. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. Walter Mondale served alongside Jimmy Carter.
In reacting to the news of his vice president's death, former President Jimmy Carter said, Fritz Mondale provided us all with a model for public service and private behavior. Carter had chosen then-Senator Mondale to help him in his run against former President Ford. The two won, but Mondale said as VP, he was going to work.
I was not interested in a ceremonial job. I wanted to be a part of things, supporting the president.
He made his own run for the White House in 1984 and became the first major party nominee to choose a female running mate, Geraldine Ferraro. But he lost to then-President Reagan. He went on to serve as President Clinton's ambassador to Japan and helped avert a trade war over cars.
Fox's Jill Nato. Walter Mondale was 93. The jury deliberating Derek Chauvin's murder trial is tucked in for the night, deliberating a few hours after getting the case Monday afternoon.
Deciding questions of fact is your exclusive responsibility. In doing so, you must consider all the evidence you have heard and seen in this trial, and you must disregard anything that you may have heard or seen elsewhere about this case.
Judge Peter Cahill instructing the jury. Later, he denied a defense request for a mistrial, but acknowledged that comments made to protesters by Congresswoman Maxine Waters were inappropriate and could form the basis for an appeal. Former President Trump, in his first on-camera interview since leaving the White House, telling Fox's Hannity Republicans can make a comeback if they embrace the MAGA doctrine.
You're going to see something that will start to take place in 22 and will culminate in 24, and you're going to see a lot of big things and great things for the Republican Party and for the country.
Wall Street Monday, the Dow dropped 123 points, NASDAQ down 137, the S&P 500 closing 22 points lower. America is listening to Fox News.
Are you running a business? Then why are you still going to the post office? Do it all online with Stamps.com. Avoid trips to the post office, print postage, send invoices, letters, or packages, and schedule pickups right from your home or office 24/7. With Stamps.com, you get discounts up to 40% off post office rates and up to 62% off UPS shipping rates. Go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone, and enter code FOX for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. Stamps.com, code FOX.
The medical examiner has released his ruling on the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick. following the riot in January, and it was neither of the things that had been broadly speculated.
Officer Brian Sicknick suffered strokes and died of natural causes. The medical examiner in D.C. has ruled Sicknick collapsed hours after engaging with protesters during a violent breach of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. He died the following day. Investigators initially believed Sicknick was hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. Later, they charged 2 individuals with assaulting Sicknick with a chemical substance. No one has been charged in the officer's death. Sicknick was 42 years old. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Prosecutors in Indiana say the man who killed 8 people at a FedEx facility last week should have been brought before a judge under the state's red flag law last year, but wasn't, because they did not have enough time under the law's restrictions to demonstrate Brandon Hull's propensity for suicidal thoughts. His mother had called police last year to warn them that her son might commit suicide by cop. Oklahoma City on Monday. A memorial service marking 26 years since the bombing at the Murrah Federal Building killed 168 people and led to the execution of the bomber, Timothy McVeigh. Another state outlawing vaccine requirements for travel.
Republican Governor Doug Ducey is banning regional governments in Arizona from using so-called vaccine passports. He did so with an executive order. In a statement, the governor says while he encourages people to get the vaccine, he does not think it should be mandatory and thinks passports are an encroachment on private medical information. This is Arizona's top 3 public universities are considering vaccine mandates for students and faculty. Tom Graham, Fox News.
And I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
If you're running a business, I'm going to go out on a limb and say mailing and shipping is not your passion. So stop wasting so much time and money and start using Stamps.com. Never set foot in the post office again. Stamps.com brings the U.S. Postal Service and UPS right to your computer. Avoid trips to the post office, print official U.S. postage, send invoices, letters, or packages, and schedule pickups right from your home or office 24/7 with Stamps.com. With Stamps.com, you get discounts up to 40% off post office rates.
The latest edition of The Tom Woods Show is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at TomWoodsRadio.com.
The Tom Woods Show, episode 1878.
Prepare to set fire to the index card of allowable opinion. Your daily dose of liberty education starts here. The Tom Woods Show.
Hey everybody, Tom Woods here. I am delighted to welcome back to the show Jay Bhattacharya, who's a professor of medicine at Stanford University and one of the 3 illustrious drafters of the heroic anti-lockdown Great Barrington Declaration, which we've talked about numerous times on this program. And I just knew I would have a whole bunch of listener questions for Professor Bhattacharya, so I solicited them inside the Tom Woods Show Elite, membership in which can be accessed via supportinglisteners.com. Jay, welcome back to the show.
Oh, nice to be back.
I just have to put it to you just bluntly this way. How has the past year changed you?
From a personal point of view, it's a lot of friendships that I had built up over many, many years have been broken. I've made incredible new friends. I don't really know exactly what that means. I hope I get some of my old friends back at some point, but I didn't realize how fragile some of those friendships were. Professionally, it's been an amazing experience. I mean, I didn't realize I was sort of preparing for thinking about events like this my entire life, but it feels like I have. I mean, I feel like I've used a lot of what I spent my life working on in thinking about this pandemic. Not I was getting it right, but I think pretty productively. So I think it's been, I mean, I don't know what the future holds, but I don't think I can go back to exactly what I did in the past.
Do you feel like what we've seen indicates that either public health is simply broken or there's just something fundamentally rotten at the heart of it?
I think the problem is it's not public health so much as the role of public health in society. Public health has an absolutely important role to play. I mean, they're talking about the goal of public health essentially is human flourishing. But the problem is that when public health focuses on a single aspect of human health and ignores every other aspect of human well-being, it's going to get things very, very, very wrong, as we've seen to this epidemic. And I think that what should have happened is that public health should have played a role, but it should have played a role in the context of other disciplines that are also focused on human flourishing. Economics is, believe it or not, focused on human flourishing. The idea of trade-offs in policy is fundamental in thinking about this epidemic, and yet public health has ignored that fact in many, many, many of its decisions, I think catastrophically so. So it's more the elevation of public health beyond its capacities as opposed to public health itself.
It's funny, the one video I really got in trouble for, even though there's, as I'm sure you know, nothing wrong with the video, one of the criticisms of it was that I claimed that the public health establishment was not acknowledging the collateral effects of lockdowns. And the fact checker said, no, look, the World Health Organization said in October that it acknowledged there were problems. October! So 7 months in, and the best you can do is say, yeah, 7 months later, they did recognize there was something wrong. Okay, you got me. You got me. They did make a statement 7 months in, but I think that kind of makes my point.
Tom, is that it's not just a statement. It needs to be the absolute dead center of how they think about this thing. There are no free lunches, right? That's the dictum of economics, the main dictum. I mean, that's what attracted me to economics in the first place, is that dictum. And yet public health has acted as if the lockdowns were a free lunch. They're still acting like that. The vaccines are not enough to obviate the need for the lockdowns, apparently, is what I've learned in the last couple of days. I mean, it's absolute nonsense. You have to think about these trade-offs sort of as a core part of your thinking, as a core part. I mean, you have to just incorporate into your soul before you start opining on these, or even thinking about making decisions for other people on the basis of these kinds of policies. And they just have not done that.
When I found out I was able to get you back on, I solicited some questions for you from my supporters group, and I do want to run through a few of those. And they're questions that I think we all have, and surrounding which there is at least some uncertainty. So the first one has to do with just how widespread so-called asymptomatic spread is. I mean, we'll remember that at the very beginning of all this, Dr. Fauci quite memorably said that although we can't rule out the possibility of asymptomatic spread, he says that in any pandemic, it is always a symptomatic person who drives it. Now, that statement, like so many early statements, has just been completely forgotten. And I think he does think asymptomatic spread is a at least significant problem. And yet I hear other people saying it's no real problem at all. How is the layman to make sense of that?
So there's two distinct issues there. So first is, what fraction of the cases or the infections that happen result in asymptomatic? Basically nothing, right? So you have the virus, you don't have any symptoms, you clear it, and you're done with the disease. You're immune now, more or less, to reinfection, for a considerable time. How common is that? And I think there's some dispute in the literature. The early seroprevalence studies I did, it was somewhere in the order of 40% of infections were like that. I think somewhere in the order of 20 to 40% of infections are asymptomatic. So that's one question. The next question is, how common is it that someone who is asymptomatic spreads the disease to other people?
Yeah.
That's the key question, right? And there, I think we have a pretty good answer. And the answer is, it's very, very rare. So just to give you a sense of what the literature is saying, there's a fantastic study, I think published in January of this year in the Journal of American Medical Association. There was a meta-analysis of 50-some studies, if I remember the number right, of so essentially like household transmission of the disease. Like, so if you're identified as an infection and you obviously live in a house, maybe with some other people, well, how likely is it that you spread the disease to other people living in the same house, presumably unmasked, presumably in intimate settings where you're just intermingling without social distancing, right? Unless you live in a very weird family, I guess. So the result was that 7 out of 1,000 times an asymptomatic case passes it on to someone else, a family member. If you're symptomatic and you live in the house with some other people, it's 18 out of 100 or 180 out of 1,000 times. It's more than 20 times more, something like 20 times more. It's more than 20 times more common to pass it on if you're a symptomatic case than an asymptomatic case. It's really unlikely that you'll pass it on. It's not zero, but it's also not, if you're symptomatic. I mean, what that brings in mind is like a really simple policy that we could have adopted, but didn't, which is actually something is what Sweden did. If you just recommend very, very, very strongly, if you are sick, stay at home and try to isolate from your family members as best you can. If you are not sick, live your life because the lockdown harms are so high. The disease spread even with the lockdowns, right? We had this notion of the lockdown stopping the disease from spreading as if we are capable of ending all normal human interactions for a year and some. But of course, that's not the reality of human beings' existence. We're always going to have to interact with one another. So the disease will spread. The lockdowns are not a tool to stop the disease and never have been.
I did hear something like the statistic you just gave of 18 out of 100 when we're talking about a symptomatic person within the household. I had heard something like that. Now, when we've been told every time I see the CDC's line, let's say at a restaurant or some public place, a museum, they'll say COVID-19 is an extremely infectious disease and it spreads very easily. I don't know what to compare that number to, because 18%, when I'm constantly surrounded by these people, surrounded by them, and I interact with them on a daily basis very closely, 18% strikes me as low. And I guess part of the reason I've been thinking about this is that if there's only I don't know if I'm really stating it the right way, but if there's only, let's say, an 18% chance that somebody in my household is showing symptoms of it and I catch it, then there's 0% chance of a jogger on the street passing by me and giving it to me. And there's a 0%. If hanging around hours and hours and days with a symptomatic person, is 18% actually high, or is it as low as a layman like me thinks it is?
High, I guess the highest question is relative to what the harm is on the other side of getting sick, right? So 18% is a high number if the disease is really deadly for you. I wouldn't want to expose myself to an 18% risk of the disease.
That's true.
So I think, 18% is, and given that we know older people are vulnerable to this disease, it's a high enough number that you would take some actions to try to reduce it as much as you can. But you're absolutely right, Tom. Jogging past somebody on the street, you are not going to get COVID. It is exceedingly unlikely. Like, there's trillions of interactions like that have occurred since the beginning of the pandemic. And a vanishingly small number of cases actually contracted that way, where you can say, really, this is where I got it from. We've made policy on the basis of epsilon risk, to avoid epsilon risk at the cost of enormous collateral damage. It's just like as if we didn't realize what the trade-offs were. We forgot how to do standard risk analysis.
Well, by the way, I raised that number not because I think it's trivial to a person, let's say, who is vulnerable and could get really sick, but rather that I think compared to what the average person probably thinks, they probably think it's like an 80% chance. So therefore, they think that in a casual setting like a restaurant, well, it must be 25% or something like that. So this false baseline they have in their heads about the likelihood of household transmission informs the way they think about all other sorts of social settings. So if the initial high and the initial number in their minds is too high, then everything else is going to be too high. That was what I meant.
Yeah, no, Tom, you're absolutely right about that. I completely agree with that. That notion that this 18% number, people do overestimate that risk of disease spread. And it's very unfortunate because they end up hurting themselves and others by acting out of this fear. That fear actually, I think, drives the demand for the lockdowns. It's basically at the root of all of the pathology and policy that we've seen. I completely agree with what you just said. Why not just tell people, if you're sick, stay home and isolate yourself? Then you can go to a restaurant. It's just mainly filled with asymptomatic people. People are not going to want to spread the disease. They're wearing masks to stop the spread of the disease outdoors and alone in a car. If you just tell them instead, say, if you're sick, stay home. I just don't understand. Like, that kind of basic advice would have gone quite a long way.
I have a question from a physician, and she says, I work with a lot of other physicians. I have a lot of physician friends, and they all follow the current, quote, science. So double masking, belief in lockdowns, eager to vaccinate their young, healthy children. My colleagues are young and healthy. I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. I just started my first job out of fellowship, and while I discuss mask efficacy and lockdowns with patients, I'm certainly not as outspoken as I would be if I were more established. I'm so appreciative of everything you're doing. How do you get through the days with your colleagues who feel so differently about things? And do you have any advice on ways to reach people who view things so differently than we do? Also, are there any reputable organizations or movements that I could join, or other tangible things I can do to help get the truth out there?
So that's a hard question, because there has been this sort of demonization of any skepticism at all around the policies. And people that have sort of voiced their thoughts about this have paid enormous costs. I assume that would motivate you asking me to start how personally I felt around this.
Yeah.
And I think that it has unfortunately led, just like your listeners, to a lot of silencing of people who have deep doubts about this. I actually think that the majority of doctors agree with this skepticism about lockdowns. I think the majority of scientists are thinking to themselves, this doesn't make sense, because it doesn't make sense. But because the megaphone is controlled by people who are the architects of this policy, they've managed to silence large numbers of people. A lot of what I've been motivated to keep speaking about is to give people permission to talk. But for someone who's just starting on their career, I've gotten lots of emails, Tom, from people who have spoken up, young people in settings just like your listener, and they've gotten reprisals. One just recent email I got from an epidemiologist in Belgium who's fired from his job because he spoke up against lockdowns on Belgian national TV. A professor. It's a very, very bad environment for this kind of. To me, I don't see any other choice. I'm willing to pay the cost to speak up, even if it gets censored. I think I kind of feel like I have some obligation for that. And I think everybody has to make their own personal choice. That you shouldn't go into it blind, though. It's no easy way to do this, given the environment. I will say this: I'm hopeful. I don't think this kind of environment can last for a very long time in a liberal society like ours. I think the roots of free exchange of ideas are too deep in American society for it to continue in this way. And I think most of the reason why this has happened is the fear. And once the fear starts to dissipate, and I think it's on its way with the vaccines, I hope that we can get back to sort of who we ourselves. We can go back to arguing about the deficit or something. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I actually miss those days now. Yeah. Of course, this all calls to mind we don't have to get into in any detail what's been going on YouTube, and you yourself have had material taken down when you were at the roundtable with Governor DeSantis, and YouTube decided that it was important that a roundtable of experts advising a major U.S. governor that just be kept secret from the public. That's the best approach to take. And it seems to me like YouTube is acting as if the progress of science occurs with the ossification of heterodoxies. I beg your pardon, orthodoxies. We have orthodoxies that take shape, and we defend those orthodoxies, and we silence outside voices. And that is not at all the case. And in fact, a lesson right from this episode right now is early on with ventilators. Ventilators seem to be the go-to thing with a lot of COVID patients. And I remember watching a very amateur YouTube video by a doctor made in his home saying, I think this is a mistake. The over-reliance on ventilators may actually be counterproductive. Now, thank goodness the science police weren't already enforced then. They would have shut him down. That was not the consensus. But he turned out to be right.
Yeah. No, I think science can't work when you have this environment of censorship and recrimination for people who dissent. I might be wrong. It's possible, right? I've been wrong about lots of things in my life. The issue isn't whether I'm right or wrong. The issue is I think of science like a dialectical process, right? So, you think that lockdowns don't work. I think lockdowns work. Well, there's some empirical implications that we can both agree on that should happen if you're right. And let's all look at them. So is Florida a disaster area? Is it doing much worse palpably than other similar states? Well, then the answer is no. That means I'm wrong. Lockdowns didn't work because Florida didn't adopt a lockdown. California did. Right. So that's the way science works. You have a thesis, a antithesis, and then you look at evidence, decide which is right, and you arrive at a synthesis. And then we start disagreeing about another thing, mass or whatever it is. Right. So the point is that there's this process requires that people can freely say, no, Tom, you're not right. Or no, Jay, you're not right. And then we can look at evidence together and argue about whose view is closer to the evidence. Right. I think that's the only way science can work. And to undercut that in this pandemic has been probably the single biggest mistake. Well, maybe the lockdowns. I will weigh in the balance, which is worse for humanity in the long run. But both have been utterly disastrous.
Well, especially when you think of how unprecedented lockdowns on this scale are, and that they do seem to run counter to everything we know about pandemic preparedness and stuff. You would think that it can't be the case that they are automatically assumed to be correct and effective. How would we know that? We've never tried anything like this before. So of all things that we would want robust discussion of, you would think a radical break with the past like this with far-reaching implications, we're just going to automatically assume that that's the right thing to do, automatically, without even looking at it? That's the shocking part to me.
Yeah, it was an experiment tried on the entire world population, more or less, with absolutely no informed consent, no democratic process to decide whether we're going to go into this or not. It was just assumed that it was going to work. We had no choice. Do it to flatten the curve. 2 weeks and then into 13 months, I guess.
What can you tell us about the variants and how concerned people should be? I mean, Fauci has been fairly, I mean, it's hard to nail him down, but I've seen a lot of people who have been, let's say, fairly pessimistic this whole time, who have come out and said the variants are being overblown. They're not as big of a problem as people are saying. So what do you think?
I agree with that. I mean, if you look at the literature, there's two key things I've been looking at in the literature about the variants. One is, and this is probably the most important thing, do the variants escape natural immunity if you had previous infection? Do the variants escape immunity to the vaccines? Those are the two things. And the answer is no in both cases. I guess the third thing is are the variants more deadly? And the answer is it doesn't appear to be palpably more deadly. And it certainly doesn't change the age gradient of who's most vulnerable to the disease. The variants have that same age gradient. This thing, the virus mutates, it's been mutating since the day it was released into the population. Tens of thousands or more mutations have happened already to this virus, most of which do nothing to the virus or maybe make it, sort of less good at infecting and killing people. So I don't, and the variants that have survived, you kind of expect when you're reaching sort of a large portion of the population already immune to the virus, you expect that the mutations with a small selective advantage would take over the few remaining cases. And I think that's roughly what we're seeing. Like take in the UK, the B117 variant arises there sometime in mid-December, I think, and right as the caseload declines very sharply. And somehow we're supposed to think this is going to restart the epidemic. It was a bad prediction then, and if someone's making that kind of prediction now, it's still a bad prediction. The variants don't change anything fundamental. You don't do a lockdown, you do focused protection. And with the vaccine, we can do pretty close to perfect focused protection.
I had Eric Topol on the show to debate Martin Kulldorff a few months ago. And
I heard that. That was a great show, Tom.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, he had a chart or a graph showing where he projected the case numbers were going to go because of B117. And it just went in exactly the opposite direction of what he predicted. Now, nobody's perfect. I mean, our people have made predictions that didn't come true. It's just that if our people make predictions that don't come true, the media would just harp on it forever, whereas we get all kinds of crazy predictions from Fauci or Joe Biden or whatever, and then nothing happens, and then we just move on. I mean, the Texas Rangers game is not, certainly it seems to me very unlikely it's going to lead to much of anything, but no one's going to follow up and say, maybe we created unnecessary panic. No one seems to follow up with that. It seems to be a double standard in how we're treated. I know this comes as a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, there certainly has been. I mean, there's been this asymmetry. Like the idea is that spreading fear is responsible because then it'll get people to take the pandemic seriously, as if it's possible to have people take it any more seriously than they already do.
I know. Yeah, it's crazy. But on the other hand, by the way, I'm seeing a lot of musical acts with full tour schedules starting late summer and fall. I don't think every single one of those is going to cancel. I think some large events are going to happen.
Okay, so this is, should I make this prediction? I'll just make this prediction.
Please.
I think by the fall, we'll have something very, very close to normality, even in California, which is fully locked down. And many places in the U.S., I think we're almost already there. But I think the key thing I think that drives the fear is the deaths and hospitalizations.
Right.
80% of people who are older than 65 in the U.S. have at least had the first dose of the Pfizer, Moderna, or maybe the J&J vaccine. 80%. Given those numbers, once that population is fully vaccinated, the cases and the deaths and hospitalizations will decouple from one another. And so you count cases, but they don't result in hospitalization and deaths. Where's the fear? If you look at the seroprevalence data worldwide, the infection fatality rate for people under 70 is 0.05%. 99.95% survival post-infection. Now, I mean, I don't think that will, with numbers like that, you're not going to be able to engineer the fear that's resulted in the demand for the lockdowns, the antisocial behavior that's sort of become endemic, this sort of like institutionalization of hypochondria, I think will start to dissipate.
Oh, I love that expression, the institutionalization of hypochondria. That's a good one. Did you know the other two Great Barrington Declaration scientists before all this began?
I didn't. In fact, they're two of the folks I had in mind as some of the new friends I've made. I mean, they're like family to me now. But I did not know them before this epidemic. I had used some of Martin's work in some of my own work that I'd done previously. I mean, he's a brilliant biostatistician, but I hadn't known him personally.
It's interesting to follow him, by the way, because I think if you were to sit back and read his Twitter feed, but particularly the replies he makes to others over the course of the past year, let's just say he's become gradually spicier and spicier as things have happened to him. He hits right back at people who, he had somebody accusing you guys of, I don't know, stalking him or hounding him or harassing his employer about him. And Kulldorff simply said, look, none of us even know who you are. Okay, I don't know what this is about, but I assure you I am not spending any time on whoever you are. Crazy, crazy stuff going on out there. So somebody wants to know, do you personally, in your own work, have you had direct experience with the CDC, the National Institutes of Health, and what's that been like? Has it been okay?
Almost all of my work in the past has been funded by the National Institute of Health, in particular the National Institute of Aging. And I mean, I think it's a great institution. It has the capacity to enable many, many scientists to do work that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do. I think it's a hugely good investment. But just like anything, even good things, it has costs. I think we've sort of seen that in this epidemic, right? So the head of the NIAID, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, is Anthony Fauci. The head of an agency like that wields enormous power over the agenda of the agency. And many, many, many infectious disease doctors and researchers, very top people in the field, rely on those NIAID grants. I didn't actually tend to rely on NIAID grants. Most of my work is in aging, so it's the National Institute of Aging, which generally has been freer about this, so it has a much less heavy hand than NIAID. And I think that, I mean, in the back of my head, I haven't seen this like documented, so I don't, maybe it's not right, but in the back of my head, I've had the sense that like, maybe now we should view NIAID funding as a conflict of interest that needs to be, sort of taken into account when you're reading, the opinions about lockdown for someone about that, with that background.
Can you think of any other episode in, let's say, your lifetime involving health in which there were, in effect, two distinct sides that vilified each other, that it wasn't just a matter of, I've reached this conclusion, you've reached that conclusion, let's go back and re-examine it, but it really became a vilification campaign and people were afraid to speak out, or is this something new?
I mean, Martin Kulldorff says this is the end of the Age of Enlightenment, 300 years, right? The Age of Enlightenment started with this vilification episode of Galileo, right? Or is that 300 years ago? I should know my history better. In any case, I think that we kind of had developed norms where you could have disagreements within science without this kind of vilification. I mean, I think you've seen some episodes like this with, in the Soviet Union with Lysenko and Darwinian evolution, the vilification of Darwinianists, or more recently in the US and elsewhere about any dissent over climate change science. So I think it's not like unprecedented in history, but certainly, I mean, I've never seen it in my own work. I mean, it's never, the field I've been in has been characterized by lots of disagreements, health economics, and it's, I think, really healthy to have those disagreements. A healthy field has these kinds of disagreements followed by, sort of good empirical work to try to decide which views are right, and then you move on to the next thing. I think that this is, the problem here is that this particular scientific disagreement has affected every single person on the face of the earth negatively and made it impossible, close to impossible, to have a rational discussion so we can decide if we're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And as a result, we just followed this policy, this lockdown. Most of the world has followed this lockdown policy without actually having had a chance to have the debate that would have helped us realize whether it's a good or bad thing. I mean, that was, again, part of the reason for the Great Barrington Declaration was to really just to restart this debate. Because if I'm honest, I don't think there's anything new in the Great Barrington Declaration. It's a restatement of the old pandemic plans.
Yeah, and in fact, I'm pretty sure if you go back on Twitter and look in the very, very early months of all this, you can find some of the people who later became your antagonists early on kind of groping toward that position. And then when the other position became the established one, all of a sudden it was like they had never said the other thing before, that everybody just jumped on that bandwagon so rapidly.
On the basis of no evidence. I mean,
yeah, right.
What evidence came out was like the Imperial College model. That's not evidence. That's a model with 5 million assumptions, many of which have turned out to be, in retrospect, not quite right. So I think it was fear. It wasn't science that drove the switch to lockstep support for the lockdowns. It was fear.
What is people want to know about these vaccines? And I hear people, I mean, here's the thing. I have no background in any of this. I'm a historian, but I have a level of intelligence where I can look at graphs of different places. And if I'm told that we're facing a threat that's so catastrophic that it justifies impoverishing people, burning through their savings, causing all kinds of other collateral health problems, whatever, then I better be able to see the effects of the mitigation measures clearly on the charts, and I'd better be able to see massive outbreaks when in the absence of these measures. And if I look, for example, I'm actually putting together a quiz where people are going to have graphs and the states aren't going to be labeled, and they have to pick which is the one with the heavier mitigation measures. And of course, they won't be able to. But I'm going to do a pin the Thanksgiving on the Midwest, because the Midwest did not spike during Thanksgiving. It spiked at another time right around Thanksgiving. But all at once, apparently everybody in the Midwest simultaneously, it must have decided to follow the public health measure. I mean, obviously something else is going on here. So anyway, so I intend to do stuff like that.
I mean, that's science, Tom, right? That's what you're doing is science, right? You're saying you have one view, lockdowns are drive the spread, and lack of compliance with lockdowns drive the spread. You have another view, which is the disease spreads regionally and seasonally. And if you think view A about lockdowns is right, then one ought to be able to tell the difference between those graphs. If view B is right, then you're going to have a much harder time. So I think it's so clear at this point that lockdowns cannot be the primary explanation for the changes in the caseloads and whatnot of this virus.
Right.
This is a virus that spreads regionally and seasonally.
Right. Well, so the reason I bring this all up is I'm writing I'm not pretending to be an epidemiologist. I'm not pretending to be a public health expert. I'm just a guy who wants to know what the explanation is behind these charts, or at least for people to say, as Andy Slavitt said on MSNBC, Andy Slavitt, when he was asked, what's the deal here? California and Florida are almost indistinguishable, and yet Florida's mostly open, has a much older population. I mean, you would think it would be the opposite. And he was reduced to saying, well, there are a lot of things about this virus that are a little bit beyond our ability to understand. That was all I wanted them to say, was just to admit I know it seems like we have incredible certainty given how robustly we're imposing these measures, but a lot of this still is elusive. That was really all I wanted to hear. Well, likewise, I don't know anything about vaccines, and I'm never going to, in my available time, I'll never be able to learn enough that some other person who knows more couldn't come along and refute. So I have to rely on people I trust. And I'm hearing some people telling me the vaccines are actually very good and the numbers do look very good. They seem to be very effective. I have other people saying whether they're good or not, they're not really vaccines in the traditional sense because of X, Y, and Z. Can you try and sort this out for lay people?
Sure. So I think both are true. So first, these are fantastic vaccines, Tom. And I have to say, like, if you asked me at the beginning of the epidemic, would it be possible to develop this kind of technology so quickly, get it tested and mass produced in the speed that we've done it? I don't think I would have said yes. In fact, I know I wouldn't have said yes. But especially for older people for whom COVID is such a deadly disease, they are such a great idea. They're a godsend because the side effect profiles, I mean, they're not perfect. No vaccine is perfect in its side effect profiles, but it's low enough that the risk of COVID dwarfs the risk of the side effects of the vaccine. I think you get to a certain age where that's no longer true. And I don't know what that age is, where I'd say don't take it because the side effects, if you're a kid, I mean, it's not clear to me that the vaccines are overwhelmingly better than COVID for a very, very young person. So there's some age cutoff in between where the vaccines turn from, sort of just you'd be indifferent between them. But it's interesting, like almost all of the discussion around the policy has ignored this age gradient, right? So the lockdowns are this unfocused policy that quarantines young and healthy people in the hopes of stopping the virus from spreading, ignoring the age gradient and say, why not just do focused protection of the old? Same thing with the vaccine distribution, right? So actually, one thing we did right, most states did actually prioritize the old first for the vaccines. And that's a good thing. I mean, that's why we're sort of starting to see this decoupling of cases and deaths. I think the moral case for vaccinating the young in the U.S. first is terrible. But even now that we've vaccinated many of the large fraction of the older population, I mean, I kind of think we want to send these vaccine doses overseas to older people outside the U.S. who need them way more than, say, a 25-year-old American who's at very low risk of death. I mean, we can discuss exactly when that is. Now, you also had a second statement, which is that the vaccines are a novel technology, and they are a novel technology, right? Especially the mRNA vaccines are really novel technology. It's a normal, like traditional vaccines introduce an antigen into your bloodstream, and then your immune system reacts to it, produces an immune response that makes you immune to the virus that has that antigen present. This vaccine, what it does is, let's take the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, it introduces an mRNA strand, which then essentially, in effect, infects a cell. The mRNA strand isn't taken up into the nucleus of the cells, not incorporate the DNA. It's just the mRNA is then turned into the spike protein that's expressed on the cell. Then your immune system finds those things and turns to be very effective at finding those spike proteins that are produced on the cell surface. And it produces a lasting immune response. It acts like a vaccine, although it's not exactly the same mechanism as traditional vaccine.
Then why is it then, I mean, with a traditional vaccine, we don't generally have the question of, well, if you get the vaccine, we don't know if you could still wind up getting whatever the disease is and then transmitting it to somebody else. But with these vaccines, that does seem to be in doubt. Why would that be?
It's true with the traditional vaccines too. There's a big discussion around every time there's a new vaccine. How effective is it as reducing spread? How effective is it at neutralizing infections? How complete is the protection? I mean, very few vaccines are 100% effective in both. So it's finding the right antigen that works, getting your immune system to respond to it appropriately, and producing lasting immunity it tends to be an art actually, rather than like a specific. I mean, obviously science is involved, and so that's what stunned me about this. Like we sort of got to the right antigen almost immediately. We produced a delivery mechanism that produces a lasting immune response. Again, almost immediately. We tested it at scale. I mean, within months, and then deployed it within a year. It's an actually remarkable achievement.
Can we close with the issue of vaccine passports? If I remember correctly, you and Professor Kulldorff jointly wrote an article on this. If the vaccines are effective and they do the things that people hoped they would do, then isn't it a small thing to ask people to do this because you would thereby contribute to herd immunity and bring everything to an end? I mean, look, you already know what the argument is, but what's the problem with that?
Well, I mean, think about what a vaccine passport actually is doing. It's saying we're going to divide society into two, if you have the vaccine or not. And we're going to deny access to normal human things if you haven't had the vaccine. Well, I think 120 to 170 million people somewhere in there have been already infected with COVID and are immune. They don't really need the vaccine to pose no risk at all to anybody else. We're going to deny them access to airports. We're going to deny them access to restaurants, to sporting events, to schools. I mean, are we really going to? I mean, it's like Jim Crow, right? You're reintroducing this sort of division on the basis of some measurable thing, and then you're saying you can't have access to society on the basis of not having this measurable thing. It's a very, very coercive, unequal thing, especially since the set of people who've been infected they tend to be the people who haven't, essential workers and then poor people, working class, who have not had the luxury of staying home during the lockdown. So I think it's very, very unequal and unfair. The second thing I'd say is it's bad for public health, right? Because it's completely reasonable. I mean, if I'm somebody who's looking at this and doesn't know a ton about vaccines, I'm going to say, well, if you say that vaccines are so good, Jay, why are you forcing me to get them? Why you? I mean, my reaction will be, you're trying to pull something over on me. It's very bad for public health. It sort of creates this distrust of public health, and a completely reasonable distrust of public health when you employ these kinds of coercive measures, as opposed to just telling people, here's what the data show. A good example of this is the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. You have this system that finds 6 cases of CVST, this thrombosis event, in millions of people that have had it. The 6 all are under the age of 50, right? What's the right way to deal with that? You trust people. You say, look, for people under the age of 50, we've discovered this 1 in a million event, and here's the risk of COVID if you were to get it. You make your own decision what to do. I think people will mostly do the right thing, as opposed to creating this distrust. You have to get the vaccine or you can't participate in normal life. The vaccine passports are a guaranteed way to create distrust and dissension, which will make public health work much more difficult.
Well, one last thing related to that, because I have a friend, I think it might be Phil Magnus at AIER, but I'm not entirely sure, who refers to Dr. Fauci as the nation's leading vaccine skeptic. Because he gets the vaccine and then he says, I'm not going to restaurants, I'm not going on any trips, I'm not going to do this, that, or the other thing. And people are responding to that with, then what would lead somebody to get this vaccine if it means, if it means you're just going to continue in this way? But couldn't he come back and say, well, just as you, Jay Bhattacharya, said, with any vaccine, we need some time to see how good it is at doing X and Y. And I'm just trying to be mindful of safety and measure risks and benefits and wait for the numbers to come in. Is there anything wrong with his approach?
I guess if you have that point of view, you're risk averse in that to that extent. I'd ask you to be consistent in your risk aversion to that extent. And maybe Fauci is. I don't know him personally. As someone who has the position he has, where people are looking to him for leadership around this, and given what the most likely outcome is from this vaccine, given the data that we've had up to now, it is absolutely safe to interact with other people after you've had especially the second dose and waited a week. I mean, there's absolutely almost vanishingly small likelihood that you're going to get COVID from it. And if you do get COVID again, it's almost certainly to be a very mild infection, not a severe outcome. That's what now tens of millions of people have been vaccinated, and that's what we've seen. Even in the early days of the vaccine, 30,000, tens of thousands of people have been vaccinated. We saw something very similar. So I think he is reacting to vanishingly small risks and changing his life in ways. Fine, I don't have any argument with someone. If he views that risk as particularly salient, fine, it's up to him. I'm not boss of him. But the problem is that he is a role model for hundreds of millions of people, and to act that way creates skepticism of the vaccine. Phil Magnus is absolutely right. He is the number one vaccine skeptic in the United States. He's done more for the anti-vax movement than anyone else that I know of.
Wow, that's a heck of a thing to say. I guess I want to close with this, and I don't want you to say anything one way or the other, whether you know if this is going to happen or not, but it seems to me that somebody needs to persuade Scott Atlas to write a book about his White House experience, telling everything, naming names, and also talking about whose approach worked and whose didn't. He's got the name recognition, the credibility. He's got the reputation that needs to be restored. If he's not working on that book, then the world makes no sense to me. I'm just going to leave that there.
Tom, can I give you news to you share with your audience? He's writing it.
Oh, is he really?
He's really writing it. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, I'm so happy. That is so great. Oh, that's so great. Jeez, I would love to be the publisher that snagged that deal. That is so great. Well, anyway, listen, I don't want to take any more of your time, but I appreciate, as I say, I had a bunch of listener questions. I just wanted to check in with you because after that YouTube fiasco, I just could, I had a video taken down, but it was on somebody else's channel. Then I had it's not really a video. I put all my podcast episodes on YouTube, so it's just the audio with a still shot. And that one had this fellow Ivor Cummins on, and they took that down, I think, in large part because I think they may have tagged his name, so they review everything that comes up with his name. And I guess what bothers me, but I know I should just let it, roll off me, and it's no big deal, and it happens to everybody. But, honestly, I think of myself as a serious thinker, and you're highly credentialed in this particular area. So I don't like being treated like some wacko. And that's, in effect, how I feel when this happens.
Tom, it's exactly what it is. It's an effort to essentially, they can't really stop the ideas from getting out. What is it is an editorial decision to say, look, you're wrong. It's so wrong that we're going to not let you be on our channel. And it's to tar you with this brush of some saying crazy things, right? The problem is that they have not made the argument. They have not made actually the argument that we're saying crazy things, that we're wrong. If we're wrong, show us. And then I'll change my mind if you show me, and if you show me the evidence, I promise you I will. That's sort of I'm built that way, and it's part of my training, right? I know you are too, Tom. It's the same way, right? If YouTube showed you the evidence that this wasn't right, and you agreed with the evidence, you'd say this wasn't right. We got that wrong. Instead, they skip a step. They jump to you are not allowed to speak on our channel because you're so dangerous. It is absolutely. It's a non sequitur. Instead of actually arguing with you, they're going to try to thrust you in this way. That's really the problem. It's not that they can stop you from people from hearing you. It's that sort of skipping of the step of the intellectual argument that would allow them to say you're wrong. So, and I think this YouTube censorship thing is, the funny thing is the videos they censored were actually news channels covering the event. And then NBC wrote a story essentially favorable to YouTube in favor of YouTube censoring news channels. It's the most extraordinary thing. I can't. There's something wrong with American democracy if the media is cheering on censorship of the media. There's just they not understand that it could come back to bite them at some time. It seems really strange. You'd think there'd be people who'd be up in arms about this, and I think people are starting to get upset about it.
I'm going to just do one more thing. I said we're wrapping up, but I just want to know, what is your impression of Ron DeSantis, having interacted with him at least several times?
I've never met a politician like him. He's extraordinary. He called me out of the blue sometime in mid-September, like on a Sunday morning. I'm not sure exactly I got my number, but he called me up, said, would you like to speak to Governor DeSantis? I said, okay. And he'd read we had a 2-hour conversation about COVID policy. This is September of last year, right? And he had read all the papers that I referenced, and not my work, but like lots and lots of other papers. He knew all of the details. It was a remarkable conversation. And then we had this like roundtable on September 25th with Martin and Mike Leavitt, and with DeSantis leading it. And the next day he lifted most of the restrictions all across Florida. I mean, there's this like combination of like bravery, intellectual bravery, and also willingness to take a stand and sort of knowledge that I've never seen in a politician before.
Yeah, and I completely misjudged him. Initially, I thought he was like one of these jocks who, gets into Yale and pulls C's and, whatever. I just, for some reason, I thought that. And now I really reproach myself for some reason having jumped to that conclusion, because when I saw the initial roundtable he did numerous months ago, I thought he was so informed, and without any notes, he was so informed about the literature. And I mean, now it's not that uncommon for people to know about the Iceland contact tracing study early on relating to schools and the spread and stuff. But, he just knew that off the top of his head. For all these people criticizing him for not following the science, or governors, whatever, he could go up against any governor in the U.S., it seems to me.
Go up against epidemiologists. I mean, most epidemiologists don't know the literature as well as he does. I mean, I don't have enough words. I mean, I'm still stunned by it. I didn't know anything about him actually before, basically before September, really. I've just been very impressed.
Well, one way I know there won't be any other lockdowns in Florida, I mean, not only because the numbers seem to be trending down and we have reasons to think this thing is coming to an end, or at least a manageable equilibrium, is that he's staked his entire political fortunes on there being no more lockdowns. There's no way. It's not like George Bush saying, read my lips, no new taxes. That this is way beyond that. Everything about Ron DeSantis now is that he is the guy who let Florida live. That's who he is.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's basically, like, I had a reporter ask me about him from Politico, and the sort of line the reporter was trying to give me was that he got lucky, that he turned out to be right ex post, but he got lucky. And, obviously there's great uncertainty about risks, about any policy of this kind of scope. But, it's not actually luck. He was very, very well informed. And the policy that he adopted for his state, this focus protection policy, is robust to a lot of uncertainty. I mean, let's say the IFR is double what I think it is. Well, that actually still focus protection is the right policy, because as long as you have that age gradient in risk, the right thing to do is focus protection. It's robust to a very large number of what if the herd immunity threshold is way higher than I think it is? Well, what's the right policy? Well, still focus protection is the right policy, right? It doesn't matter what a lot of these scientific uncertainties are. By adopting a policy that's robust to scientific uncertainty, he's sort of inoculated himself against, in a sense, being wrong, because he's adopted a policy that will be right over a very broad range of sort of scientific parameters. Whereas the lockdown folks, they're only right for a narrow set of scientific parameters, and those scientific parameters turn out to be not right. So I think, in a sense, he's not lucky. He actually is smart. I mean, he really got the policy right by delving deep into the science.
Yeah, no kidding. And the thing is, though, despite all the confidence you might have in what you've been reading, he still must have had some sleepless nights, when the Sunbelt spike was going on, maybe. And now that was probably before the full opening, but it was still somewhat open. Yeah. And he must have been wondering and second guessing himself, at least in private, because you are dealing with people's lives here, but he stuck with it.
Yeah, I mean, he staked his career on this, right? I mean, I guess I staked my career on this too, right? But I think the key thing here is, like, why are we having? This is one of these things where we're going to look back and just hang our heads and say, why do we do? Why does it require staking people's careers on this, when what should have happened is a reasoned discussion in March about who's at risk and how do we protect them? I read a Washington Post piece by Mike Osterholm, who's like one of Joe Biden's advisors now, I think, on COVID, from I think it was March, where he basically argued for the Great Barrington Declaration, March of last year. So I don't really understand. Even Fauci in February was talking about it in sort of the more correct way. We just changed policy without a discussion, without actually thinking about what the risk profiles were and what the right thing to do based on those risk profiles. Older people, are the most vulnerable. Why not work incredibly hard to protect them? Lockdowns are really going to be deadly. I mean, how could we not know that? I mean, that's a conversation that shouldn't have required people staking their career. That should have just been the outcome of a reasoned discussion at the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, that is indeed how it should have gone. I remember him saying young people should go on that cruise. There's no reason they can't, but old people should think twice. Yeah. And then suddenly it was absolutely no one ever could go on any cruise, even as the numbers seemed to become less panic-inducing. Like the more manageable it seemed to be, the crazier everybody became. I don't know what was going on there. But all the same, Jay Bhattacharya, I want to thank you for your time and also for being a quiet scientist who just wants to do his work, but who, in this particular set of circumstances, has risen to the occasion in ways that are probably not comfortable for you, but that are important for the rest of us.
Thank you, Tom. I really appreciate the words and appreciate the opportunity to talk with you.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for another week of episodes here on The Tom Woods Show. I don't know what's happening next week. I haven't got a single thing planned, but I know it'll be the usual quality you have come to expect. I'll see you then.
Become a smarter libertarian in just 30 minutes a day. Visit TomWoods.com to subscribe to the show for free, and we'll see you next time.
Like the sound of The Tom Woods Show? My audio production is provided by Podsworth Media. Check them out at podsworth.com.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm. The latest edition of Good Morning Liberty is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at shows.lrn.fm.
Having your own home is awesome, but it's also a lot of work. The good news? Finding help for your projects is easier than ever. Introducing Angie, the app that puts all your home care needs at your fingertips. Need a pro to fix that emergency leak? Maybe find someone to build a deck, or even set your seasonal tasks on autopilot. Angie can handle all that and more. Expert pros, hundreds of home projects, clear pricing, and the easiest way to book and pay in seconds. This is Angie, your home for everything home. Download the app today.
This is Good Morning Liberty.
Well, what is up, all of our liberty-loving friends? This is another fantastic episode of the Good Morning Liberty podcast. My name is Nate Thurston. I'm one of the co-hosts here. The other one, right across from me, is here today. Very special guest, Charles Chuck Thompson.
Thanks for having me.
I'm happy that you're here today, Charlie.
Thank you. I will be doing for sure.
I'm so nervous.
For sure. I'll be doing more of the speaking today, although I suspect that's normally the case anyway.
Hi.
But Charles is still reeling from his tooth problem. His nasty snaggle tooth just went ahead and got cut out last week. Couple of them got cut out, and he's still hurting pretty bad right now.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You've had an interesting day.
I have, yeah.
First of all, you had jury duty this morning.
Yeah.
And that was interesting, I bet. And then you chauffeured me back to the dentist because I was still in a lot of pain. And he only gave me enough pain medication for like 3 days. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I went all weekend with basically nothing. And I was so miserable this morning. And I really didn't sleep. So you took me back. And they were like, yeah, there's nothing wrong. And I'm like, well, why am I hurting so bad? And he goes, you're a big guy.
You're a big guy.
That's what he said to me.
Really?
Yeah. He goes, you're a big guy, sometimes harder to heal.
What?
And he was like,
Did you tell him you weren't diabetic?
I know. He's like, there's no infection and there's no dry socket. He was like, it's just, sometimes it's different for different people. I was like, okay.
So he called you a bee in front of your face.
Essentially.
Yeah. Okay.
Essentially, he started off by saying, does your mom know? And I was like, does she know what? And he goes, you're a punk ass bitch. And I thought that was very unprofessional.
Yeah, doctors these days.
Say.
Yeah.
But he did.
Yeah, that's how they're teaching them.
So I was like, oh, well, no, she doesn't, but she'll listen to the podcast and she does now. So essentially, I'm a giant wuss.
All right. Well, at least we all know that for sure now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It was also very highly suspected. We all kind of thought that was the case. And now we know for sure that Charlie...
Doctor prescribed.
Yeah, we know for sure that there's nothing actually wrong with Charlie. He's just being a bee about all of it, okay? So that's fine. Yeah, you mentioned I did have an interesting morning. I got up this morning and went down to the courthouse there in downtown Nashville and reported for jury duty. And it looked like I was...
Raise your right hand?
It looked like I was on the civil courts side. And
boring.
So I got really uninterested really quickly. And they were like, do you have any reasons that you can't do jury duty? And I was like, well, I'm self-employed, so I won't be able to make any money. And you guys going to pay me money? And they're like, no. So I was like, okay, well, I don't really need to be here then. And literally she just goes, well, you're free to go. That was it.
Did you get like a written sign thing saying
they just gave me a parking pass, a thing to get free parking? That was it. I think that's what she meant. If not, there could be a warrant out for my arrest right now. I'm not really sure.
There might be. You always got to get a signed napkin or something.
Yeah. So I was interested in doing it because I believe heavily in the principle of jury nullification. And I was kind of excited about the idea of keeping someone out of prison for committing a nonviolent crime that shouldn't be a crime. And a lot of people disagree with this. I've had some interesting discussions with people over the last several weeks while I was waiting for jury duty. And I think that that's an important thing to do. Even if, say, got in there and someone was being convicted of, I don't know, selling some drugs or something like that.
Loose cigarettes.
Yeah, loose cigarettes. I don't know. Do I believe that is something they should be doing in their time? Do I agree with it, really? No, I mean, I don't think it's a great life choice. I don't think they're particularly helping society in any kind of way. Do I think that they should be put in a cage because they were doing that for any number of years? No, not at all. So I would not enforce that law as a juror on that. And an interesting conversation I had with someone was like, well, if they find that the person did break the law and you know that they broke the law, then you have to find them guilty. And I said, I sure as hell don't. I don't have to find them.
It's in the Geneva Convention. Look it up.
Yeah, look it up. I do not have to find them guilty. I have to vote the way that I went to, which sounds very subjective. Of course, there's a lot of bad things that could happen from that. People could be found non-guilty when they do commit crimes that take liberties away from other people. But that already happens anyway. And we might not call it jury nullification, but people could say, vote not guilty if they saw that, OJ killed his wife and the dude she was banging, and they could vote not guilty anyway. There's jury nullification, I guess. But I do think that it should be used heavily when there are unjust laws, when there are tyrannical laws out there. For instance, if you were someone who was aiding slaves that had escaped, and you were helping to hide them or something like that, then it was against the law, and you were being tried in court. Well, I would hope that someone on the jury would decide to find that person not guilty, because that was an extremely unjust law. And I looked up all of the precedent on this. I was reading a lot about the precedent on this to see if I was correct, because I was looking at being on a jury, and it goes back way back into the olden days. It's back in English common law, things like that. I can't remember
old English commons.
I can't remember what country this was famous in. Maybe Ireland or something like that.
Scotland.
But someone was
Scotland.
Well, I was talking about a specific case. I can't remember where exactly it happened. But
Scotland.
Is this where it happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
You
just want to say Scotland?
I like Braveheart.
Okay. I like Braveheart. So I'm just going to say Scotland over and over again until you acknowledge that I'm saying Scotland. Someone acknowledge I'm saying Scotland, please. So this case way back when they were finding the guy guilty, it was a Quaker, I believe, was preaching something that was not okay. And the king didn't like it, okay? And the jury didn't
even like his accent.
The jury was refusing to find the person guilty, and they ended up taking the jury and holding them for a few days, actually, with like minimal food and water, trying to torture them basically until they would agree to find the guy guilty, because it was clearly against the law that they had, and they were refusing to do it. And so the story goes way back several hundred years ago to when people were exercising their right to fight against what they believed to be very unjust laws. So I wanted to do that today, but what I was not interested in was enforcing like some kind of lawsuit against someone for, I don't know. I wasn't interested in that today. So Anyway, if you guys have any other ideas on jury nullification, you think it's a good idea, bad idea, let me know via this private Discord. If you're a member, if you're someone who's gone to patreon.com/goodmorningliberty and you have subscribed and you're watching right now, what you think about the principle of jury nullification, because I happen to think it's a real good idea, and I think more people should practice that. I was also worried that the fact that I do this podcast and we talk about all kinds of things all the time, that someone could dig back into this and use it to overturn a verdict, that they could declare a mistrial, they could do anything like that if you just went back through and listened to all the stuff that we've said on a daily basis for a few years. So overall, probably just not a great idea for me to be on a jury, I don't think.
Well, let that be their problem.
Yeah, I guess that's their problem. But in that case, I guess that would only happen if you had found the person guilty, and then the defense could go back through that, because if they're found not guilty, then I don't think you can do that again when someone's found not guilty.
You can appeal it.
Yeah. I don't know if wouldn't that be some double jeopardy or something like that?
Well, you just appeal it.
Well,
you would appeal it as a prosecution.
So, okay. You heard it here first, folks. You would appeal it as the prosecution.
Yeah.
Speaking of cases, closing arguments going on right now in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former police officer in Minneapolis accused of killing George Floyd via knee on the neck. And I got to tell you, I don't know exactly where I would go on this trial, where I would go on this verdict. And it might be because I haven't watched much of any of the court proceedings. I haven't gone through a whole lot of the evidence. I don't know exactly whether or not I could find him guilty via the laws. I know I would for sure hope that there would be new laws and new precedents set that would stop police officers from being able to do a lot of the force tactics that they use. But I don't know what the exact laws would be or how I would apply them in this case. I'm just going to tell you that. Have you formed an opinion on what you think it should end up with, Charles?
Oh, I think he should be guilty of the manslaughter charge, for sure.
Is that the second degree manslaughter?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's the because I don't think it was his intent to kill him. at all. But I do think that whether or not he had drugs in the system, whether or not it was a counterfeit 20, it doesn't matter. Police officers shouldn't be able to execute people in the street or cause their death. They should do everything possible to restrain somebody without causing their death. And I mean, the guy was handcuffed and on the ground, and I know he was difficult to get in the car, but to knee on his neck for 9 minutes, I don't think is appropriate.
Yeah.
Regardless of anything else. I mean, it's just not an appropriate action. And I think you can be charged with incidental murder and all kinds of things that you weren't necessarily meaning to do.
Yeah.
If I was driving a car and being negligent and you died at the hands of me driving a car, I could be charged with manslaughter for that.
So that is the negligence part is what does matter right there, and whether or not Derek Chauvin was being negligent or whether or not he was following any type of police procedure or anything that is allowed under Minneapolis's policing laws. If he was doing something that, say, someone else had done also that same day and the person didn't die and everything was fine and they found that police officers can do that sort of thing, I think it makes it a very difficult case. And what I really want to come from this is that what I'm worried about is he'll be found guilty, which I'm totally fine with him being found guilty on the charges. What I wouldn't like is that he's being found guilty because the jury is afraid to find him innocent. I don't want that to be the case. If they do think there was reasonable doubt or that he did follow some type of police precedent, that they would still find him guilty because they're worried about what would happen otherwise. I'm worried about that being the case. And so I want to make sure that if he's found guilty, it's being found guilty for the proper reasons.
But I think regardless of what the policies and procedures are, I mean, in World War II, they told the Germans that it didn't matter if they were following orders.
Yeah.
There are some things so heinous in life. I think you should understand that there are certain things you can do in life that are going to harm another human being, regardless of if you're following the law or following procedure or whatever, just like the Eric Gardner case in New York. The thing about it is, because what you have to do is you have to put yourself in George Floyd's situation. What if you did something or were accused of doing something and a police officer treated you so shittily that they killed you?
Yeah.
What would you do? Or one of your family members?
I definitely
put yourself in that situation. Put yourself, if that was your brother or if that was your uncle or father.
But in the case of a trial, what needs to be done for the defense of someone who's being charged with a trial is putting yourself in the situation of the person who's being defended in the trial, and whether or not they acted in accordance with the rules that are set out for them. In my opinion, I think we can obviously make an emotional case that I didn't want George Floyd to die. I don't think anything he did had any reason for him to be killed that day or for him to die that day. But all I would say from a defense standpoint is, did Derek Chauvin follow police procedure and someone died? Or did he break what the procedure was and someone died as a consequence? And then, of course, what the defense is trying to prove, right, with their closing arguments we just listened to, is that this whole but for the knee on his neck, would George Floyd have died? What they're trying to prove is that regardless of whether or not his knee was on the neck, George Floyd was going to die because he had taken so much fentanyl, because he had so many drugs in the system that he was going to die regardless. The fact that the cop was holding him down was actually just inconsequential to the entire thing that happened, that he was going to die anyway, and which is what they're trying to argue right now.
I don't think that's true.
Essentially. So that's what I've understood it to be anyway. So all I'm saying is I think that this is a difficult trial. And what I would like to see come from this is a good talk about qualified immunity, a good talk about the rules for policing, because we are giving the government authorization to use force over us. We think about these cases in terms of, if I held you down and you died, then am I guilty of that? But that's not the case between the two of us, because one of us would be a police officer, and a police officer is in a very unique standpoint because they have actually got legal use of force over other people, whereas I don't have any legal use of force over you. And so on a legal standpoint, that's really going to matter. So thinking about it in terms of the two of us is a lot different than thinking about it between the terms of one person actually having a legal ability to use force on someone and someone not.
If you can't do it, the government shouldn't be allowed to do it either.
I'm not arguing the philosophical ideas right now. I'm arguing from a trial standpoint.
Well, I guess Joe, so a couple of things. One, we just got done watching part of the defense, what's it called? Closing arguments. And he actually took his last breath at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So he wasn't dead at 3 minutes. It was 8 minutes, 20 seconds. And that's what the defense was saying. So it was relevant. And I did watch the video. And look, of course, they tried to treat him well. Of course, he was resisting. You know, he was combative. I'm not saying that he wasn't.
And they actually put him in the police car, and then they took him back out of the police car.
They struggled to get him in the police car.
Yeah.
The problem is that there has to be better ways to restrain people than kneeing on their neck. That can't be something that you use to restrain somebody. You know, the same thing happened to Eric Garner when they choked him out. You know, they choked him out for too long, and the guy died for selling loose cigarettes. You know, and look, say what you will. I'm not saying that I hate cops. So don't hear what I'm not saying here. I think there's plenty of good cops. Okay. There's plenty of great cops. We have to change the narrative in this country. That I agree with what Wes says here, is that accountability isn't going to change unless the nation gains respect for one another. We have to change that by doing a couple things, I think, which is one, reducing so many laws. The fact that he had fentanyl in his system or methamphetamine, I don't care if he took a whole bag of heroin. Like, who cares, right? That shouldn't be a crime. Obviously, I don't know what to do about the counterfeit 20, but reducing those police interactions, one, and then two, there has to be better ways of detaining people to charge them with a crime to have their day in court, without using tactics that could lead to death. Because he is innocent until proven guilty, but not anymore because he's dead.
My question would be that I think the drugs in the system, and listen, I think he's going to be found guilty, and I'm going to be okay with that. I think if anything, the fear of what would happen if he wasn't found guilty is going to lead to him being found guilty, which is the part that I don't like about it. But my question would be, if they hit him with a taser, and he had all those drugs in his system, he had all the same stuff going on, they hit him with a taser, and he had a heart attack and died, then would the police officer be guilty of manslaughter or murder at that time? Because without the police officer hitting him with a taser, he wouldn't have died. And obviously, we're just going back and applying a different situation here, but if the cop wouldn't hit him with a taser, he'd still be alive right now. Mm-hmm. And so if the taser ended up causing them to have a heart attack, or causing them to, with all the fentanyl and all that stuff in the system, well, then did the cop kill him, or did he die because of what was in his system? And so maybe I should just be a defense attorney. I don't know. Maybe that's what I would do. I'm not sure.
It's a tough case.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. It's tough.
Police have killed more than 1,000 people with tasers since 2000 from PBS right there. And that's another thing. Like, if someone has a condition, maybe they have a pacemaker, maybe they have something like that, and they get hit with a taser, are you guilty of murdering the person? Because what you did, if you had not have done that, would the person have died? Really, it's the medical condition that the person had that led to them dying. And if you followed your procedure and inside of all of our laws, and you hit them with a taser and they tragically died, should you be brought up on charges? I don't know. I'm just I'm interested in seeing what they come up with on this, and obviously this is going to be something that gets talked about quite a bit. So, and what I was saying earlier is, if he's found guilty, I want him to be found guilty based on the laws and based on the idea that our police shouldn't be able to do this, or that that whole idea, and not because they're trying to create a referendum on racism or white supremacy or police killing black people or anything like that. I want him to be found guilty based on the right reasons, based on the right application of the laws. And that's really all I have to say about that. That's about it right there. That's all I got. So one of these, there's no evidence that this was racially motivated. But trust me, if they would have found one thing that Chauvin had ever said that would indicate that he was racist, it would be all over the place. It would be everywhere. But there isn't a thing. And if it did exist, they would have found it. And so that I think it's pretty clear that this was not due out of someone that was just racist towards people. So
that's 100% true.
So we'll go to this article here from the New York Post. All right, the New York Post. You guys have probably heard the story on this, but I want to have a conversation about it because this is a common theme that we hear about. The BLM co-founder. And so we've heard the story, okay? But we need to talk about the ideology. We need to talk about how this always happens and why this always happens. Every time this ideology ever occurs anywhere. Why is this always the case? Why are there always people at the top of the ideology that are raking in millions of dollars somehow, living in nice houses, while the people they're pretending to support are out there living the hard life, living the real life? Why is this always the case? So the BLM co-founder, Patrisse Cullors, defends real estate holdings. I'm just going to call her PKC because the name's in here a whole bunch. So the Marxist Black Lives Matter co-founder, PKC, tearfully defended her $3.2 million real estate empire, insisting she didn't use a penny of BLM donations on herself. Quote,
Wes said tax the rich.
Tax the rich. Exactly. Quote, I've never taken a salary from the Black Lives Matter Global Networks Foundation, she said Thursday. That's important. She told the host for Black News Tonight, Mark Lamont Hill, because what the right-wing media is trying to say is that the donations that people gave to Black Lives Matter went towards my spending, and that is categorically untrue and incredibly dangerous. Now, this might be the case, by the way. The thing I've been hearing all weekend is that BLM raked in $90 million, and someone here at the top has somehow made enough money from all those donations that the donations are going to the people at the top, and they're able to buy, for instance, a $1.4 million house in L.A.
Well, she specifically said Black Lives Matter Global Networks Foundation.
Yes. So
are there any?
Yes, there are nonprofit wings that are not called that. There are for-profit wings that are not called that right there. She specifically named one part of the organization, but did not name the for-profit part. Yeah. So, and what that pay might be is cloaked in secrecy, as BLM's for-profit branches do not reveal spending and executive pay. PKC is in hot water since the Post first revealed on Sunday that she snapped up 4 high-end homes as donations poured into the movement, especially in the wake of horrific video of George Floyd's death under the knee of Minneapolis cop. PKC has said that the nonprofit foundation took in $90 million in 2020. Quote, she said, I'm a college professor, first of all. She continued, I'm also a TV producer, and I've had 2 book deals. My first book that came out was a New York Times bestseller, and I've also had a YouTube deal, she said. Okay, so she's making the case that the money didn't have to come from BLM donations. And she's right about this. The money didn't have to, because there's been TV deals, there's been book deals, a YouTube deal here apparently, a college professor, which is probably making way too much money being a college professor. So the fact that you were able to buy up recently a $1.4 million house, not completely out of the ordinary for doing all of those things. So this does not have had to have come from the BLM movement's money. All right. But that doesn't matter. Just so you know, that part doesn't matter. That's why we don't need to focus on that part. Here's what she says. Now, remember, this is the Marxist co-founder of Black Lives Matter. I don't know if you guys have read any Marx, but typically Marxists like to talk a lot about the people who are in the rich, wealthy 1% or the 0.1% if they make it into the 1%. We got to talk about the 0.1%, the evil people at the top, while all these people down at the bottom are struggling to get clean drinking water and adequate housing and pay for health care and all of these normal things and not getting a living wage, and that we have to fight the rich, that we have to stop the rich, we got to eat the rich, we got to tax them, all these things.
It's impossible for you to get ahead.
You can't get ahead, especially if you're black, especially if you're if you're a woman of color. Can't get ahead. It's impossible. It can't happen, okay? But here's the defense that she has. This is why she can spend this much money on a house, by the way. All of my income comes directly from the work that I do. Okay?
Weird.
So it's okay to have $3.2 million in houses because all of her income comes from the work that she does. This is the Marxist organizer of Black Lives Matter. Quote, but I also want to say something, Mark, and she was talking to Mark, that feels very important. Organizers should get paid for the work that they do. They should get paid a living wage. So she does want to make sure that people at the bottom in the organization are getting paid at least $15 an hour. So it's okay. She's basically a union boss, is what I'm hearing so far. She confirmed that she owns 4 homes, but said she invested in the properties to take care of her family. She said, I'm not renting them out on some Airbnb operation. The way I live my life is in direct support of black people, including my black family members, first and foremost. My money is not my own. I see it as my family's money as well. PKC also took some time to rip the media for reporting on her lavish spending. She said, the fact that right-wing media is trying to create hysteria around my spending is racist and sexist. So you got to make sure you get that out there.
As if there's not a daily article about Bezos' wealth.
Yeah.
And everybody else's wealth.
No. She's the only person that's had to deal with anyone talking about her wealth or the amount of money that she spent on anything. And it's because she's a black woman. No one else gets articles written about the amount of money they have or what kind of houses they buy in LA.
Nope, not at all.
Never happens. We don't ever see that. It's only for women of color. That's the only thing.
Look, I'm proud of her.
And that's what we should be getting across here.
I think real estate's great.
Good for you.
Congratulations.
Good for you.
She said, I'm not renting them out in some Airbnb operation. I wouldn't care if you were.
Yeah. I wouldn't buy houses and then rent them out to people that couldn't afford hotels when they wanted to travel to a nice city. I would never do something like that.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Only evil people rent things out on Airbnb. It's awful. So this is something that happens all the time, by the way. This is not some unique thing that's happened inside of BLM Marxism and never happens inside of any other Marxist organization that there's ever been. For some reason, you always see this. You see someone pushing for the people. You see someone pushing against the rich, the evil people at the top that have all the houses and have all the millions and billions of dollars. And then what do you end up finding out? The people who run the organization or the people that are running that country end up in real nice mansions while somehow they just never trickle it down to the people at the bottom that they're trying to help. Mm-hmm. Somehow the people always trickle their money up to the people who are running Marxism, and the real Marxists never find a way to trickle it down to the people at the bottom. They never really, but they always make sure they take care of themselves.
So weird.
It is really weird. You could go down the line. Maduro's got a nice Maduro overweight while he is subjecting the rest of Venezuela to the Maduro diet. So that's not working out very well for those people. Bernie Sanders has got 3 houses. He's been speaking out against the rich for a long time, but he made all of his money on a book deal. So that's okay. Mm-hmm. He made the money from doing the people's work. So he can spend that money however he wants to. It's totally fine. If he doesn't want to take that extra money, those extra millions of dollars, and donate those all to charities, or make sure that he's got $80,000 to live on for the rest of his life, and then give the rest of it out to all the people, that's okay if he doesn't do that, because he made that money by doing the work that he does. Which is, of course, the opposing idea there would be that the other people at the top, they just stole the money somehow. Mm-hmm. They didn't earn the money by doing any kind of work that they did. And so they don't get to decide where that money goes. She gets to decide where the money goes because she earned the money doing the work that she does. All right?
It's so amazing how
very
they
easy.
use the free market.
It's very strange. Very strange how you'd be okay with taking TV deals, book deals, all those sorts of deals, and then use that money to get houses. Why does this always happen? Hugo Chavez, plenty of money to go around. His daughter, daughter, billionaire. You think she earned the money by doing the work that she does? No.
It's a big YouTube deal.
Big YouTube deal for the Chavezes. All right. That's how they made all their money. For sure. You guys think Stalin was living in a shack down by the river, hoping that the government was going to give him money every day to live on? You think he was out there working the fields, getting the last part of his grain and giving it out to the government? No. But that's okay. He was doing the people's work out there. He was doing the good deeds out there for people. This always happens because the people who are running these organizations, they're still out for themselves. She says, my money's not my own. I see it as my family's money as well. That means the money's your own, and you've decided that you also want to share it with your family.
What about everybody else?
What about all the other families? Why is your family more important? What about all the other black families out there in LA, in California? What about people that are homeless out there? What about people who are struggling to pay some of their bills? Still okay to spend millions on houses and then go out there and talk about how we need to destroy capitalism. Why does this always happen? It's always the case all the time. Mm-hmm. Bernie Sanders is out there still 3 houses talking about how we got to get rid of the rich. And people let it slide. They let it go. Mm-hmm. It's insane. She wants to help her family while BLM's website said we needed to destroy the family.
I just thought about that.
You can't make this crap up, man. So it's time for people to realize that they're being lied to by people. That when the only difference between the poor person's principles and the rich person's principles is that they're not in the position to have all of the money. And when they get the position to have that power and the money, they think that they're going to be completely different. They think that they're going to still have the same principles of redistribution of all the money and not want to have the nice houses and the nice cars and all the nice things. The only big difference is that you're not there. And when you do get a chance to be there, what you always see is that they end up becoming the people that they've been railing against the whole time.
Because they earned it.
Because they earned it. And they know that they did hard work to earn it.
Why would you want to share something you earned?
Yeah, that would be unjust. Mm-hmm. If you were going to share something that you worked hard for. Think of all the hours that she put in for BLM and ends up getting a TV deal, ends up getting a YouTube deal and book deals. She earned that money. Okay? She earned it. And so she gets to spend it on whatever she wants to, which is totally fine. But it's also totally fine for us to call out the fact that she's a hypocrite. Okay?
With a capital H.
And we can call out hypocrites, by the way, when they are people who would literally burn down our houses if they wanted to. You shouldn't just go out there and call it, because people do things that are wrong. I can do things that are hypocritical. I know you guys probably don't think that's possible, but I could probably do things that are hypocritical.
Uh-huh.
And there's no river doesn't contain a bend. Okay? I could probably do something hypocritical. So me pointing out that someone's doing hypocritical things is really okay in the sense that this person would take my money if they saw that they could do it. They would tell people to burn down my house if they saw that they could do it. And then they also end up living the life of the people that they are trying to get all this anger built up against. So they're hypocritical. I can make fun of Joe Biden. You know why? I wouldn't make fun of old people who have dementia, who have Alzheimer's, who stumble over their words. I wouldn't make fun of old people for doing it. I wouldn't make fun of old people for falling up a flight of stairs. That's terrible and disgusting. But when that person wants to put me in a cage for not giving over the proper amount of money or for not giving over my guns, then you know what? All the rules, all the bets are kind of off at that time. You can make fun of them for whatever you want to. Totally fine.
I think you can make fun of anybody at any time.
Well, I mean, you can.
Yeah.
You can. What I'm saying is it becomes more okay when that person is
I think
literally going to exercise force against you when they have the opportunity.
I think laughter is the best medicine, unless your teeth hurt. Then
That's true.
It hurts to laugh.
It's true. Does it hurt to talk?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I started hurting about halfway through, and so
I noticed you started like going over to the side, like, oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about something else, but I can't. That's the thing about mouth pain is that you can't think about anything else.
No.
Like if my toe hurt right now, I'd be like, okay, my toe hurts. Yeah, whatever. But your mouth, it's right there.
It is right here. It's funny. You always think about other types of pain, and then when something bad happens, you're like, that kind of pain's really bad because you use this thing all the time. And what I've found out is that you really don't recognize that until you have a specific thing in different regions of your body. And you're like, I use that all the time. I feel bad for people who have that pain right there, because I would never make a huge deal about someone tearing a tendon in their finger with a knife. That's not tearing, that's stabbing a tendon and slicing it with a knife. But you know what? You use your hands all the time. You're just using hands all the time. It really hurts. It hurts real bad to have a severed tendon in your finger. I got my appendix out. You know how much you use, what little ab muscles you have when you're moving around? It's like everything you do. Mm-hmm. You're breathing, you're eating, you're coughing, you're laughing, you're using your stomach all the time. And it hurts.
That core, man.
It hurts to have that right there. So what I found is every part of your body is important. That's really what I found.
I'm against pain.
Yeah. Anti-pain.
I'm anti-pain.
Antifa.
Not only am I anti-death, I'm anti-pain.
Yeah. You don't want any pain at all. Pain is not Charlie's gain.
It's the worst.
Okay, well,
where the hell does it come from?
I'm going to go ahead and suggest that we end the actual show here. We can keep talking here for a minute, but I think that it would be a good time to go ahead and finish up. That was really the most important story. And it's not really this person or whether or not they're using BLM money or whatever. It's the ideology that you need to think about. It's always a lie. The ideology is always a lie. And that is what you need to take. That's the idea when you're talking to people online about this. If you do end up in a conversation about this, it doesn't need to be a personal attack or a theory about how they're siphoning money out of BLM's donations. It needs to be about the people who are running Marxism and the Marxist revolution are always going to be doing really amazing, while the people at the bottom end up staying in the same conditions the whole time, because that's the way that this ideology always plays out. And typically the way the ideology plays out is the people at the bottom end up being worse off after that revolution occurs. And that is why we really have to worry about that. That is why the people at the top of these movements do need to be destroyed when these things happen, because the ideologies that they are pushing will end up hurting a lot of people, and especially hurting the people that they're trying to help. If you guys enjoyed today's episode, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button, because that tells the algos that people like the videos. We're trying to push the YouTubes right now. So go to the YouTubes, subscribe, hit like on all the videos, and comment something too. And we really appreciate that. Make sure you follow or subscribe, and you tell a friend, you tell an enemy, and tell a family member that they need to listen to the Good Morning Liberty podcast every single day of the week when we want to, because that is how we pull ourselves out of this hellish, tyrannical, dark abyss that we've been running down for so long, just terrible lengths of amounts of time, and we have to pull ourselves out of it. Okay, you stay classy. So what you got, man?
That was fantastic.
Okay. All right, guys.
Leave us that rating and review, folks, please.
There you go.
Leave it.
Yep.
Leave it on there. A nice one. Unless you're mad at me about the Chauvin thing. Then don't leave anything.
I think most people would disagree with me on it. Even though I'm saying that he's found guilty, I'm totally fine with that. I haven't officially made an opinion on it, because I haven't gone through all of the evidence. Actually, I have not watched all of the case, and I have not read all the evidence. So I honestly can't make an official opinion on it. I know that I completely disagree with George Floyd dying, but I disagree with people dying every single day. And I'm going to be interested to see how this goes.
Yeah.
So
y'all leave us that rating and review on iTunes or Apple Podcast or Stitcher, wherever you can leave that rating and review. Y'all do that. And if you do all that, we'll be back again tomorrow. Hope you guys have a good day and a good morning, Liberty.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with AgristHosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to AgristHosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's AgristHosting.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
You know that at some point in your life, an emergency is going to happen. You just don't know when. You could call the government and maybe they'll help, or they might shoot your dog. Why call potentially psychopathic strangers when you could ask your friends, family, or neighbors for help? Cell 411 makes decentralized emergency response possible, and it's free. Visit getcell411.com or download Cell 411 from your favorite app store. Getcell411.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm. This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at lrn.fm.
Offering a simple solution to the border. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. Former President Trump says finish building the wall, telling Fox's Hannity.
The contracts were already there. The materials there. It was going to be done very quickly. And we got delayed for 2.5 years because we were sued by Nancy Pelosi in Congress not to build the wall. I won the suits. We won all of the suits. We won everything. And then they don't finish the wall. The wall is imperative.
One of President Biden's first acts after taking office was to stop construction of the border wall and reverse several of his predecessors' border policies. Mr. Trump telling Fox's Hannity all Biden had to do was leave it alone. Former Vice President, Senator, and Ambassador Walter Mondale has died. He served 3 terms as a senator from Minnesota before being tapped as Jimmy Carter's running mate in 1976. He ran for president himself in 1984 against then-incumbent Ronald Reagan, a debate between them producing one of the more memorable debate lines in history when Reagan was asked about their difference in ages.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Even Mondale laughed at that, but he lost the 84 election in a landslide. Walter Mondale dead at 94. The Jerry and Derek Chauvin's murder trial sequestered for the night after beginning their deliberations Monday afternoon. They'll resume in the morning, the city and the state preparing for the potential for violent demonstrations. Colonel Matt Langer of the Minnesota Highway Patrol says they're bringing in extra help from out of state.
We do have a contingent of law enforcement officers coming from the Ohio State Highway Patrol and the Nebraska State Patrol to be helping us as we secure critical infrastructure. And our hope is that we don't need them at all because it's about helping with some surge capacity, but it's also the realization that we need to plan for the absolute worst.
America is listening to Fox News.
Indeed is the job site that makes hiring as easy as 1, 2, 3. Post, screen, and interview. All on Indeed. Get your quality shortlist of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description faster. Only pay for the candidates that meet must-have qualifications. According to Talent Nest, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Get started right now with the free $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/Fox. Indeed.com/Fox. Offer valid through June 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy says he will call on the House to censure California Congresswoman Maxine Waters for telling protesters in suburban Minneapolis over the weekend they must become more confrontational. McCarthy telling Fox News Primetime.
I think this takes action, especially when she has a pattern of this behavior. To have censure simply takes the majority of the House. But what could happen if this was to pass, because of the Democrats' rules, she would lose her chairmanship of the Financial Services.
But House Speaker Pelosi has said she does not think Representative Waters should be punished and shouldn't apologize for comments the Speaker says were made in the manner of the civil rights movement. State of Florida has a tough new law against violent protests. Governor Ron DeSantis saying the anti-riot law means if you harm others, particularly a law enforcement officer in Florida, you're going to jail. Not guilty pleas Monday from the suspect in Kristen Smart's disappearance.
Paul Flores and his father Ruben were arrested last Tuesday. Paul Flores was charged with murdering Kristen Smart. She was last seen leaving a party and heading back to her dorm room at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in 1996. While her body was never found, the district attorney says they had uncovered new evidence, including physical evidence, this year after investigators searched his father's property. He says Paul Flores was the last person to be seen with Kristen, and he alleges that Flores killed her during a rape or attempted rape. Ruben Flores has been charged with being an accessory after the fact to the crime of murder. A judge denied Paul Flores bail, and a hearing is set for Wednesday to determine if Ruben Flores can make bail. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Struggling to control rampant homelessness, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti says he plans on spending nearly $1 billion in federal government stimulus money to get the homeless off the streets. Hockey has a new Iron Man. Patrick Marleau of the San Jose Sharks has played in his 1,768th NHL game, passing Gordie Howe for the most in league history. I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Nutritional experts have dubbed turmeric the remedy of the century, and Stop Aging Now has harnessed the power of this medicinal herb in their #1 best-selling formula, CoQ10 Ultra. Get a 30-day supply for 40% off plus free shipping at stopagingnow.com with promo code FOX. Deep inside the turmeric root lies the compound curcumin. It fights inflammation and free radicals from head to toe for a strong heart, sharp brain, pain-free joints, and healthy aging. CoQ10 Ultra
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482.
Hey developers, do you want to add Bitcoin to your apps, website? Want to make something creative? AnyPay is the way. We made a super simple API just for you at anypay.dev. You don't need any special knowledge of Bitcoin. Plug it into your app or website and it just works. Get paid on the transactions your users make. Whether you're brand new to web development or have decades of experience, you can add Bitcoin to anything with anypay.dev.
Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm. The latest edition of Sovereign Tech is next, here on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Download it at sovryn.tech.com.
Power on.
It's TIE Fighter Renegades, a Star Wars podcast.
Ooh, it is time
for some TIE Fighter Renegades. And I know that it's been a little while, but let me assure you, we have a jam-packed, exciting episode. And when I say we, that means me and my man, Robin Freebeard. Robin, man, we're back. Welcome back. Yeah. and it's totally on me. My schedule has been absolutely insane. Actually, what's really happened is I've gone through a complete, I've just had a total change of heart and have totally fallen in love with Disney to the point that I'm wearing a Last Jedi t-shirt. No, I really am wearing a Last Jedi t-shirt, but no, I don't love Disney. As soon as we hit the video, Rob just instantly says to me, he says, you know, you usually wear good t-shirts. I might have done this on purpose though, but anyway, just to constantly throw somebody off. I don't know. We never share our video of these shows, but maybe someday. I don't know. We'll see. So anyway, man, Rob, we have a couple stories to get into as far as Star Wars. Really, I feel like Star Wars has been fairly quiet. I mean, a lot of production has been fairly quiet up until the past couple of weeks.
Well, you mean like actual Star Wars news. There's been plenty to talk about in terms of things going on with Star Wars that really have nothing to do with Star Wars.
Right. There's a lot of political horseshit, certainly, that we could talk about. I mean, there's, what's going on with Gina Carano, what's going on with whatever. I mean, there has been the High Republic stuff. In fact, I don't know that I did a review of High Republic and the material that has come out thus far. I have read every single stitch of it, but I think we'll have to save that for next time. In fact, really, I kind of feel like I should, just because I think the comic book, it needs to get a couple issues deeper before I can really justifiably say whether it's good or not. And B, I think the novel series I got to get one more book in. And there is a book coming out, I think, in another month or so, to really be able to get an idea of where things are going. Because right now, I'm not super impressed with everything. In fact, there's something, I mean, it's good, but it's not great. I don't even know. Good might not even be the best term, the deeper I've gone so far. So maybe it's best that I give it a little more time, a little more content to come out for High Republic. Then we'll get into a full review on it in a future TIE Fighter Renegades. Rob, I know you haven't touched stuff, have you?
No. I mean, I've watched some, videos on YouTube, and what I'm seeing, I don't like at all. Because, I mean, basically it just comes down to anarchists are bad. The state is good.
Fuck. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're just going to take a minute. There's this fucking phrase in the entire High Republic series, and it's in the comics, it's everywhere, the novels, it's all over the place, where everybody's just constantly saying, we are the Republic. And it is the most goddamn annoying thing. I mean, you cannot imagine how often it gets said. And I know they're trying to just Disney's trying to go with, so say we all, right, that everybody talks about with BSG, or like this is the way from The Mandalorian, and they're trying to come up with a catchphrase that everybody will just use on social media, or maybe people that pretend that they like Discovery, or they think they have the cognitive dissonance that they like Discovery, and so they all use hashtag We Are Starfleet or something. So they were just trying to come up with like a phrase that's catchy, that can be used in media and social media. But I mean, it smacks of so much colonialist propaganda. It's horrible. And then you have the Nihil, which what you said is exactly it. I mean, they really treat it like, oh, individualism is bad. And well, we'll save it for a further review. There, I think I kept that in a minute. I did good. Brevity's not my strong suit. I think I did all right. Yeah. So that's coming, folks. We'll make it happen. But no, we do have some actual Star Wars production news and releases happening. So you want to get into it, Rob? You ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So we'll open it up with, really, I think they're both good news, believe it or not. The first would be we got a full trailer and a release date for Star Wars Bad Batch. And Bad Batch is a show, and is it May 4th? Yeah, I think they're doing on Force Day. Yeah.
Star Wars Day. Yeah.
Yeah. So May 4th is when it will premiere on Disney Plus. Of course, like myself, and I'm sure many others, you can watch it elsewhere too. So that's coming May 4th. And it was about a 2-minute trailer that they dropped about a week ago as of this recording in April 2021. And well, what did you think of the trailer, Rob? I mean, they had a trailer before because it was probably the thing, that was the furthest along out of all those shows that got announced by Kathleen Kennedy back at the end of 2020. But yeah, I mean, we did get a full-on trailer this time, right? What were your thoughts?
We learned a lot more in this new trailer.
That's for sure.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually pretty excited from what we're seeing, because my biggest worry is that they were going to stay in the Clone Wars era. And I'm actually glad to see that they're moving past Revenge of the Sith on this. Yeah. So that's the thing that I'm kind of really the most excited about, because well, I'm sure we're going to talk about this. The direction they're going, they could have gone with something a lot more interesting, but these characters have to be the heroes. So they're not going to be working for the Empire.
Yeah. So 2 points. One, that actually disappoints me.
Yeah,
they're not, because I was excited when the first trailer dropped that we had Tarkin. I'm like, oh, Tarkin's in it. Great. You know, like this should do well.
And he always kind of brings up the game in any of these animated series.
Yes. Yeah. He really raises the bar every time. Just like whenever the Emperor shows up, everything, goes up to 11. And I think Tarkin is the same deal. But that leads to my second point, is that I feel like Disney has had the most success since their acquisition, if not monetarily, certainly in fans' eyes, and even in critics' eyes. I think they've had their most success in that time frame between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope.
Yes.
Be it Rebels, be it even certain novels that take place in that time frame that I think are, including the novel Tarkin, as well as the novel Thrawn. And Rogue One, of course, is probably the biggest success that Disney has really had, if not in like dollars compared to the sequel trilogy. As far as what everybody actually gives a shit about, it's Rogue One. And I think that's also partly why, and this is something else that's annoying in all the, not just, and obviously not in High Republic, but in other comics and novels and everything, which I've been reading all of them, folks. Man, the amount of times that Jyn Erso gets referenced, that's a whole other conversation. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing Jyn Erso in Bad Batch. Because I feel like what Disney is thinking is that, people really like this era. And so we're going to, rush content out that takes place in that era. And that's where Bad Batch
because we also have the Cassian Andor series coming out too.
Correct. Which is also the furthest along of any of the projects that are going on. And so I think they feel like, this is a winning space, minus The Mandalorian. Of course, The Mandalorian is, I would say it's an odd man out, but clearly it's the best thing that Star Wars is doing right now.
But that also kind of plays into sort of, classically what fans love, because you're dealing with, the time period pretty much directly after Return of the Jedi, and which, a lot of people refer to now as, the Legends era, where you had, this is basically in the same, time period that you would have the original Thrawn novels.
Right.
And so that is a very much beloved, time period in Star Wars fandom.
Yeah. I get the sense, I think we might end up finding out more about the Great Burn, because we have some idea of when that happened, because of the age of the Mandalorian himself. And I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if in the Bad Batch, if there's a bunch of cameos. You don't really get any other than Tarkin. You don't get that sense, I don't feel, in the trailer at all. But I get the feeling that's going to be a strength of the show, or what they're hoping will be a strength of the show. I mean, to the point that maybe we'll see a young Din Djarin, maybe we'll see Ahsoka, maybe we'll see I don't know. I don't think there's any reason to hold back on anybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know Filoni loves having like sort of these, connective strands between the various projects that he's working on, and even with stuff outside. I mean, like the Rebels did a whole, slew of connections to Rogue One, prior to that movie coming out. Where you had show up in the show several times.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Forrest Whitaker's character.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker. Yeah. Sorry, I had a brain fart.
Poor Gullet. Yeah, Saw Gerrera, who of course was originally in Clone Wars.
Yeah. Oh, and he shows up in the Bad Batch trailer too.
Oh, that's right. Saw is in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all right. So the Rogue One stuff is apparent, and I mean, if Saw's there, of course, we know when you read Rebel Rising, we know the relationship somewhat of Jyn Erso with Saw Gerrera. I mean, you knew it from Rogue One as well, but so I think it's almost a guarantee that she'll be in that.
We'll see a very young Jyn Erso with kind of tagging along with Saw Gerrera, which cool, do it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. Like, I'm really fine with it. It's just kind of odd. Like, boy, if you thought Jyn Erso was so fucking great, why didn't you just keep her alive? So you could keep milking the character. And I don't mean that in any nasty way. There was a very fuck. I'm gonna leave it in. We're doing it live. Shit. So. All right. So, okay. So, speaking of, I mean, because, the character of Jyn Erso was incredibly young when she was in, Saw Gerrera's, faction.
Yeah.
We do get a young character in Bad Batch. This was, so overall, I mean, I'll second what you said. Overall, I thought that the trailer was good. I liked what I saw. I don't really have misgivings. I have critiques. But I was kind of hoping they'd spend a lot more time in the Empire. That's not going to happen. But once they brought in the little kid, and I get it. I know why they do it, because they're here to sell toys and, and whatever else. I understand. But the other part that bothered me is that, like, look, it's Star Wars. It's in the name. They keep giving these little kids like pea shooters, literal pea shooters. I mean, like in Rebels, Ezra had that slingshot for the first 3 years. Then finally they gave him a blaster because I guess he grew up enough or something. But there's just this oddity that, okay, the adults can have guns, but even though the kids are in the middle of a war too, they can't have guns. And she has like this bow and arrow. And like, believe me, I am not a fan of guns. Like don't misconstrue my position here. I'm just saying that I see that as just always odd and it I don't know. I feel like it just kind of takes me out of it because it kills the narrative flow when suddenly like there's a kid there and that things are going to get handled gently. And so you can never really go to kind of the darker places. I don't know. What do you got, Rob? I mean, tell me if I'm nuts.
It undoubtedly that's probably what we're going to get in the first season with this kid character, as we've noted before, eventually the character will grow up and grow out of that phase. But I think because it is an animated show, that's unfortunately that's the market. And, that's one of the biggest criticisms people, lay against Star Wars animation is that it's quote, a quote kids show. And, the people who actually watch it and stick with it know that's not true.
Right. Or that down the line it changes.
Yeah. Unless you're talking about Resistance, in which case you might be right about that.
Yeah.
But that
was just
show,
a mistake.
Yeah. But that show didn't really, either, but A, didn't have a whole lot of time to evolve, and B, didn't really kind of take itself seriously enough to evolve in that way.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's this, it's this annoying disconnect that ultimately I feel like, and this is getting far more philosophical than I expected with this, but that ultimately I feel like just confuses the fuck out of kids. Like, for example, so I watched a movie the other day. I had yet to have seen this. In fact, I think I had said when it came out, I'm not going to bother. I know it's going to be flaming trash. And it was. It was the Birds of Prey, or the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn. Okay. So I watched this movie. And there's this point, like it's a R-rated movie. Incredibly violent. I mean, like knees getting broken, people getting, faces getting cut off and all this crap. It's an R-rated movie, clearly not quote unquote meant for kids. But then whenever Harley Quinn is going to like shoot up the place, she has non-lethal rounds in her gun, and it's completely out of place. But I totally think that the studio is saying, oh no, little girls really like Harley Quinn. We can't turn her into a violent psychopath. Yeah. And it's like, wait, don't you know the character that Bruce Timm created?
Right. Right.
Like, hold on. And so it feels like Hollywood kind of wants to have it like both ways. It's like, oh no, we can only write action because, we're mindless creatives. And that's an oxymoron, by the way. But we can't also at the same time tell kids that, okay, violently revolting is okay. And it just, I know it's a small thing, but every time I see it, it just drives me wild. And there was a time, to be clear, in Star Wars even, where it was very different. I mean, you go watch the Ewok movies, whatever the kid's, Sindul's brother there.
Right.
He had a blaster, if I remember correctly.
Right. Well, in the second movie, they they pretty much murdered the whole family.
Right. I mean, and those are absolutely kids movies. In fact, kids movies that the only way you could see them if you weren't even alive when they came out in the 80s on ABC was on the Disney Channel of all things, back when the Disney Channel was paid for.
And I will give credit where credit is due. Disney Plus did finally, release a bunch of quote vintage content. For Star Wars. So you can see, the Ewok movies and the Ewok cartoon show. I don't know why they left out droids, because
that's weird.
That was like the pair along, like you would watch Ewoks and then droids was like right after that.
Yeah. Actually, so recommendation, folks. So you get to walk away from the show with things you can do. You can get gorgeous 720p and 1080p versions of the Ewoks cartoon, and you can go torrent them. And I mean, they blow away the DVD releases. I mean, you buy 100 to 1. They are stunning. So definitely go do that. Great point that content's available now, but it just, I don't know, this little, I know it's a little thing, but it annoys me very much.
I get it. I see where you're coming from. I was expecting it to a certain degree, just knowing how these things go. I do have a little bit of hope for the character because it, just me, doesn't the character kind of look like a new Mandalorian?
It very much looks like a Satine.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And we know that, dark things are ahead for that culture in this time period of the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. Oh, I think one of the smartest things they could do with this show is attach it to the Mandalorian in some way. Right. I mean, because again, that's so hot.
So yeah, I think there's potential for the character. I definitely think the first season it's going to be a kid character, like very much season 1 Ezra, but eventually that we know that Filoni and crew do have the cojones to go to dark places.
That's true. That's very true. Because of course the Clone Wars went into the darkest places, I would argue, almost than any part of the series.
Right.
I mean, it really, really did.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, like with Tarkin there, kind of hard not to.
Yes. Yeah. And what's amazing? So, I mean, and this is where I get that little glimmer of hope, is that actually, because we've had it in the past on Star Wars, in Disney Star Wars at that, where Tarkin has interacted with little kids. and it was always like really like creepy and cool. Like it was creepy in a well-written way is what I mean by cool. Not that creepy's cool. So, and it worked. Like he had, I remember the whole speech he gives about the lure and the lash, and it's, anyway, I can look forward to.
So my hope is that unlike Rebels, where he was essentially like a cameo character, and the same with Clone Wars, is that Tarkin remains like a persistent villain throughout this series.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's the biggest boon they can have is really like using Tarkin very well. Because again, I also think that he made, because with Rogue One, I mean, with the original trailers for Rogue One, Krennic looked like he could have been a badass. He ended up not being a badass at all.
Right.
And yeah, you had Vader there, but like Tarkin was the one that sold, you just knew with Tarkin around, things were not going to go well for the rebels, because despite what happens in A New Hope, you've got to build up their reputation to how feared he is in A New Hope. And they delivered on that. And so, I mean, it's just one of the best villains you could have in the show.
Yeah. And underutilized.
Yeah, significantly. I agree with you. Yeah. So anyway, that I think that looks that looks like that's going to be. I don't know. I'm hopeful for it. I think this could be a very good show. Yeah. And the trailer again, minus the direction they might go and the kid thing, it was good. It was a good trailer. I dug it. All right. Well, I guess let's move on to our second bit of Star Wars news, and then we got something really special to get into. So this is now we've known that this is kind of, I mean, and certainly with the pandemic, it's been sort of off and on, but the Obi-Wan show is on, and we finally have a cast listing for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. And they did say it was going to begin shooting this month. So Deborah Chow is still the head of it, which of course, if you saw her work with The Mandalorian, we know how good she is with Star Wars and how she can handle that business. And I mean, just phenomenal.
Yeah.
So of course we have Ewan McGregor coming back as Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's not a surprise. A lot of news is going around that, and this might be while we were on our mini hiatus. But that, I mean, we did know Hayden Christensen was going to come back as Darth Vader. So before we get into the rest of the cast list here, and I don't think we have a firm release date at all. Again, production is just starting, so I don't expect it. But Hayden Christensen, how do you feel about him, Rob, coming back, being Darth Vader, doing his thing?
I think it's overdue. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think over the last few years, like the last 5 years, has really been kind of like a new appreciation developing for the prequel trilogy. And, there was certainly, some aspects of, the Anakin character and the way he behaved in the movies that people found, somewhat annoying. That, we found out that since then, like, it really wasn't because of any bad acting on the part of Hayden Christensen, because this is the way that George not only wrote it, but like the direction that he was given on set.
Yeah. I mean, I've been a staunch defender even before, and I agree with you on that. Now there's a newfound appreciation for the prequels. I've been a staunch defender of Hayden Christensen's acting well before then. I think Virgin Territory is a tremendous movie. If no one's seen that, it's a comedy. But it's a lot of fun. He did that movie where, he did Jumper, right? I actually enjoyed that movie. He did that movie where he was like awake while surgery was getting done on him, and he was phenomenal in that. He's a fine actor, I mean, I'm not going to like put him in Harrison Ford's league or anything like that, but he's a great actor.
Right.
And of course, in Revenge of the Sith, he did play Darth Vader in that. He did, lace up the boots, as it were, at one point in there. And yeah, I think this is only a good thing. And I think he's getting, like you said, it's long overdue. It's respect that he really deserves. And I love it. And in fact, I was still on Twitter when this news came out, and I remember things were just incredibly positive on there about it. And I couldn't be happier. Like, good, yes, like give this guy some support. Yeah, I think it's really cool. I don't know how it's going to take shape exactly, but I think it's great that he's there. Phenomenal. So moving on with the list, Moses Ingram. I'm not familiar with her. Then Joel Edgerton, that's the guy that played Uncle Owen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So fine. That's great. I think Bonnie Peace was that was the gal that played Aunt Beru.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Of course, all in episode 2, which, by the way, I mean, even in Star Wars, where people complained about Hayden Christensen's acting, like that scene after he slaughters the Sand People is still one of my top scenes in Star Wars. Like I thought he sold that, when he's saying, I killed them all, not just the men, but the women and children too. I mean, you feel it, and the look on his eyes. You got to have something special to live, because they kind of, John Williams would hint the Darth Vader theme in the background,
right?
And you've got to have a little magic to you to be able to, to pull off, like, for your acting to match the presence of that music, and he did it. And I know episode 2 gets panned all the time still to this day, if any of them do. But no, I thought that scene alone was worth that movie, and his acting was great. Go ahead.
There was nothing wrong with his acting in that scene. If anything, the only thing that bothered me about that scene is Padme's reaction.
Yes. Yep. I agree.
I thought that was really kind of understated.
Yeah, she's just like, she clearly didn't feel, she did not read the room.
Right. Yeah.
Like, no, I don't think you understand. It's like, oh, it's natural to what? No. There's nothing natural here. No. Yeah, I agree with you there. Her reaction was just not there. Yeah, that didn't work. Anyway,
and Natalie Portman is a fantastic actress. So here again, that's not on her.
No, because I thought she was great as Padme, and she had her moments in that movie as well. I mean, like her aggressive negotiations joke, I thought that landed. That was hilarious. And I mean, it was a little crass for Obi-Wan to be saying she seems to be on top of things, but whatever. but Natalie Portman, you buy it. It's like, all right, yeah, no, she's the real deal. That's okay. Well, moving right along with the cast list, we got oh God, how do you say this guy's name? He's hilarious from Silicon Valley. Kumail Nanjiani. I feel terrible.
That sounds right.
This guy, in fact, I love the movie that he did. It was kind of an autobiographical film. He was brilliant in that. I mean, just a fantastic little movie. But he's going to be in it. Of course, we all know how jacked he is now, because he's going to be in some Marvel movie, I guess. But he's a great actor and he can be serious. Like I said, in his autobiographical film, I think Amazon actually made it with him. He's funny, but he can be deadly serious and has tremendous emotional range. Just an awesome actor. So I have no problem with him being in it. And stop me if there's anyone you have thoughts on, Rob. But Indira,
I'll be perfectly honest with you. Like, I don't recognize most of these people.
I don't either. There's only like maybe 5. I don't know. So we have a list of 12. Maybe half of them. No, not even half. I don't know them. So like Indira Varma, no idea. Rupert Friend, maybe, but I don't think I know who that is. O'Shea Jackson Jr., nope. Sung Kang. Now, this one's funny. So this is a guy who, in another very famous franchise, played a character named Han. So I thought it was really funny when I saw him on the list. I'm like, oh wow, Han, we're going to get another Han. and actually, I'd love it if they gave him the name. Like, let's normalize the name Han. I think that'd be fine. In Star Wars, just like we have multiple, Brians and Johns and Janes and whatever, in the real world. But regardless, Sung Kang, he's really cool. He's just got a really cool is the word. He has such a cool look. When you watch him, and his first Fast and Furious movie was Tokyo Drift, but then he ended up so like his character, spoiler alert, his character died in later movies, but I think he's coming back in 9, if I remember. So this guy, I guess, is on a bit of a resurgence with his acting career, and good for him for getting into Obi-Wan.
Those really are comic book movies, aren't they?
Oh, Fast and Furious?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're the only real comic book movies out there.
Right.
Comic book movies aren't about comic books.
Yeah. I mean, if characters die and come back, like, pretty regularly, that's a sure sign of a comic book movie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. I mean, I love those movies to death. And it is just that. Those are real superhero films. Now, what Marvel and DC puts out, those aren't superhero films, but Fast and Furious are. I don't know what Marvel puts out, but anyway, moving right along. Simone Kessel. That's a pretty good name to have for a Star Wars actress.
Right. Let's run with it.
Yeah. Zinger.
But
how many parsecs? How many parsecs? So then we have Benny Safdie. Oh, I probably did not pronounce half those names right. And I'm sure that'll happen as I, go and actually, as the show comes out, and I might watch like some making specials or like some Disney galleries around the production of the show. No, I apologize. I'm not going to go and watch some dumbass YouTuber, talk about all this stuff and give their, whatever crap that they want to spew out just so I can hear how their names get pronounced correctly, Anyway, so moving on. I mean, the look of the cast is fine. The people that I know, I think are great. Like every one of them, everybody in this list that I know, I think they're great. How do you feel about this cast list at all, Rob, even though I know you're not familiar with most?
Like I said, I'm not, that's just it. So, I mean, I'm more, excited about the talent behind the show, which
yes.
I think, is it's going to be phenomenal. And definitely, with such a iconic character, headlining the show, the name being the name of the show, what it's all about, that they're not going to like skimp on this in any way. It's going to have sort of, the financial backing that it needs to look really good.
Yeah. So, and it's a funny point that you bring up because I feel like Star Wars, and it's not just because you and I are really into Star Wars, because we're really into lots of things, but Star Wars is probably the franchise where I pay the most attention to who's behind the camera as much as I pay attention to who's in front of it.
Right.
And I think that really comes down to because of who for decades was behind the camera in Star Wars, we had full confidence in. Whether it's John Knoll, Dennis Muren, Ben Burtt, George Lucas himself, and so on, and we know all those names because Star Wars was so fucking awesome. Like you wanted to know who's in it. And now I feel like you really want to know, well, who's behind it now, because that's going to matter. And it has been, especially with a lot of the, shall we say, civil wars going on within Lucasfilm, it seems, there's, your own stories around all the people behind the camera as well. But it's important for Star Wars, I think, to have confidence-inducing names behind the camera as much as it is in front. I think you raise an excellent point with that. So, yeah, I mean, this looks good. I agree. I think, I don't really see them going wrong. In fact, Ewan McGregor has only gotten better with time. In fact, that Harley Quinn movie I mentioned earlier, he plays kind of the villain in that. And he steals the show. I mean, he's brilliant in it. Definitely the best thing in the movie, and he's having the time of his life. And I hope he has the time of his life making Obi-Wan. I mean, I assume you're incredibly excited for this show. Oh
yeah, I mean, understand that back in the late '90s when Episode 1 was in production, that was one of the most exciting things was the casting of Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi, because he did like you could just see it. Like you didn't even have to see him, in costume before you could buy that he could pull off Obi-Wan Kenobi, and do the accent and just have the look.
Yeah, and it was totally on Presence, because really the only thing he had more or less made at the time was Trainspotting, which was great for what it is. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't like an unknown actor, but he also wasn't a known actor, you know. But I agree with you. I never heard any, you know, and I know we've brought this up many times. No one's ever complained about Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi because he's just that good. So yeah,
I mean, honestly, I think that's probably why half the reason why this series is getting made is because, you know, Ewan McGregor's, you know, involvement in it just kind of like automatically brings it up to 10, you know?
Yes. Yep. No, I agree with you completely on that. So yeah, you know, this is ultimately, I would say, just more great news about this show. I don't see anything here worrisome. Like I say, even though I don't know all the actors, nothing that bothers me.
The other thing that I'd like, the one thing that I kind of take away from this cast list is that because it is such a large cast, you know, I think there's some hope that the series will not just be confined to Tatooine.
Aha. Oh, they're going to have to go places to bring in all these people. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we have Darth Vader in it, right? Like now we have confirmation that, I mean, everybody was speculating that that's what it was going to have to be. And people are trying to twist, you know, lines in episode 4 for what does that really mean? Like, what does last time we met mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, but it also gives it the opportunity to move around in time, too, which Star Wars hasn't done a whole lot of. And, you know, which, you know, I think they could definitely take advantage of in the show.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, also, you know, go ahead.
Yeah, if they want to give us, like, you know, scenes from, you know, during the prequel eras of, you know, incidents and interactions that we didn't get to see in the movies, fantastic. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, we have, ironically, Last Jedi, like the T-shirt I'm wearing. As horrible as that movie was, it did really introduce the concept of the flashback in Star Wars. So there's precedence for that now, and I wouldn't mind it if they want to rock some de-aging technology on Ewan McGregor. Give us a surprise scene with Liam Neeson. You know,
they wouldn't. Honestly, they wouldn't even have to do that much. I mean, he neither him or Hayden Christensen really look a whole lot older.
Oh, Hayden Christensen's like DiCaprio. I feel like, I mean, he's just like, you know, he's the immortal boy.
Yeah. I mean, he does look a little bit more mature, but at the same time, they were kind of making him look boyish.
Yeah, so that he could grow up, you know, progressively through the films. Right. Yeah. So, well, I love that idea of us getting flashbacks. Again, I think this speaks to what we were talking about during the Bad Batch conversation, in that Disney's clearly playing it. You know, they know where their hot time frame is. It's between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, and they're playing that one more time. So not a surprise by any means. And again, you know, I'm kind of hoping, because, you know, that whole Great Burn thing, I'm still dying to know more about this, you know, from The Mandalorian. And so, like, it'd be interesting if there's even just like background information in all of these shows that take place during the time frame that may have happened. That make it the most interesting, or, you know, that would really like flesh that out, give us a bigger universe and make things interesting as we go into, well, I mean, you know, as far as I know, Book of Boba Fett is still on track. Mandalorian season 3 is still happening. So yeah, build up, you know.
I mean, you know, they've announced all these shows, you know, officially, you know, who knows how, you know, Rangers of the New Republic is going to turn out without Gina Carano. But we haven't been told that it's been canceled. So, you know, there's a plan.
Yeah. And certainly, you know, you got a lot of opportunity here to build up a character maybe that could, you know, be in that and be in some of these future shows.
It's not like the Rian Johnson trilogy of movies, which was never truly announced or given a title of any kind. You know, all these shows have like been officially announced and been given titles.
Yeah, and we actually know what they're about, kind of, you know, which is also more than we've gotten, you know, than most of these announcements that we've gotten in the past few years, which is nice to actually have an idea. Like that Acolyte show, can't wait. Like I'm very intrigued to learn more about that.
Absolutely, yeah. Ahsoka. I mean, like,
yes, yeah, obviously. Bring it on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we got a couple shows here really that we're talking about that I'm excited for both Bad Batch and Obi-Wan. Bring them on. And even Andor, I'm good for that too. I know that's hot on the heels.
Yeah.
So
it would be nice to have something that's, and obviously we're looking forward to all these, shows coming out, because it'd be nice to have something to talk about in terms of, Disney Star Wars that is not dealing with the, internal politics of Lucasfilm.
Right. Because you listen to Star. Go ahead.
Anytime any of that stuff, gets out into the news and it's just diminishing the franchise, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And actually, something purposeful here in the show notes, if you notice, the two links are both official Lucasfilm Star Wars links. Like, I am so tired of the news industry overall just peddling shit. I don't want to link to The Verge. I don't want to link to, go down the list of them any longer, for their stories, really. We can stick more to the official announcements, because everything else is, a lot of hearsay and whatever else. And, my insider, so take this with a grain of salt. It's like, well, how about, I pour water on you and you flow away like salt or something. It just drives me insane. Anyway. So, yeah, I hear you, and it would be good to actually talk about Star Wars and not fucking Lucasfilm politics so much. So, even though I know people love it when we talk about that kind of crap, regardless,
we don't always love it.
No. I'd much rather be talking about how cool this character was and all that. That's what I started doing this show for. It had nothing to do with, wanting to talk about what Kathleen Kennedy is doing versus, whoever. So anyway, anything else on Bad Batch or Obi-Wan?
No, looking forward to both.
Yeah, same. Let's. I can't wait for them to come out, and we're going to be reviewing them as they do. So, but now, not to say we're above talking politics, folks. We're not, but we just don't do it for clicks. So, for now, let's. So actually, speaking of YouTubers that aren't flaming piles of shit and that are just peddling nonsense. Recently, in fact, Rob, I think you shared it. You shared it in the Sovereign Tech Telegram group. There is a YouTube channel that I've enjoyed from time to time called Trexpertise.
Yes.
And this guy did a video where he did a breakdown. It was like 20 minutes where he did a breakdown of his, he did a ranking of his favorite Star Trek movies and his favorite Star Trek shows in order. And it was very well done. I loved what he had to say. In fact, spoiler alert, his number one, I think his number one was Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
It is.
Yeah. And I mean, folks, you got, don't want to bury, because basically Rob and I are going to do the same thing here. Because I know I've done it in the past, but my opinions may have changed in the past few years. And Rob has never gotten his out as many times as I've done Star Trek rankings on like bonus content and everything else. I thought it'd be a lot of fun to have the back and forth conversation on this and to hear Rob's thoughts. Because I think actually Rob has much better taste than I do, but
I don't know about that, but
no, you do. So, but that's besides the point. No, it is the point. But anyway, it was really refreshing to see that. And I felt, because, for him to say Star Trek, like growing up, I had been hearing my whole life at conventions, even within my own family and at school and whatever, about, Star Trek: The Motion Picture is the worst one. All the odd numbered Star Trek movies suck. And, but Star Trek: The Motion Picture is so fucking boring. But he actually came out, said exactly what I've been saying for years on Sovereign Tech, that no, Star Trek: The Motion Picture is actually the most Star Trek of any Star Trek, TV show, movie, whatever. Like, it is the most clear presentation of the dream, as it were. And that's the point that he made. And I'm like, someone else fucking, saw what I saw. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to make it one's favorite. And really, even if it was like number 3 or 4 for him, but he still made that claim, I would have just loved hearing that claim that, no, this is Star Trek. or at least this is Gene Roddenberry's vision. I shouldn't say this is Star Trek, because Star Trek can be a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So, yeah, I love this ranking that he did, and I was like, yeah, it'd be, Rob, let's get behind the mics and let's do our own. And we had a little bit of Star Wars news to get into, but we like to open things up and get into science fiction in general, among other things on this show. And so I thought it'd be a lot of fun to get into a ranking, and I'll invite listeners of this show, listeners of Sovereign Tech, anybody, if you're in the Telegram group, or even if you want to email me questions@sovereigntech.com, if you want to send me your ranking, we can bring that up and cover it in the next episode. I'm open to that, and I'll remind it at the end of as we go through our ranking. So I was wondering, Rob, how to go about this, because our rankings are actually pretty different. I think yours is the most interesting by a long shot. Like when I saw your list earlier, I just, we were talking, and I was just like, that's bold. That's all I could say, because wow, man, those choices. So tell you what.
Well, right, I mean,
go ahead.
Considering like you've mentioned, you've kind of done your ranking before.
Sure.
On Sovereign Trek or any other program. And arguably, you say that your opinions may have changed, but your list looks pretty much close to what I imagined your list looking like.
Right.
And we already know what's at number one for you.
Yeah.
You've already kind of you've already said it. A lot of people would argue that that is a bold choice.
That's true.
Yeah. So
All right. Well, so this is what we'll do. We'll give the listings. We'll give mine. We'll give yours, and then I think we're going to go down yours, and and we'll react to yours.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the best or the most interesting way to go about this, because your choices, like I said, are quite bold. So here we go. So here's we'll do the movies first. Here's my movie list, and we got them in. It's 13 total, so we are including the Kelvin timeline. We're including Jar Jar Abrams or J.J. Abrams, his movies here. So we have number 13, Star Trek Nemesis, which I'll actually bring up here. That's both of our numbers 13.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Do you want to
talk about
this? You want to
go into it now?
Yeah. You just want to go back and forth.
Well, we'll just run it. We'll run it through very quickly.
Okay.
And then we'll
Well, that's what I meant.
It's
just like run it through really quickly. Like you say your number 13, I say my number 13, and then.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Let's do it. So number 13 was Star Trek Nemesis for both of us. Number 12 for me was Star Trek Into Darkness. Now, what was your number 12?
My number 12 is Star Trek V: The Final Frontier.
That's fucking insane. But
and I knew he was going to say that.
That's madness. Okay, number 11. Save the comments for later. Number 11 for me was Star Trek 2009. That being the that being the first J.J. Abrams movie that came out in 2009. What was your number 11?
Star Trek Into Darkness.
Okay. My number 10, Star Trek Beyond. Your number 10.
Star Trek Beyond as well.
That's kind of weird. Right, but so there's some crossover here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then my number 9 was Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. Your number 9?
Star Trek 2009. So the first of the JJ movies.
Yeah. And just quick, I wouldn't argue too much that people think that's the best of the J.J. Abrams films. Like I can understand where people are coming from on that. All right, number 8 for me was Star Trek First Contact. Number 8 for Rob.
Star Trek Insurrection.
All right.
Just hear me out, okay? Yeah.
All right, we'll get to it. My number 7 was actually Star Trek Insurrection. Your number 7 was?
First Contact. So we just basically have 7 and 8 reversed.
All right. Well, that's going to make for a good conversation. Why did one think one was better than the other? My number 6, which is where this movie belongs, is Star Trek Generations. What's your number 6?
Is Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country.
I see. Now it's it has nice symmetry to it. All right. Well, anyway, my number 5 is Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. Your number 5?
And Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
More madness. My number 4 is Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Your number 4?
Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home.
It's amazing how that happens for you. So then my number 3 is Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Your number 3?
Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
I think that's totally fair, but we'll talk about it. My number 2 is Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. Your number 2
is Star Trek III: The Search for Spock.
Yeah, because like that's the one that I think could be number 1 on anybody's list, and I totally hear them out. So I'm not surprised by that happening. Now, my number 1, like I said earlier already, was Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Your number 1, you haven't uttered these 3 words yet, so I'm going to let you utter them now. Go for it.
Unabashedly, Star Trek Generations.
Unabashedly. He even added in another word. Wow. All right. Okay. Star Trek Generations, we're going to talk a lot about that movie in this, I think. Because actually, I have a lot of comments on that, on why it's number 6 for me. Like, and it being number 6 for me is a big compliment, really. And I'll explain why. But let's start going down to 13. No, it really is. I mean, massive compliment, and we'll explain it when we get to number 1 for you. I'll get into why. Okay, so let's go with Star Trek Nemesis. Let's talk about that. That's both of our number 13.
Yeah, for very good reasons.
Yeah, like I don't think it's as bad as everybody says it is, and in fact, Trexpertise. Oh, wow. All right. Well, Trexpertise even said something that I've said about this movie in the past, that the deleted scenes are actually really good. And if they put them in, some of the deleted scenes are the most human moments of the movie, which is what this movie's missing a lot of, is like the next generation characters acting like next generation characters.
Right.
Which is probably the biggest argument against it that I agree with.
So
give me your breakdown.
Trexpertise in his, ranking mentioned, one particular scene that he wanted taken out of that movie, and that was the, the joyride in the whatever you called that, in
the Argo. Yes.
Yeah, the Argo. Yeah, yep. Right. And I don't have too much disagreement, but I actually have a scene in this movie that to me is just abominable and doesn't belong in any Star Trek, and that's the psychic rape scene. Between Shinzon and Deanna Troi. That should not have happened, should not be in that movie, should not be in any Star Trek movie.
I mean, Star Trek's dealt with that. Like Next Gen, I feel like has kind of dealt with that. Or maybe I'm thinking of a Voyager episode or something. But
I don't feel like they've done it like that.
So
that bad.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say I agree with you, because I remember an episode of Voyager where they played up in like the radio spots. So this is back when Voyager was actually on, because radio mattered. Where 7 of 9 kept saying this line, "He violated me," and they were playing it up like it was a rape. But like when you watch the episode, it really kind of wasn't that. And it was clearly it was just trying to be like, it was marketing. And I think using rape for marketing is deplorable and disgusting. And also, like, yeah, I don't know that should be a part of like Star Trek necessarily. So I'm kind of with you here.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Not only that, it's sort of like I remember that episode in particular, and it definitely does not play very well today, with kind of sort of like it certainly brings you to like if somebody was of the opinion that you should immediately question any woman anytime she makes a claim of rape, that would definitely play into that kind of attitude, which I don't agree with at all.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, well, so I'm with you on that. I thought that was like just a cheap play, and I get it. Like writers have always, or they claim they've always had a hard time writing drama around Deanna Troi that wasn't like necessarily tropey, but guess what? This is kind of tropey. Like you basically had to, okay, how do we create drama around a female character, have her get raped, and it's like, I mean, yes, that's absolutely a thing and a problem, but like, could you get more creative? Could you give her like something? I don't know. I always feel like
there was never really any kind of, like, yeah, of course the character, the Shinzon dies in the movie, but there weren't really any consequences to that, happening. And there wasn't really like, I don't feel like that there was enough reaction, to this happening from the other. I mean, like, personally, I would have, had, Riker just be completely outraged and, throw logic to the side and want to kill this character.
Oh, I think Riker should have instantly. I mean, he just got married.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were Riker, frankly, I would have called up the manual control, had that big stick come up in the middle of the bridge, and I would have rammed the fucking, the Scimitar.
Right.
Warp speed. Here we go. I would have pulled an Admiral Holdo on it, and like madness. I agree with you. So, I mean, but that kind of plays into the whole problem of the film is that, or my opinion, is that none of these characters, and we know that like they brought in a director who was not familiar with the Next Generation. You ran into that. You let Patrick Stewart have creative control, which now we know is an absolute mistake.
Right.
Thanks, Picard, or Star Trek Picard.
Well,
but
and not only that, like, the way that they killed off Data was not the worst way to kill off Data. It's the fact that, like there's some fan fiction now where they've completely undone that. And not only that, like the character that they created with B4 really wasn't all that interesting. It wasn't up to par to what you would expect from even a failed, Sung android experiment.
Right.
And the fact that, like I said here again, in later fan fiction that, they kind of shuffle that off to being that character to being just body parts in a drawer.
Yeah.
That's a huge waste. So, I mean, yeah, this movie failed in what it was trying to accomplish back then. And it fails in even being recognized today.
Yeah. It's a horrible send off. And it will speak to something I'm going to bring up a little bit later, probably when we talk about Star Trek Generations, about Star Trek Next Generation films in general, but I'll save that for that. I mean, I don't mind a darker tone. I don't have the issue with it being darker. That's fine. I like having, a little bit of fresh flavor in Star Trek. But yeah, the characters just, that's the one thing I definitely don't like about it is the characters weren't acting like
the thing is there's a way to do that and to treat that darker material with the the gravity that is that it really deserves.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about this later, but there's a Star Trek show in particular that does this very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh yeah, well I know which one you're going to bring up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. So all right, well let's go to number 12, shall we? I think most people would see Nemesis as probably the worst Star Trek movie.
Well, it's interesting because Trekspertise put it at number 8.
I thought that was weird.
Like, that was madness. That to me, you talk about madness in my list. That was madness.
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, and you got to be something special to be like worse than the Kelvin Timeline movies. Not that I think that they're that bad, but okay. So, well, anyway, while we're talking about madness here, let's go to number 12.
Number 11.
Wait, well, no, we didn't get into number 12, Star Trek 5.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to skip it because I'm trying to, I'm trying to Highlander to it.
Holy fuck. Well, maybe one day we'll get a Renegade version. It'd be nice. Because we do know that William Shatner had much bigger plans than what actually ended up on the screen. But regardless, yes, it is Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, the film helmed by the man himself, that being William Shatner. Why is this number 12 for you?
It's just not very good. I mean, it comes off as being a really low budget Star Trek production in every way.
It is low budget. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the casting of Spock's brother.
Oh, it would have been awesome if they got Sean Connery, but the scheduling issue. But that was the original idea. Yeah.
Right. Well, that would have been amazing. But if the sets on the movie are any indication, it wasn't so much a scheduling issue that they couldn't afford them, because this movie looks terrible. It doesn't look like the Enterprise.
Yeah, the effects are bad. I can admit that, because they went cheap. They wouldn't hire ILM, and they learned their lesson after this, because that wouldn't happen again until Star Trek Insurrection. Actually, I think they didn't hire ILM for that either. Granted, Sean Connery was in Highlander 2, so I don't know if he would have saved this movie.
Yeah.
But no, I think that would have been better. But you don't feel. I mean, I think the scene where Kirk gets in Sybok's face about needing his pain, the camping scenes.
I will agree that the camping scene was great.
Yeah.
I will not argue that.
Yeah, I think the gravity boots are kind of stupid, but I think there's just some of the, I think there's comedy gold as well as moral gold, as it were, in this film that puts it where I can't rank it this far back. I mean, I'll admit it's the worst of the original series films. There's no question in my mind about that.
There's just, like I said, for me, there's too much that it's a little too low budget looking. It's way too hammy, in my opinion.
What does God need with a starship? It's one of the best lines in history.
I agree, but the thing is God looks like a floating head of stupid.
Ironically,
and granted, that's
it looks like Zardoz. We should have had Sean Connery there.
Yeah, I just
No, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
That scene should have played out with, here again, way more gravity than it did. And
which Shatner wanted.
Right, but it came off as looking humorous. And that's what I don't like. Is that in this movie, when it tries to be funny, it really isn't that funny. There's some funny moments, but most of the time when they're trying to be being funny, it doesn't land. And the rest of the time when they're not trying to be funny, it's kind of hokey.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hear people's arguments against it. I don't feel it's as bad as most people say, but there's just so many great, there are just like these pockmark moments in it that are just some of the best Star Trek ever, that, it keeps me from ranking it this far back, but I hear where you're coming from.
I mean, to be fair, 11 and 12 for me might be interchangeable. It's just the only thing that the next one has is production value.
Sure. Well, let's go into number 11 then. And that is Star Trek Into Darkness, which was my number 12. So we're pretty close on this one.
Yeah. This is the worst of the Kelvin movies by a long shot. I mean,
yes, I agree.
It's several times worse than the other two outings.
Yep. I agree with that. I still enjoy this film, but you tell me about it, Rob. Like, why don't you?
It's just an overly predictable remix of the Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
And I think anytime that you're trying to tread over previously, covered material like that, it's especially in a big motion picture, it's a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Have some fucking originality.
Yeah. I think who really makes this movie for me is Peter Weller. As Admiral Marcus. Like he's
great.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome. And I'm glad he got to do more Star Trek too. But
right. He's great in anything he's doing. I mean, speaking of Peter Weller, there's this fantastic television show, science fiction television
Odyssey
show
5?
that he did. Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. Like
I like pumping my fist over here.
Most people haven't heard of this. I'm not surprised Brian knows it because he does have good taste, despite what he says. But yeah, like most people don't know it. Like go and seek this show out. Like the ending is a tragedy that they let the series off the way that they did, but the ride is so good.
Yes. Yeah. It was a Showtime show, so it's uncensored. It's all that. That's what initially, young teenage me was into for wanting to watch it. But Peter Weller was there, and so I'm like, "Oh, Buckaroo Banzai's on. Let's go!" And
The cast in that show was fantastic. The premise was amazing.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and that was the thing too, because I mean, yeah, we did get Peter Weller actually in Enterprise before Into Darkness came out.
Right. Playing a very similar sort of character.
Right. But like the history of, or the crossover between Buckaroo Banzai and Star Trek is, when you see it, you can't unsee it any further. And it's not just the fact that the Excelsior's dedication plaque has a Buckaroo Banzai quote on it, no matter wherever you go, there you are. And so, yeah, I loved that. And that had me excited when the movie was coming out. It's like, oh shit, Peter Weller, here we go. Buckaroo's got to be in it. And anyway, I don't know. I think this movie, it is just a remix. You're right. And it was predictable. It was incredibly predictable. And in fact, it really taught us to never trust J.J. Abrams, because he completely lied about Benedict Cumberbatch's character. Right.
And Benedict Cumberbatch is not a bad actor.
No.
But he does not do this movie any justice.
Yeah, and I do think it was kind of a raw deal to make Khan a white guy.
Yeah.
Like that. As to where originally, like in Space Seed, they played it off with a very historical flair that I thought worked. Right. That was kind of odd. I mean, yeah, having Ricardo Montalban playing, Persian character is kind of weird too. I get that. But this was just flat out, almost a whitewashing.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair to say that, because there are plenty of Persian actors out there.
Yeah, that would have done great with this. I mean, sure, it would have, revealed the hook, but well, then I don't know, do something different. You didn't have to make them white guy, So anyway, but Cumberbatch was fine. I don't know, it worked for me. I liked it, and I did think that if the Kelvin timeline continued on, you could have done some interesting things with Khan's people, and so that happens for me a lot. A lot of times I think, well, what could be? And that'll make me like something more than perhaps it deserves, which is part of the reason I say Rob has better taste than I. So, but yeah, okay. So it's the worst of the Kelvin timeline. But then let's go on to number 10, to what I consider to be the best of the Kelvin timeline. Rob thinks the 2009, edged it out at least. But it's interesting that we both had Star Trek Beyond at number 10. Tell me about why is this at number 10? Is it because it's a bad film, a blah film, a great film?
No, I enjoyed the movie.
Okay.
It's a great popcorn film. I don't know that it's necessarily really good Star Trek, but it's entertaining.
It is very entertaining. I agree with you on that. I think it feels the most like original Star Trek, and that's why I consider it the best of the Kelvin timeline films.
Okay.
And really that's it. And also it did, like, they really tried very hard, and not just in stupid Discovery ways where they like mention a name or something. They tried really hard to connect this like with Enterprise.
Right.
Which they did throughout the Kelvin timeline.
Yeah. With the Mako.
Right. And, the Xindi War, like they talked about that. I thought the Franklin was a really cool design. I dug a lot of that stuff. And like the Yorktown that station is gorgeous. Like, what a great set.
Yeah.
And the music, boy, Michael Giacchino's score is top notch in this one. I mean, just awe inspiring. And then the inclusion of the Beastie Boys wasn't bad either. Even though I know some people disagree on that. But yeah, I like this film a lot. It felt the most like Star Trek to me out of the bunch. So, but go ahead. What else do you have on Star Trek Beyond?
I mean, you're completely fair in saying that, Star Trek 2009 just barely edged it out.
Right.
Catch me on a different day, and these two could be interchangeable for me.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. So, well, let's go to the other one then, with number 9, the Star Trek 2009 film, which for me was at number 11. So not too different. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like, let me ask you this, you can tell me what you liked and disliked about the film, but let me ask you this. And I know we've talked about this in previous TIE Fighter Renegades. There's a theory that basically the reason why Star Trek 2009 was such a big hit was because it was actually Star Wars. Like, it was Star Trek, but you know, it was like Star Wars in wolf's clothing or something, or you know what I mean, in sheep's clothing. Do you feel like that's accurate? That J.J. Abrams was just, you know, he got offered Star Trek, but he really wanted to make a Star Wars movie, and so he made a Star Trek movie.
Yeah. It's, I mean, it's, I remember hearing that criticism, you know, back in 2009. It's really weird hearing that now, considering what he did with Star Wars, because this movie is so much better than any of his Star Wars movies.
Great point. I agree with that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I find myself agreeing with it too. Like it does feel Star Warsy, and it does feel like very apocalyptic, you know, which is a kind of a touchstone for J.J. Abrams.
I will tell you what I really like about this movie, and what really works for me is that it is not just entertaining, but it is emotionally engaging in a way that feels earned. Unlike some other show that we won't, you know, bring up, where it's trying to constantly have some sort of emotional impact, and it just doesn't feel like it's earned at all. Whereas I think this movie, from the very beginning, it engages you on both a visual and an emotional level.
Yeah. And I mean, I got to say this. Yeah, I agree with that. And also the casting, I really think like worked on every level.
Yeah.
In this, and like particularly Carl Urban was a fucking revelation as Dr. McCoy. I mean, it's amazing how good he was.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too, is this is a really great character movie.
Yes. Bingo. Absolutely. I mean, it's ironic because it's kind of an origin film, but at the same time, it's not, because you already know all these characters really so well.
Right. Well, that was the other thing too, is, you know, we'd always heard about Kirk's time in Starfleet, but this is, we're seeing it here for the first time. And, you know, it's obviously a slightly different twist on it because it's a different timeline, a different universe. But at the same time, it's kind of nice to get a view in on some of these classic, you know, moments where it's, you know, like, and actually in a way that makes sense, because, you know, Kirk cheated on the Kobayashi Maru test.
Yeah.
And in the, you know, the main timeline, the prime timeline, it just sounds like there were never any consequences to him cheating. Like he literally got a commendation for original thinking. Right. Whereas like you're thinking like the real world, when you cheat on a test, that's not what happens.
No. No, you get expelled.
Right. Which he nearly was.
Right. Yeah. So would you say, like, now, I mean, the reason why I think this is so far back is because it's hard for any of the Kelvin timeline films to really match, you know, most of the prime timeline movies, you know?
Right.
So are you saying that do you feel like this was a good movie?
Yeah, I think it was a good movie. Here again, I think that I said from the very beginning, I don't know if it's a good Star Trek movie, but it's a good movie.
Yeah. I find it to be like entertaining, like over and over and over again. And I do give it a lot of credit for, like, they really, really worked hard to make this fit in the canon. Even though it's an alternate universe, they explain why. We get Leonard Nimoy, you know, and it's something else I loved in Star Trek Beyond. Holy shit. When Zachary Quinto pulls out the picture of the original cast from Star Trek V, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
When they pull out that photo, I thought that was awesome. Like, I mean, tear-jerking moment.
I really wish that, you know, had been Leonard Nimoy's last appearance in Star Trek.
In Beyond, do you mean? Or in
no,
in 2009?
Oh, that's right. In Beyond is where but I'm talking about, like, I wish he had not been in Into Darkness.
Right.
You know, when they have the parting scene where you know, Kelvin Spock meets, you know, Prime Spock. I kind of wish that had been the send off for the character.
I agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. As much as, you know, give me all the Leonard Nimoy we can get. I'm with you on that. That I think that would have been a much better send off, because I don't know, it was kind of shoehorned in Into Darkness.
Right.
So yeah. So all right. Well, I agree. I think it's a very good movie. And probably out of the Kelvin Timeline movies, it's the one I've watched the most. I mean, I really, and I will like actively put it on. Like I actually care to watch it now and again. So, all right, let's go to number 8. We're gonna try and run through these. So actually, let's talk number 8 and number 7. So, because for you, number 8 was Insurrection, number 7 was First Contact. For me, was number 8 was First Contact, and number 7 was Insurrection. So we kind of switched them around. Do you think that there is a broad divide between how good First Contact is and how good Insurrection is?
Absolutely not. You catch me on here again. This is another case where if you catch me on a different day, and I could easily switch these two.
Okay, all right. Tell me the story with these. Like,
I mean, I love them. I think they're both like being at 7 and 8 to me is not an insult,
right?
To these movies at all. They're both fantastic movies. I will be the first to admit that I did not appreciate Insurrection on the first viewing as much as I do today, and that is, I will give full credit to Brian for kind of opening my eyes to really how good this movie is.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, this is, I like to call it my favorite Next Generation film, even though Generations is further down on the list here. For me, even. I think this is a movie that gets better. This is a fine wine of a film, as in it gets better with time. And in fact, it gets better right now in 2021 because of, a big part of Star Trek is having a very positive outlook on technology. A lot of Star Trek fans rip Insurrection because they feel like it has a negative outlook on technology because of the way the Baku feel about it. But I think the Baku are more right now than they've ever been, in 2021 where we're at.
Yeah.
So
to be completely fair, like, the Baku, settlement looks like very much like my kind of dream, paradise.
Precisely. Yes. Yeah. I also think that the film takes the time to get into some very, dare I say, esoteric areas for Star Trek, where like they're basically slowing down time, which I get it to a lot of people. That's very weird, but that's also very Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, I wish they had done more with it, actually.
Yes. Yep. No, I agree with you. So yeah, I really like that film. First Contact. I mean, or do you think there's any negatives with Insurrection?
I think in a lot of ways, Insurrection, not as bad as 5, but suffers some from production values deficiencies.
Well, it's another movie where they did not hire ILM. They definitely cut costs.
Yeah. So, and it shows.
Sure. Yeah, I won't disagree with that. Though, I mean, when Riker pulls out that manual stick, boy, I do love that. That's so cool. Anybody that was spending their time with the Logitech flight stick, in the 90s, you were excited as shit when you found out you could fly the Enterprise with one.
Which is funny because they did the same thing in Beyond.
Yes.
That was another Logitech flight stick, as I recall.
Yeah, that was great. Oh, man. Yes. So, okay. Yeah, I could hear that. I do think it had a lot of great character moments. Like, I thought Worf was hilarious in the film. So was Data. I mean, I don't know. It worked. So First Contact. Now, this is for a lot of people, this is their top Next Generation movie. In fact, for a lot of people, this is their top Star Trek film. I think this makes number 1 on a lot of lists, which blows my mind, but I get it. I kind of get it anyway. I mean, tell me the positives, the negatives on this one, Rob.
I think it's a really good, entertaining film. It's a good use of the Borg. In my opinion. I know a lot of people have, criticisms of introducing the Borg Queen, but, I think it paid off, and especially in the future.
In Voyager, it paid off.
Yeah, right.
Space, that's, I agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It opened up a lot of opportunities for future storytelling that was pretty good. Yeah,
I agree with that. By the way, we didn't mention it in Nemesis. It was cool to have Admiral Janeway. That was probably the best part of the movie. I love that. So First Contact. I like it a lot. I think it's great. Sure, it's Moby Dick in space. Like I understand, those kinds of arguments. It's not. I don't really feel like. I mean, it's cool to find out what First Contact actually looked like with the Vulcans and everything. That was awesome. but I don't feel like there's no real message, I don't think, with the film. And I don't really get the anti-revenge message either. And also, like, flip side of that, Insurrection does have a message that's supposed to be about, like, kind of like the Native Americans.
That's fair.
And, yeah. But I do think that they kind of forced that in. Like, it didn't exactly, I mean, Patrick Stewart acted it perfectly, but I don't know. With First Contact, I just, there was nothing there that
right.
for
well,
me.
I mean, First Contact and your criticisms are really spot on. And here again, I could very well, based on, what you're saying, switch Insurrection and First Contact. I don't think that First Contact really does have a message. It is just an entertaining movie, much like Star Trek 2009.
Yes. Yep. I agree with you. But boy, James Cromwell, fucking awesome.
Yeah. That was inspired casting. I loved him as Zephram Cochrane.
Yeah. Yeah.
The scene where they're launching off and playing Magic Carpet, that was just, I love that. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. I totally agree with you on that. I remember when I saw that in theater.
Yeah. And just like the scene where we're like, Riker's really enjoying it. And and Geordi's just going like, what the hell is going on here?
All right.
But, Riker knows his 20th century music. So it's completely, in character.
Yes. So a couple of things. Something I've noticed, because actually Ellen and I have been rewatching The Next Generation lately. Riker, there's actually, I mean, there's a character there, and we know like his tastes and things like this, but really what Jonathan Frakes did was he was just the quiet facial reaction to everything happening on the Enterprise or in the scene. Like, I feel like that's his actual because he's, when you watch the show and all you're looking for is his facial reactions, he's fucking hilarious. And he doesn't have to do anything. He just like has this look that like a grin, and it's great.
A perfect example is just, like one of the early appearances of Q, and, Q snaps his finger and two beautiful women appear on either side of Riker. And he doesn't say anything. It's just all in his facial reaction. And it's just like, it's so good.
Yeah. Or, oh man. Like in was it the Nth Degree, the episode where Barclay, where he, becomes super intelligent. And he's hitting on Troy, and Troy's talking about how Barclay made a pass at her, and she's like, and it was a damn good one. Riker's face, because at first Riker's like laughing that Barclay made a pass, and then she says, oh, it was a damn good one. And then Riker's face just suddenly like just goes totally solemn, like, wait, whoa, what? There's a better womanizer than me on the ship? No. He is just dynamite for that. But yes, in the Magic Carpet Ride scene, the look on his face, the grin is phenomenal. And it just makes everybody in the theater smile. Yeah. So how do you feel about Geordi losing the banana clip?
I get it. I mean, when you sort of graduate to motion pictures, I would assume that there's a little bit more clout that the actors have.
Sure.
And we all know that he was not particularly in love with that, prop, even though it was very iconic and very much, identified the character. But yeah, I prefer the visor. I understand the reason for it going away, and it's not a bad one.
Sure. And what they did, I thought worked. Like, I mean, I'm with you. I wish he kept it. But what they did worked. And I do get LeVar Burton's, logic on it, and that's fine. So, all right. Do we want to move on to number 6?
Yes.
So number 6 for me was Generations, but we're going to save that conversation. Number 6 for you was The Undiscovered Country, Star Trek 6 itself. What puts this at number 6?
It's a good movie. Number 6 here again, it's not an insult, right, in any way. And it, really, if anything, this is the one I kind of struggled with giving a placing. And I had to think about it, and so I do put it up ahead of those two Next Generation movies, but not as good as the next one. So number 6, which is Star Trek 6, kind of had trouble finding its place in this list because it's not great Star Trek, but it's pretty good Star Trek.
Yeah, I think I always loved it because I feel like it gave you the deepest look into Starfleet. And not only that, you actually had another ship besides the Enterprise. Basically, you had the Excelsior, you had, and Captain Sulu was great.
Which should have gotten its own series or a movie.
100%. 100%. I mean, George Takei is phenomenal as Sulu. And I mean, he almost steals the movie with Star Trek 6, in my opinion. Like you get the emotion of every scene that he's in.
Fly her apart.
Yeah, fly her apart then, I mean, the whole thing is just, and even when you kind of get to relive those moments in the Voyager episode from season 3, where you find out Tuvok was actually there. And he has that great moment where he's just like, if it's between me and the regulation, or if it's between Captain Kirk and the regulations, well, regulations be damned. And I'm like, yeah, baby. I mean, he was so great. So yeah, I mean, it really had a great scale for me, which is why part of the reason I put it higher. The other reason I keep it higher is that this is a rare film, not just Star Trek, for any movie. It's a very rare film that can make people in their 60s and 70s badass action heroes, which is no mean feat, or no small feat, I should say, because, I mean, other than like maybe the Expendables, I can't think of a movie that did it this well, where you have these characters this old and you totally buy that, they're doing a lot of these action sequences, which you do get. And it's a whodunit story, which are always a lot of fun. So, that's what puts it higher for me. But I hear you. So you're saying basically that you just didn't really know where to put this one because it's just kind of on par with everything. Is that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's other things that I put ahead of it. So sort of like, it was going to end up being behind my top 5, essentially.
Sure.
And that's not an insult, at all.
Right. I think that makes sense. So again, my number 6 was Generations. I'm going to talk about why that's number 6 when we talk about it for Rob. So let's move on to number 5. Number 5 for you was Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Biggest question on the list, because again, this is my number 1 and I'm not going to go into a tirade about it, but what puts us at number 5 for you?
I think we'll get into it with how much I like the next 3.
Okay.
Is that here again, it finds its place just behind my 3 favorite original series movies.
Okay. So it's just that the next, like 3 or 4 films are just that much better for you, or are just that. Yeah. Okay. No, that's fair. So, I mean, but would you say you love this movie or like it?
Yeah.
Or?
Oh yeah. No, I'm and here again, this is another one of those things where my appreciation has only grown for it, because of my friendship with you.
Right on. I love that this is what I'm inspiring in people. Yeah. Again, number 1 for me, it's the most Star Trek to me. It's the clear vision, or the clearest vision, I think, of from Gene Roddenberry, and particularly read the novelization if one never has. That's the best. I think the novelization of the motion picture is actually the best Star Trek ever done. But I'll leave it at that. So let's go to number 4, which I don't argue too much with this placement, because for me it was number 5. Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. For over a decade, this was actually the most financially successful Star Trek outing ever. This was a big movie in 1987. I don't think people realize how fucking big it was, but or today I don't think they realize. So what's got this at number 4 for you?
So the next 3 movies, I really, in a lot of ways, view as kind of like a complete set. It's what I call the Harve Bennett trilogy.
Yep.
And I just cannot separate these, 3 movies. Like they all.
No, they literally take place one after the other.
Yeah. They all belong together.
Yes. They are like watching one film.
Not just in sequence, but as in ranking too. So like I put this is sort of like, and here again, no insult, but this is like the lowest movie on that
the Harve Bennett trilogy.
Yes.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. Like you're going to get no argument from me on this. I think that's a fine way of just, as soon as you said it that way, I was like, yeah, you're right. So, Yeah, so I guess let's talk about. Should we talk about all three of them then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Voyage Home. So so you have Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, and Voyage Home. All three of these, again, they literally do occur back to back, and they were done right, unlike say the Star Wars sequel trilogy, which was trying to be kind of back to back as well, and brings like to the point that at the end of 4, there's actually resolution to the entire story, where Kirk is, demoted from admiral and, becomes the captain again. And we will go in the 1701A. So, I mean, just, if you wanted, like, actually, I'm intrigued that Star Trek II is at number 3 and not number 2. For a lot of people, this is the number 1 Star Trek movie is Star Trek II. Why is Star Trek II not your number 1?
It was for the longest time. My number, I would say, back in the 80s, before Star Trek Next Generation came along, undoubtedly Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan would have been my number 1.
It's exciting.
It is. It really. I mean, yeah. It's a good movie. I think some people argue that it's not really Star Trek-y. I disagree. I think it is good Star Trek. And part of Star Trek is having good villains.
Yes,
and that's going to come up later. But the reason I put Star Trek 3 ahead of it is it has a better message.
Oh, yes, because Star Trek 2 has one of the biggest problems in Star Trek, which is the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one.
Right.
Horse shit, and like the idea that, you got to save the masses, you got to save Starfleet, blah, blah, blah. As to where Star Trek 3 says the exact opposite. No, friends are what matter. Family is what matter. Friends and family, kind of same concept, but like your relationships are what matter, not Starfleet. And individualism, the needs of the one do outweigh the needs of the many. And it's a dynamite message.
And Star Trek 2 is good military fiction. And I understand that that's why some people enjoy Star Trek, was for the military aspect. And this movie probably does a better job of it than anything else, other than, say, probably Undiscovered Country.
Right.
But
both done by Nick Meyer, by the way.
Right. But this is not, I disagree that this is not what makes Star Trek great, is the military aspects of it. So here again, that's why it gets placed behind Star Trek 3, is because it's all about rebelling against authority.
Yes.
It's all about, respecting and recognizing the importance of the individual.
Yeah, I feel like Star Trek 3 and Star Trek Insurrection both basically hold Star Trek's highest ethical ground, where, it's about the human condition, yes, but and the human condition comes down to the individual. And that's such a needed message. I don't know who thought of making sure that was the point after Star Trek 2, but boy, am I glad that they did. Go ahead.
And the scene where they're stealing Enterprise, probably downright the most phenomenal cinematic scene in any Star Trek movie ever.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, when the when the head of the Excelsior, it's like, if you think, or basically says, you do this, Kirk, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again, and Kirk just says warp speed. It's as good as it gets. I agree. I absolutely loved it. I think the only thing that could have been better is if they ever made Ashes of Eden, the William Shatner novel, into a movie, because that kind of plays up the same thing. A lot of the messages of Star Trek 3. So, I'm with you. I'm totally in agreement with you on this, with the Harve Bennett trilogy being this early on.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in this trilogy that still has, potential to be mined. I'm thinking specifically of the probe from the Voyage Home.
Well, there's a great novel, Probe.
Right, I know. And that's what I'm. But the novels are a niche thing.
Yes,
and they're beta canon. So I mean, I would love to see more of whatever race it was that created that probe, in live action.
Yeah, I agree. We really don't get enough of that in Star Trek. We encounter often these wildly powerful beings Q or the probe or whatever, but I don't feel like we often usually they end up being villainous, and we never get to encounter them as a friendly force, or an ally to the Federation.
Right.
And that I always feel like that's such a shame.
It is. Well, it's the
doesn't
same
happen.
thing with the motion picture, because
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know the race that created or modified Voyager 6.
Right.
But but from what we can ascertain that we throughout the movie is that the intent of this cybernetic or robotic race is that their intentions were not to be destructive or harmful.
Right. They're benign. In fact, if anything, apathetic, almost.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Gene Roddenberry. Go ahead.
even benevolent to the point that they would find the technology of another race that they had no previous contact with and treat it like an individual.
Yes.
And elevate it.
Yeah. I mean, Gene Roddenberry has come out and said that it could, and he specifically said could have been the Borg, but
I don't like that.
Sure. No, that's fair. I would have loved to have seen that get explored more. I think that would have been fantastic. Anyway, let's get on to, what I think we might do, Rob? Maybe for the next episode, we'll do another ranking where we'll do the TV shows then. What do you think?
That sounds good.
All right, we'll do that. But let's get to number 1 for the movies, and then we'll wrap this one up. So your number 1, beyond all amazement, is Star Trek Generations.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Do you want to start off with the positives, or do you want me to hit a couple negatives?
There's negatives to this movie?
Oh, I think there's a big one.
See, the more people hate it, the more I love it. So throw it at me.
All right.
I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah, actually, because I would love to hear why you think this was okay. I think the biggest problem I have with it is I thought Kirk's death was cheap. I didn't think the setup was cheap. I just thought that like the moment, the oh my, just didn't land. I felt like that character deserved more. It's part of the reason I love the Shatner novels so much, because Kirk basically comes back. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was not. I would agree that it's not a well delivered, scene, well acted, because I'm pretty sure that he didn't want to do it. If it was up to William Shatner, Kirk would never, ever, ever, ever die. He would be an immortal.
Yeah, and I can, a lot of people want to talk about how Shatner had like really, dictatorial control on set. I know for a fact that wasn't true on Generations, because I saw Walter when I was a kid. One of the first conventions I ever went to. Well, I saw Walter Koenig, who played Chekhov, and he talked about it. He said on the set of Generations was the first time he ever told William Shatner off, and because William Shatner told him, "Hey, maybe you should try acting it like this," and Walter Koenig turned to him and just said, "No," and he never did that before. So clearly, William Shatner didn't always get his way on that set. Right. That's for sure. But
there was a certain scene that was cut from the movie too that I'm sure he was probably not too happy about.
The orbital jump.
Yeah. I mean, and this is basically just Star Trek V, Kirk showing off all over again.
Yeah. I think it would have been a good scene, because when you read the novel for Generations, like it is in his head, it's actually a very powerful scene. Basically, he's almost like he's dealing with the fact that it seems like he can't die. And I feel like that would have added more to the death that does happen, is if like at the beginning of the film, he's feeling like, oh, fucking immortal, but then he does die. Like it really would have, there would have been some dramatic weight, but I hear that. So, all right. So I'm just going to bring up a couple other quick points on this, and then I want to hear the love. Okay. And the second one is that I don't know how much I liked Data getting emotions.
So disagree. He's so funny in this movie.
He is. It's hilarious. I mean, it is hilarious, but overall, and I think I'm speaking more for the entire corpus of Next Generation films, I don't know how much that added to the character as to where I feel like it might have taken away. So it's not, because in Generations, I agree, he's hilarious. I mean, the oh shit, the Life Form song, like all that stuff, the magnetic personality, hilarious, right? Even Mr. Tricorder was funny.
Yes, Mr. Tricorder's fantastic. I still do that with my little tricorder that I have.
That's so beautiful. Okay, so I get that, but I think in the end it kind of took away from the character. Now, this is going to bring up. I'm just going to quickly bring up why Generations was number 6 for me. I don't know how much. So, and this is a point I actually wrote in our notes. If All Good Things was a Next Generation movie, it would have been the best Next Generation movie.
I agree with that.
Yeah. It's a perfect ending to the series. And I know we're not the first ones to say that. But I think it's a perfect ending to that story, not just the series, to that story. I dare say I love the Next Generation films, but then at the same time, like, I don't think that the Next Generation ever translated to the big screen as well as the original series cast did. Like, I don't think that it doesn't, I don't know. It didn't translate. Like, it never really felt bigger. Like, people would levy against Insurrection. They would say that, well, it felt like an episode of Star Trek or Star Trek: The Next Generation. Would have been a great episode. And I was like, oh, that's why I love that damn thing. Because it felt like an episode of The Next Generation instead of a movie. But that's kind of my opinion. That's why I put it at number 6, because it has the big stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't feel that at all.
Wow. Okay.
I really think that, this movie has, I thought the cinematography on this movie was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and the soundtrack
beautiful
was
film.
The soundtrack, Dennis McCarthy, I think he he did a lot of the Next Generation soundtrack, but I think he really just took it up to 11 with this movie. And it's phenomenal. I love the soundtrack to this movie. I still have the CD, and one of if you don't have it, one of the great things they added on to the end of that CD was the sound effects from the movie.
Yes.
Which, like, if you ever need like great Star Trek sound effects, just go pick up the Star Trek Generations soundtrack.
I use them all the time from that very soundtrack. Just great. And like the production values for me were all there. They subtly changed the way that the Enterprise D looked, and I think it's beautiful to me. Yes.
The warmer tones really
the sunlight
work.
Coming in. Everything.
Yeah. And the astrometrics lab.
Gorgeous set.
Yeah. I can only imagine what they learned from that movie what to do with Voyager, because Voyager got an actual astrometric labs. Wasn't as fantastic looking as the one in Generations, but they learned how cool and important that set could be.
Yes.
To the narrative.
Right. Yeah, and it was basically a preview of Patrick Stewart being in Cerebro. So, but yes.
But I mean, who wouldn't love to have like a computer set up like that?
Oh,
you have this wraparound, monitor.
They showed that in the trailer, like, I think multiple times, like they showed, because it does look that amazing, especially in 1994. Yeah, I agree. It's a beautiful set. See, that's the thing. It's a gorgeous film. I don't feel like the guard ever changed in theaters, but I'm with you that it's a gorgeous
film. Here's another
film.
thing that like a lot of people are going to disagree with me on, but I'm holding to this is that, Soren Malcolm McDowell was a Khan level villain.
I love Malcolm McDowell. I mean, Admiral Tolan, give it to me all day. I agree with you on that.
I thought he did, like, you can, if not empathize, at least understand his motivations for committing these atrocities.
Yes.
Yeah. It just like his delivery was just like that casting was just such an inspired, choice. And, when Soren says to Picard, time is the fire in which we all burn. That was just delivered so well. And between the chemistry between Patrick Stewart and Malcolm McDowell was fantastic. And I think part of it has to do with, like, I'm sure they have some mutual respect in terms of both being Shakespearean actors.
Yes.
And it was like watching Shakespeare, in Star Trek again, which was, a theme that has been going through, the Star Trek movies, like in Nicholas Meyer, who we mentioned before, takes great inspiration from Shakespeare. So I think in that way, the movie definitely translates to the cinematic level of the original series movies.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree. I think he's a fantastic villain and one of the top Star Trek villains. And basically, Malcolm McDowell has the unique distinction of taking on Patrick Stewart, William Shatner, and Mark Hamill. You took on all of science fiction's heavy hitters. You can't get a bigger baddie than that. And this is definitely his best work. And I mean this seriously, outside of Wing Commander. He was just totally, no pun intended, on fire in this movie and absolutely captivating. And they made great use of Whoopi Goldberg. I mean, Guinan was awesome in this.
Yes, she was. And here another character that sadly did not show up in any of the other Star Trek movies. I mean, I think Whoopi would have had a great role to play in Insurrection. And sadly, they didn't bring her in. Yeah, that could have been really interesting to be a sounding board to Picard during the events of Insurrection. That would have been really cool because she's been there before when talking about big subjects like slavery and other things and human survival. Yeah, in a lot of ways, Guinan is Picard's conscience. Yes, absolutely. And she plays that role phenomenally in this movie. Maybe that's, maybe that was I didn't think about it until we were talking about this now. I think missing her, because she seemed in the Next Generation, she was there after season 1. She was there to play off of the big moments, and be that sounding board for Picard. And you're getting these big events happening in these next gen movies, and she's never there. Right. And it doesn't feel right. Why is Guinan absent from First Contact? She should. People were destroyed by the Borg. I mean, yeah. That would have been a great revenge story. Was for her to have to pull back. Right. To pull herself back and Picard. She sees the way that Picard is reacting and he's getting a little crazy. Oh, this would have been a great movie. Fucking A. Man. See, and then you could have really had the moral tale because you would have had, Alfre Woodard's great. Or is that the gal that played? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, she's Alfre Woodard. I'm trying to remember who played the Borg Queen. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, if you're looking up, great. But Alfre Woodard is a top-notch actress. She was great in that. Okay. But Guinan would have made that movie, and you definitely would have had the morality tale there, which is what Star Trek's really all about. Man, what a shame. Oh, was it Alice Krieg? Yeah. That's who played the Borg Queen. Right. There. I got it. Took me a second, folks. Anyway. Yeah. So I think if there's a great Next Generation movie, I think it's Generations. Yes. And I feel like my opinion's kind of changed on that. And I don't know, maybe you've influenced me there somehow, but that, I wrote my list before you saw it and before I saw yours, so maybe it's something subconscious, but regardless, I'm with you that I think Generations is one of the top films. But that's why the reason it was number 6 for me is because I don't think it can be better than any original series film, but it sure as fuck better than everything that came after. Yeah, it's, I love it so much. I can't, and part of it is just an emotional reaction to it. I love watching this movie. If I'm having a bad day and I want to watch really good Star Trek, that's just 2 hours, Generations is it. I probably watched that more than any other Star Trek Next Generation movie that's out there. It's good comfort food for sure. It is really good. Getting that opening scene with the Enterprise, it totally throws you for a loop. Because the movie starts out with this bottle spinning in space and you're like, what the hell is going on? What is this all about? Yeah. And then you see it smash against the hull. That was just a really great introduction to that ship. Yes. Her captain obviously left a lot to be desired, but the point was to make Captain Kirk shine in that scene. Yeah. So he played his purpose, narratively. Yeah, no, I think it's a great narrative that opening because Captain Harriman basically he gets a lesson inside of 15 minutes. Right. It's no, you're the captain. This is what you got to live up to this, or this is what you've got to be. And he gets to see it, and it would be great here again if they took that and ran with it in some other part of Star Trek where we get to see him again.
Oh, I'd love an Enterprise B series. I'd take that any day. As long as, some dipshit isn't writing it. Kurtzman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear that. I mean,
I think
go ahead.
I think this movie gets really unfairly panned.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people, their hatred of it does come from the fact that Kirk dies in this movie. And I think that's the only reason why they don't give it the credit that it's due.
I mean, I will say, I think if Kirk died better in it, I think it would have been a more well-received film. I don't think a lot of people credit or complain about Malcolm McDowell revealing early on that he kills Kirk. I don't think that ruined anything.
I don't get that. I don't get any criticism about Malcolm McDowell in this movie. Some people thought he was too over the top. Those people are ridiculous.
Yes, I agree. In fact, I think if he didn't say it, I think that when Kirk does die in the film, I think most people would have walked out of that film saying, "Oh no, Kirk didn't die." Like you needed to confirm it before they went into theaters, I think, for it to even have a meaningful impact. Because you're actually really wanting to see it, or not wanting it to happen, but you're wanting to see it happen. How's it going to go down? But I do think they dropped the ball on that. I don't know if they did it. If they offed that character in a great way, that movie could be my number one as well. I'll say that much.
Yeah. I mean, I still just like in my headcanon or whatever you want to call it. I think you would have had to have more cooperation from William Shatner. And I just don't think he would ever be able to deliver that in any meaningful way because he doesn't want the character to die ever. I mean, just look at the number of novels he wrote where the character comes back. Great. Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying that he obviously had an issue with the character dying. So it could never be pulled off realistically with that actor.
All right. So I know we got to wrap the show up. I want to toss this little thought bomb on you here. Okay. How would you have reacted if they killed off Patrick Stewart and Kirk takes over the Enterprise?
That would be weird. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying like if it could have happened. I'm sure if they wrote it in a great way and it was really well acted, I could accept it. But I mean, certainly that would have played into William Shatner's ego a lot more than being killed off the way he was killed off.
I would the scenes between him and Data alone would have been amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I would love to see.
And it would have eliminated the possibility for any kind of later shit fan fiction.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Star Trek Picard. Sorry, I sneezed. So the yeah, I don't know. I mean, in a Crusher Kirk relationship, I don't even know. Well, I respect that decision. I think it's a bold decision to say that Generations is the best, but also I totally accept your reasons. I think they make sense. And like I said, I definitely think it's the best Next Generation film. By leaps and bounds, actually. So even though, I love Insurrection, but
yeah. Well, I would say this, the Harve Bennett trilogy, if it really was just one 6-hour movie, it would probably edge out Generations, but it's not. It's 3 different movies. So
yeah, it could be like Zack Snyder's Justice League. It would be the 4-hour Harve Bennett Star Trek. Oh man. Anyway, all right. Well, so we were originally going to get into the TV show ranking, but I think we got to save that. It's a big conversation to have.
Yeah.
And we've already been going some distance here. So we're going to save that for the next episode, which is going to come a lot faster than you think. But we'll make that happen. And Rob, I just thought this was a ton of fun, and I love getting your insights, on the Star Trek films in general. And I think you've had the most varied list that I've seen, or varied as in like different than what anybody else would choose than just about any other ranking I've seen of these films. So
well, I take that as a compliment. Thank you.
It is. It truly is. I mean, I always like a good original, people get commendations for original thinking, right? Isn't that what that's what we were saying earlier? So you're not expelled. You did great on the test. I mean, it is almost a Kobayashi Maru. How do you say what, especially with pre-Discovery Star Trek, how do you say what's the best? Like, it's all the best shit ever made, in many ways. So,
I gotta tell you, I mean, like what inspired this, we were talking about the Trexpertise YouTube channel. I mean, he put Generations at number 2.
That's a good point. He did, didn't he?
Yeah. And all the things that he said about it, I completely agree with it. I mean, like, like, and his list is actually, I don't have a whole lot to disagree with it, like I other than Nemesis being at number 8.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm going to try to remember, I will link to the Trexpertise ranking in the show notes for this episode. Okay. Really one final question. If Galaxy Quest were technically a Star Trek movie, where would you rank that?
That's tough.
I know, it's like
up there. Yeah, it would be
like there. Top 3.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be really great if they could have just done Galaxy Quest and actually had like William Shatner and the Star Trek crew like as themselves.
Yes.
To actors.
Yes, that would have been awesome. Yeah, I mean that's just great Star Trek, straight up. It really is. Yeah, I'd put it top 3. So anyway, I think that is it for this episode of TIE Fighter Renegades. More to come very soon, and some of what we're going to be talking about, but who knows what's going to drop online before then. So we'll wrap this one up. For Rob and Brian here, we will see all of you on the other side. Oops. Fuck. Hold on. What did Skype just do? It turned the chat into the big window. Okay, there we go.
Sorry about that.
No worries, man. That's all Skype. And it's just because this is the only time I ever use it. So,
well, come on. We know it's really just the shirt.
That's it. It's the fucking bad luck shirt, son of a bitch.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
My name is Jacob Hornberger. I'm president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, which Congressman Ron Paul awarded for having an outstanding freedom website. Write us at fff@fff.org, and we'll send you a free 3-month subscription to our monthly journal of libertarian essays and our booklet, Economic Liberty in the Constitution, which George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams praised in a recent column. That's fff@fff.org.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. The latest edition of Lions of Liberty is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at lionsofliberty.com.
Happy Monday, Liberty Kitty Cats. Welcome back to the flagship Lions of Liberty podcast. And you could have heard and seen today's interview live if only you were a supporter of Lions of Liberty on Patreon. You can find more about that on patreon.com/Lions of Liberty. You have got to join the Pride for so many reasons, not the least of which is to get early access and live stream versions of many, if not most, of the interviews that I'm doing here each and every Monday. We've also got all sorts of bonus content, including Conspiracy Corner, and the latest round of bonus action is a new show you're getting from Brian McWilliams called Good Morning Bleephead. No, I'm not going to curse in the first minute of the show. We're going to save that for later, but be sure to check out The Pride. You get all sorts of bonus content, early access to interviews like this one, and if that weren't enough, all of our patrons get a discount at the Lions of Liberty store. You can find that over at lionsofliberty.store, where we have all sorts of fun and exciting Lions of Liberty merchandise, like our Taxation is Death t-shirt, our Wax On Tax Off t-shirt, and so many more beanies, mugs. You want it, we got it. Lionsofliberty.store. But first, you got to join the Pride at patreon.com/Lions of Liberty.
We need to empower people with not just the philosophical tools, but the inspiration to break free from the system.
Welcome to the flagship Lions of Liberty podcast, your weekly dose of education, inspiration, and real-world application from the top minds in the liberty movement.
If you want liberty, we need to be better leaders, better husbands, better fathers, better friends, better businessmen. We need to be better people.
Here's your host, your guide, your shining beacon of liberty, Mark Claire.
Live long and live free.
All right, gang. Well, I am back from a much-needed vacation, and I jumped right into the thick of things by calling up my man, Vin Armani. We actually had this scheduled up maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago to talk about his book, Render Unto Caesar. So I did welcome him back to the show. You probably know him from being on the show a couple times. He was on the show last time back in December discussing how to survive the dim age. And we lined up this interview to discuss his book, Render Unto Caesar. Of course, the week before we did this interview, there was a little bit of a Twitter spat between Vin and a good friend of this program, Dave Smith. So we do get into that a little bit as well. That being said, I really enjoyed this interview. I think you guys will as well. So here's Vin Armani. Vin, welcome back. Of course, at this point, I think for any listener of this program over the past year or so, I don't think I need the whole dramatic, long introduction for you. I think if people don't know about you, if they're the fans of the show, well, they haven't really been listening, I guess, but because you've been on a couple times. And, it's actually the case here. Like, Vin, most people I have on the show are mostly one and done. Usually I have someone on, I interview them, I find out about their life, and I move on with my life. And that's right. That's the last I speak to them. I have a rare select group of guests over the years who have become recurring guests, but I think you might be the only one actually who's had the honor, I don't know, of being on the show 3 times in a year here. And I think the reason, at least as far as my end goes, is that your message and the things you've been talking about out there have really been resonating with me. And I want to do things that provide value to my listeners. And I think you are providing a lot of value out there right now. And, you're talking about things that a lot of people in the Liberty circles aren't really discussing. And I don't think it's a coincidence that this kind of coincides with things that have been changing in my life over the last couple of years. Like I've gone from, I heard your interview with my friend Mike Brancatelli the other week, and I think I was very similar to him in the sense that for many, many years I was kind of like a libertarian atheist. I believed in the ideas of liberty, but I wasn't grounded in any kind of like deeper religious aspect at all. But over those past couple of years, I've engaged in some different kind of practices, had a few different experiences to the point that I can't say I have taken on a religion per se, but I think I'm kind of putting myself through my own comparative religion class in a sense. I've really gotten into, I've gotten a lot into, I've been reading the Bhagavad Gita. I've been reading, listening to Jordan Peter's Bible lectures. Like I'm not stuck to any one thing, but I've definitely felt this call to become more connected to the mystical out there. So I think that probably makes a lot of sense that what you're talking about is resonating with me for that reason. But just before we get into things, I actually scheduled this interview with you maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago or so. So some more cynical fans might think that I brought you on just to talk about the recent little Twitter spat that you had with Dave. That's not why I brought you on. But since we're here, I brought you on because you sent me a copy of your book. You're gracious enough to send me a copy last month, Render to Caesar. We will talk about the book, but I can't gloss over this. My fans will hang me if I don't. So if you could just get into why did you, some might say, use the word go after, say whatever you want. Why did you tweet at, I think it was actually an episode that Tom Woods did with Dave Smith where they were discussing vaccine passports. And well, I'll let you take it from there. What prompted you to reach out and respond to them, I guess you could say?
Well, I mean, it's for people who follow me and like follow my Twitter. This was not a, let's say, some sort of a special tweet from me. I mean, I think one of the things that I'm known for, if people follow me and if I'm having a criticism of somebody, it's almost exclusively because there's some sort of inconsistency in their narrative. And I mean, that's been true throughout this whole experience. And I think that of 2020, certainly. And I think that that's one of the reasons why people have been interested in the things that I've had to say, right? It's because I've been looking for inconsistencies, pointing them out. There's been a lot of inconsistencies, but even for better or worse, even those who I consider my friends or my allies, if I see inconsistencies, if they make inconsistencies publicly, I will respond publicly. So it's like if you have a public forum, and especially if you are somebody whose stated goal is to increase the size and scope of the platforms that you are on so that you can spread a message, then if that is your stated goal, I am a public figure seeking platforms to spread a message, and then there is inconsistency in your message, I am going to publicly, because you're public and you're saying that you want to do this public and it's supposed to be a public message. I'm going to respond publicly, and I'm going to respond showing the inconsistency. And when I do, if I do it on Twitter and you're on Twitter, I'm going to tag you. I'm going to tag you because I would want you to do the same with me, because I would want to be able to respond. And that's the correct thing to do, because I believe that to do otherwise would be cowardly. And so I simply responded. So basically what I was responding to was that while these two individuals have been pushing and promoting this idea that they're going to take over the Libertarian Party, and that this Libertarian Party Mises Caucus is a good strategy and a good tactic, and it is what they are throwing energy at. Not only that, they want other people to join them in this, right? So they are actively saying, we want you to come and spend your time and energy doing this because we believe that this is a good thing to do. To then have a conversation where, and it was specific to this conversation. And if you watch this particular interview, last week, something with Tom Woods and Dave Smith, Tom Woods actually begins by saying, well, I called you to ask you to come to talk about the issue. We don't even need to say what it is. The issue. It is the issue, vaccine passports, right? And Dave Smith, and they then go on to spend about 15 minutes talking about how it's actually a relevant analogy to say that these vaccine passports are like the yellow stars that the Nazis made the Jews wear. Okay. And so what I said was, there's a high level of cognitive dissonance here. Okay. You can't have both things. Either this is equivalent to the yellow stars, like you're saying, that the Jews were forced to wear by the Nazis, or the Libertarian Party is a viable tactic for acquiring liberty at this time. Because if you put the two of those together, what you're saying is the Jews should have formed a Libertarian Party. Okay? So how should the Jews have handled against the Nazis to stop themselves from getting pushed into concentration camps and gassed? Well, they definitely should have done a Mises Caucus. And they just needed to take over a party that has no political power and no elected officials in Germany so that they could have a platform to say a message. It's like, it's one or the other, guys. It's one or the other, because 2 seconds of thought is like, bro, you guys are totally inconsistent. And that was it. And that was basically, and that was what I said. And so then underneath that, and this was where the row started, right? Underneath that, I put in quotes. I said, the powers that be are creating a new caste system. And so therefore we need them all to just read one volume of Mises Human Action and they'll change their minds. Now, you laugh, right? Why do you laugh? Because that is clear parody.
Because when you say it that way, it sounds ridiculous.
Because and this is what the nature of parody is, right? That it's like, so Saturday Night Live, when somebody plays Trump, they're not using Trump quotes, okay? They say something that's completely ridiculous. So underneath that, the response from Dave was, well, can you explain it without misquoting me? And I was like, dude, aren't you a comic? And that was my response to him was, bro, if you can't see clear parody, obvious parody, which is the tool of comedy, like it is the number one tool of comedy is parody, you must be a really shit comic. And that is a very, very valid thing to say for somebody if you call yourself a physicist and I write E equals MC squared and you go, can you explain it without just using just random letters and numbers? And it's like, bro, aren't you? If it says physicist Dave Smith, like, I'm like, wait, you're a pretty shit physicist if you don't know what E equals MC squared is. Right. And that was basically what, and then everybody said, Venice, he called him a shit comic. And it's like, did I actually do that? Go and read what I just said. Like, you guys want it. They want there to be drama. And it's like, I don't want there to be drama. I want there to be consistency. Right. So that's it. That's the long and the short. The dude can hate me for it, but I would appreciate him to it was clear what I was saying. And so it's like the one thing he never did was answer. I think it's a very valid point that I'm bringing up. It's like, should the Jews have formed a libertarian party? Because if we are the Jews being forced to wear yellow stars right now, perhaps if that's what you say we are, like, let's talk about tactics then. It's got to be one or the other, guys. That's all I was saying there.
That's what I want to get into, because I'm a fan of you. I've known Dave for years. I'm a fan of Dave too. I like you both. I don't care about igniting a beef or a feud or anything like that. But I do want to get to the bottom, as much as I do like controversy, because it does generate cash literally for us. I really want to get to the actual issues at hand, like this idea, your criticisms of this idea of the Libertarian Party takeover, and why that is a poor use. Because I think and correct me if I'm wrong, I think from your point of view, it bothers you to see people being asked to put energy into something that you feel is kind of a waste of their time, not only a waste of their time, but maybe actually, going against what we really need to be doing right now. So for people out there, I know the biggest thing I hear is like, look, I get what Vin's saying, but all we want to do is use the Libertarian Party to spread this message, to create more libertarians, to get people more excited about this message. Mm-hmm. Even if there's bad, maybe Nazi level shit going on, what's so wrong with that? Why can't we do that? And also do the other stuff you're talking about. Maybe find greater spiritual peace and what have you. Why can't we do it all? Mm-hmm.
That is that. So here is the key. And this was the key of what I presented to Dave and why it's 2 parts. Okay. In and of itself, the idea that we're going to use the Libertarian Party as a platform to spread a message, I have no problem with. Okay. I think that the Libertarian Party, and I have said the Libertarian Party is disorganized. I think it's a real sink of energy for people. I think as an opinion, it's a waste of time. Now, however, I could be wrong, right? So it's not like I go hard at the Libertarian Party. However, it is a question of when and where are you? And this has been my message. If they go back to the first time we spoke, which was June 2020? Yeah, I think it was exactly something like that. Yep. Do you remember that I specifically in that interview said, you are a Jew in Nazi Germany in the early 1930s right now? I specifically said that.
I believe that's as close to a direct quote as we can get without actually going back.
Specifically, right? So I say this in June, right? Nobody else has said this. I'm speaking hyperbolically in June, right? But then our materialist, rational Tom Woods and Dave Smith, how many months later now? 9 months, 10 months later? Oh, now we're Jews in Nazi Germany. But it's no longer the early 30s anymore. Now we've reached yellow stars. Okay? And so, again, it's not about in a vacuum is this idea of we're going to use the Libertarian Party as a platform to spread liberty. It's like, when and where are you? Because if you really are German Jews in Nazi Germany wearing a yellow star, you are sentencing people to death. If that is the tactic that you are telling them to survive this, it's not just like, well, it could be a good idea. You don't know, Vin. It's like, no, you are sentencing these people to death. So one or the other. See, I really believe that's what's happening. Uh-oh, what are you doing? You're watching the stream?
I was trying to pull up. We're getting some questions, actually.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, because we're actually getting some questions from people, and I wasn't necessarily planning to do this, but I was thinking,
Go ahead.
Since you heard me try to look, this is the nature of live audio.
Yes.
I thought I might read a couple questions that we're getting on this.
Yeah, go ahead. I think that this is, but I think that that's my point, right? My point is not about whether or not in a vacuum this is a good tactic. My point is that if you believe, and this is the exact thing that I was saying, and this is why I don't understand why this is controversial. If you believe truly, and you're not being hyperbolic, because I'm not. See, I left. Like, I believe this is what's happening. So either they believe it, or, because I don't want to do the thing that is, they believe both. Because if they believe both, there's only two answers, okay? One, they are so dangerously incompetent and unaware of how reality works that they are sentencing people to death. Or two, they are completely aware and they're sentencing people to death on purpose. And I don't want to do that, okay? So what I want to say is there's cognitive dissonance and rational inconsistency there. And if they really have the best interests of people at heart, and especially as libertarians who are always talking about how consistency matters, guys, get out of the cult of personality, okay? I know you like listening to the podcast. I'm not saying either of their podcasts should go away. I'm not saying they haven't done great things. I'm not saying that they haven't brought people to liberty. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they don't have the underlying right principles. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be speaking that hot libertarian fire on the biggest platforms in the world. I'm not saying they should not be doing any of that, okay? What I'm saying is that if they truly believe what I believe about when and where we are, then they need to tell people to behave in such a way that they save themselves and their loved ones. And the saying that their energy should be spent on the Libertarian Party is sentencing people to death. It's that simple.
All right. So that being the case, if there's people out, I know they're right here commenting. For people out there that would agree generally with the political message of Tom Woods, of Dave Smith, of probably your own political beliefs as well,
sure.
Generally speaking.
I agree with them, by the way. I agree with them.
So I guess the real difference here comes down to tactics and how people should be spending their time considering the current situation.
Yes.
So actually, instead of me asking you a question here, why don't I take, because we have a question here from Angela McCardle. As you know, she is a big part of the Mises Caucus. She's also a supporter of Lions Liberty here. And so I'll just go ahead and read her question. She says, some of your recent commentary on agorism and being oriented towards Christ-like behavior, paraphrasing, she says, does not seem to provide an option for fighting back against the state. Given the fact that incidents like Waco and Ruby Ridge have happened, how do you propose agorists and people who opt out of government should prepare to fight back against the state when the state inevitably comes for them?
Yes, the state does inevitably come for you. Okay? In 34 BC, there was this guy. 34 AD, there was this guy, right? And he had this message. And The state came for him. And 300 years later, he was the center of the state that killed him. Okay? Now, it would not, there were many, this was in a guy in Judea, right? Carpenter's son. You know, some crazy things said about this guy. He had these 12 cats that followed him around. And then, you know, afterwards, they started sort of spreading that story and spreading the message. Now, it wouldn't have, there were plenty of armed uprisings by those same groups of people. None of them were even able to take back land in Judea. Never mind take over Rome. You know who took over Rome? That one guy. The one guy who bore his cross. The one guy who lived in principle. And time again, it is martyrs that change the world. It is the people who, that's how you really fight. It's a mimetic fight. You have to win hearts and minds. If you win the hearts and minds, you don't even need the guns. And even Mao said this. It's not even just the righteous that say this. Mao's whole message was, it is not guns that win wars, it is will. Will. And it is the will to die for your beliefs. And so that is what is going on. That is the reason and the power of Christianity. And that is what being Christ-like is. It is not be sweet to people. Go read the Gospels. Christ is not sweet. He's an asshole. He tells his followers that they're pieces of shit constantly. Constantly. He calls people hypocrites throughout. Anybody who comes to him and tries to catch him up in something or say something, he calls them a hypocrite. He sends people away from him constantly. He's like, what, you really want it? Sell everything you got. Come follow me. Oh, I can't do it. Well, bye. That's Christ. But he talked the talk and then he walked the walk. He went all the way. There was no fight. What he tells Peter to sheath his sword. When he comes to be arrested, Peter had said, I'll die for you. What are you talking about? Peter pulls his sword out. When Christ is betrayed in the Garden of Gethsemane by Judas, Peter pulls his sword and Christ tells him, Peter, put the sword away. I got to go to my Father.
I'd say that the Lions of Liberty audience, just broadly speaking, over the past 7 years, probably contains, more than two types of people. But broadly speaking, there's a couple of types of people that are listening right now, some of which do have a more religious background, are Christian or Judeo-Christian or have some kind of religion and might actually be like really agreeing with what you're saying, understanding what you're saying, where others, another segment of that population who might have been more like me a couple of years ago, is probably thinking what I would be thinking a couple of years ago, which is saying, okay, so great. So cool. Vin just wants us to read the Bible, become Christ-like. Awesome.
No, not at all. First off, you are Christian. If you are a libertarian, you are Christian. Period. You live inside of a Christian vernacular. All of your principles and morals, if you are listening to this, if you aspire to liberty, you are a Christian. Why do I say that? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their creator. It's a Christian God with certain unalienable rights, chief among these, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Also, we hold self-evident that governments are instituted among men to protect these rights. This is libertarianism. This is what you believe. But the only reason you have rights is because you have your first axiom. Because Hume's guillotine says you cannot derive an ought from an is. Your first axiom is that you are created by God, equal to everybody else, and that God, the Christian God, has given you those rights. That's it. You are a Christian. Whether you go to church or not, you believe there is no libertarianism without the Christian God. There are no human rights without the Christian God. This did not exist before Christianity. This meme did not exist, period, before Christianity. It was introduced by Christ. You are a Christian, whether you read the Bible or not. And I'm not asking anybody to read the Bible, and you don't need to read the Bible, right? All I'm explaining, when I'm explaining these Bible verses, what I'm explaining is what is the actual story that is at the root of your culture. And so when you're asking what changed the world, whether you're a Christian or not, there is no question that at the center of Rome to this day is Christ. That is not a religious statement. That is a statement of fact.
I think something you touched on there is what I think is just of utmost importance, no matter what you believe, is what you mentioned there is having the story to tell.
Yes.
And the fact is, you can believe in just there was a pile of energy and it exploded into a big bang and then things happened and now we're here. You can believe that. You can believe something else. I don't really care if you believe one of those things or whatever you believe in between. It doesn't matter because it's still an absolute fact, absolute truth that stories are what move people.
Yes.
Stories are why our civilizations are built. Stories are why, or maybe lack of stories, you might say, is why civilizations fall apart. Lack
100%.
of a cohesive story, which is a lot about what you talk about in your book, Render Under Caesar. And I just think you have a really good knack, I think, because I don't think I'm not coming at this from really a strong knowledge of Christianity. I was raised Jewish, but I think I was kind of raised as oh yeah, there's some silly stories. Once I'm 8 years old, I think, oh, these are some silly stories my parents told me so I can go to, celebrate the holidays.
Right.
And
right.
I was basically a Jewish atheist, which I think actually describes a lot of Jews that I know.
There's a lot.
Oh,
yeah. Well, Christians too, obviously, as we just said, right? As we just said. But Christianity is Judaism, it is it is basically a form of Judaism that you don't have to be, that is not tied to your ethnicity, right? So it gives it, obviously you add that little meme change and the viral nature of it is but it is, at the end of the day, it's Judaism, all of the patterns are Jewish patterns. So.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Jews are like me, where you're raised with the stories, and at the end of the day, you like going to bar mitzvahs, you like drinking wine, you like the ceremonies, but you're not necessarily wedded to it as any kind of ideology.
Right.
But it's only in more recent years, and maybe, as you say, I think maybe deep inside me, maybe I still did hold on to some kind of version of this story, because at the end of the day, I mean, there are many libertarians who come at things from, I read all of Human Action, and then I read Rothbard, and I just think I see the efficiency, and I just know no matter what somebody wants in life, it's always going to be economically better because of everything we learned from Mises. But I've never met anyone I shouldn't say I've never met anyone. I've interviewed some people on the show that say they got to libertarianism through that sort of thought process, but does that really move anyone? Are you going to sit down, like you kind of said earlier, sit down with someone in Nazi Germany, hand them Human Action, wait for them to take 3 years to read it and understand economics? Even if they do that, is it really going to move them? Is it really going to, is there any kind of story there? And this kind of plays into a lot of things you've been talking about and a lot of things I've been reading about.
Well, hold on. So I think if somebody said either burn that copy and step on and spit on that copy of Human Action Volume 1, or I'm going to kill you. And if you step on it and spit on it and then throw it into the fire, I will just let you go on your own. I don't think there's anybody who's dying for Human Action. But yet that exact scenario has happened with Jews and Christians and Muslims for millennia, where they have said, are you kidding me? Kill me now. Go ahead. Do it right now. I will not renounce this. And that tells you something about how you fight, because that's where the fight is. The fight is not out here. The fight is in here, because it's in the hearts of the people that you're fighting anyway. Because if you want to even win a war, read The Art of War. From the beginning, Sun Tzu says the greatest generals and the supreme means of fighting is to win a war without fighting at all. So much of that book is about making it so that the will of the enemy is not there to fight at all. And that's actually way preferable. And so how do you do that? First, the will has to be in your own people. And then their will on the other side needs to be degraded. You need to have stronger will. This is any warfighter knows this. This is the reason for psychological operations. This is the reason for weapons of mass destruction. This is the reason for all of these things, shock and awe, right? Your enemies know this. You have to put something in your heart, a tool that you are willing to die for. And if you are willing to die for Christ, guess what? You have all of the libertarian. A Christian is a libertarian. A real Christian is a libertarian. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, that comes from the real Christian story, right? And that they are trying to be righteous. You get if from a real Christian, truly righteous and consistent Christian, you will get a world and a life that is the libertarian utopia. That is the kingdom of God. It's actually the Christian story. The kingdom of God is Ancapistan. This is what is totally missing from out of the cognitive framework. It's that, hey, Ancapistan, that idea of this utopia based on principle, that my daughter saying, "Guy, based on principle." That what you're saying is Ancapistan is an old pattern. It's the kingdom of God. It's the kingdom of God, right? And even before that, it's Israel. It is the mimetic Israel, the promised land. This is an ancient pattern. And it's like, yo, man, but are you willing to die for Ancapistan? Really? I know you're willing to LARP for Ancapistan, right? I know you're willing to put on body armor and carry around an AR-15 in a march. I know you're willing to do that. But are you willing to not carry any weapons? Are you willing to sheath your sword and be executed publicly for it? Because that's a totally different thing. And guess what? If you want to know how you actually win the war, it's the latter, not the former. Gandhi can speak to that. Martin Luther King can speak to that. Jesus can speak to that.
I know what a lot of people are thinking, listening to this, watching this right now. They're thinking, all right, so here's what Vin's telling me I got to do. I got to become a martyr. I have to die to see the world I want to see. Well, look, Vin, I got a family. I got a wife. I got kids. I don't want to be a martyr. I just want to get my freedoms back. I just want to prevent vaccine passports.
Then you don't get your freedoms back. That's the answer. You don't get your freedoms back. Hold on. Hey, baby.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, yes. Go ahead. Valentina. See if my wife can grab her.
It's all good.
She's so cute.
She's getting fired up too. You know?
Yeah, she hears me. But the answer is this: you don't get your freedoms back. There's a great book that I would suggest that everybody read. It's by Rod Dreher, who also wrote this book, The Benedict Option. It was a bestseller, but this book is recent, and it's since like the COVID stuff and since all of these lockdowns and whatnot. And it's called Live Not by Lies. And it's him in Eastern Europe. He spent a lot of time interviewing these Catholics and Orthodox in the former Soviet Union about how they behaved during that time. And it really was about, and these people are seen as being the true revolutionaries that changed everything there, and it was between printing samizdat. They got arrested many times. They were holding mass in their home. They were bringing people in and just exposing them to, they would watch Westerns, American Westerns, right? This is truly what ended the Soviet regime. It has to end from inside, where the will of the people, what you're presenting to them when they're ready. And they need to see, wow, look at the principle of that person. If you read the lives of the saints, like there are so many scenarios where there are saints who are martyred. And as they're being martyred, literally the people who are executing them are like, this is too powerful. They're so moved by it that they're like, I can't kill them anymore. You're going to have to kill me. And they become martyrs in that moment. And it's like it's everybody around. It's not getting on the biggest platforms and spitting that hot fire. It's living in truth. That's the fire. That's the fire. It's not railing against this and railing against that. You can rail. That's perfectly fine. But are you willing to bear your cross as well? Because you say, I've got kids and I've got a family and all of that. And it's like, okay, you've got kids and a family. If there was a chance that I'm a father. If somebody tells me, look, here's the options. either you do nothing and you basically have to wait, and your children and their children and their children will grow up under tyranny, or you live in truth and you're a martyr for this cause, and there's at least a 1% chance that your children get freedom, as opposed to a 0 and you just continue on. I think that's the real, and it's bigger than 1%, by the way. And what people will have to give up is there's not going to be gulags. There's not going to be gas chambers. It's not even that. It's literally comfort. That's it. You're going to have to give up the brave new world. You're going to have to lose some comfort. You're going to have to take some risks. Maybe your whole family has to eat ramen for a month. Maybe it's for a year. Maybe it's for 2. Right? But that's the degree that it's going to go to. But we're so soft. We're so soft. Like, it's not consumerism. It's not buying another AR. It's not buying a 3D printer so you can print pieces of it. You haven't used it. They've taken everything from you. They've literally taken your entire civilization, and you haven't fired a shot. You haven't fired a shot. If you haven't fired a shot now, you ain't firing a shot in the future. That's just LARPing. It's LARPing. And we're doing people a disservice when we do anything but call it LARPing. We are doing them an extreme disservice because our enemies know it's LARPing. The people who want to oppress us, the people who want to turn us into their slaves, even more than we are, and have been steadily implementing it, know that it's LARPing. They know that they can distract you.
I want to get back to something we touched on earlier, talking about the story, talking about the narrative, because no matter what you believe, like I was saying earlier, the people that you just mentioned that are implementing this stuff, the people that are causing the situation that we're in, the thing that we're fighting, that people are trying to fight against, whether it's through the Mises Caucus, through the Libertarian Party, through whatever it might be, those people have a belief system. Maybe not one single belief system, but they definitely have belief systems, whether it's worshiping Moloch at Bohemian Grove or one of a million different things. And once you start to see these things, it's so obvious. I mean, I think for people out there that I think a lot of people now are following like the work of people like Jonathan Pajot, who can points out a lot of the symbolism. Like, if you think that symbolism is there just for kicks, like I don't know what to say. I mean, it's there for reasons, and you don't have to believe in like a Satan figure or actual literal demons to understand that these people do, they believe in something like that.
Yes.
So how are you going to combat that without at least knowing your enemy, without at least understanding your enemy, and without playing on the same battlefield?
Well, you're gonna go on the biggest platforms in the world and spit that hot libertarian fire, right? That's gonna do it. You're gonna rail against social welfare programs and the military-industrial complex, and on the biggest platform, spitting that hot libertarian fire, right? That's gonna do it. That'll do it. That'll do it.
All right, guys. Well, speaking of hot libertarian fire, you know who is spitting that hot libertarian fire? Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 days a frickin' week. It is our good friends Nate and Charlie over at Good Morning Liberty. Just like Brian's show, Good Morning Bleephead, this one airs every single day and doesn't always air in the morning, but it is a daily great look at the events of the day. And these guys just do great commentary, great work. You don't want to miss the dumb bleep of the week, that's for sure. You're going to want to subscribe so you don't miss a single day of the great analysis from Nate and Charlie over at Good Morning Liberty. These guys have worked in the healthcare industry, in the music industry. They have some really interesting perspectives on the ideas of liberty, very valuable perspectives. That's why I am a subscriber to the show as well, and you should be too. So check them out wherever you find podcasts, and of course at their amazing URL, BernieLies.com.
So do you see any role for the political system in the United States to combat this stuff in any way, or to spread a message, or do you just think it should be abandoned entirely if we're really trying to create a real change here?
I really don't know at this point what type of how asleep and unaware you have to be to think that which we call the political system in the United States still exists. Have you not paid attention to the executive orders over the last year? Like, seriously, extrajudicially. And people are like, well, yeah, but we take them to, what we do is we take them to the courts and then we sue and then we do this and then they get dropped. And it's like, yeah, a lot of these things got dropped after how long? 6 months, 7 months. And the thing is, you have to win those every single time. They only have to win them once, because the one thing that it didn't do is it didn't bar them from making another executive order in the future. It just took down that particular one. But they can print these things up and sign them. No problem. This is where we're at. There is no it's like, okay, maybe if you said, well, we have some idea that we are going to replace all the governors. Well, first off, replace them with libertarians. First off, if in a democracy, you're going to need votes. Okay. So first off, there aren't even a majority of people aligned with your beliefs. That's the first thing. The second thing is, no matter how much talking you do, there's never going to be that many people aligned with your beliefs, because this is human nature. Even when the Declaration of Independence was written, it was a minority of people that were in support of it in the colonies. Okay. So it's always a minority of people. And then the second thing is, you suck at politics. Like, these are two entrenched political parties with so much power. And neither one of them has an interest in relinquishing power, because it isn't just like it's only been Democrats using these executive orders. So the governor of Texas, rescinded the mask mandates and now has said, oh, well, businesses can't. And I believe that DeSantis in Florida has done it too, saying, well, we're barring businesses from taking, these from demanding vaccine passports. Oh, okay. How did he do it? With an executive order.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's not even like you're living in truth. It's not even like principle, right? So you're like, political process. We need the political process. Constitutional. Yeah, DeSantis, great executive order. It's like, what? Oh my God. It's like, dude, no, you're living a lie. You want it to go your way, but you're already not in the majority. You're in the minority. You're a Jew in Nazi Germany.
It kind of reminds me of something we discussed last time, how, there was, I think at the time, well, not probably still now, but there was restaurants in LA that were starting to open up with certain conditions upon them. And there was a video of one guy just, giving hell to, well, not really hell, just kind of sort of yelling at the health inspector, saying, look, I've complied with all your stuff. I've done this, I've done that, and you're still shutting me down. And I kind of see it similarly here. It's like, well, you've already agreed to the premise. You've already agreed to the premise. So if you're now, look, I mean, I'm somewhere in the middle here. Like, yeah, I don't want vaccine passports used. So part of me is like, good, I don't want them used. But the other part of me is like, but I can't really agree to this premise. Can I really agree to the premise that a state governor should be using executive orders to ban business from doing things? And then that's going to be our salvation here. We all move to Florida and we're all good now. I'd like to think it's that simple. But again, I see it as similar in that, well, maybe you're getting a concession that you like in the moment. Maybe these restaurants are getting a concession they like in the moment because they can finally open for 6 hours a day or something, as long as they keep people 25 feet apart. But they've made the concession already, and I feel like there's a similarity here where, okay, well, fine, maybe you like that Governor DeSantis is banning vaccine passports, but you've just made the concession that tyranny is all good.
Well, Plato said this in the Republic like 4,000 years ago, man. You know what I mean? 400 BC. Plato in the Republic says, this and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs. When first he appears above ground, he is a protector. And it's like, look, the same way that you think that it is great that DeSantis is protecting you with his executive order is the same way that the woke think that Gavin Newsom is a god and that he is protecting them with executive orders. But the fact of the matter is that even the ancients knew it always starts with a protector. Plato wrote this in the Republic. He said, this and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs. when first he appears above ground, he is a protector. That is to say, it's every tyrant first appeared as a protector in what they did. And because that was it, people abandoned their principles. This is a common pattern, man.
This actually kind of makes me think of somebody specific that you've mentioned a couple times. And once you started talking about it, and when I see it, I can't stop seeing it every time I see him now. I'm not sure if you might know who I'm alluding to, but you've talked a little bit about Matthew McConaughey lately.
Yes.
As he's been being pushed because what I fear the most now is not even the wokeness, not like Joe Biden and his sort of, his catering to the woke crowd. It's kind of like the reaction to that, and the kind of people that are right now that are consider themselves libertarians. Those people that are cheering DeSantis might be the same people that might cheer the anti-woke dictator that might come along as the sort of counterbalance to that.
100%, dude. Bro, the Libertarian Party, those people who are in that, just wait. This is my Vince Stradamus here. Just so Matthew McConaughey is lining himself up for some sort of major political thing, some sort of major run. It's either going to be governor of Texas and or president. So it might be governor of Texas, and then within 2 years, president. He'll abandon the governorship. This is actually a path to the presidency. I mean, George W. Bush did it, right? So it's a common path. It's a path that works, and he's got the name recognition. I guarantee you that that people within the Libertarian Party are going to be like, he's probably a pretty good decision. Like, he's probably pretty good. Like, he seems like he's
probably kind of for free market.
Yeah, he seems like a free market guy. He's coming from out, and it's like, oh,
he's from Texas. He's probably
Jesus. Like, I guarantee. And the reason why is because it's a lack of principles. You couldn't have a less principled person than an actor. And it's not like we haven't had an actor as president before, Ronald Reagan. And look at how much the conservatives love him. And it's like, no, he's an actor.
But Matthew McConaughey was in Dallas Buyers Club. Surely he picked up a thing or two.
I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's real. It's real. Like, those characters that he played. Well, and look, we had Donald Trump. Because had Donald Trump not done The Apprentice, that's what people... Like, we got to go back to 2016, right? The Apprentice was just coming off being like the biggest show on television, basically. And who people saw Donald Trump as was the guy at the boardroom. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. It's all acting. But that was who, he's authoritative. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to delegate and put, all these people on. Then he even put Omarosa, who was on the show, who was a big character on the show. He even put her as like a key advisor in the White House. It's like, come on, man. Right? This people are, when you have no principles, then all you go with is aesthetic preference. Because those are the two. That's what we're talking about here, right? Is that it's like, no, you have no problem with executive orders. You just don't like that executive order. When it's your guy, when it's your aesthetic preference, you're fine with the executive order. And this is, I'm not asking people to read the Bible. I'm not asking them to do any of that. I'm saying find something that you're willing to die for. But what I know is that the people who look in earnest, you end at the thing, at the pattern that people have been willing to die for. And when you look, it's always religious. It's always religious. Why? Because those are the most powerful patterns. Because they are consistent. They describe reality. And if you live that way, your life gets better. If you live that way, you get more free.
Who's going to die for, 3% greater GDP?
Nobody.
Or like slightly better market efficiency,
That's the point, is that no one is going to die for that, but your enemies are willing to kill for something else, right? They're not so much willing to die, but they're certainly willing to kill. And as libertarians, we don't have that option. Because our principles, if it is don't hurt people and don't take their stuff, we've cut ourselves off from it's sufficient to be willing to kill. We've cut ourselves off from it. We are not allowed to say, well, I'm willing to kill for it, but I'm not willing to die for it. You can't say that and be a libertarian. You can't. You can't. Okay? So, because that, even if you're someone who's like, well, I believe in self-defense, defensive violence, it's like, well, when you enter into that, if you're like, yeah, I've got my guns, and if you come on my property and you come armed, it's going to be, so what you're actually saying is, I'm willing to die. Because you're not surrendering, right? You're not surrendering. But the person coming on doesn't have to be willing to die. They have to be willing to kill. And then if it gets too tough for them, they're going to retreat. But you're saying you won't retreat. This is the whole idea. And so it's like, what are you willing to die for? Right? And if it's just like, well, if you don't have kids and you don't have a family, what are you willing to die for?
Probably not much.
Seriously. And that's why we are where we are. And that's why it works for the powers that be to be like, don't have children, have your career. Oh, no. Hold off. Be old and tired and set in your ways when you have children. Do that. It's very important.
This is like the moment, or not the moment per se, but these past couple of years are like the collective moment where I'm like, oh, I'm the old person now. Because like 10 years ago, I thought that kind of thinking was like the old fashioned way. Like, oh yeah, everyone gets married and has kids, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to do that. I can just live my life and have a good time and have fun. And, now 10 years ago, and like 10 years later or so from kind of the time I might've had that attitude more so, I look back and now I just see like the nefarious nature of everybody that pushes that sort of message. I see, I'm in no way, anti-trans or anti-gay or anything like that, and then people will now go clip whatever I say next and whatever. I don't care. But I can see that why this stuff is pushed so much. Of course. I'm all for everyone's rights to do whatever they want, but there's a difference between agreeing with the rights to do what they want and actually pushing it and actually saying, yes, children should take hormone blockers when they're 13 because they can't make that decision yet and they're going to be better off for it. And if you oppose that, you're a monster. I mean, and so this stuff is so obvious to me now that I almost can't even believe that I ever thought otherwise. But it's once you see some of these things, like once you see Matthew McConaughey as a potential next Antichrist,
exactly.
Plants this idea in your mind, it's hard not to see it when you see him in interviews and you see the way he's being talked to and you see the ways he's saying profound things without saying anything at all.
Doesn't say anything. Yeah, it's amazing.
Like it is actually really amazing. It's actually really impressive.
Yeah,
it's really weird. I don't know. I kind of as I've been gone down this journey lately, I believe more and more in synchronicity. And it wasn't long before I saw you start to tweet about Matthew McConaughey. One night, I had this dream that I was supposed to interview Matthew McConaughey. And I was like, it's like a common dream I have where I'm supposed to do something, but I'm running late. Like sometimes it's like class or something. Yeah. It's like one of my most common dreams. But in this case, it was specifically Matthew McConaughey. And I don't even remember if the interview happened, but I just remember his face in there. And then not a couple weeks later, I see you tweeting about this guy, being the next strong man or something like that. And I'm just like, well, why did that appear in my brain? I don't know. Maybe there's a rational reason for it, but it's just one of those things where I was like, wow. Okay.
Patterns. So we put together patterns, which I think gets to the point of like, this is the powers and principalities idea, is that why did the ancients see there as being these organizing systems above them? And I think as materialists, we can kind of explain it. So like somebody might say, well, there's a demonic and satanic plot to make it so that people don't have children. And you could go like, okay, that's like for a mystic who understands what that is, like if you, at a simple level, if you live as though that is true, you have the same result as if you really understand what's going on. And it's just basically like that people don't have children for the exact reasons that we said. There's very little that they're like, somebody else is being oppressed over there. My neighbor got dragged out. If you don't have kids. But there's this thing that happens when you have children and just biologically things change and psychologically things change. And now it is your job to protect these little creatures. And you become way more aware of potential threats that you wouldn't think about. I mean, I have to, if I'm with my wife and kids, the places that I am willing to go, like literally just physically walk, are incredibly different than single me.
Sure.
right? I mean, single me could go into the most dangerous areas at any time of day or night and get into whatever kind of stuff and feel like, I got to watch my own back and everything. But if shit hits the fan, I can handle myself. Oh, totally different when it's like I'm with my wife and children. It's like, I'm not even going to take that risk. And so you think about how beneficial it is for fighting age men, right? Fighting age men, particularly, to not have children. How beneficial that is to a tyrant, to a tyrannical power structure.
Because they're naturally going to be less aware of threats to whatever, because it's only them anyway. So who else are they protecting?
Exactly. And their view is less. It's less forward thinking. They're not planning. They're not looking for, okay, who's a potential threat up there? Because if you're, it is just very simple that it's like, if I'm a single man, how far ahead of me does my focus have to be if I'm walking down a dark street at night, right? In terms of assessing a threat. But if I'm walking with my wife or I'm walking with my kid, I mean, my head is on a swivel. My scope of my view of how far ahead of me I'm looking and planning out is completely different. And that's just natural. And that goes into the metaphor of like, how do I view Matthew McConaughey? Right? It's completely different if I'm like a 25-year-old guy who's looking at him like, and this is how you get Hitler. Who were Hitler's followers? Young, single men.
They probably thought he was cool. They probably thought he was really cool.
Of course they did. Like Elon Musk, same scenario. Mm-hmm. Right? But men who like have children and have a family, and then they look and they're like, look at what he thinks is okay. Mm-hmm. Like naming your kid like AE 553, that's actually child abuse. That's actually child abuse. And then like you look at the things that his wife, the mother of his child, is doing, and you're like, this is what she's showing herself doing publicly. Like, how weird is it in private? And would I want my children alone with that woman? Like, no. So maybe Elon's not a good person. Like, maybe he's not my friend. Maybe he's not somebody that I would emulate. But if you don't have kids, you're not even there. And so it's like, it isn't that it's a satanic plot, but it's just like, if young people, if people in their 20s aren't having children, fighting age men are not having children, your society is going to be completely different by definition, because the amount of tyranny that will be allowed by those individuals will be significantly more.
I don't remember the exact chart, not to bring up a chart, but it was a chart or a graph that showed like sexual activity of males. And like, it was like, it was some insane number of males that had not had sex that were 30 years old. I'm probably like misstating it, but it's something.
I think you're right.
It's something like that. That were 30 years old that had not had sex since they were like 21, I think.
I think it was 30% or something like that. It was high like 20s, I think.
It was, and it's honestly the scariest stat I've ever seen in my life, because I can't even imagine. Like, I mean, what must be inside someone who has not had that kind of intimacy in their life at all, even a little bit, over that kind of time span? What does that person even have to live for? That person is going to be the kind of person that's either going to go shoot up something randomly, or is going to be so easily influenced and so taken in by something that is providing them some kind of meaning. And there's a pretty good chance that something is not going to be good for the rest of us.
Well, and it breeds nihilism. Really, that's the real thing that it breeds, is like an actual joy at seeing the world burn. So a resentment, right? A joy at watching some guy's small business fall apart, that you were never able to have any success in business or with women or money, that watching somebody's family be destroyed. I think that's what actually a lot of this is. Like, I think that a lot of what is going on in woke culture, well, they say that's what it is, right? They say that what they're out to do is smash the patriarchy. And so it's like, well, what does that mean? Patriarchy meaning, well, pater is father. So it's like patriarchy meaning father at the top of the hierarchy. And it's like, man, is that really what you want to smash? Like, I can understand that you don't want abusive fathers at the top of the hierarchy. Of course you don't. But really, like a loving, caring father who will die for his family, which is most fathers, by the way. Like, although we're flawed human beings, most fathers would be willing to die for their family, really at the drop of a hat to protect their children. Like, that's just, it's built into us. And so it's like, do you really want to remove that? Like, are you really sure that you want a society that isn't built on the idea that men would die for their families? That men would give because if they're willing to die, they're certainly willing to work their asses off, which has always been the case. And then they're willing to band together to defend in mutual defense others. And so it's like, wow, yeah, that does look satanic. Like, if there was a such thing as Satan, isn't that exactly what? So it's like, okay, all right.
And I think that's like the big thing that I take from, reading your book specifically. It's like a lot of the stuff in there. I think you do it in a way that it never really comes across preachy, because you kind of go back and forth interweaving between some like allegorical stories, and then you actually sort of breaking down a lot of concepts. I think really your book is actually like an explanation of libertarianism without ever really saying it that.
Thank you.
But sort of basing it on, on a deeper philosophy that you hold. And I never thought I would read a book that not only like taught me some biblical concepts, but also taught me libertarianism, even as someone who's been a libertarian for 20 years, and also somehow ties into Bitcoin. Like, yeah, right. all in the same book. So I do want to talk a little bit more about the book itself, but I want to talk more broadly about like what has driven you to do this? Like what exactly, when did you answer the call? Because I remember when we first talked a year ago, the end of that interview, you said something along the lines of, all right, well, I'm not really going to do any more podcasts, so I'm just going to go off into the sunset, work on my projects, and that's it. And here we are. I think you did maybe a couple interviews after that. But since our last one in December, I think I've seen you on like every podcaster I know. Every friend I've made in the podcasting world has interviewed Vin the last few months. You've been on with Buck Johnson, Mike Brancatelli, Thaddeus Russell. So what changed for you from a year ago, where it seemed like you just kind of wanted to, say your piece, go on with your life and work on your stuff. But now it really seems like you're making a much more proactive effort to be out there talking about this stuff publicly. So did something specific happen that changed that for you?
There's a definite thread. And I think that really, the last time we talked, so I had been sort of pursuing a daily practice of contemplation, which had grown out of, I used to say that the gym is my church. And since I had kids, when I was a single man, it used to be 11 a.m. I'd wake up and go to the gym and do my thing and whatever.
But those are the days of 11 a.m. Rolling out of bed at 11 a.m. Nice. I remember them well, yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to go back, but I remember it somewhat fondly.
Yes, I mean, it's nostalgia, right? It's nostalgia, but I wouldn't go back. But
it's the best time you never want to have again.
Yes. Since I had kids, it would be, get up basically before sunrise, because that was the time when everybody's asleep. I could do my stuff, come back, and then, I'd be back for a little while before everybody woke up. And that seemed to work for everyone, right? That I wasn't dipping out on my wife in the morning, and I wasn't having to go at lunch at work. And so I could keep going on, with whatever I was working on. And that started when we moved to New Hampshire in 2018. And I carried it on. And then when we had moved back to California and the gyms got closed because of the lockdown right before we came here, it wasn't about lifting weights anymore, but it was like I did meditation and then some yoga and stretching, some body weight exercises and whatnot. And then when we moved here, I continued with that, but I was doing it on the beach in the mornings. And I had written maybe about a third of the book, and I had this vein that I was following of this Render Unto Caesar story and some things about Bitcoin and some things about reciprocity. Those things were kind of already there, things that I understood. And something weird happened where it was kind of this process of feedback. And it was during the time that sort of that I was talking to you, but what was happening was I was going out and having this practice of contemplation and some exercise and some other things that was having this feedback of filling in the gaps on this book. So very much in my other books, what it had been is just like this, it's inspiration. I just got to write off inspiration and something's going to come. I trust the process. I open myself up to it and then I write. And this other concept started coming it was this Trinitarian Christian pattern, right? And it was explaining a lot of the things. And so then I was like, maybe I should be praying. And that would, since it feels like this is related to this Trinitarian sort of Christian pattern, but it still has this material aspect, maybe it would be better if I started like integrating a little bit of prayer just to put my mind more into that space, right? So I've had a lot of spiritual experience and done a lot of things. And so
through that specific practice, or are you talking about in the past?
In the past, in many different ways. And so I know that it's like, it's set and setting. You want to put your mind into the pattern. And I was like, well, let me try to pick up. And one of the things that I picked up was the Jesus prayer. And so I was like, okay, this sort of, it relates to me in a way that it feels very experiential. It's kind of a mantra. It's long practiced by Orthodox Christianity. It's seen as one of the most key things that Orthodox Christians do. Many pray it every single day. I do now for sure. And in that practice, it was like a door opened up somehow. And not only was I being given the information that winds up in this book and that it's just coming like, brrr, but I'm also giving information about how to change and modify that practice so that it's almost like whatever is coming to me is also teaching me how to pray, which I then learn is actually something that the Orthodox actually pray for to the Holy Spirit. You'll see time and time again in the writings of the saints and in the liturgical prayers, teach me how to pray. They ask the Holy Spirit, teach me how to pray. And that the way that you pray actually is told to you by the Holy Spirit, which is, this is a very Jewish concept, right? It's that like, this is a very, very Jewish, that like Yahweh is the one who, everything from Noah building his ark to the Ark of the Covenant to
he tells you what's
everything.
Up.
He tells you what's up. He tells you how to build the temple. He tells you how to do it, right? And how to pray to him. And so I had this experience and it dumped the book onto me. But one of the things that I was given in that was one day coming back, it was also telling me to do other things that was weird. And it was
Go
just
on
like
Lions of Liberty.
Well, it started with, you're going to do this class and you're going to call it Bitcoin Mystery School. And you're only going to let in like 20 people into the class. And it's going to be on this because it was a lot of the concepts that were coming up related to Bitcoin, because I was working on Bitcoin at the same time. It was meshing the concepts. And hold on one second.
Oh, good.
So it was, she's so cute. It's hard to like, so
this is how I know I'm a different person than 5 years ago. Cause 5 years ago, I'd be like, this guy with this kid here. Now I'm like, she's adorable. It's all good. I can see my own evolution in front of my eyes.
It's good, man. But it was actually within that my first class filled right up, which I was like, this is weird. People want this. This is really weird. And I was actually reached out to by somebody and he was like, hey, we had talked before and he's an Orthodox Christian. And he was like, hey, there's some guys in my parish. There's like 10 of us. We kind of have a brotherhood. We meet and talk. Could we do like a private class? And they ended up actually being the first private class. And in that group was their priest, a Serbian Orthodox priest. I've talked about him before. And they were actually the first ones to take this class. So weirdly enough, right? Like out of nowhere that like, here I am doing this Jesus prayer, which is the Orthodox Christian prayer. It tells me do Bitcoin Mystery School. And it's like, hey, we've got 10 guys. We want to do the private class and we want to be the first ones. And in that is this priest and who is now my spiritual father. Because through that and interacting with them, I was like, could you help me out with my prayers? I'm doing these prayers. I'd love to talk with you. And we hit it off. And then it was like, boom, level up. And it was more information and whatnot. So for me, that's what changed. What changed was I had this experience that lines up with all of these things, and that the delivery is that book. So what I would say is 2/3 or more of that book is what you might say is like almost like channeled. That literally it would be out at prayer. I would walk out, do my prayers, and on the way back, the entire section would be delivered to me. And I would just sit down and write. So like that's what you're seeing in that book is that. And it was that fact that it produced that it has been so undeniable to me, and the things that it brought into my life, that then, I basically said, hey, if people want these pre-copies of the book, just reach out to me. And if you are a podcaster and you want to talk, and it snowballed from off of that. And then I just have not said no.
It's just the Jew in me. If I see something for free or a good deal, like that's just my instinct. I'm like, free book? I'm in. Let's do it. I'll sign the deal. You can come back on, sure. But everyone's got their own reasons.
So that was it. And honestly, like, I also told myself that I'm taking I promised myself that I'm doing a sabbatical, like starting next week. I'm not doing any more interviews. So again, with you, right? It's like
for real this time, for real.
until I'm called again. But the thing is that I have so much coding work, and I now know what I need to do in terms of the next thing. And it's very important that I do this software work and this Bitcoin work. Like it's very, very important. So yeah, it's it probably won't be the last time. I think it probably won't, but it'll be the last spat, I think, because I'm pretty exhausted. I got to say, like, it's been an exhausting process, but I'm glad. And I think that the response of this last, let's say 60 days from people has been that it's really helped them a lot. So, I'm just trying to deliver what I've been given and to spread it on and just to bear witness in that way.
All right, guys, we are in the home stretch here. We've just got a little more we're going to dive into with Vin. But first, I've got to make sure you guys know about one of our great supporters, great sponsors, great patrons. That is Zach over at Lorenzotti Italy. And if you need a pick-me-up, if you need a boost, if you need a little extra energy to get through some of these long podcast interviews, well, then look no further than Lorenzotti Italy. They deliver fine, premium, ground or bean or whatever kind of coffee you want right to your front door at very, very, very affordable prices. Prices made even more affordable by using discount code LIONS at checkout for 10% off your order. If that all wasn't enough, these guys are not just coffee connoisseurs and I can never say this word that I'm trying to say. They get you good coffee, all right? That's all you need to know. But they also help other entrepreneurs out there trying to get their own start in the coffee industry. People that are trying to start their own coffee shops. They help people get access to financing, to purchase equipment, all of that great stuff. So just one of the many, many reasons to support our friends at Lorenzotti Italy. You can find them over at lorenzotti.coffee. And don't forget to use that discount code LIONS at checkout for 10% off your order.
This kind of brings us back a little bit to something you do talk about in the book in a general way, kind of the importance of a practice, and that you've talked about in a lot of interviews. And this actually, I actually didn't even intend to do that. This is a weird synchronicity again. Right when I say the word practice, I accidentally clicked over to the notes that I had that I never looked at, because I have this habit where I create notes for an interview because I've done it since the beginning, but I don't even look at them anymore. Right. But I actually just did. But I wrote down this quote. And it starts with the word practice. So I'm just going to read this quote that I already kind of had in my mind, but I think it really sums up. It's where you're talking about the concept of sin, and the way you kind of phrase what the concept is, I think can make sense to people that it doesn't matter if you're a believer in Christianity or any religion at all. You can be an atheist and understand this concept the way you're laying it out. But the quote is, "Practice without theory means never reliably hitting the mark. Theory without practice means never even attempting to hit the mark. Both scenarios are sin. The wages of sin are death." And I think this ties into obviously everything you've been talking about, here and elsewhere. But do you want to just expand on this idea?
The Liberty Radio Network presents the latest episode of Free Talk Live next after the news here on LRN.FM.
But will he run? I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. Former President Trump blasting his successor in his first on-camera interview since leaving the White House, telling Fox's Hannity the troubles at the U.S. southern border are strictly of President Biden's making.
There's never been anything like what's happened at our border. And people are coming in by the tens of thousands. They're walking in. All he had to do is leave it alone.
Mr. Trump saying President Biden should never have stopped construction of the border wall and reversed some of his immigration policies. He also predicted a midterm resurgence for the GOP with one big if.
The Republicans have to unify. The Democrats are always, they may have bad policy, but you don't have a Romney. You don't have a little Ben Sass. You don't have these people over there.
About his future plans, the former president said he is beyond seriously considering another run for the presidency. The U.S. ambassador to Russia returning to Washington for consultations, reportedly at the suggestion of the Kremlin amid talks of a possible summit meeting this summer. Former Vice President Walter Mondale is dead.
The liberal icon served Minnesota as Attorney General and U.S. Senator, then as Vice President under Jimmy Carter from 1977 to 1981. Mondale's own try for the White House in 1984 was shadowed by Ronald Reagan's popularity, but he made a different kind of history by choosing the first female running mate on a major party ticket, Geraldine Ferraro.
Fox's Trace Gallagher, President Biden saluting Mondale as a mentor and saying he knew how happy Mondale was when Kamala Harris became the country's first woman vice president. Walter Mondale was 93. Coronavirus deaths in the U.S. yesterday, fewer than 500. The State Department now preparing to update its COVID-19 travel advisories. It will significantly increase the number of countries in the strictest level 4 do not travel category. America is listening to Fox News.
Join over 24,000 of some of the fastest growing companies in the world who rely on NetSuite. Just ask Sean Nelson, founder of Lovesac.
We started as a beanbag company in my parents' basement. And the next thing I knew, we were one of the fastest growing furniture companies in the world. Only problem? We still had multiple systems for everything.
NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, inventory, e-commerce, HR, and more.
Lovesac furniture is built to last and infinitely adaptable, just like NetSuite.
Find out how NetSuite can help your company with a free product tour at netsuite.com/relax.
The jury resumes deliberations in the Derek Chauvin murder trial this morning after getting the case late yesterday.
It was the state versus defense in closing arguments in Minneapolis in the Derek Chauvin murder trial.
What the defendant did here was a straight up felony assault. This was not policing. It was unnecessary.
Prosecutor Steve Slisher with defense attorney Eric Nelson telling jurors that Derek Chauvin had no intent to purposefully use unlawful force, which they would need to decide to convict.
I submit to you that the state has failed to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The jury now weighing verdicts on 3 charges in the death of George Floyd, second and third degree murder and second degree manslaughter, for which the former officer has pled not guilty. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Minneapolis is bracing for possible violence after a verdict is announced, bringing in outside help.
We do have a contingent of law enforcement officers coming from the Ohio State Highway Patrol and the Nebraska State Patrol to be helping us as we secure critical infrastructure.
Colonel Matt Langer of the Minnesota State Patrol says they hope the help isn't needed. Blacklisted after the Capitol Hill riot in January, the social media app Parler will return to the Apple Store soon after changing its content moderation policies. Apple will tell us today what shiny new things they want us to buy.
Their spring-loaded event scheduled for today. They'll be streaming the whole thing on their own Apple Events platforms as well as on YouTube.
Bewildered paralegal Caitlin Levy says that after returning home from work today, it occurred to her that oddly at no point during her day was she harassed, leered at, or made to feel humiliated or physically threatened.
It's weird. Looking back on it, I suddenly realized that not one strange man made a creepy comment at me or an obscene gesture or a sleazy look for like the whole day. How can that be?
The 29-year-old told reporters that even at points in her day when she is traditionally almost certain to be made uncomfortable by at least 1 or 2 leering male strangers, not a single such instance occurred.
I actually got to walk from the train to my office and never once catch some weirdo smiling at me or looking me up and down or slowing down his car to yell some shit out the window at me. I felt weirdly safe or something.
This is the Onion News Network.
After a flood of customer complaints, Kay Jewelers issued an immediate recall this week of over 2 million cursed engagement and wedding rings. The company's director of public relations released an apology to those afflicted.
I can assure our customers that we were not aware our manufacturers were sourcing diamonds tainted by the Darkling Urla. We're strongly recommending customers who have not yet returned their purchases for a full refund to place a mirror in a bowl of black salt, mold a poppet in your image out of clay and your lover's hair, and then burn the poppet in the mirror before the next full moon.
Industry experts are calling this the most egregious safety oversight in jewelry production since 1973, when Zales disturbed the grave of the 16th century sorcerer Maelor.
Sometimes I wake up and I'm trapped in this oil painting of a German village.
They told us that there was a 68% chance that our child would be born with no soul. They sent us this disclaimer suggesting we leave the changeling in the wood and return only at our own peril.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
Yes, it is Free Talk Live. Case of the Mondays? Anyone? Oh, hey, wait. Uh-oh.
There I am. Is it Monday?
Who's the engineer around here? Who's pressing the buttons? I'm not even supposed to be in this chair right now, but I am.
We just got some great news.
Well, and maybe we'll be able to share that news with all y'all. But first, I got to tell you, this is Free Talk Live. In the studio tonight, it is myself, the Reverend Captain Kickass, plus.
And it is Conan.
And Arya will be joining us shortly. But first, we take you to an exclusive. We take you to an exclusive Free Talk Live. Mr. Freeman, are you with us?
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. I just did the intro, and that is all. So you are live on Free Talk Live, I believe, for the first time in a month?
Yeah, actually 5 weeks as of tomorrow morning.
Well, welcome back, brother.
Welcome back, Ian.
It's literally taken that long for me to be out of my cell on 23-hour lockdown at a time at which I can actually call into the show. There were actually 2 other occasions, but there were technical difficulties that got in the way. So 5 weeks later, finally.
Well, I'm glad to hear your voice. I know Conan's glad. I'm sure a plethora of listeners are glad. What do you have to say to everybody? This is your first time.
Oh, I don't know. Just wanted to touch base. I mean, I'm here at the Merrimack County Spiritual Retreat. Like I said, 23-hour lockdown, so I get a 1 hour a day out, and so I figured, it's after 7 o'clock. I'm actually, for the first time, as you mentioned, on Friday night, able to actually listen to the show, at least on weeknights if the Red Sox aren't on. So tonight you guys are going to be on out here in New Hampshire.
Nice.
So I'll be able to tune in afterwards.
And how does that how's that process? You have to listen with other people, or you're able to have your own little radio in the cell or something?
I do have my own little radio, so it took about 3 weeks for me to finally get into a place where I could finally order from the commissary. And the first week I was restricted on what I could order. So then the second week, so 4 weeks in, I was able to actually order a little clear plastic radio. So I do have the ability to listen.
Outstanding.
Thankfully, we have some stations in New Hampshire that make it possible.
Right. And so it's my understanding that you may not be the only person that has one of these in that particular facility, and that it may be possible that more than just you are listening.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, because there's not that many stations that you can receive on these little radios. So, there's like 3 country stations, there's 1 rock station, 1 top hot hits station, and a couple others. And otherwise, there's WTPL and WEMJ, which are located in Hillsborough, which is the town right outside of Concord. And then also EMJ is located in Laconia, which is the Lakes region. So actually, technically, both of those stations make it into the jail. One is a little stronger than the other.
Nice. So you've been listening. We've been doing, a horrible job without you here, but, we're carrying the torch nonetheless.
Ian, they broke everything, man.
I know.
It was
not a very nice
Arya and Captain and Mark. They've been scrapping everything together like you wouldn't believe. It's We're not on YouTube anymore because of some bad things that were said or whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard about this. I heard YouTube was issuing medical malpractice strikes against our channel.
Medical misinformation, because we've been calling the Pfizer and Moderna, whatever they're calling vaccines.
Experimental
we've
vaccines.
been calling them what they are, which is, a genetic alteration platform.
It's gene splicing.
Well, I don't know that it's splicing, but
anything that you say that does not coincide with the official CDC propaganda is considered medical misinformation.
Yeah, but we've been saying this all year, and all of a sudden now they're cracking down on us.
It's fashion.
Somebody reported it.
Yeah. Well, good.
We've got more viewers probably now because whenever Free Talk Live hosts get put in jail, our ratings go up. More people tune in.
I can confirm
more
that
haters tuning in too.
Yeah, I can confirm that indeed did happen. For example, the night of the terrorist attack on the studio, we did a show, albeit it only streamed live out to Breaking the Flaw on YouTube. That was the only, as it turned out. I thought we were on, at least some internet streams, but it turns out we weren't. But we did a show. We recorded the show, a couple of days. The very next day we were able to get back on the radio, but we had poor audio quality for the next, intermittently for the next 5-6 days or so, as far as the radio feed was concerned, until we remedied that. But that first show from Thursday the 16th, the day of the actual raid, that one had a huge bump in downloads once it was uploaded.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, you are absolutely correct. I can confirm that those are the facts.
Ian, we've been told you're reading like 400 pages a day.
That's what I can do. It's slowed down a little bit recently because I've had some mail to answer, and also I've been working on some blog posts as well. So I'm doing a lot of writing over the last few days. But yeah, I can pretty easily. If all I do is read all day,
yeah,
I can easily go through.
I do believe someone has set up a book, a Get Ian book list. And I think everyone is you're probably going to be inundated with all kinds of stuff pretty soon.
Well, we hope so. I know it seemed to me that it sounded like a bunch of folks were sending you stuff, and I was sort of holding out hope that, you'd get another bail hearing right quick, and that, I wouldn't, but anyway, I sent you a thing. It's not on that list, and hopefully you should have it tomorrow, according to Amazon, which means you probably won't get it till like Wednesday or something.
Yeah, they got to put it through whatever processing. And
they got to X-ray it.
I appreciate anybody who sends anything at all. I mean, definitely it takes time out of your busy schedule to send me something, and I certainly appreciate it. So, if there's something that you've thought, Ian ought to know this, or Ian ought to learn about this topic, now is the time to send that thing. And yes, I do hope that I will get some bail. We do have an appeal in on the absolutely terrible bail hearing that happened within the first week, and of course, court system does not move quickly. So who knows when that'll actually, the gears will turn on that. But we have filed the appeal as of more than a week ago.
What? You mean government moves incredibly slowly and doesn't really kind of know what it's doing?
Right. Well, yeah, it's not their lives that are hanging in the balance. They get to go home and sleep in their beds at night. That's no problem. So they're in no rush.
How is the spiritual resort handling the Rona, the situation?
They have a mask mandate for all the staff and the prisoners. However, I'm medically exempt from that. I've noticed there are a few other prisoners who've been going around without masks on for the first time in the last couple of days.
Well, that's probably because on Friday, Governor Snoo did not renew the statewide mandate.
I heard about that.
For individuals, but businesses still have to operate till like mid-May?
And like whoever had the mask mandate in place, in their own city, like Keene, for example, Nashua, a couple of the other small towns, they had their own city ordinance mandate that they passed. So that still is in place, even though the statewide one's been lifted. So
right. I actually asked one of the guards yesterday about that, and he said that the jail doesn't follow the governor's orders, even though it's the executive branch. He said they follow the CDC recommendations, and he also said he wished that it was over. So, I mean, there's definitely some jail guards here that think the mask mandate is pretty much BS.
That's great news.
Speaking of health situations, another story I heard was that you were put under psychological watch real early on because you were walking around your cell doing mantras and stuff.
I don't know what the reason was, but they put me in the medical bay for like 4 or 5 nights. They claimed that it was because the booking area was full, which may or may not have been true. I mean, the booking is kind of in and out. People are always coming in for various different reasons. So, but I'm not crazy, so there was no issue.
It's really good to hear from you, and hear that you are, I know that you're not happy where you're at, but you do sound well.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I consider it to be a forced vacation. You make the best out of a situation that you can here. It's actually not that different here than it was when I was in jail at the Cheshire County Spiritual Retreat a decade ago.
Hey, can you stay on for another segment?
Maybe. I'm going to probably have to call back, though, because there's a limited time.
Okay, well, you want to just call it then?
Up to you.
I'm happy to put you on hold and see what happens, brother. I'd like to hear more from you. So stand by.
All right, well, I'll call you back because they're going to time me out here, so I'll call you right back.
Okay. Free Talk Live, 603-283-6160. More coming up.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
What if the United States and the Soviet Union had fought on land, sea, air, and the astral plane, struggled for dominion across parallel dimensions or on the surface of the moon? What wonders would have been unveiled? What terrors would have haunted mankind from those dark and dismal dimensions? Come closer, peer through a glass darkly, and discover the horrifying alternative visions of World War III from some of today's greatest minds in science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Weird World War III. Available now from Baen Books at baenbooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
My name is Angel Rach. I'm a mother of 2 teenage children, and I fought all the way to the Supreme Court for the right to use the medicine that saved my life. I've been permanently disabled for 10 years, with an inoperable brain tumor, wasting syndrome, and several other serious conditions. For 4 years, I was in a wheelchair, in so much pain I couldn't even hug my kids. The hardest part was looking in their eyes and seeing how much they were suffering because of my medical condition. The medicine that gave me my life back and gave my kids their mom back was cannabis, also known as medical marijuana. With medical marijuana, I can walk, maintain my weight, and I can be a mom. Without it, my doctors believe that I would die. To learn more about medical marijuana, contact Marijuana Policy Project at 1-877-JOIN-MPP or on the web at mpp.org.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com.
Do you appreciate what we do? Help us advertise, market, and promote for just $5 a month at amp.freetalklive.com.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. It is Free Talk Live. The telephone number in the studio here is 603-283-6160. Again, 603-283-6160. If you'd like to join the conversation, talk about whatever's on your mind. We've been having a conversation with the founder of this very talk show, Mr. Ian Freeman, and we'll get back to his call in just a minute. But in the studio tonight, it's myself, the Reverend Captain Kickass.
And it's Conan.
And Aria will be joining us either next segment or the segment after. So without further ado, let's go back to Mr. Freeman's call. Ian, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, and by the way, what a stupid bail restriction that Aria and the other folks who were let out on bail can't talk to one another, and they can't talk to me, and they can't talk to nobody. It's like, well, okay, so can we make it so the federal government guys can't talk to each other too? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that would be very nice. And by the way, speaking of one of those in particular who you're not allowed to be in the same room with or talk to or whatnot, has conveyed a message to me that she loves you from the bottom of her heart and misses you very much. And of course, we all miss you very much, and but we know that you're strong and that we're going to get through this. But yes, we all miss you very much for sure.
Agreed.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, and we will get through this. Just the question is, how much damage are they going to do in the meantime?
Yeah,
that's what they want to do. They want to hurt Free Talk Live.
We'll make an example of you.
It's been a pretty effective attack.
Well, they didn't count on the captain being around, so.
Right.
While it wasn't perfect, I did my best to hurl my middle finger in their general direction for, the next 5 days after everything went down until we could get some real help in here. So hopefully that was far more than they anticipated.
Yeah, you guys got her done. Nice job. I don't know if you can hear the screaming man in the background.
No. What do you think his problem is?
He's listening to Free Talk Live.
Oh, he might want
some sort of problem.
So Conan had asked about you being, isolated or put into medical. Are you still there?
No. I think the first 4 or 5 days I was in what they call the processing wing, and then they moved me to medical for another 4 or 5 days, and then they moved me back to processing for a few days, and then they moved me to G block for a couple of days, which is a segregation block, and then they moved me to the B block, which was the worst of all, this open block where there's 40 guys all just kind of living in this open cell block where there's no actual doors. There's 4 toilets for all 40 guys.
Wow.
Is that because they're running out of a room or something?
What's that?
Is that because they're running out of room to house people?
No, this is the way this particular block, this B block, is designed. So it's designed to pack in a bunch of guys. It's sort of like a boys' camp situation where everything's out in the open and there's no privacy, whatsoever. If you want to hang out with convicts and play cards and watch TV, then it's probably fine. But for me, I couldn't even get through a page of a book that I was trying to read, and because I don't wear a mask because of my medical exemption, they told me I couldn't even leave my little cubbyhole area where there was where my mattress was. So I couldn't even go walk around. I couldn't get any meaningful, exercise. I couldn't even make a phone call. So I reached out to the jail administrators and said, "Hey, look, can you put me back in segregation? I'd rather have 1 hour out where I can actually make a phone call, than be in this situation where I'm the most restricted.
Sure.
And I think they want me to like put a mask on. I think that's really what it's all about, and I'm not going to do that. I'm exempt from
Good
that.
for you.
Did you feel safe in that 40-room room?
Well, I mean, if you're in jail, you're not going to be in a particularly generous. I mean, at least in New Hampshire, in my experience, I don't know about Valley Street. I've heard that place is not so great in Manchester, but a jail like this, these guys are short timers for the most part. They're people with, if you're in jail, you're in with other people who are there for usually no more than a year. So most of those guys aren't going to jeopardize, picking up a real prison sentence for doing anything of any serious danger. I mean, they literally only had one guard watching over a room full of 40 men.
Okay. What are most of the offenses you're finding there from the prisoners?
Well, I don't have a chance to talk to people generally because I'm locked down 23 hours a day.
Right.
That D block I was telling you about, that open room, I was literally there for no more than like 4 or 5 hours before they were thankfully able to get me out. So I didn't have to spend an entire. I didn't even spend a night there before I was back in a segregated block.
I'm under the understanding that nobody was in a situation where he was amongst many other people, as you've described, and has, of course, developed quite the flock. Apparently, 3-4 people that, he's talked about the Church of the Invisible Hand and, this kind of a thing. So he's apparently doing nobody's stuff.
Yeah, that's what I would expect of him, and that's why he's been able to have more freedom to call into the show, because he's not on a 23-hour lockdown. He's likely in an open. Maybe he's not in a block like the one I was in. He's probably in a maximum cell block where they sort of open the doors up and you have your own cell. This is the way it was in Cheshire County, where you can just, kind of walk out of your cell anytime you want, except for when they lock you down a few times a day. So he's probably out for like 8 hours a day instead of 1.
It sounds just like nobody. You're absolutely right. Pope nobody, or the Messiah nobody. And with his flock, he's like Moses coming down from the mountain with his tablets. People want
these 10 commandments.
Yeah, and I might be in a situation like that too, if I were to put a mask on, which of course I'm not going to do because I'm medically exempt, and so therefore I get put in segregation, which is fine because it just gives me a chance to get a lot of reading done, and I can focus on writing stuff and replying to letters.
This is when you learn an instrument, man.
Well, you don't get an instrument. So.
Or a third language or something. I don't know,
Or write your memoirs.
And there's usually there's plenty of books around too. Even if people don't send them, the county has a library. You can't actually go to the library, but they'll bring a book cart around. So I've been through probably at least close to 20 books at this point.
Do they let you journal and diary or stuff like that? Do they give you a
as
pen
long as
and
you have paper, and if you've got commissary, you can order notepads and things like that. So yes, I can do that stuff. Like I said, I'm working on some blog posts.
On a personal note, when we're kind of relying on you to let us know when you might need more commissary. So just we don't have a way to monitor what that amount is. So
thank you to everybody who's made those donations. It's been very generous, and it's definitely helped because it's a lot easier to make a phone call if it's prepaid.
Indeed.
Because every time you have to call somebody collect, then they have to put like a debit card number in, and it takes another 2 or 3 more minutes just to even make a simple phone call. So having that prepaid funding really helps.
Another discussion that I think just cropped up was people having to pay more, and the question was it because of in-state versus out-of-state phones? Do you know anything about that? And we're right at the end, by the way.
Yeah, I'll let you guys go. But yeah, briefly, if I call a number that's long distance, it's actually cheaper generally than calling a 603 number, like significantly.
Gotcha. Ian, it was nice hearing from you, man.
Great to hear you, brother.
Guys, keep up the great work.
I'll talk to you again soon. Peace. Ian Freeman, everybody. 603-283-6160 is the number. More Free Talk Live coming up.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this, right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15% to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, talk radio that you control. 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. You can call in, take control of the airwaves, and talk about anything that's on your mind. That's 603-283-6160. And I was here just sitting out in my car and listening to Godsmack and In This Moment and stuff while I couldn't talk to what is basically my best freaking friend.
Isn't that just...
It's so ridiculous.
So ridiculous that you can't talk to the dude.
Godsmack, huh? I was listening to Hatebreed on the way over.
Nice.
Cranking The Rise of Brutality.
Well, Godsmack has a new album. Well, not new. Their latest album is When Legends Rise, and it's so different from all of their previous stuff that it's taken me a very long time to like fill it out.
Interesting, because like I always was under the impression that they were picking up right around where Alice in Chains left off. But like a bit heavier, right? They had that dual harmony thing going on that Alice in Chains had going on. before, what's his name offed himself or whatever.
Oh, they're very heavily influenced by Alice in Chains.
Oh, yeah.
Influenced, yeah, but I've never made that connection.
But I haven't.
I'm a huge Alice in Chains.
Isn't Godsmack the name of an Alice in Chains song?
It is, as a matter of fact, yes.
Well, that makes sense. Well, all right. I never connected those dots.
So yeah, their new album, man, it's weird, but they've always just been, one thing I like about Godsmack is that I can respect them because they've always just been straight hard rock.
Yep.
No BS, none of that weird Saint Anger Metallica stuff, none of that weird.
They don't want
except
the
for that-
trash can snare.
Yeah, and that stupid acoustic album they did, I just brushed that aside. Okay, everyone does this stupid unplugged thing at least once, but for the most part, they've just been a straight up rock band.
I was talking recently, and I might have even mentioned it on air. There's a Kiss song from 1978. I think it's off the Dynasty record. Ace Frehley sings the song, wrote the song, and the song is called 2000 Man. Now, I was born in 72, so in probably like 78 to 80, I'm listening to this song. And this song, Ace Frehley, as far as Kiss is concerned, is supposed to be the spaceman. And so he's from the future. And this song is, don't you know I'm a 2000 man, and my kids, they don't understand me, because he's from the future, right? And so now it's 2021, and I heard this song again just the other day, and I was thinking like, okay, this song is no longer about the future and about this guy whose kids don't understand him because he's so far advanced. It's now the opposite of that. This song is now about how he's a 2000 man, which was 21 years ago, and his kids don't understand him because his kids are the new ones now, right? So this song has changed its meaning over the course of the turn of the century just by calling itself 2000 Man. And that's just sort of a weird, forward time travel thing that crossed my mind when I heard it.
And you said Kiss covered this?
No, Kiss wrote it.
I thought Rolling Stones wrote it.
It's on the Kiss Dynasty album. It's called 2000 Man.
Because Rolling Stones has one called 2000 Man as well, and it's the lyrics you're talking about.
It may be that the Stones covered the Kiss song, but I was pretty sure that that's an Ace Frehley song.
I will point out, though, that Gene Simmons is a monster, and no one should support him or his music.
Yeah, I mean,
let them be forgotten about.
As far as Kiss is concerned, Ace Frehley is, the one guy out of that band that I have respect for.
I don't know that much about them. I just know that Gene Simmons is all about intellectual property and protecting intellectual property. And I'm just like, dude, you're an artist. Your job is to make art.
Even worse than Metallica?
He's definitely the merch man.
No one is worse than Metallica, dude.
No, Kiss is worse than Metallica.
Metallica is responsible for the death of Napster.
Yep.
Kiss, as far as I'm aware, has yet to kill any file sharing program.
But Kiss has and invented their own coffin. So if you die and you're a Kiss fan, you can be buried in a coffin that's decorated with the band Kiss and their logo, and it's got speakers and subwoofers mounted inside of it so that Kiss tunes can be cranked while you're being lowered into the ground after you're dead.
Have you already bought into this?
No, but I know people who have.
Well, I mean, that's ego, but that's not them.
I'm not that big of a Kiss fan.
I can't stand them.
I hung out with guys that were a couple of years older than me when I was growing up as a kid, and they all listened to Kiss, and so therefore I listened to Kiss vicariously. But I never found myself going, gosh, I really want to listen to some Kiss right now, right? I did happen to see 2 of their 5 final reunion tours.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Somebody bought me a ticket. I'm like, dude, we need a driver. I
would just sold them on eBay, dude.
I'm like, dude, no, they needed somebody to drive. I had a car and that kind of a thing. So, yeah.
On the subject of music, though, I plan to be releasing a song on May the 1st called Apostasy. It's going to be interesting.
And how are you releasing it?
It'll be on SoundCloud. Released
Is that
digitally.
word a portmanteau?
No, it's just the verb form of apostate.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like maybe apostle and ecstasy or something, but I don't know.
That would be cool, though. But no, it's all about the religion of the state and the idea of, burning the temple down.
Nice. When's that coming out?
May the 1st, hopefully.
Okay. Killer.
Cool.
So that'll be fun.
Just one more.
Yeah.
on your huge heaping of projects that are keeping you busy, keeping you down to town.
Well, it's settled down a lot lately now that everything here is mostly working.
Ish.
Well, I have no idea why the phones just stopped working, right? They were working just fine, and then suddenly they weren't. But
are you coding again?
I am coding again. I'm working on an application that is going to let us just enter tags for these segments and click a button and it will automatically upload them all to YouTube. But that's really simple. It's just
If we ever get back on YouTube.
Oh, no, we're on YouTube. It's just on my YouTube channel right
Yeah,
now.
we're not on the Free Talk Live channel. We're on.
So tell us about that. So we had a 7-day ban, and then as soon as we had one night back, and
Yes,
of course it was you
the
and me.
night- yes.
And of course
The-
we
the
were going to
fourth-
town on all the conspiracies and whatnot, and then that was it. We were off again. 14 days.
We didn't say anything that conflicted with the World Health Organization guidelines, right? So I appealed the decision. If YouTube was like, no, this is definitely a violation. Here's a 14-day ban. And if it happens again, your channel is going to be permanently deleted. So I'm not putting much effort at all into the Free Talk Live YouTube channel at this point. It's going to be deleted.
I think I'm done with it. I brought an article this evening about our own NPR, New Hampshire NPR covered the Odyssey.
Right, that's the library
channel.
thing, right?
The
'Cause it's Odyssey
library
now,
guy,
it's
yeah,
not library, right?
And
Have you seen some of the excerpts from the SEC grilling library?
yes, it's ridiculous.
It is.
It's ridiculous.
It's like, why did you have a website?
Are you asking me why companies have websites?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm putting my foot down. I'm not watching YouTube anymore. I just went to Odyssey just now. I've been meaning to go over, but all of my channels are already in place on YouTube. So it's like I turn the stupid thing on and everything is suggested to me. And I went to Odyssey, and all of my favorite channels are on Odyssey right now.
I do hate that about YouTube. Like, I don't want to be fed content. I want to discover content on my own. Right now, if they got little algorithms that help you out here and there, that's fine. But that's not how it works anymore. I never sign in to YouTube ever. And
so you're a guest always.
I'm a guest always, and it's a very interesting experience because depending on what computer I'm on, if I clear all the cookies all the time and that kind of a thing, I'll get to like the homepage of YouTube and I will see all of the crap. Right now, back when YouTube was cool, you used to see like, somebody playing with their cat or, some sort of like a homemade video by an actual person that was doing something funny, right? It was kind of like America's Funniest Home Videos and that kind of a thing. Or something that somebody made that, wasn't professionally produced at all and that kind of thing. Now, if you don't sign into YouTube and you go to the YouTube homepage, everything is professionally produced. Everything is made by some sort of professional content creator. There is no more individualism involved with YouTube, near as I can tell, at least on the main page.
I would agree with that.
I don't know. I just watch YouTube for, gaming videos and stuff like that. And most of those are generally produced well, but I don't see any reason to like stop using YouTube as a service as long as they have content that I enjoy. But it's inevitable that Free Talk Live at least is going to be kicked off of YouTube, at least on that channel. I intend to keep, streaming it on my channel, but then my channel will just get axed. And then at that point, it's just, okay, it's time to find an alternative, which alternatives already exist. You have library, things like that. Of course, we're now streaming on at least 6 different video sites, one of which is my YouTube channel. And we are monitoring all of those chats. So if you happen to be watching at, Vaughn Live or one of these others.
We're on Vaughn?
We are.
Nice.
Yep.
Old
It's
school.
Free Talk Live, 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. You can talk about whatever you want. 603-283-6160.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com. Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
There are basically two types of advertising: direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Don't miss a moment of Free Talk Live. Get our archives daily via our podcast at feeds.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. Take control of the airwaves. Talk about whatever you want. 603-283-6160. That's the calling line. 603-283-6160. Man, it's shocking how frazzled I am just knowing that, Ian called the show.
Yeah.
And I had to step out for that, obviously, but it sucks, man.
One of my pet peeves in life is the game of telephone. Right? You've all played this at some point, right? You sat down in your grade school or whatever, and the teacher whispered, a series of things into person number one's ear.
Well, hold on. No one is relaying any messages to me from Ian, and no one is relaying any messages from Ian to me.
This is true. But there are facts being relayed, such as,
not from Ian to me and not from me to Ian.
Correct. But status updates as far as how did I plug the board in, stuff like that? How did I connect to the radio feed, et cetera, and so on. These are things that normally you and he would talk about, but because you can't, I'm sort of in the middle now. I'm the middleman, if you will.
Well, except you're not, because you're not relaying any messages to Ian from me or any messages from me to Ian. So, but I mean, it sucks, man. Since I came to New Hampshire, he's basically been my best friend. The first best friend that was in New Hampshire moved to Florida. So that was it. And I was like, okay. And then me and Ian became really good friends over the last 2.5 years. And now he's in jail and I'm not even allowed to speak with him.
Yeah, it's crappy. And what a BS, thing to put on somebody as far as their bail conditions are concerned.
I mean, we have a radio show that we do together. We work together.
Yes.
I don't know how they expect us to do that.
Unless it's intentional.
Obviously, it's not an issue right now because he's in jail, so I'm able to be here all I want. But as soon as, he gets out of jail, it's going to be like, all right, Aria, you can't do Free Talk Live anymore? It's so bizarre.
Yeah, or is he going to have to leave on the days that you come in? And, I don't know how that's all going to play out. And it does suck that we have to even consider it.
Now, all of this is happening because on March the 16th of 2021, government agencies conspired together and raided the Free Talk Live studio, the Bitcoin Embassy, my house, Renee and Andy Spinella's house, and Colleen Fordham's house. That's right. A 60-year-old grandmother was raided and arrested by the FBI. We were taken into custody, and nobody remained in custody. You may be wondering what you can do to help. Check out thecrypto6.com. There are multiple ways in which you can donate to the Legal Defense Fund because these charges aren't a joke. It's going to take a serious legal team and many experts to protect us from further state aggression. And in fact, I have secured an attorney. So thank you to all who have donated for that. Of course, we're not done paying this attorney.
Not by any stretch. I know some people out there think that, you guys have a radio show and you're broadcasting this website every night, and I'm sure you got enough. No, we don't. We don't have enough. We don't even have close to enough money for one, much less two people to get through this entire process, much less all of the Crypto 6. So if you can, please keep it coming.
For some perspective on exactly what numbers we're talking about here, the attorney that I've retained, just for the retainer, $250,000.
That hurts me so bad. Oh, that hurts me so bad.
But it's important because this case is going to set precedent. That's going to
wallet
affect
just shrunk up and died
for decades to come. You can help us. Check it out. Thecrypto6.com. Does crypto6.com also work? Or is
SIX or the number 6.
No, I mean, can we drop the word the?
No, I believe it has to be the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thecrypto6.com. It's all a very stressful experience, But this too will pass. We'll get through this and be reunited and
maybe the Civil War will have kicked off by then, and it won't really matter because we'll be in a bunker somewhere defending ourselves from the redcoats.
I got a couple
and broadcasting Free Talk Live.
Yeah, I got a couple of friends who, they're casual listeners. They'll tune in because they know I do the show, but every once a week or something like that. And one of my friends, Chris, recently pinged me, and he was like, "Is the show still going on?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, it's still going on. If I have anything to do with it, it'll not only keep going, but if anything, we'll amplify it."
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been working to do. I don't want to just restore to Free Talk Live to how it was. I want to improve it. And now we can monitor all of these different chat apps at once. Everything's being automated. Hopefully, we are indeed improving Free Talk Live. But let's go to the phones. We got Tom calling from New Hampshire. Tom, you're on Free Talk Live.
The Derek Chauvin trial has, they've had the final arguments and the jury is out now. And they're taking out all kinds of precautions in case of all the bad things that could go wrong as far as civil unrest and everything.
Did they announce the decision?
No, but they're getting ready for all the bad things that could happen if the verdict is not guilty.
Oh, so politicians are surrounding themselves with guns.
Well, Maxine Waters is out in the street as we speak, and she is rallying the forces.
Who is Maxine Waters?
She's a representative from California? Tom, do you know?
The problem is, by the way, it was on this date back in 1993 that the feds raided the Branch Davidian compound in Texas. And 2 years later, somebody retaliated, but they retaliated wrong. They blew up the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, but they killed 160 innocent people that did not deserve it, and 8 cops. And if there's rioting going on after the the verdict is announced, it could have been avoided by not finding the defendant not guilty. They should make sure they need to implement safeguards to make sure that when a cop commits a murder, the cop shall definitely get convicted. and they can simply change the laws so that they're guilty until proven innocent. Simple as that, and that they because
I don't like the idea of
guilty until proven innocent.
I can't endorse that at all.
Well,
I will say that there is literally video of this cop killing George Floyd. It's pretty much an open and shut case.
Well, let me point out that they control the collection of evidence, and their job is to prove what happened. So they got to be considered guilty until proven innocent.
I don't agree with that at all, Tom.
All right, Tom, it's going to be a hung jury.
We have to extend
how do you think?
Happen.
How do you think they're going to react to a hung jury?
I don't know, but what I hope happens if people do go out and fight back, that they don't go out and kill innocent people that don't deserve it.
What about innocent businesses?
Against the government, they not even the politicians. When they look at the riot at the Capitol, where all those Congress members were doing was babbling and scribbling.
Yes, but that babbling and scribbling destroyed people's lives, Tom.
Well,
among them, the Crypto Six here in New Hampshire.
The cops are
It's not inconsequential whatsoever what Congress is doing. They are monsters.
The cops are the ones that are actually intimidating people into complying.
Yes, on behalf of the politicians.
Yeah, they're the armed thugs.
The human race.
Thank you so much for the call tonight, Tom. We have to extend human rights to everyone.
To every human.
Even to our enemies. And that would include the police.
Yes.
I mean, the moment we stop allowing them to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, the moment we're no better than they are.
What we don't have to do, however, is tolerate organizations that are monopolies, particularly monopolies on initiating force and violence. And that is what the police are.
Yes, absolutely. So show prep, my ability to look up what's happening in the world is limited. Let's go with that. I do know that Derek Chauvin, his trial went to jury today.
Jury deliberation today. And
if you support Derek Chauvin, are you a chauvinist?
Oh, absolutely. You would almost have to be.
I think, and I've been watching the trial from a distance. I don't really care, really. But even though that I should, I think it's going to be hung jury. I don't think they're going to be able to decide on this. I think that there will be riots. There will be more things being burned down, more private businesses. And I know that the AOCs and the Maxine Waters of this world are going to be riding right up there in the front, leading it on, screaming the war charge. And we were talking about the Civil War just a little while ago, and I'm just ready for it. Because, I mean, this is a bandit and needs to get pulled off. The people are, they're not in their right minds. This whole last year has just proven that to me, that the people are they're lunatics, and they want blood, and they're not going to stop until they get blood.
Isn't it bizarre, man? The mask mandate here in New Hampshire has officially expired.
The state mandated.
Yeah, I'm getting into that.
Okay.
So, of course, there are still those in cities, but
at the individual level. So I think the businesses still have to comply with mask mandate, not just Keene and Nashua, until the mid-May.
But there still aren't any fewer masks in sight. And more importantly, Chris Sununu admitted in his statement to WMUR about it that the mask mandate was never necessary in the first place.
Really?
He said something to the effect of, well, New Hampshire residents don't need a mandate to tell them how to protect one another.
He needs to be slapped.
You rioters need to go to Sununu's house.
And he literally gave us a mandate because he thought exactly the opposite. And then he goes on WMUR and says, oh, the mandate's not necessary for people to do the right thing. 603-283-6160.
AnyPay believes that Bitcoin is meant to improve your life, make it easier to do business, connect you with more people in the world, at under a penny every time. That's kind of why we laugh at BTC. It used to be free the market, free the world. Now it's just hodl and have fun staying poor. That's not what the world needs. We need honest money that works for everyone. If you care, join us at anypayx.com.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm. You're listening to the latest episode of Free Talk Live. Hour number 2 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
It's in the jury's hands now. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin now waits for a verdict at his murder trial in Minneapolis.
6 white and 6 black or mixed-race men and women, all entering their second day of deliberation in the murder trial of George Floyd. The list of Chauvin's charges: second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. He's pled not guilty to all. But prosecutors are hoping they've done enough to convince the jury that Chauvin is responsible for George Floyd's death last year. Chauvin's defense argues the former police officer acted with reasonable force, claiming Floyd was under the influence of drugs and resisting arrest.
Fox's Caroline Shively. Walter Mondale died, 93 years old. From Minnesota, he was a U.S. Senator when Democratic presidential nominee Jimmy Carter asked him to be his running mate in 1976.
We had a talk about what he had in mind. I was not interested in a ceremonial job. I wanted to be a part of things, supporting the president.
He lost to President Reagan in the 1984 presidential race. President Biden has met with another bipartisan group from Congress about his infrastructure spending plan.
Utah Republican Mitt Romney says he believes there is bipartisan opportunity on infrastructure spending.
I think there's a great deal of interest on the part of Republicans to improve our infrastructure, and the challenge is going to be how it's paid for.
President Biden has proposed a more than $2 trillion measure with revenues in large part coming from an increase in the corporate tax rate. That proposal is unpopular with Republicans in Congress. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A medical examiner finds that Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick suffered 2 strokes and died of natural causes after the riot at the Capitol January 6th. 2 men have been charged with assaulting him with bear spray, but not with his death. It was initially reported he'd been hit with a fire extinguisher. America's listening to Fox News.
Indeed is the job site that makes hiring as easy as 1, 2, 3. Post, screen, and interview. All on Indeed. Get your quality shortlist of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description faster. Only pay for the candidates that meet must-have qualifications. According to Talent Nest, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Get started right now with the free $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/Fox. Indeed.com/Fox. Offer valid through June 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
There's word of progress as the Biden administration works to revive the Iran nuclear deal.
Russia's delegate attending talks aimed at bringing the US back into the Iran nuclear agreement says a solution remains far away, but progress is being made. American and Iranian officials have been holding indirect discussions for the past 2 weeks. Russia's Mikhail Ulyanov says the talks have moved away from general words to agreeing on specific steps. The US wants Iran to stop violating the accord. Iran wants the US to lift sanctions. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
NASA's Perseverance Mars rover has sent back video and pictures taken by a 4-pound helicopter making the first powered-controlled flight on another planet. The little chopper's name is Ingenuity.
The biggest challenge, the density of Mars' atmosphere is 99% lighter than Earth. To overcome that, Ingenuity's 4 blades spun 5 times faster than they would here. NASA plans at least 4 more longer flights. Ultimately, it says drones will act as scouts, exploring canyons, craters, and ice caps before humans ever arrive.
Fox's Trace Gallagher. A new World War I memorial is open in Washington, D.C.
More than 100 years after the Great War ended, President Biden reflected on the 4.7 million Americans who served.
For too long, that nationwide service has not been fully
commemorated here in the nation's capital. This memorial finally will offer a chance for people to visit and reflect and to remember.
If you're looking for work, or even if you're not, here's an innocent mistake you really want to avoid. Never return calls before listening to your voicemail. Your wireless phone sends calls you didn't answer into voicemail, and it shows you phone numbers for calls you missed. Important, don't call back callers you missed until you have first listened to your messages. Otherwise, you frustrate people who bothered to leave messages by asking them to repeat a message they just left as your voicemail greeting instructed them to. If you're a job applicant, this alone could be a deal killer. And even if you're not, there are few things you can convey to someone that are as fundamentally maddening as, "I didn't hear you." With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important. For more tips for job seekers and everyone else, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
This is the Onion Week in Review. Apparently oblivious of the dismal fiscal climate, local dog Digby is wolfing down kibble as if the United States isn't in a goddamn economic crisis. Sources say the shockingly selfish 4-year-old German Shepherd appears callously unswayed by the constant stream of gloomy market forecasts and continues gorging on brand-name pet foods, milk bones, and table scraps as if the U.S. unemployment rate hasn't been above 8% for the past 3 years.
Here we are tightening our belts while this dog scarfs down bowl after bowl like the Dow Jones Industrial Average has gone through the roof or something. You think that he'd think twice since U.S. credit rating's been downgraded, but Digby doesn't give a damn. Ain't that right, Digby? You don't give a flying do you?
The Onion solemnly bids farewell to the 22 crew members who perished during the production of today's Week in Review. You will be missed. For more, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live, talk radio that you control. 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. You can call in to talk about whatever you want. 603-283-6160. People are asking if we're banned from Twitch. As far as I'm aware, we're not. Now I have to sit through this 20-second advertisement to confirm, but it shows that we're live. So as far as I can tell, and we're getting the same information on DLive. That's curious. Let me pull that up and see. We are offline on DLive for whatever reason. I can take a look at that and get that fixed. But yeah, weird stuff. We are migrating from Caster.io onto Restream.io, mostly because Restream gives us a chat tool that takes all of the different chats from Facebook, YouTube, DLive, Twitch, Vaughn Live, and puts them in one single place so we can watch them. Previously, we were only watching Twitch and DLive, and we had separate chat windows for each of those.
Yeah.
Now we can watch
totally
all of it.
difficult to even keep track of, much less pay attention to on a regular basis.
So I don't know why we're not streaming on DLive. I'm going to look into that. All it shows for me is sending data. I will figure it out. So anyway, that's fun. Lots of fun little tech issues to work out. Stopping and restarting the stream would probably fix the issue.
Right, but then that's going to create multiple files and all sorts of weird things for...
Yeah, I prefer to not stop it at all. We'll be back on DLive tomorrow. I could probably go in and start it manually. I don't know. I'm going to give that a shot and see what happens. So hopefully we'll be up on DLive here in a minute. Maybe we won't be. I don't know. We're working on sorting all sorts of
In the
things
meantime, you can get the audio stream at lrn.fm.
That's true, you can. Or you can just watch on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook or any of these other platforms. We're available on all of them. But let's go to the phones. We've got Scott the Bigot calling. Scott, you're on Free Talk Live.
Good evening, Aria, and I didn't catch the other your co-host name.
You're correct. I'm not very good at my job tonight. I'm here with Captain Kickass and Conan.
Captain Kickass, Conan area. Thank you for taking my call. Today, if your listeners aren't aware, is, of course, April 19, 2021. But today marks the 28th anniversary of the federal government's attack on the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas, in which many innocent men, women, and children were ruthlessly slaughtered, and their leader as well, David Koresh, by this evil government. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware that it was the 20th anniversary.
Yeah, Tom brought it up last hour.
Yeah, well, the 28th anniversary.
Did he? I was in here for that.
Also,
yeah, he did.
Like I said, I'm not very good at my job tonight.
That was April 19th, 1993, in which ATF, FBI, and other evil government agencies attacked the Branch Davidian compound. But then 2 years later, on April 19th, 1995, that marks the 26th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing carried out by Timothy McVeigh's retribution for the Branch Davidian massacre 2 years earlier. So McVeigh, of course, was later executed by our Zionist-occupied government, or ZOG. And both incidents were unfortunate and could have been avoided. But sadly, our heavy-handed, vindictive, ruthless, and evil Zionist-occupied government was out for blood. And the point I'm making is January 6, 2021, our government was out for blood again, because that marks America's, in my opinion, second revolutionary war against a tyrannical government. And these people, I don't condone the violence, but these insurrectionists were heroes because they took a stand against our evil government.
Do you really believe that's what that was? They were just milling about the house. They weren't doing anything. They were just, there was old grandmas in there with flags.
It was old men with canes breaking down the barriers there.
That was nothing like what's going on in the world right now. It was just some guy. They were walking and they were staying in the damn red lines. All this breaking of the White House, breaking it down, and the breaking down of the doors, and all they were doing was stealing the podium and stuff.
They've been railroaded, just like Ian has been railroaded by the FBI. When the government wants to railroad you, they can come up with all kinds of trumped-up phony excuses, just throw you in the slammer. It's just horrible.
Well, this isn't just the government saying it; it's mainstream media saying it.
And it would all be okay with Scott if it were just government doing it, but it's not okay with Scott because it's the Zionist-occupied government that's doing it.
Yes, it wouldn't matter what.
I can't believe anyone would say yes to that.
It happens to be
STB.
a Zionist-occupied government. And, I have a new name for the 16. I call it the 1621 militia to start the new American Revolution. Take it out of the date of the insurrection, 1621. Call it the 1621 militia. Have a flag. And you know what I would use as the logo? I would use a stake, Benjamin Franklin from the Revolutionary War.
Okay, Scott, quick question.
On the top of the stake. Don't tread on me.
You say what you would do, not what you are doing. Why?
I don't know anyone that's in this. I do what I can by speaking out. I don't know. I don't know how to link up with anyone who believes that the government is evil, like I do, and what they're doing about it.
Well, it would help your cause if you would get rid of the bigotry.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you admire the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys?
I don't admire anyone.
I'm a fan of the Proud Boys. I'm not Proud Boys, but the Oath Keepers. In fact, in a way, I am one. I don't follow their websites, or I don't have any of their bumper stickers on my vehicle or anything, but I'm an Oath Keeper.
The point I'm making is that the ADL and George Soros is painting both groups as neo-Nazi,
terrorists,
far right wing.
Yeah,
and that's very sad. But the funny thing is about George Soros, he never ever criticizes Antifa or Black BLM. You know why?
Because he's a leftist.
This billionaire leftist Jewish billionaire finances both movements. He finances both of them, and the FBI has been egged on by the ADL, which is a private organization that has no right to stick its nose in telling the FBI what to do.
So you'd be just fine, Scott, with government if it was financed and funded by the right?
Say that again?
You'd be just fine with government if it was occupied or otherwise controlled by the right?
What kind of government would you support, Scott?
See, because I think the difference between you and me, Scott, is that you claim to have this distaste for government. But you only claimed, as near as I could tell, your distaste only goes so far as your preferred controllers, whereas my distaste for government goes for the organization at its core, because it is an organization based on immorality and lack of ethics.
You asked me a question, and I will answer, and I'll answer it without sugarcoating or double talking. I hate communism. I despise it. I hate socialism. I despise it. I hate democracy. I absolutely detest democracy. The answer to your question, I would go with National Socialism or Nazism.
What about the many people who would be killed under National Socialism, Scott?
That is a problem. That definitely is indeed a problem, because
I mean, I would be at the top of the list of people your government would execute. And you seem okay with that. You prefer that. Why?
I prefer it because...
Now, remember, you're answering the question of why you would prefer the government to execute me.
What if there was a National Socialism that did not stick people in concentration camps, did not shoot people, did not murder? I'm Jewish myself. I'd be slaughtered as well.
So you're okay with this?
I would be all right with a National Socialism if it could be, if you will, toned down, if that's possible.
Toned down to not kill the undesirables?
That's right.
So what would we do with the undesirables?
Controlled.
How is it
controlled by, like, rounding them up in concentration camps?
Putting them on a spaceship to the moon?
Scott, thank you so much for the call tonight. Interesting.
Yeah, we've run out of continents, so they can't be another Australia. We've got to send them to the moon.
You would think, or Mars or something.
It's always fun to talk to Scott and remind him that, what you're advocating, it can get real people killed.
Every time,
he struggles
throughout
with
all
that.
of history.
603-283-6160. This is Free Talk Live.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
What if the United States and the Soviet Union had fought on land, sea, air, and the astral plane, struggled for dominion across parallel dimensions or on the surface of the moon? What wonders would have been unveiled? What terrors would have haunted mankind from those dark and dismal dimensions? Come closer, peer through a glass darkly, and discover the horrifying alternative visions of World War III from some of today's greatest minds in science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Weird World War III. Available now from Baen Books at baenbooks.com.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. It's bitcoin.com.
Want to accept Bitcoin at your online store? There's a good chance you already have what you need: a WordPress using WooCommerce and a Bitcoin address. Now all you need to start taking Bitcoin payments on your website is the AnyPay app on your Android or iPhone. Just paste your Bitcoin address into AnyPay, then connect it to your website with our one-click plugin for WordPress. Now your website takes Bitcoin, start to finish in 15 minutes or less with no complicated steps. Download AnyPay from the App Store today.
Free Talk Live.
When a deer approaches a marijuana plant in the woods and nibbles off one of the buds, is that sad? Is that deer living a sad state of existence?
I have no idea. I've never heard of an animal eating something that would
Christy,
make them,
that's because you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know one thing about cannabis. You don't know anything about it.
I understand that you want to partake of that drug.
Oh, I do. Trust me.
Listen, I understand that you should have the right to do that.
Oh, thank you.
Where it's legal. Where it's legal.
that since the beginning of time, human beings and other animals have been altering their state of consciousness. Believe it or not, it's not just a human being thing.
Robins eat elderberries in the fall and get drunk on them.
Yes, so this is a common thing amongst the various different creatures of this earth.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it.
Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Got Telegram? You can follow our channel there and discuss show prep with other listeners at telegram.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, talk radio that you control, 603-283-6160.
I just want to be clear, talk radio that you control, in case Scott was, hearing words strewn together that shouldn't be. Talk radio that Jews control.
As long as you don't cuss.
Just want to make sure Scott's aware that it's talk radio that you control.
Where are you going with that?
603-283-6. I have no idea. 603-283-6160. You can call in, talk about whatever you want. I got to tell you, out of everything going on, I'm looking forward to Fork Fest more than ever.
Man, I know, me too.
This year, June the 28th through July the 4th at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. If you haven't already booked your camping site, RV site, or motel room, you need to go ahead and do that. It's going to be an awesome event. There's going to be lots of liberty lovers there, and there's no better place to be on Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire. There's an awesome fireworks show. There will not be a live music performance, it looks like, this year, unless somebody else puts one together. I'm certainly going to be too busy.
Yeah, it's not going to happen for FUD this year.
No, certainly not.
There are going to be some, events with music.
Sure.
I understand the domes are going to be rented. There's going to be some DJ action going on.
Yeah, but live music it's a different animal, man. It can't be compared to a DJ. But it's still going to be an awesome event. June the 28th through July the 4th. Book your sites now before they empty out. Rogers Campground. Check it out, forkfest.party. Hope to see you there. I'm certainly going to be there. Free Talk Live is going to be there.
I'll be there.
Broadcasting. It's going to be a good time. It always is. And I'll be at the Porcupine Freedom Festival as well for anyone who is there. I figured I have to be. After the sheriff campaign last year, I was already going to be approached by everyone.
Right.
But then you throw this on top of that, and it's like, yeah, I have to be there. These are my people, and
I'll do my best to make myself available to help out.
Awesome. Thanks. There are a lot of people who are messaging me saying they want to help out with Free Talk Live at Forkfest this year, and that'll be fantastic because I think I'm the only show host who's going to be there for the full 2 weeks. And it's difficult to...
Oh, so you're going to be for Porkfest as well?
Yes.
Right.
The Porcupine Freedom Festival.
Are we, and we're allowed back to that?
Well, it's complicated.
Allowed isn't...
We're tolerated?
They're no longer reserving the entire campground. So the campground is open. You don't have to have a Porcupine Freedom Festival ticket in order to access the campground. You just have to have a ticket to go down there and do the Porcupine Freedom Festival events and stuff that I don't care about. So the campground is open to the general public. So Forkfest, in my opinion, is taking place from June the 21st through July the 4th. But we've been saying June the 28th for the last,
year,
9 months. So we might as well continue on with that. But let's go to the phones. We've got Surf Daddy calling. Surf Daddy, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, welcome back, Aria.
Thanks. What's on your mind tonight?
Nice to hear your voice. Hey, it's really nice to see with what happened, everybody like Mark and all the rest picking up the baton, so to speak, to keep things going with Free Talk Live.
Free Talk Live is far too important to let the government kill it.
Yeah, agreed completely. Yeah, good for you guys. Thank you. But yeah, I also, Scott the Bigot conjured up some things I wanted to say, but I'll just skip over that. But a bunch of nonsense there. But
he usually does. Eventually he's going to stop calling on nights when I'm on, because that's not the first time. There's a dedicated YouTube video of me talking to Scott the Bigot that lasts for like 3 minutes, where I pointed out those same things to him, and he had absolutely no answer, and you could tell he was genuinely taken aback.
I mean, you would think he would have, thought something up in all of that time. He's come to a conclusion that, but
he said he was going to give it some thought. He clearly did not.
Well, he didn't. No.
Yeah. So, the previous caller before that was brought up the trial and the coming violence.
You're referring to the Derek Chauvin trial.
Yeah. I live northwest of Los Angeles in a suburb. I live right next door to 2 LAPD cops. And he works in Maxine Waters District. And, they're just starting tomorrow to go on their full tactical alert, 12 to 16 hour shifts. So I certainly see that aspect of it. They're a young family. They got 3 kids and they're just good people. And so there is the human aspect to the violence that is for sure coming here.
And what are his feelings and thoughts and concerns? Is he showing you?
I talked to him. They've only lived next door for a year and a half or 2 years. It's all perspective. Where our philosophies lie. He's. I grew up in the LA area. He's Mexican. He grew up in Coima, which is a well-known gangbanger area for Hispanics. And, he took a different path by becoming a cop. And he's got 3 young boys. He's out in his front yard throwing baseball with them, just trying to do the right thing and do better for than his dad did for him. And he goes down into the fray, and it's insane. During the previous round back in June and May of last year, I would see him rolling in after a 24-hour shift, and he was in the thick of it. It's going to be crazy. I have to drive down through all of this to a project down in Anaheim, which is about an hour and a half drive for me, and I'm thinking, this is on Wednesday. I'm thinking, gosh, do I even want to drive through there? Because I know where things are going to go, no matter how the outcome of the trial is. There's going to be violence.
I certainly hope not.
I think you're absolutely right that the violence has been brewing for a long time, and I think I don't think the outcome will be as bad if they find him guilty of whatever charges. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is a Band-Aid is wanting to get ripped off, and the people are coming to a boiling point. The frog has been in the water boiling, and it's going to either jump out or it's going to die. And human nature isn't like that. We're going to, the crazy people are going to want to jump out of the water.
Yeah, the propaganda has convinced everybody that you're either a pitchfork person or a torch person. And if you're a torch person, it's the pitchfork people that are wrong. And if you're a pitchfork person, it's the torch people that are wrong.
Surf Daddy, thank you so much for the call tonight. I certainly would agree that if they find him guilty, there's not likely to be violence, but I hope we don't see any violence anyway.
If it's not him, it'll be the next, the taser shooting, the taser kid.
Man, isn't that insane?
It is.
She thought it was her taser.
What, like a 20-year senior?
A police trainer.
A trainer, exactly, who pulled the wrong weapon.
Adam Toledo? Is it Adam?
It was a female. I don't remember.
No, the kid.
The kid.
Oh, I don't know, man. Cops kill so many people. It's hard to keep track of them. I remember some of the most notable ones.
I try to remember the victims' names.
Like Kelly Thomas, who was beaten to death by like 18 police officers in the streets one night. I remember that one. I remember Dylan Noble, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I say I remember it clearly. I don't. But it says a lot that we're even having this discussion about a police officer who is on video killing someone.
Another police officer on video killing someone.
603-283-6160. Take control of the airwaves and talk about whatever's on your mind. 603-283-6160. This is Free Talk Live.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can't do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me.
Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa, Hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait
now.
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me?
Because you scared me.
What am I being detained for? You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
Our Matrix server is about as free as internet chat can be. Join the existing rooms or create your own at chat.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, talk radio that you control. 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. You can call in and talk about anything you want. 603-283-6160. And with you in the studio tonight, it's Aria.
And Conan.
And the Reverend Captain Kickass is here.
And you have something you'd like to share with us.
I do, actually. Bitcoin.com is the best source for learning about cryptocurrency. You can go there now and click on Get Started right at the top of the page. And once you do that, you'll find all sorts of valuable information neatly organized to suit your needs. There's no longer any excuse for ignoring this important world-changing information. If you're already a knowledgeable crypto user, you can check out news.bitcoin.com and get the latest headlines of all the news that's relevant to you. Bitcoin.com is your source for everything crypto, like getting a wallet, mining, trading, and all the latest cryptocurrency news, all on a very slick and easy-to-use website. Please visit bitcoin.com.
Thank you so much. So, other things besides the Chauvin trial are happening in the world today.
They are.
Do either of you have any information about any of that? Because, like I said, I mean, even if I was able to get show prep beyond the few specific websites I was allowed to use, I've been a little swamped lately and haven't looked in the news to see even what is happening.
You know, the alternatives to YouTube are starting to show up. Outlets like our NPR here in New Hampshire just wrote an article covering one of YouTube's competitors called Odyssey.
Right now, Odyssey, as I understand it, is Library or was Library, LBRY. And now, for whatever reason, they're changing their name or something? Is that?
I'm actually not sure of the connection. I'm familiar with both. I've been to both sites.
Perhaps the article.
Maybe the article will. But so I'll just. Of course, it starts with a nice little opening discussing Savannah Hernandez, who was kicked off of Twitter, I believe, when she did get for. Let's see why she was kicked off, and maybe this will. Make a lot of sense to everybody. She was talking about the stolen election, which is a concept. It's an idea. Why can't you talk about the idea that, the left have been talking about how Putin stole the election back in 2016. Why can't you talk about the powers that be messing around with the 2020 election? But no, a lot of people were removed from Twitter, YouTube, Facebook for even voicing that concern. And of course, there's the other big one, the one that we're suffering through right now, and that is the COVID-19.
Oh, the medical misinformation.
So for one of the reasons,
whatever that is, right? Like, okay, so if you have a cough and I say, hey, maybe you should take some elderberry syrup, is that medical misinformation?
Exactly. And why haven't any of the officials, why hasn't Fauci talked about vitamin D or talking about even vitamin C or any of the, or just our sunshine?
Or how to just improve your immune system in general.
Yeah. So, I mean, they just got us kicked off again. Another 14-day ban YouTube. So that's how that is. Yeah. Anyway, she got back on and she convinced her subscribers, let's go somewhere else. Somewhere called Odyssey.
I mean, PewDiePie did that as well. He left YouTube and went exclusively to DLive, at least for his live streams, and was relatively successful. So, I mean, these things have already existed. There's, DLive, Twitch. There are alternatives to YouTube already. Mm-hmm. I don't know of the relationship between Odyssey and Library, but I know Library is currently being targeted by the SEC because the government's sort of taken this multi-pronged approach at blockchain and cryptocurrency at the moment. I mean, the Crypto 6, yes, we were attacked. But we're not the only ones. They're also coming after Library and Ripple. It's hard to care about
because of their tokens.
Yes.
Exactly. So Odyssey, which is owned by Library, a Manchester-based tech company, launched last December. On first glance, it looks like any other video hosting website, but it is taking a decidedly different approach to content moderation. No censorship, no deplatforming, no matter what the users say. Library, quote, Library is the future of digital content and how we share it and how we publish it, Jeremy Kaufman, Library's founder, told a web host during an interview published in January. And have any of you met Mr. Kaufman?
I've not met him in person.
Because he's just right across the river. He's right over there.
Yeah, he lives in Manchester.
Mm-hmm. The website does have some community guidelines in place, including no threats of violence, no pornography, and no copyright infringement. But if the website is a giant swimming pool, LBRY is pledging to not filter the water. Quote, I am not going to deny that if you want to use LBRY in a Wild West kind of way, that's possible, said Kaufman. But I'd actually say that our internet is not to be edgy or to be putting provocative things in people's faces. Our goal is to give people choices. And excuse me, people, I'm reading this off my phone because my laptop has been updating for the past 2 damn hours. Sorry about that. Recently, Kaufman tweeted about walking through an airport while defying mask rules. To some extent, Odyssey's content has the same vibe. Its
okay,
most
so
viewed
Odyssey
video
is
of all.
separate from LBRY.
It's owned by LBRY. I just pulled up a blog post.
Is Odyssey their live streaming service?
So yes, it says,
Okay.
Say hi to Odyssey, our new video sharing platform. Odyssey works similarly to LBRY.TV, but with a more streamlined experience and is simpler to use and understand. It's also geared towards helping you discover fresh channels and content more easily. Log into Odyssey with your LBRY.TV details. Everything you've had on LBRY.TV will be waiting for you on Odyssey. So it's specifically video streaming.
So he made the analogy that, Odyssey is like walking through an airport without a mask, which I kind of like that analogy. Its most viewed video of all time, according to third-party tracking site, is a lecture about the purported dangers of the vaccine, which you're not going to find on YouTube. With more than 10 million videos already uploaded, there is plenty of everything on Odyssey, from guitar lessons and video gaming to cooking shows. But it is also hosting plenty of user-made videos about Pizzagate, QAnon, false allegations claiming a stolen election, and the big H, Holocaust denials. Online extremism, experts say Odyssey hands-off approach poses a risk, specifically from the far right, in spreading of bigotry, anti-Semitism, and undermining faith in democracy. I am loving everything I'm hearing so far.
It sounds really good to me, yes.
Well, I'm not a fan of anti-Semitism and all of that, but I do know that you can't silence these people by deplatforming them.
No, you just make them. You make them stronger.
You radicalize them.
And most importantly, you don't. You can't have a conversation with them about why they're wrong. If you cancel somebody, you say you can't talk about this because it's the law or because you're not going to be allowed to. All I see is red flags. Like, wait. Why can't he talk about that?
The reason I am such a free speech proponent isn't necessarily because I like to cuss and things like that. I can't do that on the radio. But here we sit on a radio program where we invite everybody to call in, no matter who you are, whatever you're from, whatever you want to talk about. The reason I love free speech is because it allows me to keep my eye on who I think the a-holes are.
Exactly. And, for example, the last segment, Scott the Bigot called in. How can we ever fix Scott? He probably can't be fixed.
I think he can be fixed. I mean,
but how can we have that? How can we fix him if we don't have we can't conversate with him?
Well, you can't even try. You're right. You can't even try if the conversation is just shut down. All of that stuff goes super underground as soon as it is censored.
Yeah, of course. But keep in mind, this is coming from NPR, very strongly left-leaning. They're at one head of the Hydra, and so we know where this is going. Quote: we see a lot of problematic YouTubers who espouse extreme right ideas who use Odyssey as a backup channel in the fear that at any point they will be banned from YouTube, said Evane Ledig, a researcher based at the University of Oslo. And I know a lot of YouTubers that I watch on YouTube, which I'm not watching anymore, by the way. I'm putting my foot down.
I mean,
that's like their opening. Yeah. It's like, hey, make sure you go to Odyssey, make sure you go to LBRY, because YouTube's taking us down.
Among those is Free Talk Live.
Correct.
It's worth pointing out. I mean, we are one of those shows that are moving to other platforms out of fear that YouTube is going to shut us down because they are about to shut us down.
Because they have.
603-283-6160. What do you think about censorship? This is Free Talk Live.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. You can call in and talk about anything you want. 603-283-6160. With you in the studio tonight is Aria, Conan, and the Captain. And you know, one of the pieces of software that I used probably more than any other here in Keene, New Hampshire, prior to the warm introduction I got the early morning on March the 16th, was AnyPay.
Well, and everybody's always talking about buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. Well, I'm sorry, but that's boring as hell. How about earning some Bitcoin, getting paid with it? That is the way. If you want to earn Bitcoin at your business, AnyPayAx.com is the way to do it. Your customers will love it, and everyone in town will talk about your store being the Bitcoin store. And it's just fun. Get the free app and start earning Bitcoin at your business. Visit AnyPayAx.com.
So we're talking about censorship here, which is extremely relevant to Free Talk Live, as we are currently suspended from YouTube for the next.
We're being censored. The government attempted to censor us during the terrorist attack of March 16th, when they not only used Bearcats and battering rams, and by I don't mean individually. I mean they put a battering ram on a Bearcat and then used the Bearcat to battering ram the door down.
Oh, they were
at Free Talk Live.
They were frothing at the mouth to use that piece of equipment. It's probably been sitting in the shed for years, and they finally got the opportunity to break down a door, just like in the video. Oh, did you guys ever see the video for the Bearcat, the advertisement from Lenco?
No, but there's
no,
video.
but I want to interject real quick. They were not targeting Free Talk Live. There's still no reason to believe that they were. It was silly of us to have the show hosted at a place that was as high risk as this one. It was incidental.
I don't necessarily disagree that it was incidental. However, that doesn't mean that they did not come in here. They did come in here and attempt to disconnect all sorts of things.
That's standard practice, though.
You don't think that was two birds with one stone
Either
kind of
way.
mentality?
I don't. I firmly believe that if the studio was hosted at a business office somewhere here in Keene, it would have been left alone.
I'm not so sure about that. Not if the owner had all of his equipment there. And
Hard to tell.
Well, we're definitely being someone, not me. Well, you know what? Who knows? I've been on a list. I know that I am.
If you're not on a list, you ain't doing it right.
I guess I'm just not as bad a boy as the rest of some of you. Well, as far as censorship is concerned, this coming from I'm not trying to be the biggest baddest on the block. As far as censorship is concerned, this coming from a left-wing organization, this is the meat and potatoes, and this is what you have to fear, because you're going to hear this argument all the time. This argument coming from this researcher based at the University of Oslo. I very much support some of these values of libertarianism. It is certainly an aspect of technology that we need to promote beyond the big tech giants. But we also should be hesitant about the harms that could come as a result. And that's always where they're going to get you. Yep. We can't have these fascists, these anti-Semitists, these flat earthers, any of these conspiracy theories, these tinfoil hat wearers on these platforms spewing their nonsense, because you're going to have people in their basement, some 16-year-old in his basement, and next thing you know, he's on the train and his parents don't know where he went, and they're complaining on The View about how I lost my kid
Throughout all of human history, human beings have used their imagination to make things up.
Yeah.
Now, without the ability to retell those things that they just made up, these stories would not have carried through human history.
Are people being blocked for fiction?
Well, are they?
Or do they know something? Why are they only letting... Well, they actually took him off, but why is Alex Jones the only one that gets to talk this nonsense?
Okay, that's a fair point. Alex Jones does not admit to be creating fiction.
The bigger question is...
But he's always right, but he's such a disinformation agent that it's the way that he does it.
He's never right.
I mean, Bill Hicks is a disinformation agent. And he's speaking the truth, but he does it in such a way that it makes him into a loon, and you can immediately write it off. Like, oh no, Alex Jones says this, that can't be true. Okay, and then 2 years later, you find out that the frogs are gay.
Let's not besmirch the name of Bill Hicks.
The bigger question is, why do some people feel that the rest of the people cannot make these decisions for themselves? If I want to make up some stories, make up some stories about what may or may not have happened in the past and publish that on some sort of an online outlet, whether it's video or audio or PDF form or whatever, I should be able to do just that. And if somebody wants to decide that what I have put out there is fact, that's up to them.
Yeah, except
if they
here's
want
their
to
argument.
decide that it's fiction, that's up to them.
Their argument is what you're going to get crazy videos on YouTube, and then you're going to have someone going into the Pizzagate store shooting it up with their
One of the
AR.
most fun things about old school YouTube was some of the crazy, wacky videos you got to see.
I agree, but they're
Yes,
going to
but
say
if we
that if someone's spewing anti-COVID nonsense, they're going to keep people killed.
Who decides what anti-COVID nonsense is?
Exactly.
Well,
the powers that be, the victors get the right history. The last time I checked. And that's why, and you know what? I've been thinking about this for the last couple of weeks.
Well, hold on, because I can answer the question about why they don't want people doing that. And it's because they're so convinced of their rightness that they cannot entertain the possibility. They cannot even allow alternative hypotheses to exist, alternative statements to be made, because someone might believe them. And their worldview, they're so wrapped in it that they cannot.
Or are they actually hiding something?
Do you guys remember War of the Worlds?
Yes.
Right? The tale of like how this was a fictional radio broadcast and people freaked out because they thought it was real.
I've looked into that, and I'm not so sure that was as big a deal as they've made it out to be.
Sure.
I think that's advertising right there.
But some people treated this fictitious radio story delivery as if it were real because they couldn't tell the difference for whatever reason.
Yeah, and they also told kids to hide under their desks to evade a nuclear bomb.
Now, should that story have been banned?
Well, that is most
of course
definitely
not.
No.
It'd be ridiculous to ban something like
because
that.
they have made the connection that this is definitely fiction, and that's all right. But now
not
you've got
everybody did at the time it was broadcast.
Yeah, for a couple of minutes.
So what's the difference between that and somebody putting out some, made up information about COVID?
The difference between War of the Worlds and a COVID conspiracy theorist or a truther is that War of the Worlds is very most definitely fiction.
You know that now, but at the time.
Yeah, but like I said, that was blown out of proportion. I think that whole idea that people were calling in the police all night long was an advertisement scheme to popularize War of the Worlds. I don't believe it actually really happened as bad as they made it out to be.
Okay.
I think they blew it out of proportion on purpose.
Sure, but it doesn't change the fact that it did happen. There was a broadcast that happened, and at the time of broadcast, people thought it was real.
Except in every break, they warned the public that this is in fact fiction. They warn every single break. They warn, oh, by the way, listeners, this is in fact fiction. Please.
All right. So now take that and
keep
apply
that in
it
mind
to modern technology. YouTube, for example.
Well, we can look to an example of this. Alex Jones, literally in, I think, 1999, did a broadcast where he was making claims like he was seeing Russian jets flying over U.S. airspace, and he was watching Russian soldiers invading the United States. So, I mean, we have an example of someone literally doing this on one of these more modern channels.
He actually was talking about that because
oh God, yes. If you haven't
the
seen
only thing that I know that he sees are interdimensional elves from wherever.
No, the only thing of his I remember is the plastic coffins.
If you haven't seen it, it's worth watching.
I've seen pictures of the plastic coffins. Yeah. Was that made up?
No.
The FEMA camp coffins?
The FEMA camp coffins, right? Yeah.
Look it up on YouTube sometime, man. It's insane. He's talking about this like it's actually happening. Like, oh my God, there's the soldiers. They're shooting at one another. And of course, none of it's actually happening.
Well, I'm not saying that everything he said's come true. He's, like I said, he's an agent.
But
he's
again,
what
I'm saying, who has the right to determine whether or not he gets to broadcast that?
Exactly. And
he should have
that right.
The platform should be agnostic.
No. The platform can silence anyone they want. If he wants to broadcast it, he wants the right to broadcast it, he's got to create his own broadcast platform.
Okay.
I'm not happy with how YouTube and Facebook and these others choose to use their censoring ability. But by all rights, they own the platforms. They should have those
I think if a YouTube channel gets someone shot up, they leave their basement and go shoot up a pizza parlor. I think Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, I think they should be sued. I think they should lose their privilege, their protective privileges. And I think people can go after them instead of just the YouTube.
Blaming AC/DC for some kid shooting himself.
603-283-6160. What are your thoughts on this?
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
You're listening to the latest episode of Free Talk Live. Hour number 3 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
Behind closed doors. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The 12 men and women deciding former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin case are now sequestered until they reach a verdict.
Chauvin has pleaded not guilty to murder and manslaughter charges he faces in last year's death of George Floyd. Meanwhile, calls for justice outside the courthouse are only growing.
We must demand to change system.
Government officials in Minnesota acknowledge more work needs to be done to address racism, but regardless of the jury's decision, violence, looting, and destruction will not be tolerated.
Says Kevin Bork. Former President Trump says he's beyond seriously considering running again in 2024, but tells Fox's Sean Hannity he doesn't really want to talk about it. He says Republicans can take back Congress in next year's elections if candidates stick with his agenda.
The Republicans have to unify. Democrats are always, they may have policy, but they don't. You don't have a Romney. You don't have a little Ben Sass. You don't have these people over there.
He says he's been asked to do a commercial promoting coronavirus vaccinations. He does encourage everyone to get one. State Department plans to announce travel advisors recommending against.
Mitt Romney says he believes there is a bipartisan opportunity on infrastructure spending.
I think there's a great deal of interest in Republicans.
In reacting to the news of his vice president's death, former President Jimmy Carter said Chris Mondale provided us all with a model for public service and private behavior. Carter had chosen then Senator Mondale to help him in his run against former President Ford. He made his own White House in 1984 and became the first major party nominee to choose a female running mate, Dean Ferraro. But he lost to then President Reagan. He went to serve as President Clinton's ambassador to Japan and helped avert a trade war over cars. Jill Nato, Fox News.
America's listening. Fox News.
80 million Americans experience thinning hair, and science shows there are multiple root causes. Nutrafol is a new approach. It's a drug-free supplement that targets root causes like stress and hormones. Nutrafol was shown to visibly improve hair growth in both men and women after 6 months in clinical studies. Shop now with promo code FOXNEWS for 20% off your first month of subscription at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. Promo code FOXNEWS.
A backcountry guide in Montana has died 2 days after being mauled by a grizzly bear near Yellowstone National Park. He was fishing alone when it happened. The bear is believed to have been shot and killed after charging a group of game wardens and others investigating the attack. The largest oil spill disaster ever in American waters started on this day in 2010. Lives and wildlife are still affected.
11 years ago, the Deepwater Horizon oil drilling rig exploded in the Gulf of Mexico, killing 11 workers. The EPA says 4 million barrels of oil flowed out into the Gulf for 87 days before the well was capped in mid-July. Recovery is ongoing. Louisiana's treasurer says they are holding more than $700,000 still unclaimed by people and businesses impacted by the spill. BP settled over violations of the Clean Water Act and damage claims under the Oil Pollution Act, as well as economic damage claims from 5 Gulf states and local governments for nearly $21 billion. Environmental groups report some wildlife, like the brown pelican, are rebounding faster than others, like dolphins, crabs, deep-sea coral, and spotted trout. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is under investigation over his new book.
In a new letter, New York Comptroller Thomas DiNapoli, a Democrat, authorized New York's Attorney General Letitia James to launch a criminal investigation into whether Governor Cuomo misused state resources to write his COVID-19 pandemic memoir on leadership entitled American Crisis. DiNapoli giving the AG authority to investigate any indictable offense involving but not limited to in the drafting, editing, sale, and promotion of the governor's.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
I'm Brooke Alvarez, and while I may not acknowledge your presence in person, and if you try to approach me, you'll most certainly be hit in the face with the stinging nettles I carry on me at all times, I like to take a moment every now and again to answer your questions so that you can get to know the real me. Here's a tweet from @Kirkamunga saying, what is the most important thing to remember when talking to people who may not be as informed as you? I love this question, Kirkamunga. There are 3 simple steps to dealing with uninformed people. First, when you realize that someone doesn't know something, repeat very loudly in their face the thing they don't know. For example, you don't know who the Prime Minister of Zimbabwe is? Second, look to everyone around you and let them know that this person is completely ignorant. Hey everyone, Sebastian doesn't know who the Prime Minister of Zimbabwe is. Third, you call up the Prime Minister of Zimbabwe and tell him that Sebastian doesn't know who he is, and then laugh really loudly until the ignorant person just leaves in utter shame. If you'd like to ask me a question, just tweet it to my handle @Brooke Alvarez or post it to my Facebook wall.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live, 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. Of course, you're welcome to call in, join the discussion, talk about whatever's on your mind. 603-283-6160. With you in the studio tonight, it's Aria. Oh,
And some guy who's muted.
Conan.
Oh, Conan.
I always hit all 3 at once. I don't know what happened that caused me to miss one of them, but
It's probably because
perfect.
During the first 2 segments when you weren't here, I also didn't unmute Conan at some point.
This is becoming problematic.
It's well, we want to treat.
Are you guys censoring me?
Us first chair people want to make sure that you second chair people
stay in our place.
Are treated the same way by each of the first chair people.
I get you.
I don't know what
I always unmute all 3, even if there's no one sitting there, just out of force of habit.
Well, you can't blame the cold weather anymore and that your fingers are numb because, it's warming up, isn't it? It's very, very comfortable out there. Here I am with
It
my...
is very comfortable. I am looking forward to going home tonight, lighting a fire, and sitting on my back porch drinking a lot of wine.
There you go.
I will probably skip the fire, to be honest, because that sounds like a lot of work, and I have a bunch of other stuff I need to do. And did they put enough tape on this webcam?
Well, I know they
not
didn't.
going to fall out. I'll tell you what.
If you haven't been able to open it in 3 minutes, then no, they didn't put enough on.
At least it's cardboard and tape and not one of these plastic contraptions that you end up doing more damage to yourself when you're trying to cut the things
Just
open.
Be careful with the samurai letter opener, man.
The excessively dull one that I could never injure myself with. I mean, if you poked someone hard enough, it might penetrate them.
All right.
But I mean, you could also just stab someone with a fork if you wanted to go that far. But anyway, it's been on my agenda for, I don't know, the last week or two to add a fifth webcam to the studio here. That way we have one on each chair.
Yeah.
And I was going to bring one tomorrow, but
you don't have to.
By
Someone's
amazing
already...
coincidence, someone has already...
Oh, look, there's one here. I think the idea was to swap one of them out for some reason. And then for whatever reason, it started working again. So like one of these was malfunctioning, and so another one was ordered. And then like, oh, look, they're all working now.
Well, the universe has certainly been strange lately. Hell, Satan, here I was needing a webcam, and oh, look, here's a webcam.
Amazing. What else can go right?
This isn't the first thing like this that's happened in the last few weeks. I don't remember what the other one was, but it was something exceedingly coincidental like this.
This is one of those things where like when you find something that's gone right, you want to say, what else can go right? Most people, when things go wrong, they'll cascade things. They're like, oh, this went wrong, that went wrong. What else can go wrong? And inevitably, something will go wrong. This is one of those instances where you're like, hey, something went right. What else can go right? You want to cascade the things that are going right to ride that wave.
Well, I'm generally a positive person anyway. I don't sit around thinking, oh, what else could go wrong? Like the night I got out of jail, I was, hanging out with friends at work saying, hey, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it sucks, but it's going to be okay, essentially. And the next night, people came out and hung out, and we chilled. And there's no point sitting around thinking, "Oh, this is so bad. What's going to happen next? What's the worst that could happen?"
There's a whole segment of the population, and that's how they've been for the last over a year.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's just
I'm not among them.
Living in the doldrums. Just everything can kill you at a moment's notice, or kill grandma, or something's going to get burned down because of violent. Anti-government people who are roaming the streets, and it's sad that it's come to this.
Well, and part of what I'm talking about too is something that's known as manifesting. The idea is that what you think about expands. So if you spend your time thinking, negative things, why then of course you're going to attract negative actions and negative things happening to you.
Well, that's a given. I mean, the subconscious is powerful. If someone subconsciously expects to have a bad day, they're going to do little tiny things that they don't even notice throughout that entire day.
Bingo.
To make themselves have a bad day.
So in order to manifest having a good day, you want to catch yourself having things go right and then reinforce that with the question. You're asking the universe, what else can go right?
Well, I don't do either of those. I'm a realist, and I just kind of go through my days knowing that bad things happen, good things happen, and I take them both, and with a grain of salt, sometimes a big old grain of salt, or maybe a glass of wine, on the other side of the road.
My experience has been that more people are able to be negative on a day-to-day basis.
Negativity is easy.
That's what I'm saying. Than they are to be positive. So, I like to buck the trend.
To actually be nice, to be a nice person, to be good to your fellow human being, it takes work. You actually have to.
Love.
I don't think it does, man.
It does.
I think what Captain was just about to say is right. It's easy to love someone. It doesn't take any effort at all.
Well, what if it's your coworker who you really don't care much for?
I don't have to care for them I don't have to like them in order to love them.
All right. Well, I guess getting along with your fellow human being is different than the type of love that you feel for your fellow human being. I don't really mix the two.
There are plenty of people that I don't like,
Amen.
but that I still love and want the best for them.
I have specifically family members that I don't like.
Crazy uncle.
Many different varieties of that kind of a thing, but that doesn't mean that I don't love them and want the best for them. I do. I love them and I do want the best for them. Just because we have personality differences and, we don't see eye to eye on, philosophy or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Doesn't mean that I don't have love for these people.
What I'm the the aspect that I'm taking this is in order to get along with those individuals takes work.
It does.
It is very easy to walk into the Thanksgiving dinner and that crazy relative who's going to start talking about gun control. It's so easy to just say,
Except
you know
I'm not
what,
talking
you
about
need to
gun
shut
control.
your damn mouth. That would be very easy. But in order to keep the peace, you have to settle yourself. You have to think about how you're going to keep this from blowing up. It takes work. It's easy to be nasty.
I handle that by just not dealing with people that I would have to not be nasty around.
Well, that's doing the work.
Like Mitch and no, it's easy for me to not be around my family. That's super easy. Doesn't take any work whatsoever. It would take work for me to be around them, but to be like, hey, my father's a piece of crap and I don't want anything to do with him. Really easy.
I would say it's easier than actually being in a room with them and having to deal with whatever.
I would just leave the room.
But I would say, yeah. Well, I mean, on your part, that is you keeping the peace on your own terms. You leaving the room. So you know what? This is not going to work. I can't put up with this. I am going to peacefully leave the situation. So that this doesn't blow up and become something nasty.
Some people are not worth occupying your brain space.
Very true.
Like some folks will, you'll get into some sort of drama with whomever, whether it's your family or friends or whatever, and you'll become consumed with it. And at some point, you have to decide whether or not it's worth you wasting your brain space and your brain time on this individual or individuals.
Yeah.
Well, it never is. Like I had someone, I posted my Calendly link for people to schedule appointments and stuff with me.
Yeah.
And some troll was like, oh, I'm going to create a bunch of empty events to waste your time. And I don't understand. It took this person a considerable amount of time to do this, at least 10 minutes, right? And it's going to take me a total of a fraction of a second.
Was there anything
to dismiss
like
them when
super
they pop
creative? Like you've been invited to like a Smurf convention or something.
No, that would have been awesome.
Wait, hold on. Is this a thing?
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up, man. I just thought,
is this another?
Like if you're gonna troll somebody on their calendar and invite them to like these fictitious events, at least be creative about it.
Is this another wing? Is this another wing of the furries? They specifically cosplay Smurfs.
You'll have to ask Papa.
If my computer
it's not
worked,
even
I'd Google
trolling,
it.
though. He did me a favor because now I have empty appointments, which means I have free time coming up.
Congratulations, you've just scheduled yourself a whole bunch of free time.
Right.
And so back to the people are nasty, and it's easy to be nasty. There are definitely people out there who love it. They get off on the negativity. These are the same people who watch these reality shows on television where people are breaking up constantly and they're bickering and fighting with each other. There's a segment of the population who get off on this nastiness that I think I'm going to stick with it. It's easier to be nice. Nastiness is easy.
I agree.
Hopefully we can reach those people and convince them that it's better to live in love than it is to live in hate. 603-283-6160. It's Free Talk Live.
What if the United States and the Soviet Union had fought on land, sea, air, and the astral plane, struggled for dominion across parallel dimensions or on the surface of the moon? What wonders would have been unveiled? What terrors would have haunted mankind from those dark and dismal dimensions? Come closer, peer through a glass darkly, and discover the horrifying alternative visions of World War III from some of today's greatest minds in science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Weird World War III. Available now from Baen Books at baenbooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless free market non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Hey developers, do you want to add Bitcoin to your apps, website? Want to make something creative? AnyPay is the way. We made a super simple API just for you at anypay.dev. You don't need any special knowledge of Bitcoin. Plug it into your app or website and it just works. Get paid on the transactions your users make. Whether you're brand new to web development or have decades of experience, you can add Bitcoin to anything with anypay.dev.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com. The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
We're still not sure why you'd want to watch, but our video feed is streaming nightly for free at cam.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. Take control of the airwaves, 603-283-6160. That's the call-in line. You can talk about anything that's on your mind, 603-283-6160. With you in the studio tonight, it's Aria.
And Conan.
And the captain.
And we do have a new camera here in the studio that is not working as I would like. There's something weird going on with it. Very weird.
It's got a stutter, huh?
Yeah, very weird stutter. But I'm working on it, and
the camera's got a speech impediment.
It's also giving out audio, and that's not correct. Let me go ahead and just get rid of that.
Audio.
So anyway, with you in the studio tonight, it's Aria.
It's Conan.
And the captain.
I think I just did that, didn't I?
This is what happens when you're doing, you're clicking buttons, you're turning us. You know, you're switching the show on. You're also playing around with a camera, and you're trying to have a conversation with your listeners.
Because I don't.
Are you really here?
No.
Hey, Aria.
Hey, Captain.
Who's in the studio today? I bet you the listeners are curious who's in the studio today.
Well, hopefully they know by now that we've gone over it twice, or a third time if you guys would like.
No.
Not me either.
Yeah. Okay.
But anyway, so new studio. Hopefully, it's going to be less twitchy now. I said new studio, new camera.
New camera.
I'm doing.
We don't mind Twitch. It's fine.
I'm doing admin work because otherwise I will be here at the studio after we're doing it, and I have other things I need to be doing that.
Yeah, wine, campfire.
Well, I'm actually. I mean, that was not realistic. Going to.
Did you ever get around to it? And I hope you didn't. Did you install Gothic 3?
Of course not.
Good. Thank you for that. Did you watch a YouTube video professing his nostalgic memories of Gothic 3, and now I don't like it anymore because it's 2021 and there are much better things out there and much better things to do, including music or
Don't you
fixing
normally
things.
have like a game thing, game of the week or something?
I don't actually. Johnny Ray was a game of the week, but he was playing like the apps and stuff. When I play a game, I get my money's worth.
No, but I mean on the show, don't you usually have a something of the week?
Actually, it's more like a game of the every 3 months because that's about how long it takes me to get down to the nitty gritty. And the game that I'm playing currently is Enderal. It's a Skyrim total conversion mod.
You're speaking Greek to me.
Most people out there, besides the captain, know what Skyrim is. It's been out for a long time.
Hold on, you don't know what Skyrim is?
I've seen the game, but I've never played it.
I actually don't miss it. This game, this total conversion is done such a great job. I'm about 40 hours in. I don't miss Skyrim at all. I never really liked Skyrim. I never really liked it. I never liked the voice acting. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the plot. I thought it was all kind of hokey. This game has taken this engine, the Skyrim engine, and it's really captured me. And speaking of Gothic, Arya, it uses a lot of the same skills, not skills, but the same, it uses the same talent tree, basically, the way this skill attributions. And surprise, surprise, it happens to be also made by a German company, which I guess makes sense. I'm thinking the Germans, they have a mindset when it comes to their gaming. And this really shows through as very Gothic-y. So I definitely recommend it. If you need to play something, I know you got a full plate, but for the listeners out there who want to get back into the to the huge world with lots of characters, the open world where you can just kind of roam around and do whatever, that's where it's at, and it's free. Hey, you own Skyrim? This is a free mod, and definitely recommend it. Do we have a caller?
We do, but let's carry on with something while I try to fix this
real
thing.
quick. I want to, because we've been talking about censorship. I don't know who Steve Cortez is, but he has a Twitter account at Cortez Steve, Cortes, and then Steve. According to a tweet from somebody else, Twitter has suspended at Cortez Steve for citing a Stanford study about masks. Here is the actual tweet. Face masks are dirty, dehumanizing, and ineffective. Stanford University study, quote, the data suggests that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective to block human-to-human transmission of viral and infectious disease such as SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, unquote. And then there's a link to the actual study.
This makes sense. We've been saying this for a whole year.
Now, this goes on to say, we determined this tweet violated the Twitter rules specifically for violating the policy on spreading misleading and potentially harmful information related to COVID-19.
And this was from a Stanford professor who linked a study, and the study conflicted with...
Oh, is he a Stanford professor?
Isn't that what you said?
I have no idea who this guy is.
Okay.
Steve Cortez.
Is he a Fox News guy?
I don't know where I heard Stanford professor.
Well, it's a Stanford University study that he is quoting.
Okay, gotcha.
Right? And his Twitter account was suspended for citing this Stanford study about the masks. Now, in the Stanford study, it says the data suggests that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective for the transmission of SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, quote unquote. So he's quoting an actual Stanford University study. He's provided a shortened link. It's a https://t.co, whatever. So it's a shortened link to the actual study itself. But then Twitter goes on to say, we've determined this tweet violated the Twitter rules specifically for violating the policy on spreading misleading and potentially harmful information related to COVID-19.
Misleading. Yep.
So apparently a Stanford study on the ineffectiveness of masks is misleading information that will get your Twitter account suspended.
I'm not terribly surprised to hear that. I'm not allowed to use Twitter, but I did receive an email from them recently informing me that I have been suspended from their platform No idea for how long, but it was because I kept going on to Chris Sununu's Twitter and calling him a fag in replies. And eventually Twitter had enough of that, or he reported it or whatever, because he is a sensitive little fag.
Free speech. I mean, come on.
Snoo. Wow.
Yeah.
And the worst part about this is when they do this, there's a whole segment of the population who don't get their news from anywhere else, who are not going to see these ideas. They don't get to see that there are others. There are Stanford studies out there that actually have a different idea than CDC or WHO. So when they have a conversation with me at work or whatnot, and I'm like, yeah, these are the numbers, and they're like, where are you getting those numbers? I'm like, from the CDC. It's on their page. If you actually go through the data, it says outright, 500,000 people have died. 8% of them actually had COVID, or only COVID.
Right.
And everything else was, something else and COVID.
Right.
And they're like, well, where did you get that information? Well, CDC. Well, who covered that? Yeah. Somebody who's not on YouTube, somebody who's not on Facebook or on Twitter, because they're not allowed to, because as soon as they do, some guy like Cortez here, they take them down.
Right.
So, I mean, talk about red flags. This is exactly what we were talking about in the last segment about censorship.
Yes.
If you take these things down, I immediately see red flags. I'm like, why can't we talk about this?
Yeah.
What are you trying to hide?
And let's just say that this study is wrong. Why should he be prevented from publishing a quote from the study?
Debunk it. If it's wrong, debunk it.
603-283-6160. This is Free Talk Live.
Hey, you are going to love the movie Victimless Crime Spree. It's hilarious, heartwarming, and carries a ton of inspiring freedom messages. Feeling down about the lack of liberty in your life? You need to put on this film with some friends and have a good laugh. It's a true story about me and my friends in New Hampshire living free, singing, dancing, and getting arrested. Of course, it's all on video, and the bad guys, the cops, judges, bailiffs, and sheriffs, they all play their part like it's out of a movie or something. You would think we scripted the whole thing, but it's real life. Go ahead and have a watch, and if it's been a while, have another look. I guarantee you'll notice things now that you didn't notice before. And the best part is that you're going to walk away feeling a renewed sense of your own power. You are the master of your destiny, and you will be free in your lifetime. Victimless Crime Spree.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with AgristHosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to AgristHosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's AgristHosting.com.
AnyPay believes that Bitcoin is meant to improve your life, make it easier to do business, connect you with more people in the world at under a penny every time. That's kind of why we laugh at BTC. It used to be free the market, free the world. Now it's just hodl and have fun staying poor. That's not what the world needs. We need honest money that works for everyone. If you care, join us at AnyPayX.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
We have some good news. The indictments against Roy Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Do you appreciate what we do? Help us advertise, market, and promote for just $5 a month at amp.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. Talk radio that won't censor you as long as you don't say any of the things that we are legally obligated by the FCC to prevent you from saying. 603-283-6160. Feel free to give us a call, talk about whatever's on your mind. With you tonight, it's Aria. Conan, I keep missing you for some reason.
Yeah. I'm back. I'm unmuted.
And what's your name?
Conan.
All right, I'm the captain.
Conan the Libertarian.
And we've been talking about censorship here on Free Talk Live because it's something that's, it's been hitting us a lot lately with
hitting Conan particularly hard.
as well as Library. He's having to go through his own issues with the SEC and because of the library tokens that they use to reward their producers or content producers. So it's not just us. It's a lot of people, and if you've been on YouTube and you haven't been under a rock, and your YouTube provider is a little edgy, usually somewhere in their spiel they're like, "Hey, go follow me on this other platform because YouTube is out. They're collecting scalps, man. My days are numbered."
I've seen that some, but I don't think that's what's really happening. I've noticed that the YouTube prayer has changed. It used to be
YouTube prayer.
Yes, when you edit a video, you always like, comment, and subscribe. That was the YouTube prayer.
Okay, all right.
It's changed.
It's a mantra.
Yeah, now it's like, comment, and subscribe. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Instagram. Join my Discord. Join my Patreon.
So it's grown. It's evolved.
It's grown into this massive labyrinth of things that people say at the end of every video. It's like, dude, shut up.
Yeah.
If I want to find you, if I'm not going to join the Discord of this random streamer who I happen to watch occasionally, I have better things to do with my time. But it's certainly expanded, and it's curious to have seen all of that play out.
It's always very humorous to me to watch some. You can tell a fresh virgin YouTuber, and maybe because I watch a lot of gardening videos, so you'll have some old grandma or some old granddad. He's doing his third YouTube video, and he goes through the prayer, the mantra. And you can tell it's like the first time he's ever done it, and he's tripping over his own words, and it's humorous.
But for those, we do it here on Free Talk Live. It used to be, hey, check us out at LRN.FM. Now it's, hey, join the social at social.freetalklive.com and the chat at chat.freetalklive.com.
Well, it's part of the job, actually.
And it used to be join our Discord at discord.freetalklive.com.
I miss Discord. By the way, speaking of censorship, that was one of the first. It was just like, bam, for whatever reason, and I liked Discord.
Well, that was
easy.
because we upset a snowflake, and he went out of his way to do what he could to hurt Free Talk Live.
Yeah, it's too bad those people exist.
Yeah, it is what it is.
He ironically showed Discord.
For the people who are out there watching on video, it actually does help to like, comment, subscribe, and share our content. That's the whole point. We are trying to reach a larger audience, and one of the ways in which we like to do that is with the AMP program. AMP stands for Advertise, Market, and Promote. Money that you use to join the program is used strictly to advertise, market, and promote Free Talk Live. So if you like the show, if you like what we're doing, you might consider checking that out. Tonight's amplifier is Libertarian Banker, who is a gold level amplifier. That means he gives $10 per month to the AMP program.
Is that an oxymoron? Libertarian banker?
No comment. So he gives $10 per month to the AMP program, and we appreciate that so much. We don't ask that. All we ask is $5 per month to get into the program, and you get to join the AMP Only Facebook group and use the AMP Only call-in line and a number of other cool little perks. So Libertarian Banker, thank you so much for your contributions.
Indeed, thank you.
As far as capitalism goes, I'm going to say banking and real estate are the top tier. They're the top of the list when it comes to capitalist notions.
Sure.
So I would say Libertarian Banker is definitely a thing.
I guess as a qualifier, if I were looking for banking services and I stumbled upon somebody who had a business called the Libertarian Bank, or I'm the Libertarian Banker, I would probably go and see them first.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to the phones. We've got David calling from New Mexico. David, you're on Free Talk Live.
Yeah, standing on my street cred is I don't know how many other people fought to stay out of prison, being prosecuted actively for 5 years for insisting that certain media venues do not have the right to censor certain speech or certain speakers. The one thing I noticed, I don't know if you have noticed that you have been censored, banned off and on from YouTube and other venues, and I haven't heard you mention it, so I don't know if you've noticed it, but other free speech venues have experienced the same thing from YouTube. Specifically, for instance, if you're familiar with John B. Wells, he's at this very moment under a 3-month ban from YouTube for talking about the things that you're talking about, whether it's a virus or masks or whatever.
How do you get a 3-month ban on YouTube? It goes 1 week, 2 weeks, permanent.
Well, he's banned until May, and that was started a month or two ago. So I don't know the details, but he's banned until May on his channel. He's broadcasting on his wife's channel, Brendy Wells, on YouTube. And so John B. Wells, if you're familiar with him, and then here in Albuquerque, Kiva, which on YouTube and elsewhere is their username is Rock of Talk. He is currently banned for a week or two, and this is the second or third time. And at this very moment on K-Talks, which carries your program, KTOX, out of Needles, California, two of their programs, the Afternoon Drive-By, is currently banned from YouTube, and this is the second or third time that has happened. And
there has been a lot of chatter about K-Talks tonight. Like most of the people watching us on D-Live, it seems, are listeners of K-Talks. And now David has mentioned it.
Say that again. What about him?
I don't know. Do you want me to repeat every word I just said? What part did you not
I didn't hear the last. I didn't hear your last sentence about the K-Talk chatter.
It wasn't important.
Yeah, it's not. That's right. It's not important. It's just two guys. There's a dude out of New York.
Their show is important, and what they do is important. But what I said was not important.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the dudes that you see talking on your D-Live chat, those two are not important, and actually they're pissed at me at the moment because I offended one of their buddies on the radio. So what they're saying doesn't mean anything. But anyway, and the last one is a second K-Talks program, and you can relate to this, Aria, because that's the Rob Hansen radio program, which is now the Miss Rob Hansen radio program. And if you go he's Radio Rob on D-Live, and if you go there, you can see a nice photograph of Radio Rob in drag, or in whatever the proper terminology would be, with some female appearance as opposed to the former male appearance. So it's kind of interesting that you have two freedom of speech loving radio broadcasters that both happen to be whatever the proper terminology is, transition from male to female or from masculine to feminine, whatever. So anyway, you can see his photograph there on his Radio Rob on D-Live under About, if you click on the About section. But anyway,
you can see her photo.
Pardon?
You can see her photo.
But I'm not going to be held to whatever the proper pronouns are. I'm not playing that game. However it comes out of my mouth is how it comes out of my mouth. So, but anyway, that's you guys, Free Talk Live, 2 at K-Talk, so that's 3. Rock of Talk, that's 4. And John B. Wells, that's 5.
We all know how to count, David. Thank you so much for the call. It's always nice to talk to her. She's such a warm little person out there in New Mexico.
She. Yeah.
David, have a good night. So anyway, we've been talking about censorship because we are being censored actively. Someone else is being censored on Twitter just for sharing a link to a Stanford study.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we haven't shared any links. I mean, we really don't talk about any medical reasons not to wear masks or not to get vaccinated or anything like that. We just express that our opinion is of this. And
I bring stats all the time from the CDC. They very blatantly contradict themselves.
Sure, but we're not out here saying, hey, no, don't wear a mask. Masks don't prevent the spread of COVID-19 or anything like that. We just say, hey, we don't want to wear masks. 603-283-6160. This is Free Talk Live.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
Hamburglar urges a Senate subcommittee to rubble. This is Doyle Redland reporting. Hamburger advocate and convicted felon Hamburglar denounced a prison system he called rubble as he testified before the Senate subcommittee on penal reform. Hamburglar, convicted in 1998 of breaking and entering a McDonald's hamburger franchise in South Beloit, Wisconsin, and currently serving a sentence of 3 to 5 years, made this impassioned plea before being interrupted by U.S. Senator Bob Smith of Rhode Island.
Certainly there is room for improvement in our prison system, but I would hardly call the current situation rubble.
After delivering his message to the subcommittee, Hamburglar was promptly placed in chains and returned to prison to serve out the remainder of his sentence in solitary confinement. Doyle Redland for the Onion Radio News, online at theonion.com.
This is the Onion News Network.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live, talk radio you control, 603-283-6160. With you in the studio tonight, it's Aria.
It's Conan.
Uncensored this time.
Uncensored.
Yes.
And the captain.
And just in case you didn't catch that, with you in the studio tonight, it's
Aria.
So,
and Conan.
Might as well.
Conan. And the captain.
So evidently most of the cams are working, but one of them is now crashing, and I don't know why. So I was hoping to get this sorted out during the show so that I wouldn't have to stay late and sort it out, but I'm going to be staying late to sort it out.
There you go, being negative.
How's
You're
that?
the optimist.
I am it's a fact of reality that I'm going to have to
There
stay
you
here.
go. That's where I was getting at.
I was hoping not to. I was attempting to manifest that. It is working. All is well.
You
But then
didn't
it
say the
stopped.
magic word. You didn't say what else can go right.
That's it. Yes. The go right prayer, as it seems.
I guess, yeah.
Anyway, let's go to the phones. We got Joe calling from Missouri. Joe, you're on Free Talk Live.
Yeah, I heard this morning on the radio that our governor here in Michigan is contemplating making the mask mandates permanent.
Sounds
in
like Oregon.
restaurants and
Sounds like
Oregon and
Canada.
Virginia. Yeah. I heard it on the radio this morning, and then I guess the Washington Examiner has picked up on it. But
Now, how can the governor make it permanent? The existence of all of these mandates hinges upon the state of emergency.
The executive orders.
she's going to use the state version of OSHA, to enforce it. And basically, the only way to change it would be to vote her out of office, and the new governor would have to fire everybody and, implement new policy, I guess. But that's the workaround. She was told by the state Supreme Court last year that her original executive orders are unconstitutional, so she did a runaround using the state health department. But
yeah, that's an argument that is countrywide. You have a lot of people who are going after their governors. Here in New Hampshire, our Fulanunu is being attacked. I think there's a lawsuit up against him right now for abusing his executive orders, just like all of these nut clowns, these power hungry.
There is. I am one of the
psychos.
plaintiffs on that lawsuit.
Good. Can I be added?
It's
amazing.
amazing.
Or is it too late?
It's not too late, but if you don't have a business, you may not have.
I'm talking about another one.
Oh,
so there's more than one here in New Hampshire, and I'm
myself, Ian Freeman, and Malaise Lindenfield of Keen Great are suing the governor Sununu and lapsed because this is a precedent that needs to be challenged. Even though it's no longer in effect, it was still unconstitutional, and it was still a violation of rights.
Effect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Even though municipalities in New Hampshire aren't really allowed to create their own law, how they are able to make this ordinance stick and work is beyond me. And you know what? If anyone was to challenge it, guess what? It wouldn't stick because Keene cannot make its own laws like this.
Well, the good news is we are challenging it.
Good.
Yeah, we just have to, of course, wait for due process of the good entity known as government.
To get around to it. And here we are in lockdown, and it's harder than ever to get these things passed. Joe, what is the boots on the ground feeling about this nonsense extension of the mask mandate in Michigan? How are your people feeling about it?
I just heard about it this morning. I'm sure once the news will get out, she's I don't think she's going to win re-election. I mean, she might, but it's if she wins re-election, I'm out of here, dude. I'm not living like this. These people, they're power hungry. This is New Hampshire. Insanity.
Come to New Hampshire.
Come to New Hampshire.
It's pretty. Here we are complaining about our own governor.
Your governor don't sound much better than my governor.
Oh, he is certainly not.
He's loosened up a little bit. He's picked the boot up off our throats a little bit.
I will say that other than the brief shutdown of all of the bars and restaurants and stuff, and other than the mask mandate, his executive orders have been extremely innocuous. Like you wouldn't even know they had happened except for those two things: the mask mandate and the closing of the bar for like 3 weeks.
And in the closing year. And in the schools. Of course, I don't even follow the schools all that much. But Joe, where are you going to go? Texas? Because all the liberals are going there. They're going to screw that place up. The next 2 decades, the next 2 generations, that whole state's going to be California. So I mean, where are you going to go?
I'd have to find the most free state because I'm not living with somebody. You got one person, and nationwide we have a few hundred people in D.C. Basically,
Joe, I can narrow it down for you.
Our lives, man.
Yeah, I can narrow it down for you. The top 2 most free states, that's civil liberties. Generally speaking, they alternate between top 1 and top 2, is New Hampshire and Florida. Those are the top 2.
And Florida is nasty. Mosquitoes,
you have to deal with Florida,
swamps,
man.
And you got to live with Florida,
I don't
man.
like humidity, man.
Humidity's nasty, yes.
Well, and real quick, while we're on the subject, we did cover this, I believe, yesterday on the show, but Portland, Oregon, as states around the country lift COVID-19 restrictions, Oregon is poised to go the opposite direction, and many residents are fuming about it. Top health official is considering indefinitely extending rules requiring masks and social distancing in all businesses in the state. So making the mask mandate and the social distancing permanent in Oregon.
The anti-social distancing.
Yeah, Oregon is off your list, that's for sure.
Didn't you used to live in Oregon?
No, I lived in Washington.
Oh, okay.
Same thing, right? They're raining all the time. People commit a lot of suicide.
Massachusetts and New Hampshire are the same thing.
That's a good comparison because Massachusetts sucks.
Yes, it does.
I drove through it one time and never doing it again.
I've driven through it a few times, but I prefer not to be there.
Yeah,
I think Connecticut's worse, to be honest.
Just seeing all of those.
Aren't all the New England states the same, Conan?
Except New Hampshire, which
it's like saying Florida and Georgia are the same. They're not. But you know what? Leaving New Hampshire and going into Massachusetts, and it's just all of a sudden you see all these signs that you are leaving New Hampshire. Buckle up. Put your helmets on. No guns. No ammo. Make sure your helmet is on.
Quarantine for 14 days.
Yeah, you see the blinking sign that they have set up there. It's like, yeah, you guys suck.
Yeah, you don't get any of that coming into New Hampshire. You'll be more likely to see it.
It's a breath of fresh air coming into New Hampshire.
You're entering New Hampshire. Good luck.
No, the first thing you see is the liquor store.
Well, I guess it depends on where you're coming from.
State-run liquor store because they make so much money off of you out-of-staters. Tax-free.
It's sickening.
Sales tax-free.
It's still some of the cheapest alcohol around.
I beg to differ. In Seattle, Washington is known as one of the most expensive cities in the United States. Alcohol was less expensive because they didn't have state-run stores.
I think the hard liquor here in New Hampshire is very cheap. Now, beer, I think that's one of the first things because I went from Florida to Tennessee to here.
But beer isn't state-run.
Beer is reasonable.
But maybe that's the problem. Maybe there's some kind of weird shenanigans taking place where the alcohol is being subsidized. I don't know. All I know is they make a lot of money off of it.
I enjoy a very specific Irish whiskey called Redbreast. They have the 12 and the 15 years, generally the most available of the 2 varieties of the specific whiskey.
And price comparison to other states?
Price comparison to other states, it's a good $20 per bottle more here than it was in Seattle, Washington.
Well, I'm a cheap drinker, so I don't really know. I guess I've only bottom shelf guy.
A 15-year bottle is like $100, so you do the math.
Maybe because of competition, maybe everyone else is drinking up the same stuff because you've come to the right place where
I'm always
only thing they drink is Redbreast
at a lot of bars, and that's a lot of what I'm basing my price on.
I've never seen Redbreast at a bar here in New Hampshire, and I've been to
I don't order that. I get like Long Island iced teas and stuff like that, and
Jameson's my go-to.
Here, they're $4 a drink in most places, or cheaper. Whereas in Mississippi, it was like $7, $8 a drink.
Yeah, that's how it was at the bars in Seattle. It was like $8, $10 for a shot.
Yeah, if you could drink the lower shelf stuff,
Well, a shot of Smirnoff vodka is only like $4.
It's cheap here.
It is like in the bars, it is much less expensive to drink here.
But you know
than
what?
On the West Coast. But when you go to the liquor store to buy your bottles for your home use and or consumption, I find the price to be higher.
Well, I have removed that middleman from my life. I brew my own.
You have, and I'm going to start brewing my own.
I got the equipment for you this evening.
Oh, awesome! Thank you so much.
All you need is some juice and some sugar. I got some yeast for you, and I got your brewing bucket and
Carboy.
Exactly. Everything you need. All you need to figure out is if you're going to go apple or grape.
Oh, it's going to be grape for sure.
You're in town. You're in business.
I like my red wines.
And keep your house warm. We talked about this.
I
it can't
definitely
be cold.
do that.
It can't be cold like my house, otherwise the yeasties won't do their thing. They'll just sit there and hibernate.
Yeah, well, I definitely keep my house warm enough. Hey, thanks for listening. It's been an awesome show. We'll be back same time tomorrow, 7 days a week. This is Free Talk Live. Check us out in the meantime at freetalklive.com. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, social media.
There's the mantra.
All of that stuff. Well, you got to say something as you end the show. It's Free Talk Live.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
What if the United States and the Soviet Union had fought on land, sea, air, and the astral plane, struggled for dominion across parallel dimensions or on the surface of the moon? What wonders would have been unveiled? What terrors would have haunted mankind from those dark and dismal dimensions? Come closer, peer through a glass darkly, and discover the horrifying alternative visions of World War III from some of today's greatest minds in science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Weird World War III. Available now from Baen Books at baenbooks.com.
Is oral health important to you? If you don't like your own teeth, fresh breath, or kissing people, then by all means stop listening. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I became passionate about the product that she created and never want to live without it. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, but I find it does much more. They want you to love My Magic Mud as much as I do, so they're giving you a money-back guarantee plus 20% off. Go to mymagicmud.com and use coupon code FTL20 at checkout. mymagicmud.com, FTL20.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Declare your independence with Ernest Hancock is next, live, after the news, on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Day 2 of deliberations. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. It's the first full day of deliberations at former police officer Derek Chauvin's murder trial. The jury got the case late yesterday afternoon.
It was the state versus defense in closing arguments in Minneapolis.
What the defendant did here was a straight-up felony assault. This was not policing. It was unnecessary.
Prosecutor Steve Slisher with defense attorney Eric Nelson telling jurors that Derek Chauvin had no intent to purposefully use unlawful force, which they would need to decide to convict.
I submit to you that the state has failed to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The jury now weighing verdicts on 3 charges in the death of George Floyd, second and third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter, for which the former officer has pled not guilty. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Judge Peter Cahill says about California House Democrat Maxine Waters saying that protesters should stay on the street and get more confrontational if Chauvin's acquitted.
I'll give you that Congresswoman Waters may have given you something on appeal that may result in this whole trial being overturned.
But he denied a defense request for a mistrial. The State Department will announce advisories against travel to about 80% of countries worldwide.
It comes with coronavirus case numbers rising sharply in many places. The department says it's adjusting its advisories to rely more on CDC assessments. Currently, the US warns against travel to 34 countries, many of them war zones. That number could jump to more than 120 in the new guidance. In London, Simon Owen, Fox News.
The former Austin, Texas sheriff's detective accused of killing his wife, teenage daughter, and her boyfriend Sunday had been accused last year of raping the daughter and was free on bail. Stephen Broderick had a protective order against him. He could get the death penalty for the murders. He was arrested yesterday morning, spotted walking by the side of the road. America's listening to Fox News.
Finally, get curcumin and CoQ10 together. Stop Aging Now brings you CoQ10 Ultra to fight inflammation and energize your body. Get a 30-day supply for 40% off plus free shipping with promo code FOX. Power and protect your cells for a strong heart, sharp brain, pain-free joints, and more. Nancy from West Virginia raves, CoQ10 Ultra helps me stay mentally and physically fit. Only from Stop Aging Now. Get 40% off plus free shipping right now. Go to stopagingnow.com and use code FOX.
The president of Chad in Central Africa, Idris Deby, is reported by the country's military to have been killed on the battlefield in a fight against rebels. Hours earlier, he'd been declared the winner of this month's presidential election. He first came to power as a military commander in 1990 when his forces overthrew a president who was then convicted of human rights abuses. His son, General Mohamed Kaka, is named interim head of state in Chad. A Tesla crash in Spring, Texas Saturday is under federal investigation.
Police say no one was driving the Tesla, which hit a tree and burst into flames. One man's body was found in the back seat. Another was in the passenger seat. Now the feds want to know, was Tesla's autopilot partially automated system in use? Autopilot can keep a car in its lane and even change lanes. Tesla CEO Elon Musk sent out a tweet saying, logs from the car show autopilot was not on. That feature's been criticized, with some saying the company's been overselling its abilities.
Fox's Jill Nato. It's April 20th. 420, sort of a national holiday for some marijuana users. But like last year, people in San Francisco are asked to hold off on an annual celebration because of the coronavirus pandemic.
1685 8th Street. We have 420 deals all day.
Burners on Haight, a cannabis dispensary, will be celebrating 420 with extra product, extra staff, and extra security. The owner says this area with its counterculture history is a natural magnet.
Haight Street is Hippie Hill. So
the Shire Free Church offers a sanctuary to those seeking an escape from state churches.
The Shire Free Church is an interfaith, diverse group of people that may not share identical theological beliefs. As a member in or minister of the Shire Free Church, you are a sovereign individual and may be the faith of your choice.
We don't claim to have all of the answers.
We are open to all peaceful people.
We want to learn from each other.
What unifies the Shire Free Church and its diverse members is peace,
love,
and liberty. There are many paths to God, one for every individual.
The Shire Free Church does not define a specific path beyond those parameters that must be your foundation.
Peace as your way,
love as your guide,
and liberty as your light.
Learn more at church.shiresociety.com.
That's church.shiresociety.com.
This is The Onion Week in Review. Researchers at the University of Washington report that they have successfully trained 7-year-old chimpanzee Makoko to do all of the tasks necessary to conduct a 3-year study on primates. According to the scientists, Makoko has efficiently learned to turn in thorough analyses of behavior in chimpanzees, fill out all of the necessary paperwork to ensure compliance with the Animal Welfare Act, and even apply for supplemental grant funding from the National Institutes of Health. Sources within your office reported today that the guy on the 3rd floor with 2 computer screens on his desk is not f***ing around. Co-workers said that the man, currently working with at least 3 programs open on each screen, was absolutely tearing it up, with sources adding that watching the man run a group video chat while dragging 2 separate Google documents to his 2nd screen was like something out of f***ing Minority Report or something.
Jesus, he's just dragging things from one screen to the other like it's nothing. He's going balls to the wall over there. Christ, man, I don't think he's blinked in 3 minutes.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines, And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, undefeated and declare your independence of me, Ernest Hancock, here in wherever it is, Oklahoma. We're still at Copperhead Rally. Don and I are going to stay here a couple of days and get all the wires. We had a bunch of stuff to do yesterday, and we went places and visited things and did kind of now and then work. You know, wires. All right, we're going to work on that. I'm looking forward to Thursday talking with Dr. Frank because, a lot of culture stuff is happening. Disney has Kathleen Kennedy. Kennedy is kind of the woke behind the scenes of everybody's got to be gay at Marvel. And the fans and the investors and, Disney, when they fired Gina What's-Her-Face from Mandalorian, I unsubscribed. It was free. I got free with my Verizon subscription of something. You get Disney Plus. I get to watch never mind. That was the only reason I had it. I think I'll decline and cancel it. Well, come to find out, that happened a lot. There was another one report they were going on about on a YouTube Disney thing. God, I don't even know how I knew about it. Somebody sent it to me. But it was when they had Winter Soldier... Falcon and Winter Soldier or something like that. It was a new spinoff of the Marvel Universe where Captain America's shield went to Falcon. And, a lot of people, they don't care. But, in that, they had some woke thing. They're arguing in the car, and the white cops come up, and, is this black man bothering you? That kind of thing. And people just tuned off. They just said, that's it, we're done. So, and they can sit there in real time and watch this stuff. See, that was one thing. Oh, I get 300 more channels to watch, and they're watching you. This is all just a data collection. It's just a psyop. They're watching you. And it in real time. And, the reaction has been, damn, man, they're not buying it anymore, So the offering to the audience and to the shareholders and so on has been, all right, Kathleen's done. But then you find out that she's behind Indiana Jones 5. Indiana Jones 5,000. And when she's somehow contractually involved with that heavily, and they're looking for a payday on that. So is she just going to go from Lucasfilms, I think, is what they bought, and they bring it over, and Industrial Light and Magic or whatever it is that she's part of. But she's got way too much influence on this woke culture or something. Everybody's got to be gay. The women are stronger than the men, and they're just going to kick your butt and get over it, and we rule. So it's so a lot of this stuff, you just sit back when I'm not as engaged in it, because I don't care. And but Frank was sending me something last night on this, a video, and it was probably a good 20 minutes, and I wound up watching the whole thing because it was everything that he and I have been talking about for years. And it's a culture thing, and they're starting to see it really impacting their bottom line. So if you want to get, you never mess with the man's money. Well, who is it that's making these decisions that has all the money? To build a Berg secret handshake club of we're going to do whatever the hell we're going to do with, with some help from the Chinese, And they come in and they try to influence America through Hollywood, celebrities, big industries that make sneakers in China. This is where the war is. And once you understand it, then what happens? You have decisions to make. And when you start making wallet voting economic decisions based on I don't know, what you want to see, be the change you want in the world, and don't give them your change, you know what I mean? So this has been interesting to watch, and I'm sure Thursday, Frank's going to go all on it. This is, behind the scenes. Because this is, I agree, as we've done over the years that we've watched this woke thing happen, we commented on it for years. We could see it coming. It really, you say jump the shark. Where that comes from, that was a Happy Days, the Fonz and so on. A lot of you guys may not even remember, but back in the 70s or something, it was like, that 50s show, it was about the 50s back when, we were, the most rebellious guy wore the leather jacket and rode a motorcycle. And so it would grease his hair up. So the Greasers. Well, it was just a fun family show of, whatever. But it kind of waned in the ratings. After a while, it didn't have enough, lasers or something. I don't know, whatever the reason. It just got stale. It got old, whatever. And what happened was they had, don't lay it on the electrical cord. What happened, there was one episode where they had the Fonz. He's kind of cool. He's going to water ski. And he's going over, they have a shark at the end of this ramp that he's going to jump over. He jumped over the shark. Fonz, they built it up, man. It was amazing, the build up. I mean, the previous episodes talked about it after, but during the actual episode itself, they're on the edge. Oh, the tension. Oh, and then he water skis and he slow-mo and he jumps over the shark. Jump the shark. When you had to jump the shark, you knew that, man, the ratings, they were really pushing it. Now you jump the shark. Well, this is what they're doing now. They're really having to pull it all out. They jumped the shark on that one. When you say they jumped the shark, it was an act of desperation for ratings of them doing something. Well, they're jumping the shark like you wouldn't believe now. They need to go over, look at me over here. And they take these platforms and they drive them into the ground in the name of some philosophy. Well, that's what they've done with Star Wars. That's what they've done with Marvel. That's what they've done with it. They're taking these popular, got eyeballs and ears of the people, and then they're using them to manipulate your minds. And it's getting so old. And where would you go? Especially new minds, young minds. You got Hannah Montana that turns into Miley Cyrus. And these little girls, and then, I'm a tweenie and I just want to be like, and I'm a slut, So I'm going, wow, that was dramatic. And I remember when that happened, her coming out and just being all grindy, and it was just like, wow. Because, my kids, grew up with that. They were part of this, Mickey Mouse club of, we got to be a hoe. And, it started, it's Christina Aguilera, Mickey Mouse Club. Britney Spears, Mickey Mouse Club. Miley Cyrus, Mickey Mouse hat wearing, whatever the hell show she had there. I'm going, man, this is just so blatant. Well, it's gotten to the point to where I think the people now are recognizing it. They've jumped the shark. So now what? Now they got the teen version of Captain America. Gay! Captain America's gay now. I'm like, that's a little shark jump in there. I'm just saying, come on. So it's starting to crack. We'll go over the headlines when we come back.
From the third letter of Captain Mark. The Crown's observation conditions us to be dishonest with ourselves. Therefore, constant surveillance produces a society of constant deception. Honest communication is the seed of civilized conduct. To deny us this seed is to deny us its fruits. But the Crown's primary objective is to stifle free thought itself, to make its subjects incapable of dissent. Seasoned pirates have always encrypted messages and codes and ciphers, so intercepted transmissions were incomprehensible. But today, the Crown possesses advanced tools of pattern recognition that document, profile, and predict our every move. Today, piracy requires hailing frequencies completely invisible to the Crown. We are tired of poltergeists in the static. Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels, or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it. And once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
There are basically two types of advertising: direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com. I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
Okay, how crazy has crypto got? I didn't even look. Is it crypto or is it the dollar finally meeting its match? Because I'm seeing, discussions on Declare Your Independence, so Ernest Hancock Telegram. There is on BTC. You got the maximalists coming out going, oh, we got to have it maximal. Yeah, they're going, no, you got to. Well, it's popular, so the transaction fees of Bitcoin really high because that means it's good, right? And you need to get with the program. So I've heard these arguments before, and I've been saying it to all these guys are going, look, it happens again, when crypto gets stupid and then the transaction fees on Bitcoin, people go, what? And they're not going to be able to use it. They're just not going to be able to use it, because every time you use it, it's, transaction fees 3 times more than whatever it was you're going to buy. So it's like, no. So it's going to Bitcoin Cash, and all of a sudden it went from, we were buying it below 200, then it was kind of hovering around, the high 275, and then, threes, and then all of a sudden after it hit over 3, it then went 4, 5, 6, now it's over $941. And I don't see BCH, Bitcoin Cash, retreating that much. I was like, if you needed to get it, you should have got it, before. And they tried. So we got, enough to, I'm glad we did, but it's really getting, and there was a lot of ones that I selected because of their features or, division of, or I knew the guys and so on, and they're doing well. Well, one of the things that we did, here, let me check this one. It has a different wallet. Pirate Wallet. Now, it's R is the name of it. And T, get my password. I got to find out what it is. P, T, okay. Put this in here so I can see, because I haven't checked it. I don't care because I don't care. But the Mike Swatak, holy crap. God, what is that per? I have no idea. This wallet is kind of funky. But it's they've gone from, nothing to a lot. It's like, 25 cents I think I got, and it's $4 and something now, So this is, what does that mean? It means the dollar's going to crap. That's what it means. And they want it to be Bitcoin that is going to be it. It's the institutionalized one. It's the government compliant one. It's a we totally agree one. And we're reporting it to IRS one. And it's, that kind of stuff. Well, then it's got to be the one, right? I think I'll decline. So you're going to have all these industrial investors and hedge funds and ETFs and all this other stuff. They're going to go into crypto using whichever one they want. Why would they want Bitcoin? Well, because it's compliant and it's reporting and it's got a chain that they know how to track and they're yada, yada, yada. So then there's these others. Pirate was, it's better than, you talk to the guys, here at Midfest and so on, it's better than Monero. If you're looking for privacy, you need to have blah, 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 and they get all technical and everything. So when it did, because it was Pirate, it's R, and I thought it was kind of cool. I got a little chunk, I'm glad I did, but I really, seriously, I'm not as trusting of any of these cryptos as much as so many people are. I think it's great. You got people money, and they're starting to, segregate out into, liberty and freedom and bite me and privacy. I knew privacy was going to be the thing. I keep screaming this. I'm going, yeah, but they can track it. When you get it to where they can't see my screen or it's not trackable or you're really using it with encrypted drives or memory keys with a list of your none shall know, of whatever my private keys are and I got and it's mine, then what? We want you to pinky swear that you're being truthful and fill out my IRS form of half of it's ours. And that's another wave of stuff that's going to be coming, and they're going to be coming after the money. And keep in mind, when this happened before, during Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR, what did they do? You must turn it all in. Gold. When you went to the safety deposit box in your bank, you had a treasury agent standing there, and they said, we're going to see what you got and how much of it is ours. And what they did is gold was at, I think, $35 an ounce. That was set by the government, it's $35 an ounce. But when they started going to the Federal Reserve and they're just printing money and whatever, well, of course, it went down, but they wanted the gold. So you got to turn it in, we'll give you the money for it, but give me the gold. You can't have gold, it's not allowed, it's illegal. We just decided you can't have the gold. So they turned it in, then boom! It went to, I don't know, I think it was $20 an ounce or something. It went to 35. Anyway, it went up, okay? So the dollar that they had promissory note for and silver certificates and all that just went out the window. And you go, oh, it was a gradual. No, it wasn't. It was a plan. And they got a plan. And they're going to keep doing their plan. And it's stages of the plan, the inevitability of the plan. And the plan is that your purchasing power goes away and it's theirs and thanks for playing and give me all your stuff. So stuff is what's going to be be of value and going on to the balance sheet with these guys, and that's going to be in the form of like what, it's going to be like housing. That's why Don and I decide we're going on the road and doing and finding out stuff and report back and we're back in the bus, still working on connections in the studio and everything. We're still playing with that, and we'll get it right. But but we're trying to upgrade some stuff and different equipment and everything while we're doing it, so it may take a few days. But we're still today. Thomas Friedman's still here, and we're going to. Detail. We were going to do it yesterday afternoon, but we wound up going over the Mike Swatek's home where he's like a homesteading, and he's got it going on. It's probably a half hour, 40 minutes from here, and he's going to eat. He's going to be able to feed himself and others. He's got a comfortable place. His wife's happy. It's he built her a nice home. He's got food and preparations, and he doesn't too many details, but he's good. He's got it going on. So and in the meantime, he's keeping himself busy working with the communication thing too. And we got him a computer. He needed to do some whatever, and so he's setting that up today. The box was there, and got to get that going on. And then we have the pirate boxes that we're working on. He's working on it from the content provider level of transferring web pages and everything and making a script and push this button thing. And then we have it on the pirate box on the consumer side of it. We have their participation and how they can be a node, and that's what I'm looking at here that we're going to go over today. And I hadn't even touched it. I opened it up and we're just going to, you plug in the power, you plug in the Ethernet, boom. To see how plug and play it is. So I'm going to be reporting on that. Then when it gets to be really simple, then Jerry Day is going to do the video on it. So we got a plan, but the bad guys got a plan too. And their plan is for us not to do our plan. So it's a race. Who's going to be able to do it first? In the end, freedom always wins. It just gets messy first. You got to find me.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. It's Bitcoin.com.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm.
If you're looking for work, there's a piece of paper more important than your resume. It's the cover letter attached if you're snail mailing, or the email to which you attach your resume. Make it 4 short paragraphs. Paragraph 1, say that you're applying for work. The person you're sending to gets a ton of mail about all sorts of things. If you have a password, that's your first sentence. Tom Nelson tells me you and I should meet. Paragraph 2, what you do and how that relates to the opening. Be as specific as possible. Paragraph 3, why you want this particular job. I'm originally from Boston, so I know the market well. I have family and friends in the area, so this would be a homecoming for me. Paragraph 4, unless the job posting stipulates no calls, and I will call you to follow up. Thank you in advance for your time. From survivalspeech.com, I'm Holland Cook.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800.
Okay, what is today? It's April 21st, 2021, so it's the 20th, April 20th. And today's, of course, your birthday? 28th. Somebody's birthday's on 20th, is it? I don't know. Anyway, it's a day after Patriots Day of 19th. I know that. So the big debate is on crypto is, Bitcoin and maximalist, or it's got to be Bitcoin because it's Bitcoin and we got, paid off because of Bitcoin. And Tone Vase is always, man, he's just a maximalist, but he never really answers the question. He's just a cheerleader. And you go to a cheerleader and you say, hey, so tell me about your stats and how you're going to win this game and who played and how's the handicap of the guy's knees hurt of something, and like, rah, ba, my back aches, my belt's too tight, my hip shape, or left, me right, vote for what I want, and they don't really know anything, so it's, I like Tone, we're good friends, but man, you're killing me. So he's like, well, the smartest guy's in the room, the smartest guy, I know the smartest guys, you need to talk to the smart guys. I'm like, all right, pick them, man, let's do it. And Jimmy Song. So what Donna's putting up in the first hour is the link to a couple of shows that I did with Jimmy Song and how it came from, Tone saying, all right, we're going to send in the big guns. He's going to tell Ernie what's up. So it was, when was this? This was July 9th of July 19. So this is almost 2 years ago. So it came on, and this is, the same discussion going on, Bitcoin maximalist of whatever. And we did a show, and he wasn't satisfied that he convinced me. Or he had more time, he convinced me. I go, well, you'll do a podcast, bring your crap on, man, let's do it. So we did like 2.5 hours. I was done after about 45 minutes. But, we just kept going for 2 hours, just let him go, and convince me. And it's a podcast with Jimmy Song. You want to know what's up, my view and their view, and, have this discussion. Calm. I mean, we're not yelling at each other or anything. Just, this is my view and what say you to that and where are we going. And so Jimmy Song is he's a professor in Austin, I think, or something, but he's an Asian guy with a Texas hat. So, so I go, what's with the hat? So we, tell you apart or something? I mean, how does this work? So we had fun, doing the show, and nice guy, and we got along fine. But, definitely a cheerleader. And one of the smart guys behind knows how to and can do some coding, developing, smart guy. So it came down to this. I go, the next time that crypto starts to take a tear, which is what's going on now, Bitcoin is not going to be usable. The fees are too high. You set it like this on purpose. You're going to be screaming, well, it's like, gold, it's a big investment. It's a hedge fund thing and not for the common man of we don't care and it's, make us money. And I go, I get it. And I think you're making a big, giant mistake. That wasn't the promise. That's not what made it popular. It's not what people want. And Bitcoin Cash is going to kick your butt along with 15 gazillion others, okay? Where Bitcoin used to be dominant, but way overwhelming part of the market cap of all crypto, and now it's just kind of starting to fade. Well, the reason is because it was supposed to be people's money. It was supposed to be outside of the system. It was supposed to be in spite of the system. We don't care about the system. Hell, even exchanging it for dollars is like, don't care. Crypto was to be the people's money. And the biggest thing is it couldn't be censored. It couldn't be stopped. Now you can surveil it. If you don't know what you're doing, they'll just track it down to your device. We've had guys on the show saying, "Look, man, this is what I get paid for. I'm doing my absolution here. I just want all you guys to know, Dark Data Services, as I remember." And he goes, "I see you. Just FYI. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do it." So when the IRS sends you this little form, have you ever been a possessor of crypto and know how to spell it? And you answer any other than yes, sir, I have. You lying on a tax form, and so here we go. What is going to be compliant for these guys? It's going to be whatever they want and say is compliant. I can tell you that. So then it's like, well, do we get listed on NASDAQ? Well, is it going to be an ETF? Well, are we going to make it part of the, exchange system between the banks and blah, 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 blah. And that's why Ripple took off. Ripple was never meant to be worth anything, but it was a cryptocurrency. It worked the same way. It used encryption and blockchain and whatever the heck, because it provided for a quick, fast, accurate, legitimate record of transactions between banks. So Ripple wasn't really a currency as much as it was a security measure for the transfer of other stuff or something. So that's how I understood Ripple. Ripple was, cool, or like tethers tied to the dollar or something. It's just the technology is fast and easy and could, goes whiz bang better than anything else. So they had to use it. They had a lot of benefits of using it, but they don't want you using it. They don't want you to buy, because then what job do they have? The banks are like, well, what do you need us for? Good point. This Patrick Byrne thing. He goes to Goldman Sachs and just go, look, what role is there for us? Well, there isn't one. And that's kind of what we're figuring out. So what do? They got to create a role for themselves. They got to do, as Patrick says, the pig's breakfast. In with all the transactions, the exchanges, and everything, they got to be able to get their cut, their lead trading, their flash trading, their preempting. You do an order with these guys, then they'll go get it and sell it to you at a profit. What do they call that? Leading the trade, whatever it is. They ripping us off, and they're not adding anything to it for that. It's just a bleed on the system, and in so many different ways. And they'll go, oh, we could have another bleed by doing this, so we'll bleed here. Let's go bleed there. So they bleed. Value. Food out of your mouth. So when Bitcoin comes in and it on purpose manufactures a high transaction fee, it doesn't become a currency. There's no cost to trading dollars, a $20 bill. There's no cost in that other than the man saying, give me my taxes. But, you're at a festival and you're trading with people, I want this for that and everything. There's no middleman getting a cut. There's no, it's cash. So when you do Bitcoin Cash, and you got a low transaction fee for providing the service of being able to do it, cool. And people will do that. Bitcoin, however, has been engineered to such a way that it cost a lot. I didn't even look, because I knew it was going to happen again. I'm seeing now it's $18 or something to do a transaction. It definitely is, more than a few dollars when it should be definitely no more than a few cents. And this is what's going on. You want to. My argument, I'll save it. With top guys, top men. Woo! We went to the top, and we had this discussion. Of what was going to happen when this happened again, which is happening right, not later. So you go into the first hour of today's show, Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. You'll see a link in the first hour to the 2 shows that I did with Jimmy Song. And it was him making every effort. And we're going to bring Ernie over. We're going to, he's not thinking right. And I'm like, all right, explain it to me. I just remember pitiful. Seriously. Who do these guys think they've been talking to all this time? Why are they encouraged to keep repeating the same stuff? To whom? Who are they convincing? How are they convincing? And what are the people being convinced? Is it a fake discussion? Do these issues I bring up not there? I'm like, what are they thinking? Well, I don't know that they are. But it is definitely not economics. It is definitely not freedom-oriented. It is definitely not rational and not what the future is going to be, in my opinion. But they're going to push it. They're going to force it into submission. They're going to do whatever, and I'm just going to stay over here and say, yeah, you guys keep that crap up. Whatever. And then other freedom-oriented cryptos are going to take off. And silver. Just FYI. FYI.
Are you feeling confused about the current economic reports that dominate the headlines? Not sure if this is a good time to buy or sell your home, or feel like the process can be overwhelming and confusing? This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home buying or selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what to expect before, during, and after the process. A home is a place where the most important moments in your life happen, so making sure that you know exactly what to expect along the way helps to ensure that you have control. The future is here, so let me help you move forward with your real estate needs. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. Now more than ever, you need an agent that can help you make sense of what many think is a complicated and mysterious process. Feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage today at donnahancock.com.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live.
The DEA doesn't dabble with users. They go after the big dogs.
Yeah, and I'm certain they have dabbled with users, and they would if they thought they could
The
get
DEA?
something. They would if they thought they could get somewhere with it.
Maybe a user who's snorting 3 pounds a week, something where they could actually connect to a player.
Yeah.
But most users are just buying from other users. I mean, in the cocaine world, when you are a user, you've got to support your habit somehow.
Right.
And if you're not willing to go and knock over convenience stores and break into people's cars and hurt people to get the cash for your habit, then the only other choice for you, if you're not wealthy, is to sell cocaine to others.
Right.
And so most people will go and pick up whatever amount of coke they do, and then they'll sell to certain specific people who are their friends. Like he was saying, he was selling to his neighbor across the street. The DEA is not going to mess with that.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
Freedom is the answer. What's the question?
I want to break free.
You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
I want to break free. I want to
Barum. They uncovered the secrets, they exposing the lies. All right. When Elon Musk did, the Dogecoin thing, he goes, I bought some Doge, for his son, his toddler. And he goes, I got a toddler hodler, Yeah, hodl. Hodl was somebody, you hold on for dear life, hold on, dear life, hodl. And then it was Hodo, from Game of Thrones, and it was, whatever. It was just somebody misspelled hold, and it became a thing, So hodl, anyway, it was just somebody misspelled something, and it became a thing. So, but Dogecoin was definitely one of the crap coins. It was just somebody, all the guys were making stuff because they could and put little different features, nothing special about it. It's just another one of the 1,000, coins, I guess. And, some take off and don't, and they went up and down, and everybody's like, yeah, it's a pump and dump, or just somebody did it. It was kind of fun. And it got, because it had a dog in it. And it's a certain breed of dog. And there's this one, and God, who has that? It was Kingsley, I think, had it. It's a breed. It looked just like the. I go, God, that looks like. You go, yeah. The name is Satoshi. So I call him Satoshi, and this dog looked just like the Doge dog. And I'm going, oh, that's a breed. Oh, okay, cool. Which is kind of cool dog. It's nice, medium-sized dog. It's a cute dog. It's kind of, probably sheds, but, next. But, it's a cool-looking dog. And Elon Musk goes, I got a, toddler hodler now and some Doge, and just bite me and whatever. I bought some Doge and crap coin, doesn't matter. Boom! I got $200 worth just cuz. Just get a couple $100, just say I did. It's now $2,400. What is that? It's like $100. That's like ridiculous. It was like a nickel, now it's 38 cents, something like that. And a lot of these are like that. Do you sell it? I don't care. It was $200. Whatever. But the there's a lot of them like this. Now, some of them that I invest in more seriously. If I just do it, a couple $100. If I kind of say, give them $1,000. If it's, then this is it. It's like 2,000. But where does that come from? A lot of it comes from whatever I get in Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, I almost have none because I just keep using it to buy. I think I got $32 worth or something. And, whatever I get, I just put it into something else. And the reason is because of the principle of it. It doesn't have the features I was promised. Definitely not anonymous or a privacy coin. Definitely that. And it's supposed to be cheap to use. Definitely not that. Definitely. So so why am I doing it? Well, it's got the longest blockchain around of its most secure of their. When they start going to take out cryptos with quantum computing or whatever, it ain't going to matter. It's going to be, and it's gone. So I got that. So a lot of what I get in this, what do? I turn it into silver. So then now I got to store it somewhere. That's another pain in the ass. But is there an exchange? Is there a taxable event? Does IRS want to know? Of course they do. Know what? I traded this, crap you don't like for this other crap you don't like. Oh, you care, So it's when it goes into the dollars is that, they really got a case, or they say they do. And I'm pretty open with the audience and everybody, because it's not that much. They want to come after me for my nothing, please, whatever. So I just see it as a form of protest, and it's a principle, and it's an understanding of where our money is going. It's good. We have there's a discussion on the Telegram. Catherine Austin Fitts made a point about crypto is just another link in your chain to the crown. These guys are going to control through. Of course they are. I don't know. Can they? Well, then they are. There's a whole bunch of can going on. You look at the news. I ain't even looked at the news, because what we got coming? We got the Minneapolis Chauvin Floyd died knee on neck trial. And as time goes on, it's one thing, you don't know what the jury, unless you're watching court TV or some crap like that and getting the blow by blow. Because I've seen this before, this Baby Gabriel case with Mark Victor, a good friend. He was the defense attorney on that. And we knew way ahead that, what he was going to do. He won the case. It was overwhelming. She's bad, did text, and the whole time he knew. He goes, they overcharged the case. What they did? They just, by charging her with murder instead of like custodial kidnapping or this or that or whatever, they overcharged the case because they were getting politicized and sensationalized with this thing, and they didn't have the elements of, and they already admitted the yada 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 yada. And he goes, they're going to do all this stuff, and she's going to walk. You watch, and that's exactly what happened. And they're doing jury selection, everything. Brings the jury and goes, look, you just do your job. And in the end, he goes, she said this, they did this, the prosecution did that, they did it wrong, it's wrong, wrong, wrong. You have no choice but to go not guilty. And, tell me I'm wrong. Anybody, who is going to tell me I'm wrong? They had not guilty, and they freaked, and it was the prosecutor's fault. You don't know what the jury is seeing. You don't know what the strategy is. You don't know. But it's starting to come out that there was enormous amounts of video, that he was heavily drugged, they had all blah, blah, and what they want to do in there, everything they can, is had he not had his knee on his neck, he would not have died. Well, of course, the other side's going, yeah, he would, because when he got stopped and everything, he just started eating all the drugs or whatever, and he was, going out. Well, it's what the jury says. Blah, 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 what's going to happen? We're going to have riots again? Is it going to be based on logic and reason, or somebody did, or justice served, or whatever? These race things, it doesn't matter. That people are mad for a whole bunch of other reasons, and this is just an excuse. It's anything that you have in this country that would generate this kind of action in the street and hate is manufactured. It is, they're bussed in. You have instigators, and but who shows up? And who's in the crowd? How many instigators, provocateurs do you have? It's getting old to the point that people, we're done. They're tuning out. Don't care. One more reason to leave. I can't take my kid to the park without fear of getting shot, and so we're going to go to some small town and join Little League. It's going to happen. It's happening right now. What is going to be left of the cities? What's New York going to be like? Who's left? What are they going to do? What are their standards, morals? What do they expect from, political, God, I hate to even say leaders, political shiny badge wearers, This is, we're in the middle of it. And this trip, as we're tagging a lot of people that have been talking about community. There was one gentleman here that was talking in Dallas we're going to go visit. And we'll do the sign thing, and we'll kind of, be an add to our short stint with the community. And we'll go to another, heading down to the Gulf Coast, and we'll get the Boca Chica, and then we'll go to Florida, and we got some other things. We've got to be at Red Pill in Rapid City, South Dakota in early June. So other than that, we got a bunch of stuff that I want to do. We've got all the signed stuff. We're going to rock and roll. We're back on the bus. But I tell you, it was refreshing to see the pushback in Arizona after a few months of us being there and doing some stuff and meeting with people. And they, all you need is a little inspiration, and they're already motivated. They just need demonstration that their efforts are not ignored or go in vain, or they can have an impact. And a lot of them that share, this is one thing, one of the activists, a woman in Tempe area in Arizona, she was very upset by being very productive in her criticism, making signs, getting some of our slogans and signs and stuff on the local news, television. There's a lot of stories and so on. And then what happened? They killed her Facebook account. That just was devastating. Oh my God, get it out. What do I got? Facebook. If you're dependent on these platforms, that's the first mistake. It just means you got more time to go make more signs. This battle is on now, and we are at forks in the road, and it's time to pick it up and then get a torch with your pitchfork. Or not. I'm for not. Just go and be happy somewhere and be the change. And you're not going to fix the cities. Who wants to? That's not my goal. My goal is for me to be free. And the best way I know how to do that is help everybody else do it their way. Peace. Next hour, be right back.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
Declare your independence with Ernest Hancock continues after the news, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Racing for a verdict. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The jury at former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin's trial starts its first full day of deliberations today. He's accused of killing George Floyd with a knee on his neck during an arrest last May. Security plans are in place for when that verdict comes in.
Governor Tim Walz says whether Chauvin is found guilty or not, Minnesotans will react. Many will speak out. But what cannot be allowed is destruction of neighborhoods.
We cannot allow civil unrest to descend into chaos. We must protect life and property.
And while some may not listen to him when a verdict is reached, he suggests another that could bring national calm.
I would hope that the president would use the authority of the White House and the compassion we've seen in President Biden to address us all and to ask for calm.
The president is said to be considering that national address. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And George Floyd's brother, Philonise, says the president called him yesterday to say he was praying for the family and hopes everything turns out okay. Former Vice President, Minnesota Senator, and Democratic Party presidential nominee Walter Mondale died, 93 years old. Former President Carter, in a statement, says he considers his vice president the best in American history. The president of Chad is reported to have been killed in battle.
The Central African nation of Chad says its president of 30 years, Idriss Déby, has been killed in fighting between his military and rebel forces. His death comes only a day after he was declared the winner of an election earlier this month, securing a sixth term in power. Critics of the former army leader long accused him of repressive rule, but he was also seen as a reliable ally for Western countries in combating Islamist extremists.
Fox's Simon Owen. People in Sweden under 65 who've gotten one shot of AstraZeneca's coronavirus vaccine will be given a different vaccine for their second dose. AstraZeneca's product is suspended in Sweden for people under 65 over reports of rare blood clots. America's listening to Fox News.
If you're a business owner, you don't need us to tell you that running a business is tough. Don't let QuickBooks and spreadsheets slow you down anymore. Now is the time to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle, the world's #1 cloud business system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, HR, inventory, e-commerce, and more. Join the over 24,000 companies using NetSuite right now. Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/Fox. netsuite.com/Fox.
The Coast Guard suspends the search for 8 crew members missing since an oil vessel capsized off Louisiana last Tuesday. The president of the ship's owner, Secor Marine, John Geller, says their efforts to recover the missing will continue.
We feel we have done everything in our power and all the resources available to continue the response as the weather permits. The weather, as you know, has been very difficult here since the incident occurred.
5 bodies were recovered after the ship capsized. 6 people were rescued. At-home COVID-19 tests are now on sale in some stores.
CVS is selling over-the-counter do-it-yourself COVID-19 testing kits that were recently approved. 2 of the kits are rapid tests that produce results in 15 minutes. A third will take 1 to 2 days to return results. Some tests will first be sold in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Alabama, then will be more widely available through CVS.com, and then will be in most CVS locations by the end of May. The COVID tests are not covered by insurance, but are available without a prescription. The tests are not meant to diagnose acute COVID-19 infection or test whether a COVID-19 vaccination was effective. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Apple announces new products today.
Apple has their spring-loaded event scheduled for today. They'll be streaming the whole thing on their own Apple Events platforms as well as on YouTube. The company is expected to focus on hardware, mainly new models of iPads and iMacs.
Hi, I'm Derek J. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
With each successive bite failing to relieve his anxieties, increasingly worried man Dylan Hawks told reporters today that he has yet to come across any trace of guacamole in his burrito, despite having specifically requested it when ordering.
No, there definitely wasn't any guac there. Cheese, beans, chorizo. Oh man, I hope they didn't forget.
Hawks has continued to maintain hope that there may still be an undiscovered sliver of avocado somewhere in his tortilla. However, with his fears for the meal mounting, Hawks has reportedly considered asking the cashier for a refund at various points while eating the burrito.
The thing is, if you had a burrito and it was missing cheese, you might not notice it because there's sour cream, but guacamole is completely different. I don't know how I wouldn't have tasted it by now. Christ. I'm almost done with this thing.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, interfered here on Declare Your Independence of me, Ernest Hancock. Yeah, we're going to, probably tomorrow we'll get the video live streaming going. We're going to live stream here. We got enough bandwidth where we're at, and we got the, connecting up the Love Bus again and everything, so we might go live streaming. You guys, you're going to dig that. But we're live on LRN, and, of course, we'll have the archive up here directly. And our next guest in the second hour here, Matthew McKean. Now, I met Matthew at lunch with Tim Pachote. I had a couple friends. Man, you need to talk to these guys. You talk to the guys. Now, one guy was a battery guy. The other guy, not so much. The not so much guy, Matthew McKean, he's going, look, man, you're going to need base power generation. That's just the way it is. And coal. Coal is just, man, plentiful. It's everywhere. We're doing fine, except you carve the air with a knife in your Beijing. But what if there was a technology? He's the CEO of Frontier Applied Sciences. It's a U.S. company, holding energy technology patents in five continents, covering 3.3 billion people. Frontier has innovated a technology that's forecast to be one of the most disruptive energy technologies in the last half century. Now, I'm going to have Matthew explain it, but the bottom line is we refine coal, make it clean. We go Beijing, use all coal all you want, and the air be clean. We can do so. How far off am I? Explain it to everybody, Matthew.
Thanks for having me on, Ernie. I love what you guys are doing. It's great to be on the show again after a little while, and I'm happy to support what you're doing. So speaking to your listeners, I guess what I would talk about is, first of all, it's American exceptionalism and innovation. Most of the solutions to our problems usually come through technology. It wasn't that long ago. I was a kid, and Jimmy Carter was on the television telling people that we were going to run out of power. We're going to run out of oil in 30 years. And we all needed to be prepared for that.
I can't drive 55.
Yeah. Lo and behold, the fuel injector got created and had doubled the fuel efficiency of vehicles. And they fixed a lot of the smog problem in LA with a catalytic converter. And here we are. So our technology, what we've done is we've innovated. It was kind of the holy grail, maybe 75 years ago, in that coal represents a very unique source of energy. And what we can do is we can take a ton of coal and we can refine it through an ongoing process, and we can extract gases, valuable gases, hydrogen, methane, rich gases, segregated products like a naphtha stream, jet fuel, number 2 diesel. But when we're done with it, we've got a carbon product that could be used either for steel manufacturing in a very clean way, or it could replace coal in thermal plants, lower CO2 footprints, lower carbon, lower emissions. And it's just the kind of the next innovation of technology that should have been figured out a long time ago, but it took kind of modern technology to do it. And it turns out our chief technology officer is kind of a unique gentleman. So in a nutshell, we can do it highly profitably. And, going back in American history, we wouldn't have the U.S. without without the ability to turn coal into oil. You know, Adolf Hitler built his war machine trying to convert, building 25 synthetic plants that converted coal into oil. And without that, the Germans never could have embarked upon that quest. And so it's an interesting heritage and history, and we're excited to bring this. We're going to commercialize the technology beginning this year with the first large-scale plant likely in West Virginia.
All right, West Virginia, all about the coal. Got some coal, West Virginia. Well, is this you got headwinds with the Biden administration and the green tech of we don't care if you make it clean? That's not really the goal. We just want to do away with energy and coal production and rich Americans and whatever, because my estimation is I look at all that, they don't care. It's not about being clean, or it's about you having the power. God forbid you start making America energy rich again with all the coal that we have, and around the world and we have the coal and it's clean, and that's not really their agenda. What do you think their agenda really is? Or is that it? They just want you, they love you now. You're part of the Green Deal. Are you part of the Green Deal?
No, I think you're spot on with your assessment. We kind of fly in the face of the Green New Deal. It's more about politics than it really is about environmental efficacy and technology. So if you control the power, you control everything. Energy is the most important product on earth. It's 3 times the size of the food industry. And, food